Human beings, we live in nature and significance of political theory. As human beings, we live in society. Society includes many institutions like family, school, religious organization, polity, etc. Every institution serves some specific purpose. It involves some organization and use of authority. Authority denotes a relationship of command and obedience, where the command is generally regarded to be reasonable. Mild protests, if any, would not upset the authority. Nature of political theory. What is political? When an organization is designed to regulate the whole community, it takes the character of polity. Polity, therefore, denotes an organization where rules are made and decisions are taken for the whole community, and authority is exercised over each member of the community. The term political refers to something that is public, as distinguished from private, or something applicable to a limited number of persons. Sheldon S. Woolen, in his Politics and Vision 1960, has beautifully summed up the characteristics of the political as follows. Of all the authoritative institutions in society, the political arrangement has been singled out as uniquely concerned with what is common to the whole community. Certain functions such as national defense, internal order, the dispensing of justice, and economic regulation have been declared the primary responsibility of political institutions, largely on the grounds that the interests and ends served by these functions were beneficial to all of the members of the community. 2. An introduction to political theory. Thus, polity or the state enjoys a unique position among social institutions. It is so important that Aristotle, an ancient Greek philosopher, described man by nature a political animal. Living in a state was so natural for a person that he who lived outside the state or who did not need a state was either a beast or an angel. The terms polity, politics, and political are derived from the Greek word polis, which denoted ancient Greek city-state. The Greek city-states were relatively small communities which were separated from each other by geographical barriers like forests, mountains, and seas. Each city-state had evolved a compact social life and culture where all institutions and activities were knit together. These institutions and activities, which were aimed at securing good life for the community, were regarded to be the part of polities. However, in the present-day society, the scope of politics is not regarded to be so comprehensive. Today, we draw a distinction between public and private spheres of human life, and confine the usage of the term politics to the institutions and activities falling in the public sphere. Thus, the decisions of cabinet and parliament, election campaigns, and other activities of political parties, people's movement seeking change in law and public policy, etc., belong to politics, but the object of our faith and worship, the content of our education, art and culture, etc., do not properly belong to the sphere of politics until some regulation thereof is required to maintain public order and safety. Scope of political theory. After identifying the nature and scope of the political, we are now ready to understand the nature of political theory. The term theory stands for a systematic knowledge. Thus, political theory denotes a systematic knowledge of political phenomena. What type of knowledge do we require about the political phenomena in the realm of political theory? Broadly speaking, political theory is concerned with three types of statements. 1. Empirical statement, which is based on observation through sense experience alone. 2. Logical statement, which is based on reasoning, for example, 2 plus 2 is 4. And 3. Evaluative statement, which is based on value judgment, for example, men are born free and equal. Political science relies only on empirical and logical statements. It is argued that correct observation and correct reasoning by different persons would lead to the similar conclusion. Hence, empirical and logical statements are capable of verification. On the other hand, it is alleged that evaluative statements are based on individual or group preferences, which differ from individual to individual or group to group. There is no reliable method of determining what is right or wrong, good or bad. One cannot scientifically discover the purpose of the universe or human life. Exponents of logical positivism argue that evaluative statements have no empirical content or logical structure. They are expressions of nature and significance of political theory, subjective reflection or emotional preference. Likewise, champions of scientific method for the study of politics insist on a value-free or value-neutral approach. In any case, political theory cannot be confined to the so-called scientific knowledge. It is equally concerned with determining values which come within the scope of philosophy. We cannot accept the view that values are based on individual or group preferences. On the contrary, values do have a sound logical structure unless we mistake them for biased statements. Upholders of different values can be invited to have a dialogue, to have an opportunity to understand each other's point of view, to convince each other, and probably to agree in certain universal principles to judge the validity of values. Determination of values is the basis of a sound public policy or decision. If we abdicate this responsibility, it may fall in irresponsible hands with disastrous consequences. Hence, political theory must comprehend both political science and political philosophy. Logical positivism, a school of thought founded by German sociologist Max Weber 1864 to 1920, and the members of Vienna Circle Moritz Schlick, Ludwig Wittgenstein, A.J. Ayer, etc. in the early decades of the 20th century. It holds that reliable and valid knowledge in any field of inquiry can be obtained only by empirical method, observation, based on sense experience. The questions concerning values are beyond the scope of scientific knowledge, hence it is not possible to obtain reliable knowledge about them. Dwelling on the nature of political theory, George Catlin, Political Quarterly, March 1957, significantly observed, the theory of politics itself is divided into political science and political philosophy. Pleading for combining the study of political science with sociology, Catlin asserted, it is the supreme virtue of the fusion of sociology and political science that it could enable us to be sharp-eyed for the phenomena of control in its many forms over all the processes of the whole social field. Ibid. Then defining the scope of political philosophy, Catlin explained, our concern here is with the kingdom of ends or final values. So soon as a man begins to ask, what is for the national good? Or what is the good society? He is asking questions in philosophy. Ibid. In short, Catlin proceeds to identify the nature of political theory by pointing to its two important components, political science and political philosophy. As he has suggested, political science deals with the facts of political life, i.e., what is the real situation and which laws govern our actual behavior, while political philosophy is concerned with values, i.e., what is good for us. Andrew Hacker, Political Theory, Philosophy, Ideology, Science, 1961, also dwells on these two major components of political theory, but he introduces some new factors to elaborate the issue. Hacker writes, every political scientist plays a double role. He is part scientist and part philosopher. No theorist can, an introduction to political theory, make a lasting contribution to human knowledge unless he works in the realms of both science and philosophy. The scientific parts of a theory can only achieve coherence and significance if the writer has a preconceived idea or the goals of political life. Commenting on the role of political science, Hacker observes, the theorist whose pursuit is political science is interested in describing and explaining the realities of political behavior. He attempts to draw up generalized propositions about the actual relations between states and citizens and about the role of power in society. Ibid. About the role of political philosophy, he comments, the theorist whose interest is in writing political philosophy, on the other hand, is concerned with prescribing the goals which citizens, states, and societies ought to pursue. His aim is to generalize about right conduct in the political life and about the legitimate uses of power. Ibid. Adequate knowledge of political science is essential for sound political philosophy. As Hacker points out, the philosophical parts of a theory must be informed by a profound understanding of the facts of political life. The best political philosophers have always been well aware of the existing realities. They have given intense and systematic study to the needs and capabilities of man and society. Ibid. Nature of political science. In consonance with the requirements of scientific method, political science proceeds by the following steps. A. Observation, which relies on sense experience alone and rules out supernatural or metaphysical causation because it is beyond our sense experience. B. Generalization, which is based on observation of regularities, leading to establishing the relation and correlation between different factors or variables. This may either be obtained by the inductive method, proceeding from particular to general, that is arriving at a general rule after observing similarities in particular cases, or by the deductive method, proceeding from general to particular, that is postulating a general rule and then confirming it by observation of particular cases. Generalization must be expressed in the form of a general rule, preferably in quantitative terms, which should be capable of verification by experimentation. C. Explanation, which consists in giving reasons for the general rule, for without such reasoning, any observation of correlation might be a mere coincidence. Explanation alone will make particular events, situations, or tendencies meaningful. And finally, D. Prediction and prescription, so that in the light of known facts and general rules, their possible outcome could be known and measures for achieving such objectives as higher efficiency, stability, satisfaction, etc., could be suggested. Behavioral approach to the study of politics insists on studying the actual behavior of human beings in a political situation, rather than describing salient features of political institutions and their legal position. In the behavioral approach, formal political institutions are dissolved into systems and processes so as to nature and significance of political theory. Focus attention on the actual behavior of political actors, which alone is capable of scientific study. However, post-behavioral approach insists on making the achievements of political science subservient to human values and ends. Hence, it heralds revival of consent with values, without compromising Slepic method for the study of facts. In short, post-behavioralism calls for application of political science for overcoming the prevailing crises in various spheres of human life. Nature of political philosophy. It is sometimes alleged that political science deals with the real, while political philosophy deals with the ideal. According to this viewpoint, political science inquires into what men and women actually do in a political situation, while political philosophy tries to determine what they ought to do in keeping with the ultimate good or purpose of human life. But this view does not define the scope of political philosophy adequately. Political philosophy may properly be recognized by its critical function as D&D. Raphael, Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, significantly observed. It is true that some of the classical political philosophers have set out ideal forms of society, but this has not been their central concern even in Plato. The purpose of depicting an ideal society is to criticize existing society and to promote understanding of general social concepts such as justice. According to Raphael, the fundamental purpose of traditional philosophy has been the critical evaluation of beliefs. Philosophy differs from science in that science seeks explanation, while philosophy seeks justification. Ibid. The term justification implies the attempt to give rational grounds either for accepting or rejecting the beliefs which we normally take for granted without thinking of any grounds thereof. Another closely related function of political philosophy is the clarification of concepts. As Raphael has pointed out, many of these concepts, such as the concept of society, authority, social class, justice, liberty, and democracy, are not only highly general, but also vague. Clarification of such concepts involves three related purposes: analysis, synthesis, and improvement of concepts. Analysis of a concept involves specifying its elements, often by way of definition, such as defining sovereignty as supreme legal authority. Synthesis of concepts implies showing the logical relationships between two concepts, such as showing that the concept of a right involves that of an obligation. Improvement of a concept implies recommending a definition or use that will assist clarity or coherence, such as recommending that the concept of sovereignty should be applied only to the legal authority of a state, and not to its coercive power. Conclusion. It may be conceded that political philosophy deals with the needs, objectives, and goals of human life which cannot be scientifically ascertained. But these can. An introduction to political theory, always be discussed by the right-thinking people, argued on the basis of available data and reasoning, and some acceptable point may be reached at the current level of our social consciousness. Most of the arguments can be picked up for further scrutiny from the long tradition of political thought. New arguments can be introduced thereto, and conclusions drawn from the expanding horizons of our knowledge. Hence, the search for values and a critical review of our position is an ongoing process which justify the continuing pursuit of political philosophy. In fact, political philosophy itself arose from a critical reflection of political activity which existed long before the advent of political philosophy. It exemplified the Socratic function of speaking truth to power. Hacker particularly cautions us to distinguish political theory from ideology. A theory, whether it takes the character of science or philosophy, must be dispassionate and disinterested. When a theorist has no personal interest in any political arrangement, his vision of reality and his image of the good life will not be clouded, nor will his theory be special pleading. The intention of ideology is to justify a particular system of power in society. The ideologue is an interested party. His interest may be to defend things as they are, or to criticize the status quo in the hope that a new distribution of power will come into being. Political theory, philosophy, ideology, science. When theory is clouded by ideology, it is bound to be distorted. Political philosophy aims at a disinterested search for the principles of the good state and the good society. When clouded by ideology, it is reduced to a rationalization for current or future political and social arrangements. For instance, upholders of capitalism regard private property as most conducive to justice and social progress, while upholders of socialism regard social ownership of means of production as the most suitable method of achieving these ends. Similarly, upholders of nationalism place national pride and national interest above any other goal, while supporters of internationalism tend to disregard national boundaries to determine the index of human progress. In a nutshell, all ideologies are biased towards partisan ends. Any such bias obstructs our search for truth. Political science demands a disinterested search for knowledge of political and social reality. When clouded by ideology, it is reduced to partial or selective depiction, resulting in a distorted description or explanation of political and social reality. Scholarly detachment is, therefore, the keynote of political theory in real sense of the term. Ideology, a set of ideas and arguments used to defend an existing or a proposed distribution of power in society. These ideas are accepted to be true by their upholders without inquiring into their validity. The ruling class may propagate its ideology to strengthen its own position, while its opponents may use their ideology to mobilize the people to replace the existing order by a new one to achieve some great objectives. Nature and significance of political theory. 7. Political science and political philosophy play complementary roles in the realm of political theory. Significance of political theory may therefore be sought in both of these areas. Control of social life. Scientific analysis of political life enables us to understand and solve the problems of our social life, just as the knowledge of geology helps us in understanding the causes of earthquake and gives us insights for preventing the havoc caused by it. So political science enables us to understand the causes of conflict and violence in society and gives us insights for preventing their outburst. Just as the knowledge of physics enables us to generate electricity from our thermal and water resources, so the knowledge of political science enables us to secure development of society from our human resources. Just as the knowledge of medical science enables us to control and cure various diseases of human body, so political science guides us to find remedies of political instability and various types of social crises. Social criticism and reconstruction. Political philosophy is primarily concerned with right and wrong, good and evil in social life. When we find something wrong in our society and polity, we look for logical grounds for criticizing it and speculate about the creation of a good society. A galaxy of political philosophers, like Plato, Aristotle, St. Augustine, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Hegel, Marx, Mill and Macpherson have pointed to the prevailing ills in society, and they have given their own schemes of social reconstruction. We cannot accept any of these proposals as the final truth, but they give us ample insights into the possible ills of social life and their remedies. We can draw our own scheme of social reconstruction on the basis of these insights. For example, Plato brilliantly exposed the modus operandi of selfish and cunning politicians in a democracy. Machiavelli vividly described the character of selfish and greedy people. Marx analyzed the sources of conflict between the owners and non-owners of property. And Macpherson pointed to the intricacies of power structure in contemporary society, which obstructs the way to creative freedom of individual. We can draw valuable insights from their thought for finding remedies to the existing ills in the present-day society. Clarification of concepts. Political philosophy helps us a lot in the clarification of concepts used in the analysis of social and political life. In fact, the clarification of concepts in each area of study, whether science or philosophy, is essential for the development of knowledge. This task is particularly difficult in the field of political theory. An introduction to political theory. As Sheldon S. Woolen has pointed out, there is the widespread tendency to utilize the same words and notions in describing non-political phenomena that we do in talking about political matters. In contrast to the restricted technical usages of mathematics and the natural sciences, phrases like the authority of the father, the authority of the church, or the authority of parliament are evidence of the parallel usages prevailing in social and political discussions. Politics and Vision, 1960. So when we use the terms of common parlance in political discourse, it is very important to determine their technical meaning. Moreover, the terms like authority, social class, liberty, equality, justice, democracy, etc. may be applied by different schools of thought to indicate different ideas. Political philosophy tries to determine their precise meaning, which should be acceptable to the upholders of different ideologies. Agreement on the meaning of the terms of political discourse does not necessarily mean that they come to accept each other's viewpoint, but it certainly paves the way for their dialogue. For example, if a liberal and a socialist accept the same meaning of freedom or equality, they are likely to appreciate each other's viewpoint. As long as precise meanings of the terms of political discourse are not determined, some people may apply them so cleverly as to conceal a weak point of their argument. Some selfish leaders and demagogues may use these terms to mislead people by creating an emotional appeal and evading reason, and autocrats may apply them to legitimize their oppressive regimes, as Mussolini, 1883 to 1945, did in Italy. Again, a precise and widely accepted definition of a term enables each thinker to build his argument on sound footing. As every innovative mechanic need not invent a wheel to assemble a new machine, so every new thinker need not devise new terminology to present his point of view. Encouragement to mutual respect and toleration. The tradition of political theory encourages a dignified debate between upholders of different points of view. Most political philosophers from ancient times till the present day have been dwelling on some common problems and giving us new insights. As Andrew Hacker has significantly observed, political theory is a never-ending conversation among theorists. And while the greatest of the debates are never resolved, the criticisms which the writers make of each other are always most vivid and illuminating. Politics is, after all, the most democratic of sciences. The final judgments concerning political reality and the good life are the responsibility of all who undertake the study of theory. Political theory, philosophy, ideology, science. When we follow the tradition of political philosophers, it inspires us to understand each other's viewpoint. It gives us an opportunity to identify the strengths and nature and significance of political theory. 9. Weaknesses of our thought, to convince others and be convinced by others when truth is discovered. In short, political theory generates mutual respect and toleration among us and prompts us to resolve our differences peacefully. Conclusion. Broadly speaking, political theory consists of political science and political philosophy. These two branches of political theory taken together perform three functions which are recognized as the functions of political theory: A. Description, B. Criticism, and C. Reconstruction. Political science mainly relies on empirical method, that is the knowledge based on our practical experience, which is supposed to be most reliable, hence it specializes in description. Political philosophy, being concerned with value judgment, specializes in criticism and reconstruction. Advocates of positivism, neo-positivism, logical positivism, and behavioralism wish to confine political theory to the sphere of political science. They argue that evaluative statements are based on individual or group preferences which differ from individual to individual and group to group. There is no reliable method of determining what is right or wrong, good or bad. One cannot scientifically discover the purpose of the universe or human life. Hence, the questions of value judgment should be dropped from the purview of political theory altogether. However, since the advent of post-behavioralism 1969 and consequent upon the revival of political philosophy in the 1970s and 1980s, there has been a renewed emphasis on values in the realm of political theory. It is now argued that value judgment serves as an essential guide to social policy. Indifference to value judgment will leave society in the dark. The emerging concerns with environmentalism, feminism, human rights, and social justice for the subaltern groups, etc., call for exploring the new horizons of value judgment. If political theory tends to relinquish this important function, it may be grabbed by some less competent agency. As David Held, Political Theory Today, 1991, editor's introduction has pointed out, taken as a whole, the tasks of political theory are unquestionably demanding. In the absence of their systematic pursuit, there is always the danger that politics will be left to the ignorant and self-interested, or to those simply with a will to power. Thus, all the functions of political theory have now become very important and urgent in the present-day world, where most of our problems are assuming global dimensions, and they are being recognized as the problems of humanity. As such, political theory implies an intellectual effort to attain a systematic knowledge about the goals and methods of politics. In this sense, it has a long tradition spreading over 2.5 millenniums. However, in mid-20th century, 10. And MDMI, Topology Theophy, the exponents of new political science began to question the continued relevance of the traditional political theory. David Easton, an American political scientist, in his Political System, An Inquiry into the State of Political Science in 1953, asserted that the traditional political theory was based on mere speculation. It was devoid of acute observation of the political reality. In order to lay scientific foundations of the study of politics, it was necessary to rescue it from the study of classics and the history of political ideas. Easton argued that the traditional political theory was the product of the turmoil that characterized the past ages. It particularly flourished in Greece in pre-Plato days, Italy in the 15th century, England in the 16th and 17th centuries, or France in the 18th century, which were the days of widespread social and political upheaval. It had no relevance in contemporary society. Easton also pointed out that there has been no outstanding political philosopher after Marx 1818-83 and J.S. Mill 1806-73. Why live parasitically on a century-old ideas? Easton argued that while economists and sociologists had produced a systematic study of human behavior in their respective spheres of investigation, political scientists had lagged behind. They failed to acquire suitable research tools to account for the rise of fascism or communism and their continuance. Again, during the Second World War 1939-45, economists, sociologists, and psychologists had played an active role in the decision-making process. But political scientists were ignored. Easton therefore appealed for building up a behavioral political science, closer to other social sciences, to take its due place in the decision-making process. He suggested that while traditional political theory was primarily concerned with evolving suitable values for society, modern political science need not make efforts in this direction. He believed that values represent individual or group preferences relative to the social conditions in which these are developed. Contemporary society would evolve its own value system from its own experience and insight. Political scientists should only focus on building causal theory to explain political behavior. Causal theory, the theory that explains the relation between cause and effect. In other words, it inquires into the cause of what happens and anticipates what will happen if certain cause is present. However, Easton changed his view after 1.5 decades. In his presidential address to the American Political Science Association in 1969, he launched his post-behavioral revolution. In fact, Easton was trying to convert political science from a pure science to applied science. He insisted that nature and significance of political theory. Scientific investigation should enable the contemporary society to tide over the prevailing crisis. This also involved a renewed concern with values which were sought to be excluded in the earlier behavioral approach. The debate on the decline of political theory, which appeared in 1950s, was also joined by some other prominent writers. Thus, Alfred Cobbin, in his paper on the decline of political theory published in Political Science Quarterly 1953, argued that political theory had lost its significance in capitalist as well as communist systems. Capitalist systems were inspired by the idea of libertarian democracy, whereas there was no political theorist of democracy. It was also characterized by an overwhelming role of bureaucracy and the creation of a huge military machine. Political theory had practically to play no role in sustaining this system. On the other hand, communist systems were characterized by a new form of party organization and the rule of a small oligarchy. Political theory had taken a backseat under these systems. Cobbin pointed out that Hegel and Marx were interested in a small part of the universe. Hegel was primarily concerned with territorial state, and Marx with proletariat class. They wanted to discover what was predestined within their respective frames of reference. Contemporary politics was operating on such a large scale that it could not be analyzed in the light of any partial or narrow theory. Besides, logical positivists who sought to concentrate on facts to the exclusion of values were also responsible for the decline of political theory. However, Cobbin came to the conclusion that all was not yet lost. Political science has to answer questions which the methodology of social sciences may not be able to answer. It must evolve criteria of judgment, which will revive the relevance of political science. Then Seymour Martin Lipset in his Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics 1960, argued that the values of the contemporary society had already been decided. In the United States, the age-old search for good society had come to an end because they had already achieved it. The prevailing form of democracy in that country was the closest approximation to the good society itself in operation. Thus, Lipset too questioned the continued relevance of political theory in those days. Indeed, the exponents of behavioral approach sought to strengthen scientific basis of the study of politics and to de-link it from political philosophy. But the champions of political philosophy never approved their stand. Leo Strauss, in his famous paper, What is Political Philosophy?, published in Journal of Politics 1957, and in an epilogue to Essays on the Scientific Study of Politics edited by Herbert J. Storing 1962, argued that the new science of politics was in fact a symptom of the alleged decline of political theory. By adopting positivist approach, it had ignored the challenge of normative issues. Empirical theory of politics asserts equal importance of all social values. It denies that certain things are 12. An introduction to political theory, intrinsically high while others are intrinsically low. Thus it obliterates the distinction between men and brutes as if it destroys the identity of clean water by mixing it with dirty water. Positivism, the view that relies on scientific method as the only source of true knowledge. It rejects superstition, religion, and metaphysics as pre-scientific forms of thought. It holds that all knowledge is ultimately based on sense experience. Hence, empirical method must be adopted for any genuine inquiry in the field of social sciences as well as physical sciences. Commenting on this debate, Dante Germino in his Beyond Ideology, The Revival of Political Theory, 1967, argued that in most of the 19th century and early 20th century, there were two major causes of the decline of political theory: A, the rise of positivism, which led to the craze for science, and B, the prevalence of political ideologies culminating in Marxism. But now it was again in ascendancy, particularly in the political thought of Michael Oakeshott, Hannah Arendt, Bertrand de Juvenal, Leo Strauss, and Eric Voegelin. This list was expanded by Germino in a subsequent paper in 1975, so as to include John Rawls, C.B. Macpherson, Christian Bay, Robert Nozick, Herbert Marcuse, Jürgen Habermas, Alasdair MacIntyre, and Michael Walzer. The works of these writers had revived the grand tradition of political philosophy. Germino suggested that in order to understand the new role of political theory, it was imperative to identify it with political philosophy. Political philosophy is a critical study of the principles of right order in human social existence, involving inquiry into right and wrong. It is neither reductionist behavioral science where everything is reduced to sense experience, nor opinionated ideology which accepts some principles to be true without inquiring into their validity. It comprehends both the knowledge of facts and the insight with which that knowledge is comprehended. According to Germino, political philosophy deals with perennial problems confronting man in his social existence. Detachment is not ethical neutrality. A political philosopher cannot remain indifferent to the political struggle of his times as a behavioralist would claim. In short, behavioral political science concentrates on facts and remains neutral to values. Political philosophy cannot grow along with positivism, which abstains from a critical examination of any social situation. The gulf between traditionalist and behavioralist components of political theory is so wide that they cannot be reunited. Any theory separated from the perennial concerns of political philosophy will prove to be irrelevant. Germino laments that the behavioral political theory has often implicitly or uncritically endorsed the policies and practices of the established order, instead of nature and significance of political theory. 13. Performing the Socratic function of speaking truth to power. He warns that full recovery of critical political theory cannot be achieved within the positivist universe of discourse. Herbert Marcuse, 1898 to 1979, has significantly pointed to the risk involved in the demand for scientific study of society and politics. He has argued that when the language of social science attempts to conform to the language of natural science, it tends to lend support to the status quo. In this context, scientific terminology is sought to be defined in terms of such operations and behavior that are capable of observation and measurement. This leaves no scope for a critical vision in the scientific language. For instance, when people's participation is sought to be estimated on the basis of the numbers of voters who turn up at elections, we do not question whether the prevailing electoral system conforms to the spirit of democracy. When we adopt this method of study, social science no longer remains an instrument of social inquiry, it becomes an instrument of social control. In any case, since 1970s, the dispute between political science and political philosophy has largely subsided. While David Easton had shown a renewed concern with values in his post-behavioral approach, the exponents of political philosophy did not hesitate in testing their assumptions by empirical method. Karl Popper, 1902 to 94, an eminent exponent of scientific method, proceeded to draw conclusions regarding social values. John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, adopted empirical method for arriving at his principles of justice. Then C.B. Macpherson, 1911 to 87, attacked the empirical theory of democracy propounded by Joseph Schumpeter, 1883 to 1950, and Robert Dahl, 1915. And advanced his own radical theory of democracy. Herbert Marcuse and Jürgen Habermas, 1929, have shown a strong empirical insight in their critical analysis of the contemporary capitalism. It is now held that political science, like other social and natural sciences, enables us to strengthen our means, but we will have to resort to political philosophy to determine our ends. Means and ends are interdependent, hence political science and political philosophy play complementary roles in our social life. 2. Concept of ideology. In the realm of political theory, the term ideology is applied in two contexts: A, a set of ideas which are accepted to be true by a particular group, party or nation without further examination, and B, the science of ideas which examines as to how different ideas are formed, how truth is distorted, and how we can overcome distortions to discover true knowledge. In this context, ideology means a set of those ideas which are accepted to be true by a particular group without further examination. These ideas are invoked in order to justify or denounce a particular way of social, economic, or political organization. In this sense, ideology is a matter of faith. It has no scientific basis. Adherents of an ideology think that its validity need not be subjected to verification. Different groups may adhere to different ideologies, hence differences among them are inevitable. Ideology, therefore, gives rise to love-hate relationship, which is not conducive to scientific temper. Examples of some ideologies are liberalism, capitalism, socialism, Marxism, communism, anarchism, fascism, imperialism, nationalism, internationalism, etc. Ideology, politics, and political theory. A group will invoke its ideology to determine the best form of government, the basis of right to rule, and the procedure of selection of rulers. Broadly speaking, it answers the following questions: who should rule? How rulers should be selected? According to what principles should a government operate? And what institutions should be maintained or replaced for the realization of those principles? When an ideology is used to defend an existing system, or to advocate a limited or a radical change in that system, it becomes a part of politics. A political ideology may lend legitimacy to the ruling class, or it may involve an urge for revolution. Concept of ideology. 15. Therefore signifies the manipulative power of a dominant class or of a social movement. An ideology is action-oriented. It presents a cause before its adherents and induces them to fight for that cause and to make sacrifices for its realization. For example, nationalism may inspire people to sacrifice their wealth or life for defending the freedom of their nation. But communalism may induce hatred among people towards members of another community and prompt them to destroy life and property of innocent persons. One stream of fundamentalism, based on obscurantism, has given rise to worldwide terrorism. Obscurantism, apostasy or tendency involving deliberate effort at making things obscure so as to prevent people from knowing the truth. In the sphere of politics, conflicting ideologies may be invoked to defend conflicting norms or ideals. Of these, some ideals may be designed to serve some vested interests, and some ideals may seek to challenge irrational beliefs and conventions and thus pave the way for progress. For example, ideology of imperialism may be invoked to facilitate the exploitation of colonial territories and their people, while environmentalism may be invoked to save humanity from the curse of atmospheric pollution and depletion of valuable natural resources. Coming to political theory, it may be observed that in many cases political theories and political ideologies are described by the same terminology. For instance, the terms liberalism, socialism, communism, etc. are applied to describe certain political ideologies as well as political theories. Do they indicate identical things? Some writers think it is so. At times, a political theory seems to justify and prescribe a course of action as if it were a political ideology. The genesis of a political theory may be sought to be explained in the light of stresses and strains emanating from actual politics. Sometimes, clash of some political theories may be explained in the light of a clash in a political situation. That is why G.H. Sabine, in his preface to the first edition of his A History of Political Theory 1937 wrote, "This history of political theory is written in the light of the hypothesis that theories of politics are themselves a part of politics. Reflection upon the ends of political action, upon the means of achieving them, upon the possibilities and necessities of political situations, and upon the obligations that political purposes impose, is an intrinsic element of the whole political process." However, Sabine's view on this issue cannot be accepted as the final word. We must draw a distinction between the origin and the validity of a theory. While an introduction to political theory, it may be conceded that political theories arise from different political situations, yet the study of political theory also includes a critical evaluation of these theories. This critical evaluation involves segregation of truth embodied in these theories from those elements which are the product of political considerations. For example, we denounce Aristotle's defense of slavery and subjugation of women because they were designed to promote the interests of freemen in ancient Greek society. But his explanation of the instability of constitutions stating that the power and virtue cannot coexist must be accepted as valid as it embodies an eternal truth. Similarly, Machiavelli's advice to the prince to set aside all moral considerations cannot be accepted, but his insights regarding human behavior can be profitably used in the sphere of diplomacy and statecraft. It is the critical function of political theory that distinguishes it from the set of ideas which are the product of politics. Politics involves the pursuit of partisan ends. Political ideology is closely related to politics because it involves a passionate search for a better society according to the prescribed model. But political theory involves a disinterested search for a better society. Its goals are under constant investigation and critical examination. Andrew Hacker, in his Political Theory, Philosophy, Ideology, Science 1961, has observed that whether we look at the philosophical side of political theory or its scientific side, it is always dispassionate and disinterested. In other words, the theorist has no fascination for a particular political arrangement. His image of a good life is not affected by any prejudice. He does not favor or oppose any particular arrangement without examining its rightness. On the contrary, an ideology is designed to defend the existing system or to condemn it in order to prove the superiority of a different system. If theory is loaded by an ideology, it is bound to be distorted. Political philosophy or political theory calls for a disinterested search for best form of state and society. Ideology seeks to justify an existing or a future political and social arrangement. Political science calls for impartial observation of political and social reality. Ideology focuses on selected parts of political and social reality and gives its distorted description as well as explanation. On the contrary, absolute impartiality is the keynote of genuine political theory. In the realm of political theory, each political theory should be critically examined. Its strong and weak points must be discerned. It should be compared with other relevant theories and evaluated in that light. It is therefore imperative to understand ideology as the science of ideas also. The term ideology was originally devised to describe the science of ideas. In this sense, it seeks to determine how ideas are formed, how they are distorted, and how true ideas could be segregated from false ideas. It was Destutt de Tracy 1754 to the power of 1836, a French scholar, who first used the word ideology during Concept of Ideology, 1801-15 in his writings on the Enlightenment. He defined it as a study of the process of forming ideas, a science of ideas. Tracy observed that ideas are stimulated by the physical environment. Hence, empirical learning, gained through sense experience, is the only source of knowledge. Supernatural or spiritual phenomena have no role to play in the formation of real ideas. Science is founded on these ideas. People could use science for the improvement of social and political conditions. Although Tracy was the first to use the term ideology in this sense, he was not the first to study the process of formation of ideas. Francis Bacon, 15,611,626, an English philosopher before him, insisted that knowledge should come from careful and accurate observation and experience. He held that the knowledge deduced from less scientific methods of inquiry was distorted by false impressions or idols. In short, Bacon and Tracy focused on the validity of knowledge obtained by scientific method and cautioned us against distorted forms of knowledge. All colors will agree in the dark. Francis Bacon, J. 625. In contemporary literature, the term ideology is applied to the set of ideas which are adopted by a group in order to motivate it for the achievement of predetermined goals. Science of ideas is described by different terms like sociology of knowledge, the term introduced by Karl Mannheim, or critical theory, the term popularized by the Frankfurt School. Science of ideas is used to identify the causes of distortion in the prevailing ideologies. A systematic attempt in this direction began with Marx. Later, Lukács and Mannheim also made significant contributions to this effort. Sociology of knowledge, a systematic attempt to inquire as to how our knowledge is determined, conditioned, or distorted by our social background. The term was introduced by Karl Mannheim in Ideology and Utopia, 1929, although earlier sociologists also made a significant beginning in this direction. Critical theory, a stream of philosophical thought which maintains that human society has not yet evolved a rational form of existence, which is still to be achieved. Hence, it cannot be analyzed by the paradigm of natural sciences. All social institutions and behavior should therefore be analyzed from the perspective of their deviation from a rational form. This theory was popularized by the Frankfurt School, which was originally set up in 1923. Critical theory is interested in human emancipation and not in the achievement of a ideology narrow goal. Hence, it cannot be equated with an ideology. 18. An introduction to political theory. Dimensions of ideology. Ideology. 1. One set of ideas. On 1 Science of Ideas on how ideas, best form of society are, and government, formed and distorted. I. 1a 1 Matter of faith, a matter of critical examination. I1. Characterized by closed mind, 1 characterized by open mindone. 1 interested search, 1 disinterested search for better society. For better society, IT. 1 instrument of politics, instrument of political theory. L demands subordination to authority. 1 allows individual to question I authority. Views of Marx. Karl Marx, 1818 to 83. In German Ideology, 1845 to 46. And a contribution to the critique, O.J. Political Economy, 1859, dwelled on the nature of ideology. According to him, ideology is a manifestation of false consciousness. In the Critique of Political Economy preface, Marx observed, in the social production which men carry on, they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual process of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. According to Marx, in the process of social development, material needs of people advance, but their social consciousness lags behind. This distorted consciousness or false consciousness is reflected in their ideology. Dominant class at any stage of social development makes use of ideology to maintain its authority. For example, makers of the French Revolution 1789 raised the slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity to enlist support of the masses. But they settled for liberty which served their interest, that is the interest of the new entrepreneurial class of those days. They did not proceed to win freedom for common man, but stopped after winning freedom for a new dominant class to ensure inviolability of property. Concept of ideology. Marx and Engels 1820-95 held that ideology is an instrument for protecting the interests of the dominant class. Thus bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, needs ideology to maintain itself in power. On the contrary, when proletariat, the working class, comes to power after the socialist revolution, it has no vested interests in maintaining itself in power. It strives to create such conditions where the state will wither away. It does not want to continue as the dominant class, but works for the creation of a classless society. However, V. Lenin 1870-1924 in his What is to be Done. An ideology is not necessarily a distortion of truth to conceal the prevailing contradictions, but it has become a neutral concept which refers to the political consciousness of different classes, including the proletarian class. He argued that the class struggle will continue for a very long time during the socialist phase. So proletariat also need an ideology, the ideology of scientific socialism, for their guidance, lest they are overpowered by the bourgeois ideology. Views of Lukács. Georg Lukács, 1885 to 1971, a Hungarian Marxist, in History and Class Consciousness, 1923, proposed a theory of the dependence of thought on social life, which primarily consisted of class relations of material production. He held that consciousness was always class consciousness. The proletariat, by virtue of its increasing estrangement within the socio-economic sphere, occupied a unique historical position from which it could achieve universal consciousness. On the nature of ideology, Lukács maintained that it refers both to bourgeois and proletarian consciousness, without implying a necessary negative connotation. Marxism itself is the ideological expression of the proletariat. Lukács held that bourgeois ideology is false, not because ideology itself is false consciousness, but because bourgeois class situation is structurally limited. In other words, bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, cannot stand on its own. It must exploit proletariat, the working class, to maintain itself. Bourgeois ideology is deplorable because it dominates and contaminates the psychological consciousness of proletariat. However, Lukács has warned that ideological struggle should not become a substitute for class struggle. Views of Mannheim. Karl Mannheim, 1893 to 1947, a German sociologist, in his famous work Ideology and Utopia, 1929, rejects Marx's theory of ideology on 3 grounds. A. Style of thought of any group is only indirectly related to its interests. There is no direct correlation between its consciousness and its economic interests. B. All thought is shaped by its social background. Hence, Marxism itself is the ideology of a class. And C. Apart from classes, other social groups, like different generations, also have a significant influence upon consciousness. Mannheim introduced the term sociology of knowledge to focus on social determination of knowledge. He sought to generalize Marx's framework as A20, an introduction to political theory, tool of analysis. He held that the false consciousness may be manifested in 2 forms, ideology and utopia. Ideology represents the tendency of conservation. It relies on false consciousness to muster support for the maintenance of status quo. On the other hand, utopia represents the impetus to change. It relies on false consciousness by projecting unrealizable principles to muster support for the forces of change. A ruling class makes use of ideology. The opposition may project a utopia. Mannheim declared that Marx's vision of a classless society was nothing short of utopia. Hence, it also makes false consciousness its tool, utopia, vision of a perfect society where everyone is happy. In social sciences, this term is applied to designate a set of fascinating but unrealizable principles. The relative character of all knowledge as postulated by Mannheim makes the knowledge of objective truth extremely difficult. Is there no hope then to discover truth? Well, there is a silver lining. Mannheim hinges on the possibility of a free-floating stratum of intellectuals between the contending classes to achieve disinterested knowledge. He hopes that some enlightened individuals within the conflicting groups will realize that their perception of truth is partial. It could be complemented by understanding their opponent's view. Such individuals from both sides will come together with an open mind. They will enter into a dialogue and incessantly strive to arrive at the objective truth. Thus, they will open the way to achieve synthetic common knowledge of the prevailing historical situation and a realistic assessment of actual possibilities. In other words, they will be able to grasp a realistic vision between ideology and utopia. Mannheim identifies these intellectuals as social scientists. He recommends that these social scientists, who have proved their ability to grasp the objective truth, should be given authority to rule. Critics argue that Mannheim has created a confusion between the origin and validity of knowledge. His extreme relativism contemplates the existence of ideas without upholders. Moreover, giving power to social scientists is fraught with danger of absolutism. Let these social scientists function as critics of power holders instead of wielding power themselves. They would better serve as organizers of agitations and demonstrations, journalists and writers, and as conscience keepers of society. When ideology is conceived as an instrument of motivating people for the achievement of predetermined goals, it comes close to totalitarianism. Some writers therefore assert that ideology in this sense is found only in totalitarian systems. It has no place in an open society. Concept of ideology 21. Totalitarianism, a system of governance in which the state seeks to regulate and control all aspects of life of its citizens, whether public or private. In other words, it seeks to direct all political, economic, social, cultural, and intellectual activities of people towards fulfilling certain aims, which are determined by the state itself. No citizen has the right or opportunity to oppose or criticize the state, or to propose any new aim. Open society, a social and political system where there is a free flow of information regarding public affairs and matters of public importance. Public policy in such a system represents a reconciliation of diverse interests. Power holders under this system do not claim that they have found the truth. Hence, it encourages freedom of expression among citizens. It shows readiness to adopt new ideas and permits the citizens to criticize the government. Famous Austrian philosopher Karl Popper, 1902-94, in The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, argued that ideology is the characteristic of totalitarianism. It has nothing to do in an open society. He maintained that science and freedom flourish together in a society which is open in the sense that it is willing to accept new ideas. In contrast, a totalitarian society claims that it has already found the absolute truth and strives to implement it ruthlessly. Ideology is the tool which enables the state to mobilize its manpower and other resources for a goal which is declared to embody the absolute truth. It does not allow anyone to oppose or criticize the public policy, which is exclusively determined by the ruling group. In Popper's view, Western liberal democratic societies are open societies. Hence, they do not need an ideology for working smoothly. Citizens of these societies are absolutely free to criticize the existing institutions and structures of power. Then Hannah Arendt, 1906-75, a German Jew philosopher, in The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, defined totalitarianism as a system of total domination, characterized by ideology and terror. It was made possible in recent Europe by three factors: A, the specific political and social position of the Jews, which had given anti-Semitism, the tendency of hatred toward Jews, a new force; B, imperialism, which generated racist movements and worldwide expansion of power; and C, dissolution of European society into uprooted masses, so lonely and disoriented that they could be mobilized behind ideologies. Thus, Popper and Arendt focused on the role of ideology as a tool of totalitarianism. It is interesting to recall that Marx had evolved the concept of ideology in late 19th century in order to expose capitalism. Concept of totalitarianism was evolved in early 20th century to describe the dictatorial way of working of communist regime of the Soviet Union till the end of Stalin era 1953 and fascist regime of Italy under Mussolini and Germany under 22. An introduction to political theory. Hitler till the end of Second World War 1945. Both communist and fascist regimes made ample use of their respective ideologies for the mobilization of their citizens toward the achievement of their respective goals. Popper largely focused on the communist regime and Arendt on the fascist regime to bring out the close correlation between ideology and totalitarianism. Conclusion. Ideology has been variously condemned as the reflection of false consciousness or as an instrument of totalitarianism. But it is not fair to look at all ideologies in this light. In actual practice, different ideologies as sets of ideas will continue to exist as the vehicles of value systems evolve by different groups. They will be used for motivating people to achieve the goals cherished by their upholders. They may also be used by some groups to convince others regarding their rightful claims. Ideologies do not belong exclusively to dominant classes. Oppressed classes also have their own ideologies. They cannot be set aside as false consciousness. Ideologies could serve as meeting ground for like-minded people, instead of confining themselves to their tribe, caste, religion, region, etc. They may reflect changing social consciousness on crucial issues. Some ideologies have given rise to strong social movements for the emancipation of various oppressed sections. Some ideologies manifest a deep concern with the future of humanity. An ideology is identified by commitment to a cause. It rules out personal interest, bias, or submission to a particular person, group, or dynasty. It signifies a set of coherent ideas, perception of real and ideal from one's own position. It may also be used to make others realize that position. That is how, in the sphere of world politics, developing nations strive to impress upon advanced nations to adopt humanist attitudes and policies. The current status of ideology in the world was reviewed in mid-1950s and in 1960s. In Western liberal democratic countries, it was declared that the age of ideology had come to an end. These countries looked at ideology as a tool of totalitarianism, which had no place in open societies. End of ideology also implied that at the advanced stage of industrial development, a country's social economic organization is determined by the level of its development, and not by its political ideology. In other words, capitalist and communist countries were bound to evolve similar characteristics at the advanced stage of their industrial development, irrespective of their ideological differences. Early indications of this view may be found in the proceedings of a conference on the future of freedom held in Milan, Italy, in 1955. Edward Schill's report on this conference was published in Encounter 1955 under the title The End of Concept of Ideology. 23. Ideology. The conference urged its participants to forget their minor differences and discover common grounds to face the danger of communism. Daniel Bell observed in the course of his speech, "Today ideologies are exhausted in the Western world. There is today a rough consensus among intellectuals on political issues, the acceptance of a welfare state, the desirability of decentralized power, a system of mixed economy and of political pluralism. In that sense too, the ideological age has ended." This view was confirmed and further elaborated by several Western writers. Ralph Dahrendorf in Class and Class Conflict in Industrial Society, 1957, argued that the Western societies had entered a new phase of development. They were no longer capitalist societies, they had become post-capitalist societies. The coincidence of economic conflict and political conflict, which was the foundation of Marx's theory, had ceased to exist in the post-capitalist societies. In a capitalist society, the lines of industrial and political conflict were superimposed. The opponents within the industrial sphere, capitalists and workers, met again as bourgeoisie and proletariat in the political arena. In contrast, Industry and society have been dissociated in the post-capitalist society. The social relations of the industrial sphere, including industrial conflict, no longer dominate the whole society, but remain confined in their patterns and problems to the sphere of industry. In post-capitalist society, industry and industrial conflicts are institutionally isolated. In other words, they remain confined within the borders of their proper realm, and do not influence politics and other spheres of social life. Thus, in Dahrendorf's view, the framework of Marxian ideology was no longer suitable for the analysis of the Western societies. Daniel Bell, in his noted work The End of Ideology 1960, asserted that post-industrial societies are prone to similar development irrespective of their ideological differences. They have lesser proportion of workers in industry than in services. In other words, at the advanced stage of industrial development in any country, the services sector expands at a faster rate than the manufacturing sector. Besides, it is also characterized by the increasing dominance of technical elites. The change in this direction is not affected by its political ideology. Then Seymour M. Lipset, in Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics 1960, significantly observed, democracy is not only or even primarily a means through which different groups can attain their ends or seek the good society, it is the good society itself in operation. Lipset observed that in the Western democracies the differences between the left and the right are no longer profound. The only issues before politics are concerned with marginal increase in wages, marginal rise in prices, and extension of old age. Approximately 24. An introduction to political theory, pensions, etc. He maintained that the fundamental political problems of the Indie Revolution have been solved. The workers have achieved industrial and POI citizenship. The conservatives have accepted the welfare state, and the demoless left has recognized that an increase in overall state power carries with it dangers to freedom than solutions for economic problems. The triumph democracy in the West has made the intellectuals realize that they no longer eye ideologies or utopias to motivate them to political action. W. Rostow, in The Stages of Economic Growth, a non-communist man of 1960, built a unidimensional model of economic growth which was applicable to all countries irrespective of their political ideologies. He suggested that societies pass through 5 stages of growth: traditional society, pre-kinetic for takeoff, road to maturity, and the age of high mass consumptic. He believed that the process of development going on at that time in Asia, Lat. America, Africa, and the Middle East was analogous to the stages of pre-condition for takeoff and takeoff which prevailed in the Western societies in late 18th and 19th centuries. Rostow asserted that the adoption of different politics ideologies played no role in determining the course of economic development to different countries. J.K. Galbraith, in The New Industrial State 1967, identified certain characteristics of advanced industrial societies which correspond to the end of ideology thesis. Galbraith observed that all industrialized societies are destined to similar development. This involves greater centralization, bureaucratization, professionalization, and technocratization. These characteristics were visible in the Russian, as well as American systems, although they had adopted as divergent ideologies as communism and capitalism respectively. It means that a country's techno-economic structure is shaped by the level of its industrialization, and not by its distinctive political ideology. Galbraith claimed that a new ruling class consisting of the bureaucratic and technocratic elite had emerged in all advanced industrial societies. This class belonged neither to the working class nor to the capitalists. In liberal societies, the members of this class occupied high positions in an open meritocratic system. Because of high rate of social mobility, they are not attached to particular capitalists. Power in society is vested in bureaucracy and technocracy, and not in capitalists. Galbraith comes to the conclusion that in the contemporary world, emancipation of humanity should be sought in anti-bureaucratism rather than in anti-capitalism. The End of Ideology thesis had a message for the new nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It implied that they should focus on their industrial development and should not run after the mirage of communism as a remedy of their ills. With the collapse of communist systems in East European countries in 1989, which was followed by a similar collapse in the then Soviet Union in 1991, this view got a new impetus in the form of the End of History thesis. Francis Fukuyama, in his paper entitled The End of History, published in the National Interest, 25, 1989, argued that the failure of socialism, that is communism in the present context, meant an unabashed victory of economic and political liberalism. It marked the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Fukuyama maintained the liberal democracy contains no basic contradictions and that it is capable of fulfilling deepest aspirations of mankind. Its victory has heralded an end to the long historical struggle which had obstructed its expansion in the past. This thesis was given wide publicity in the Western press and academic circles as it was suited to their mode of thought. However, Richard Titmuss, C. Wright Mills, C.B. McPherson, and Alasdair MacIntyre servilely criticized the End of Ideology thesis. Titmuss observed that the champions of the End of Ideology thesis overlooked the problems of monopolistic concentration of economic power, social disorganization, and cultural deprivation within the capitalist system. C. Wright Mills dubbed the upholders of End of Ideology thesis the advocates of status quo. In his view, it is an ideology of political complacency, which appears to be the only way now available for many social scientists to acquiesce in or to justify the established social structure. So far as human and political ideas are concerned, the End of Ideology thesis stands for a denial of their relevance. C.B. McPherson asserted that the champions of End of Ideology thesis make a futile attempt to solve the problem of equitable distribution within the market society. Alasdair MacIntyre, Against the Self-Images of the Age 1971, significantly observed that the End of Ideology theorists failed to entertain one crucial alternative possibility, namely that the end of ideology, far from marking the end of ideology, was itself a key expression of the ideology of the time and place where it arose. In short, the End of Ideology debate and its latest version are designed to project the supremacy of liberal democratic system in theory as well as practice. In the contemporary climate of increasing urge for liberalization, privatization, and globalization, this idea seems to be riding high. However, it needs a close scrutiny. Collapse of socialism in a large part of the world could be the outcome of human faults in its implementation. Moreover, Western democratic world is by no means an epitome of justice and morality. Human emancipation is a complex venture. There are no ready-made answers to all human problems. In devising their solution, relevant ideas from different ideologies may be drawn and examined. Of these, liberalism, Marxism, socialism, fascism, anarchism, Gandhism, and feminism are particularly important. Fifth, liberalism. Basic tenets of liberalism. Liberalism is a principle of politics which insists on liberty of individual as the first and foremost goal of public policy. Liberty, in this sense, implies liberation. 26. An introduction to political theory, from restraints, particularly from the restraints imposed by an authoritarian state. This principle was evolved in the West in late 17th century in order to liquidate feudal privileges of the land-owning class and to create favorable conditions for the new entrepreneurial class to enable them to contribute to social progress. Authoritarian state. A state where an individual, a group, an institution, or a set of rules enshrined in a sacred book are regarded as the source of authority. That is legitimate power. Its orders or directions are required to be obeyed by all without questioning. In fact, liberalism is not a fixed mode of thought, but an intellectual movement which seeks to accommodate new ideas in order to face new situations and new challenges. However, its basic tenets may be identified as follows. A. Man is a rational creature. He has immense potential to contribute to social progress as well as to his own good. B. There is no basic contradiction between an individual's self-interest and the common interest. In fact, the common interest denotes a point of reconciliation between the interests of different individuals. C. Man is endowed with certain natural rights, which cannot be transgressed by any authority. D. Civil society and the state are artificial institutions created by individuals to serve the common interest. They are entitled to demand obedience to their orders from individuals on the condition of fulfilling this function. E. Liberalism believes in the primacy of procedure over the end product. It means, if the procedure for arriving at a decision is right, the decision may be accepted to be right. Liberal view of freedom, equality, justice, and democracy is a search for right procedure in different spheres of social life. F. Liberalism promotes civil liberties of the individual, including freedom of thought and expression, freedom of association and movement, personal freedom, which rules out search or arrest without a warrant, and strict compliance with legal and judicial procedure. Any restriction on individual freedom should be meant to ensure equal freedom for others. G. Liberalism upholds freedom of contract. No individual can accept any obligation without his own consent and without consideration of mutual benefit. The state would function as umpire in the enforcement of contracts. However, a contract concluded under pressure, or the one which compromises dignity of the individual, shall be void. And H. Liberalism holds that public policy should be the product of free bargaining between groups of individuals formed to pursue their common interests. 27. In short, liberalism treats market society as the model of social organization, where role of the state should be confined to the protection of individuals' life and property, enforcement of contracts, and maintenance of minimum common services, which would not be undertaken by private entrepreneurs. In liberal view, the state is a necessary evil. Liberalism treats the state as the means and individual as the end. It rules out absolute authority of the state. Early exponents of liberalism include John Locke, 1632 to 1704, Adam Smith, 1723 to 90, and Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. All of them were English philosophers. Locke is known as the father of liberalism. Smith is known as the father of economics. Bentham, the founder of utilitarianism. All of them defended the principle of laissez-faire, which implies least interference of the state in the economic activities of individuals. They are the founders of classical liberalism, which is called negative liberalism because it contemplates negative role of the state in the sphere of mutual interaction of individuals. In the 20th century, Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, an English philosopher, sought to reaffirm negative liberalism through the application of the principles of natural license to social organization. Welfare state, a state that provides for various types of social services for its citizens, for example, social security, financial assistance in case of loss of job or any other source of income, death of the breadwinner, prolonged illness or physical disability or any other calamity, free education, public health, poor relief, supply of essential goods and services like food, grains, milk, fuel, and transport to the needy at subsidized rates. It undertakes the protection of cultural heritage, including monuments, museums, libraries, art galleries, botanical gardens, and zoological parks, etc. It also promotes higher education and scientific research, etc., to step up intellectual and cultural development of society. John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, an English philosopher, sought to modify utilitarianism and the principle of laissez-faire on philosophical grounds, which paved the way for the theory of welfare state. Dante Green, 1836-82, another English philosopher, sought to add a moral dimension to liberalism and thus advanced a full-fledged theory of welfare state. This tradition was further developed by L.T. Hobhouse, 1864 to 1929, Harold J. Lasky, 1893 to 1950, and R.H. Tawney, 1880 to 1962. All of them were English philosophers. Thus, the theory and practice of welfare state flourished in the first half of the 20th century in England. This theory contemplates positive role of the state in securing a dignified life to individuals. It is therefore called positive liberalism. On political side, liberalism promotes democracy. On economic side, it promotes capitalism. Democracy is concerned with fulfilling needs and aspirations of ordinary people, but capitalism results in the concentration of economic power in the hands of the few who may use it against the interests of ordinary people. This situation is sought to be rectified by the mechanism of the welfare state. 28. An introduction to political theory. Streams of liberal thought. Early liberal theory developed in two main directions, A. Individualism and B. Utilitarianism. Individualism focused on individual as a rational creature. It required that individuals' dignity, independent existence, and judgment should be given full recognition while making public policy and decisions. It means no individual shall be made to suffer in order to benefit any larger unit of society. According to this view, only an individual can have any rights. Family, trade union, corporation, or the state cannot have any rights which could be distinguished from the rights of their individual members. Similarly, no social unit can have any interests which could be distinguished from the interests of its individual members. Individualism supports a social and legal system which is based on voluntary transactions between individuals. This view strongly upholds market society model and holds that even taxation should be confined to the provision and maintenance of common services. John Locke and Adam Smith are the early exponents of individualism. On the other hand, utilitarianism stands for greatest happiness of the greatest number, where interest of the few may be sacrificed in the interest of the collectivity. Happiness is defined as the balance of pleasure over pain derived from various goods and services, acts and policies. Founder of this school of thought, Jeremy Bentham, observed that nature has placed mankind under two sovereign masters, pleasure and pain. Human behavior is guided by an urge to obtain pleasure and avoid pain, moral principles. AHD state policy should aim at promoting greatest happiness of the greatest number. Bentham made no distinction between qualities of different pleasures. He insisted on maximizing the quantity of pleasure. But John Stuart Mill pointed to qualitative differences between different types of pleasure, and thus recognized the variety of tastes of different individuals. Further, he projected the liberty of individual as the highest value. These modifications in utilitarianism tilted it toward individualism and transformed its basic character. Mill also pleaded for taxation of the rich for the benefit of the poor, and thus paved the way for the welfare state. Neoliberalism. Neoliberalism, neoclassical liberalism or libertarianism, stands for a contemporary version of classical liberalism, which seeks to restore laissez-faire individualism. It denounces the welfare state, opposes state intervention and control of economic activities. Champions of neoliberalism stand for rolling back the state, which has immensely expanded its sphere of activities. The chief exponents of neoliberalism include Hayek 1899 to 1992, an Austrian thinker; Milton Friedman 1912 to 2006, an American economist; and Robert Nozick 1938 to 2002, an American philosopher. In the second half of the 20th century, these thinkers realized that the theory of welfare state was inimical to individual liberty, as it involved the forced concept of ideology. 29. Transfer of resources from the more competent to the less competent. In order to restore individual liberty, they sought to revive the principle of laissez-faire not only in economic sphere, but also in social and political sphere. In a nutshell, neoliberalism upholds full autonomy and freedom of the individual. It seeks his liberation from all institutions which tend to restrict his vision of the world, including the institutions of religion, family, and customs of social conformity, apart from political institutions. Philosophically, it repudiates the deterministic outlook of human life and maintains that human personality, character, thought, and actions cannot be construed as the outcome of his circumstances. In other words, it treats man as the maker of his destiny. It is therefore hostile to all social and legal restrictions on individuals' freedom of action. In the political sphere, neoliberalism particularly insists that man's economic activity must be actively liberated from all restrictions to enable him to achieve true progress and prosperity. All neoliberals believe in the primacy of the spontaneous order of human relationships as exemplified in free markets. They deplore any politics, notably socialism, which pretends to have definitive knowledge of human needs. No government can have such knowledge. Human needs manifest themselves through the myriad unpredictable transactions between individuals living in a free or open society. If government tries to regulate these activities, it would amount to curtailing their freedom without fulfilling their genuine needs. It would therefore be advisable to transfer such decisions to the market, which will maximize their choice. In the economic sphere, market exemplifies the genuine democracy. In the political sphere, market represents a model of genuine democracy where votes are traded against welfare benefits, and the cost is borne by the most productive members of society. A critical appraisal. Liberalism is no doubt a dynamic political philosophy which has responded to the changing needs of time. However, like any other ideology, it has failed to redeem mankind from its predicament. In fact, liberalism has clung to capitalism so firmly that all its new ventures appear to be new devices for sustaining the capitalist system or justifying its existence. Liberalism retains its bourgeois character. Liberalism arose for the protection of the interests of the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, when political power was wielded by feudal interests. In its early phase, liberalism stood for limiting the power of the state in favor of laissez-faire individualism, minimum government, minimum regulation. In pleading for this policy, liberalism insisted so much on freedom of the property-owning class that it set aside all human considerations. As R.H. Tawney, in his The Acquisitive Society 1920 observed, an introduction to political theory. The story of the struggle between humanitarian sentiment and the theory of property transmitted from the 18th century is familiar. No one has forgotten the opposition offered in the name of the right of property to factory legislation, to housing reform, to interference with the adulteration of goods, even to compulsory sanitation of private houses. Such arguments are no longer advanced, but at times, the right to property is held sacrosanct even when it is responsible for wide socioeconomic disparities, inflicting indignities and injustice on the bulk of mankind. In a later phase, starting from the French Revolution 1789, when the bourgeoisie themselves came to power, liberalism tended to widen the functions of the state and to support an ever larger degree of regulation. It cannot be denied that the concept of the welfare state was evolved not out of sympathy for the vulnerable sections of society, the peasants, workers, and ordinary people, but with a view to enlisting the support of these classes in order to maintain the status quo. Thus, in practice, liberalism upholds a capitalist system or mixed economy, which also creates favorable conditions for the bourgeoisie to maintain their hold on economic as well as political power. The policy of incremental change, which implies small and continual concessions to the lower classes, is cleverly devised to contain unrest and to hold the forces of revolution in check. Thus, the welfare state seems to create an illusion of welfare, rather than securing real welfare, actual imbalance of group interests. Contemporary liberalism upholds representative democracy on the assumption that the state represents the interests of all groups within society, and that it ensures reconciliation of conflicting interests. This could be true in the case of some societies, but it cannot be demonstrated as a universal phenomenon. In developing nations, it is particularly evident that various groups are not equally conscious of their interests, nor are they equally well organized, nor equally vocal. Usually these countries are dominated by vested interests. For instance, in India, a handful of business interests are very well organized, active and vocal, while the tremendously large body of consumers is not adequately organized. Thus, in spite of decisions being taken by representative institutions, in practice, there is an obvious imbalance in the sphere of protection of the interests of the various groups. Contribution of liberalism. The greatest merit of liberalism lies in initiating the process of replacing traditionalism by modern rationalism. In other words, it asserted that socioeconomic relations of men in society, which were hitherto based on tradition, should now be based on reason. Since this process was started by the new middle class, the merchants, and the industrialists, they were the first to benefit. Concept of ideology. 31. From this change, feudalism was replaced by capitalism not only in the economic sphere, but corresponding changes were brought about in the political sphere as well. This had some evil effects also. The condition of the working classes deteriorated with the success of classical liberalism. But once the process of redefining social relations from the point of view of reason had started, it could not be stopped from reaching its logical conclusion, the rise of socialism. Socialism sought a better deal for the working class on the same principle of reason, which was initially invoked by liberalism. Faith in reason is a dynamic force. Liberalism therefore did not hesitate to transform itself as and when it was faced with new challenges. This has led to new insights as regards the principles of freedom, equality, justice, democracy, progress, and other human values. In fact, liberalism is invoked today in two important contexts, A, as a theory of capitalism, and B, as a theory of constitutionalism. So long as liberalism is commended with a view to vindicating the economic relations of capitalist society, it is bound to suffer from its inner contradictions which must be resolved by invoking human values. On the other hand, when liberalism is invoked as the foundation of constitutionalism and suitable curbs on political power, it embodies lasting political values. It is therefore bound to survive on this front. Constitutionalism, the principle that insists on organization and working of the state according to a constitution so that no organ or office holder of the state is allowed to use arbitrary power. A constitution not only provides for a framework of government, but also prescribes powers of various organs of government and the limits of those powers. What is Marxism? Marxism derives its name from that of Karl Marx, 1818-83, a famous German economist and social philosopher of the 19th century who is the chief exponent of this theory. It is interesting to recall that this term was unknown in Marx's own lifetime. Friedrich Engels, 1820-95, a close friend and collaborator of Marx, once reported the following comment made by Marx himself: "All one knows is that I am not a Marxist." Marx probably said so as he did not claim to offer a comprehensive worldview. It is also possible that he did not advance such a claim out of modesty. However, towards the end of the 19th century, G.V. Plekhanov, 1856-1918, a Russian Marxist, announced that Marxism is a whole worldview. However, despite this name, Marxism should not be regarded as a system of thought exclusively belonging to Marx. Marxism, in fact, comprises a rich tradition of social thought, a living tradition with immense possibilities. 32. An introduction to political theory. Marxism, in its proper sense, first appeared in the middle of the 19th century in response to the oppressive conditions created by the capitalist system. It will be recalled that liberalism arose in the 17th century as a philosophy of human freedom, but by the middle of the 19th century it had become clear that the classical form of liberalism, with its doctrine of laissez-faire and free market economy, had failed to create conditions of human freedom. Liberalism had achieved the goal of establishing capitalism under which a tiny class of capitalists enjoyed special power and privileges at the expense of the large majority of the working class. The legal and political equality sought by the exponents of liberalism had been achieved with tremendous economic inequalities and consequent injustice. Early champions of liberalism had hoped that the elimination of governmental restrictions on business and industry would usher in an era of universal improvement in the material conditions of life. But actual experience showed that unbridled capitalism had produced socially disastrous consequences. The tremendous increase of wealth was cornered by a small section which happened to own the means of production, while the large majority of the industrial population was forced to a subhuman living. Successful bankers and market speculators increased their wealth by leaps and bounds, while the slum-dwelling working classes were living under the constant threat of insecurity, malnutrition, discomfort, disease, and death. These developments belied all the humanitarian hopes of universal economic progress. The first response to these horrible conditions came in the form of an early socialist movement, which opposed the policy of free market competition and drew attention to the deteriorating conditions of the working classes. Joyable manner. 1825 and Louis Blanc 1811-82. In France, advocated a more or less centralized economy under state control. Some others sought to project images of model communities governed by the principle of free cooperation instead of free competition, as advocated by the capitalist system. Robert Owen, 1771-1858 in England, and Charles Fourier, 1772-1837 in France, produced elaborate plans of setting up such model communities. P.J. Proudhon, 1809-65 in France, hoped to set up a nationwide system of decentralized workers' cooperatives, which would bargain with one another for the mutual exchange of goods and services. All these thinkers knew clearly what was wrong with the world, but they were not clear as to what to do about it, for they suggested only visionary solutions, far removed from the hard realities of life. In other words, they had arrived at a correct diagnosis of the ills of the capitalist system, but had no clear conception of the remedy. They are therefore rightly described as utopian socialists. During the decades beginning with the 1830s and the 1840s, the ideas of the utopian socialists were subjected to severe criticism by a group of brilliant writers committed to fundamental social change, notably by Karl Marx, a German scholar, and Friedrich Engels, a young German businessman residing in England. Marx and Engels sought to replace utopian socialism by scientific socialism for the 33. Concept of ideology, analysis of social problems, and finding their solution. The solution came in the form of an elaborate philosophy, which is now recognized as Marxism. Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto 1848 came out with an interpretation of the role of the working class in the making of past and future history. It also gave a clarion call to workers of all countries to unite for the purpose of securing their own emancipation, and, through that emancipation, the freedom of all mankind. Other leading works on this theme include Marx's A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Capital, Vol. I 1861-79, Marx's 885, Abverdition, Betiming, and Engels' Anti-Düring, 1877-78. In short, Marxism may be defined as a set of political and economic principles founded by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in order to lay scientific foundations of socialism. It seeks to understand the problems of human society through historical analysis, and treats history as a process of conflict between antagonistic forces and classes. This conflict arises from the faults in the mode of production in which one class comes to gain ownership and control of the means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery, and capital, etc., and compels the other class to work on terms and conditions dictated by itself. This conflict can be resolved only by overthrowing capitalism, placing all means of social production under social ownership and control, enforcing universal labor, and ensuring full development of the forces of production. The original tenets of Marxism as a scientific system of thought are identified as classical Marxism. Its chief exponents include, apart from Marx and Engels themselves, Vi. Lenin 1870-1924, a Russian revolutionary and thinker, Rosa Luxemburg, 1871 to 1919, a Polish activist, and Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, a Chinese revolutionary and thinker. The wider implications of Marxism, including humanist thought of the young Marx, are broadly identified as neo-Marxism. In a nutshell, classical Marxism holds that private property divides society into dominant and dependent classes with irreconcilable class interests. It is held together only by the ideological power of the dominant class. Human history moves towards its goal of human freedom through the revolutionary destruction of inherent contradictions in society, culminating in the emergence of a classless society. Neo-Marxism, on the other hand, seeks to analyze the subtle aspects of the phenomenon of dominance and dependence, distortions in the contemporary civilization, and the possible ways to human emancipation. Young Marx, Karl Marx, 1818-83, as the author of his early work which remained unpublished during his lifetime. It was discovered from the archives of German social democrats as late as 1927 and later published as economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. It is distinguished from Marx's later work, which is characterized by scientific rigor. Marx's early work contains his humanist thought on communism and focuses on the concepts of alienation and freedom. It exposes the dehumanizing effect of capitalism. 34. An introduction to political theory. Main tenets of Marxism. Main tenets of classical Marxism include A. Dialectical materialism, B. Historical materialism, C. Doctrine of class conflict, and D. Theory of surplus value. Dialectical materialism. Marx borrowed his dialectical method from German philosopher G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, and sought to combine it with his materialism. Hegel had postulated that idea or consciousness was the essence of universe, and that all social institutions were the manifestation of changing forms of idea. Idea evolved into new forms because of its inherent tension, exemplified in the clash between thesis, partial truth, and antithesis, opposite of thesis, again a partial truth, resulting in synthesis, which is nearer the truth. As long as synthesis itself contains partial truth, it takes the role of thesis and undergoes the same process until this process reaches absolute truth, exemplified in absolute idea or absolute consciousness. Marx believed that matter, and not the idea, was the essence of universe, and that social institutions were the manifestation of changing material conditions. Matter underwent the dialectical process because of its inherent tension, until perfect material conditions, exemplified by a rational mode of production, come into existence. Engels, in his Anti-Diering 1878, postulated three laws of material dialectics, or dialectical materialism. A. The transformation of quantity into quality, and vice versa. B. The interpenetration of opposites. And C. The negation of negation. These principles signify the process of resolving contradictions of material conditions of human life, which paves the way for social progress. Class conflict is also a manifestation of this process. Historical materialism. While dialectical materialism represents the philosophical basis of Marxism, historical materialism represents its scientific basis. It implies that in any given epoch, the economic relations of society, the means whereby men and women undertake production, distribution and exchange of material goods for the satisfaction of their needs, play an important role in shaping their social, political, intellectual, and ethical relationships. A perfect society will secure all the necessities of life to the satisfaction of all its members. But it would be achieved through a long-drawn process. Initially, internal stresses and strains in material conditions usher in many imperfect forms of society. According to the Marxist perspective, the structure of society may be understood in terms of its base, the foundation, and superstructure, the external buildup. Base consists of the mode of production, while superstructure is represented by its legal and political structure, religion, morals, social practices, literature, art and culture, etc. Mode of production has two components, forces of production and relations of production. Forces of production cannot remain. Concept of ideology. 35. Static. They have an inherent tendency of development in the direction of achieving the perfect society. Forces of production have two components, means of production, tools and equipment, and labor power, human knowledge and skills. Men and women constantly endeavor to devise better ways of production. Improvement in the means of production is manifested in the development of technology. This is matched by development of human knowledge and skills as required to operate the new technology. Hence, there is the corresponding development of labor power. On the other hand, relations of production in any given epoch are determined by the pattern of ownership of the means of social production. This gives rise to two contending classes, haves and have-nots. In earlier stages of historical development of the forces of production fails to make any dent in this pattern. In other words, changes in the mode of production bring about changes in the nature of contending classes, but they do not bring about an end of the class conflict. Change in the nature of contending classes is itself brought about by a social revolution. When material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, these relations turn into their fetters. The new social class which comes to own new means of production feels constrained by these fetters and overthrows the old dominant class in a revolution. As a result of social revolution, an old social formation is replaced by a new social formation. In this process, old contending classes are replaced by new contending classes, but class conflict continues on a new plane. This has been the case till the rise of capitalism, which will be overthrown by a socialist revolution, leading to the eventual emergence of classless society. Marxian view of the stages of historical development. Historical, epoch. Ancient I times, J. Medieval I times F. Modern I times future I. Future 2. Prevailing mode of production, household-based small-scale production. Large-scale agriculture-based production. Large-scale machine-based production. Do, caused by. Emergence of private property, rise of feudalism, rise of capitalism, socialist revolution, liquidation of remnants of capitalism, social formation, slave-owning society, feudal society, capitalist society, socialist society, communist society, contending, classes, master and slave, lord and serf, capitalist and worker, workers in power, and the former capitalist, no contending classes as it will be classless society. 36. An introduction to political theory. Social formation. In Marxist thought, a form of organization of society which comes into existence around a specific mode of production. Changes in mode of production give rise to different social formations which are associated with different historical epochs. Thus, household-based small-scale production gives rise to slave-owning society. Large-scale agriculture-based production gives rise to feudal society. And large-scale machine-based production gives rise to capitalist society. Doctrine of class conflict. Class conflict or class struggle is an integral part of historical materialism. The opening sentence of Communist Manifesto 1848 reads, "The history of all hitherto society is the history of class struggles." Here, history means all written history. When Communist Manifesto was originally written, the prehistory giving account of primitive tribal communities with common ownership of means of production was not known. When it became known, it was described as primitive communism. Communist Manifesto deals with the period beginning with the division of society into antagonistic classes since the emergence of private property. So Communist Manifesto proceeds: freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large or in the common ruin of the contending classes. Primitive communism, a form of communism, classless society with common ownership of means of production, found in primitive societies. At this stage, the instruments of labor were of most primitive kind: the club, the stone axe, the flint knife, the stone-tipped spear, followed later by the bow and arrow. Man's muscular strength was the only motive force employed to operate these elementary tools. These tools were held in common ownership by the members of the primitive community, which engaged itself in common labor. For example, common hunting, common fishing, and the fruits of this common labor were also shared in common. There was no concept of private property, hence no exploitation of man by man. With the development of forces of production, one mode of production is replaced by another, but class conflict between the new social classes reappears under the new social formation. Thus, ancient slave-owning society was characterized by class conflict between master and slave, medieval feudal society. Concept of ideology. By class conflict between lord and serf in the modern capitalist society. By class conflict between bourgeoisie capitalists and proletariat workers. Status of the class conflict in modern capitalist society is described in Communist Manifesto as under. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Lord and serf. These were the two contending classes in medieval feudal society. Lord meant the landlord who was the owner of land. Serf meant the peasant who did not own land but cultivated it, and received a small fixed share of the produce as a return for his toil. Serf was not a slave. He could have his family and its belongings, but he could not leave his duty without permission of his lord. Exploitation of serfs was very common in feudal society. Bourgeoisie and proletariat. These are the two contending classes in modern capitalist society. Engels' note to the English edition of Communist Manifesto 1888 reads, "By bourgeoisie is meant the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means of social production and employers of wage labor. By proletariat, the class of modern wage laborers who, having no means of production of their own, are reduced to selling their labor power in order to live." Class conflict in modern capitalist society has appeared in more crystallized form. So Communist Manifesto declares, "Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature. It has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat." Marx and Engels hoped that this conflict had entered a decisive phase. They had full faith in revolutionary potential of the proletariat. That is their ability to overthrow capitalism and establish a socialist society with social ownership of means of social production. So they observed, of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modem industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. Ibid. 38. An introduction to political theory. The proletarian revolution would be different from all previous revolutions of history. All previous historical movements were movements of minorities or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. Ibid. According to Marx and Engels, this revolution would bring about the final emancipation of mankind, because there is no class below the proletariat which could be subjected to exploitation when the proletariat comes to power. It would place all means of social production under social ownership, make work compulsory for everyone, and develop the forces of production to their full potential. This will pave the way for the emergence of classless society, which will mark the end of class conflict. Theory of surplus value. Theory of surplus value represents economic basis of Marxist critique of capitalism. It is meant to demonstrate how the capitalist mode of production involves the exploitation of working class. According to Marx, labor is the sole creator of value. Of the four elements of production, viz., land, labor, capital, and organization, three elements, land, capital, and organization, are sterile because they are capable of reproducing only what is put in them. Labor is the only element which produces value in society. In other words, the value of a commodity is the product of labor. The quantity of labor employed in it should be calculated right from the production of the raw material, processing the raw material, acquiring the sources of energy for its processing, and constructing the required machinery and building for its production. The quantity of labor required in its production is also determined by the average conditions of social production and the average skill of the labor employed. The actual amount of labor employed in the production of a commodity is called its natural price. It differs from its price in the market, or market price, which fluctuates with the changing conditions of demand and supply. In a free market society fostered by capitalism, the worker is forced to sell his labor at the market price. When more and more job seekers come to the marketplace, the market price of their labor, that is their wage rate, declines. Their employer, the capitalist, exploits their full potential to work, but pays them only subsistence wages for their own and their family's sustenance. Thus, the value produced by the worker may be split into two parts. One part is paid to the worker toward his wages. The other part is pocketed by the capitalist as his profit. This second part is described by Marx as surplus value. Rent and interest are paid from the surplus value. In other words, surplus value denotes the value of the labor done by the worker for which he is not paid at all. It forms. Concept of ideology. 39. Part of the capitalist profit, rent and interest on the sterile elements of production, organization, land and capital. It is, therefore, a glaring example of the worker's exploitation under capitalism. Neo-Marxism. Contemporary debates on Marxism focus on the relative importance of its basic tenets and identification of some new forms of domination and conflict emerging in the present-day society. It is no longer believed that the superstructure is wholly dependent on the base. Recognition of a sort of interdependence between base and superstructure has led to extensive analysis of various aspects of superstructure. The ongoing controversies in the arena of Marxist thought largely owe their origin to the work of the Frankfurt School. It was originally set up in 1923 as the Institute of Social Research in the University of Frankfurt, exiled from Germany in 1933, consequent upon the rise of Hitler. Relocated in the United States shortly thereafter, and after the downfall of Hitler, it was re-established in Frankfurt in the early 1950s. Scholars of this institute were hostile to capitalism. They were also disillusioned with Soviet socialism. They sought to evolve an alternative path for social development in accordance with the essence of Marxism as understood by them. The ideas evolved by the Frankfurt School are compendiously described as critical theory, although they do not fit into a single framework. The general outlook of the exponents of critical theory has been described by David Held as follows. They try to develop a critical perspective in the discussion of all social practices, that is, a perspective which is preoccupied by the critique of ideology, of systematically distorted accounts of reality which attempt to conceal illegitimate asymmetrical power relations. They were concerned with the way in which social interests, conflicts, and contradictions are expressed in thought, and how they are produced and reproduced in systems of domination. Through an examination of these systems, they hope to enhance awareness of the roots of domination, undermine ideologies, and help to compel changes in consciousness and action. A Dictionary of Marxist Thought, edited by Tom Bottomore, 1983. The exponents of critical theory advance new interpretations of Marxism in several directions and various spheres of learning, including those of philosophy, economics, political science, sociology, anthropology, social psychology, psychoanalysis, music and fine arts, etc. The leading figures of the Frankfurt School: Theodor Adorno, 1903-69, Max Horkheimer, 1895-1973, Herbert Marcuse, 1898-1979, and Jürgen Habermas, 1929. Among others, advanced a cultural critique of bourgeois society, particularly in terms of technological domination rather than capitalist domination. Broadly speaking, contemporary Marxist thought, better known as neo-Marxism, has developed in two directions: humanist and scientific. The humanist, an introduction to political theory, strain of neo-Marxism draws particularly on the work of the young Marx and constitutes the mainstream of critical theory. Its dominant themes are the problems of alienation and ways to human emancipation. Thus, Herbert Marcuse brilliantly portrayed the conditions of alienation in bourgeois society which have reduced the human being to one-dimensional man. He pointed out that capitalism had cunningly anesthetized the discontent of the oppressed by manipulating the means of communication so as to stimulate trivial material desires which are easily satisfied. Marcuse argued that human beings should first be made aware of their condition of unfreedom, whereafter they will easily find their way to freedom. On the other hand, the scientific strain of neo-Marxism is primarily concerned with its scientific and explanatory character. It is particularly interested in structures as well as relative importance of cultural, ideological, and social factors. Thus, Louis Althusser, 1918-90, a French communist and philosopher, challenged the humanist themes of Marxist thinking in the early 1960s, and asserted the importance of analyzing the deep structures of human societies, especially their modes of production. Conclusion: it is significant that the collapse of socialism in Eastern Europe by the end of 1980s and its collapse in the former Soviet Union by 1991, followed by the introduction of market economies and multi-party political systems, necessitated new thinking on the adequacy of classical Marxism on which these regimes were based. Moreover, in the People's Republic of China and other countries which still claim to retain their communist systems, necessary changes are being made toward liberalization in keeping with their national needs and aspirations. Now there is no scope of rigidity in maintaining communist systems as it was during the regimes of Stalin in Russia and Mao Zedong in China. Experience has shown that instead of withering away of the state in socialist countries, there has been a collapse of socialist state and consequent return toward liberalism. Champions of classical Marxism try to explain away this situation by alleging that these countries were not really socialist at all. This is, however, an oversimplification of the issue. It is now becoming increasingly clear that the problem of fighting out the forces of domination and exploitation is no longer confined to the struggle of working class against capitalist class, as originally envisaged in late 19th century. The upholders of dependency theory have been arguing that in the 20th century the focus of struggle has shifted to the fight of the developing nations against the forces of colonialism and neo-colonialism. Other neo-Marxists have amply demonstrated that domination and exploitation in human society assume many complex forms. The framework of Marxism must be modified suitably to tackle all these problems in the contemporary context. Concept of ideology. 41. Seventh, socialism. The term socialism is variously understood and defined by various thinkers and schools of thought. C.M. Joad, in his Introduction to Modern Political Theory 1924, significantly observed, socialism proves to be a different creed in the hands of its exponents, varying with the temperaments of its advocates and the nature of abuses which have prompted their advocacy. Socialism, in short, is like a hat that has lost its shape because everybody wears it. A large number of works on socialism have evaded the problem of defining it. However, a working definition of socialism is necessary in order to understand its various applications. The Oxford English Dictionary defines socialism as a theory or policy that aims at or advocates the ownership or control of the means of production, capital, land, property, etc. by the community as a whole and their administration in the interests of all. This definition, though not very comprehensive, indicates the chief method and goal of socialism. A more elaborate definition of socialism is found in Joseph A. Schumpeter's Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy 1942, where it is defined as that organization of society in which the means of production are controlled and the decisions on how and what to produce and on who is to get what are made by public authority instead of by privately owned and privately managed firms. Many other definitions and descriptions of socialism more or less embrace these and similar ideas. In short, socialism stands for an economic system under which the major instruments of social production, that is the instruments by which production is carried out for consumption by the larger society, are placed under the ownership and control of public authority in order to ensure that they are properly utilized to secure the public interest. It is based on the view that liberty and equality granted to citizens in the political sphere will remain in empty form unless they are accompanied by a reorganization of the economic life of society so as to convert them into substantive rights for citizens. How can socialism be established in society? It is interesting to note that the varieties of socialism differ from each other because of their different answers to this important question. The distinction between them will help us understand the true character of socialism: evolutionary and revolutionary socialism. In popular parlance, the term socialism is usually applied to indicate evolutionary socialism, that is, a kind of socialism achieved by evolutionary process or by 42, an introduction to political theory. Degrees, not by wholesale transformation of society in a single stroke. Evolutionary socialism may be distinguished from revolutionary socialism, which seeks to introduce socialism in its totality so as to replace capitalist system by the socialist system. In other words, revolutionary socialism seeks to transform the social system thoroughly instead of accepting small concessions for the underprivileged sections. In fact, evolutionary socialism admits an attitude of compromise between capitalism and socialism, so that the capitalist system is allowed to continue with some changes here and there in the socialist direction. It therefore belongs to the liberal tradition. On the other hand, revolutionary socialism makes a direct attack on the prevailing contradictions of the social order. It therefore belongs to the Marxist tradition. While evolutionary socialism may also be described as liberal socialism, revolutionary socialism may be called Marxian socialism. Evolutionary socialism relies on the democratic method, parliamentary reform, and even economic planning on the plea that the interests of the underprivileged sections, especially the working classes, might be represented and taken care of by their representatives and leadership. It is therefore coterminous with democratic socialism. Revolutionary socialism, on the other hand, insists on organizing the working classes for fighting against capitalism so as to overthrow the capitalist order and establish complete socialization of the instruments of production and distribution by revolution. It is important to note that evolutionary socialism aims at securing the rights of the working classes, especially their economic rights, as a part of the supposed common interest of the community. In other words, it seeks to accommodate or reconcile the interests of the working classes with those of other classes. Thus, it subscribes to the theory of harmony or equilibrium as the governing principle of social relationships, corresponding to the position taken by modern liberalism. On the other hand, revolutionary socialism repudiates the theory of equilibrium or reconciliation between different interests in society. It seeks to reverse the position of the dominant and dependent classes of capitalist society, and ultimately to destroy the conditions of domination itself so as to secure a classless society. Most of the exponents of evolutionary socialism were associated with Fabian socialism. Fabian socialism. Some 35 years after the Communist Manifesto was issued, Fabian socialism made its appearance in England. This was the first systematic doctrine of evolutionary socialism as a substitute for the Marxian revolutionary socialism. Fabian socialists sought to modify Marxian concepts in several ways. They based their economics on the Ricardian law of rent rather than on the labor theory of value concept of ideology. 43. B. They did not rely exclusively on the working class for bringing about social change, but set before themselves the task of permeating the middle class with a socialist message. And finally, they sought to introduce socialism, not in a single stroke, but by degrees, through state and cooperative ownership of industry, increasing power of labor in legislative and executive offices, growth of trade unions and educational movements, and development of social consciousness, through gradual democratization of society in the political, economic, and intellectual fields. Ricardian law of rent. The law enunciated by David Ricardo 1772 to 1823, a British economist. It held that with the growth of industrialization, demand for food grains rises and rent on land goes up. So landlords immensely benefit from the growth of capitalism. Fabian socialism, or Fabianism, was first developed in England by the Fabian Society, founded in 1884, from which it derived its name. The term Fabian was adopted after the name of a great Roman general, Quintus Fabius 275 to 203 BC, whose tactics in the fight against Hannibal served as a guide for the society. Thus its motto read, "For the right moment you must wait, as Fabius did, most patiently, when warring against Hannibal, though many censured his delays. But when the time comes you must strike hard, as Fabius did, or your waiting will be in vain and fruitless." It will be recalled that Marxian socialism, developed in the late 40s of the 19th century, had envisaged revolution as an essential medium of change from capitalism to socialism. However, Fabian socialism regarded the transition from capitalism to socialism as a gradual process. It looked forward to the socialization of industry by the peaceful use of economic and political agencies already in hand. Marxian socialism had relied on the working class to bring about the transition from capitalism to socialism. Fabian socialism sought to make use of the services of the middle class for developing the technique of bringing about a new social order. It considered arousing the social conscience of the community in favor of the socialist ideal as a significant achievement. Fabianism, in fact, arose in the wake of the establishment of democracy in Great Britain, especially during the years 1865 to 1885. During this period, the working classes had not only obtained the franchise right to vote and the legalization of trade unions, but their influence on legislation and the wage contract was visibly on the increase. In such a state, there was no need of a revolution to create a new political mechanism, for it was already in existence and needed only to be used for the social transformation. An introduction to political theory. The Fabian socialists addressed themselves to the task of making the democratic state an instrument of systematic social reform. Socialists. 1859 to 1947, the leading Fabian socialist maintained that the mission of the socialists was to acquire knowledge by means of specialized research into the various manifestations of economic and social life, to acquaint themselves with the machinery of legislation and administration, and to put their knowledge and experience at the disposal of all political agencies. With the new approach, Fabianism was able to attract some very brilliant men of England who became its exponents. Among them, George Bernard Shaw, 1856 to 1950, Sidney Webb, 1859 to 1947, Beatrice Webb, 1858 to 1943, Sidney Olivier, 1859 to 1943. Graham Wallace, 1858 to 1932. Cole, 18,891,959 are the most illustrious figures. Aims and objects of Fabianism. The exponents of Fabian socialism, which included many eminent writers, produced a sizable literature wherein they spelled out their aims and objects. Among these, some are quite outstanding: emancipation of land and industrial capital, In pursuance of its socialist mission, the Fabian Society sought reorganization of society by the emancipation of land and industrial capital from individual and class ownership, investing them in the community for the general benefit, so that the natural and acquired assets of the community could be equitably shared by all. This, in effect, meant working for the extinction of private property in land, and of the consequent individual appropriation in the form of rent and other benefits accruing from private ownership of land. Similarly, the monopoly of the means of industrial production, industrial inventions, and transformation of surplus income had, in the past, mainly enriched the proprietary class while the worker had remained dependent upon that class for the means to earn a living. Fabianism sought to emancipate the worker through the transfer of the management of industrial capital to the community as a whole, equality of opportunity. The Fabian Society was convinced that the emancipation of land and industrial capital from individual and class ownership would create conditions under which rent and interest would be added to the reward of labor. The idle class, living on the labor of others, would necessarily disappear, and political equality of opportunity would be maintained by the spontaneous action of economic forces with much less interference in personal liberty than the existing system entailed. Concept of Ideology 45. Dissemination of socialist ideas. The Fabian Society aimed at spreading socialist ideas, especially regarding the relation between individual and society in its economic, ethical, and political aspects, including the establishment of equal citizenship for men and women. For this purpose, the Fabian socialists sought to use the democratic method of a slow and gradual turning of the popular mind to the new principles of social reorganization. Sidney Webb, writing on the historical basis of socialism in the Fabian Essays 1889, edited by Bernard Shaw, observed that important organic changes can only be 1. Democratic, and thus acceptable to a majority of the people, 2. Gradual, and thus causing no dislocation, however rapid may be the rate of progress, not regarded as immoral by the mass of the people, and thus not subjectively demoralizing them, and 4. In England, at any rate, constitutional and peaceful. Webb came out with a new interpretation of democracy, in conformity with the socialist point of view. He asserted that democracy consisted in the control by the people themselves, not only of their own political organization, but through that also of the main instruments of wealth production, the gradual substitution of organized cooperation for the anarchy of competitive struggle, and the consequent recovery of the enormous share which the possessors of the instruments of industry are able to take from the produce. Thus, the Fabian socialists were convinced that the spread of socialist ideas would automatically transform democracy into socialism. Universal education. Sidney Olivier, writing on the moral basis of socialism in the Fabian Essays, insisted on the provision of universal education as an essential means of emancipation of the working class. He pointed out that the educational system was an essential instrument of fostering social morality. The idea of the school implied leisure to learn. This meant the release of children from all non-educational labor until mind and physique have had a fair start in training. Education of adults needed a still wider arrangement. The school of the adult are the journal and the library, social intercourse, fresh air, clean and beautiful cities, the joy of the fields, the museum, the art gallery, the lecture hall, the drama and the opera, and only when these schools are free and accessible to all will the reproach of proletarian coarseness be done away with. German social democracy. German social democracy, as developed by Ferdinand Lassalle 1825-64, was another important version of evolutionary socialism. Lassalle accepted the Marxian 46, an introduction to political theory, doctrine of economic interpretation of history so far as it implied that the rise of the working class and the consequent decline of capitalism was inevitable in the future society. However, Lassalle evolved a different view regarding the nature and role of the state. Instead of a violent overthrow of the capitalist state, Lassalle suggested that the working class should organize itself into a political party with a view to securing universal, equal, and direct suffrage so as to make its power legally effective. Thus, Lassalle envisaged a constitutional and peaceful transition from the capitalist state to a workers' state. In this way, Lassalle sought to redefine the immediate goal of the workers' movement as securing a majority in the democratic legislative organs of the state. Revisionism. Another important school of evolutionary socialism that emerged in Germany itself was the revisionist school led by Eduard Bernstein 1850 to 1932. It also sought to revise some of the basic tenets of Marxian theory, particularly on the following lines. The class struggle had become less intense because the conditions of the working class had improved rather than deteriorated. B. The middle class had in fact expanded rather than shrunk. And C. Large areas of industry had remained in small-scale production rather than concentrated in large-scale industries. Bernstein therefore insisted that socialism should be treated more as a movement than an ultimate goal. Karl Kautsky 1854 to 1939 continued to defend Marxian theories, which remained the official doctrine of communist parties of Europe, but revisionist tactics became part of the socialist struggle. Bernstein rejected Marx's materialist interpretation of history, which implies the inevitability of class conflict as the road to socialism. Instead of class struggle and class rule, Bernstein preferred democracy, a genuine partnership of all adult citizens in a limited government as their joint enterprise. Liberal democracy was, to his mind, the very substance of socialism. Syndicalism. The socialist movement developed in France and Latin countries in the form of syndicalism. In fact, syndicalism originated as a trend in the French labor movement, which considers labor unions and their federations as cells of the future socialist order. It insists on the complete independence of labor unions from political parties. In short, A. Syndicalism accepted the class struggle theory of Marx. B. It preached abolition of the political state. C. It urged industrial concept of ideology. Action as the only effective means of bringing about a revolutionary change in society, and treated the general strike as a means of securing workers' control over industry. And D. It visualized the social order in which all power would be given to the producer, trade, and industrial unions would serve as the economic framework of society. Syndicalism achieved great ideological success in France in the period between 1899 and 1937. Initially, the movement insisted on the exclusive right of workers to control industry. But after the First World War 1914-18, it expanded its scope and conceded the equal right of consumers in this sphere of control. Syndicalism stood for socialization without state. Its opposition to the state took two major forms. A. The state should have no right in the control of industry. And B. Independent economic organizations should be used to restrict and counterbalance the power of the state. Guild socialism. In the first quarter of the 20th century, there was another socialist movement in England, known as guild socialism. In fact, guild socialism originated as a trend in the British labor movement, which enjoyed great ideological success in the period from 1916 to 1926. It tried to combine the good points of socialism with those of the ancient guild system. In short, A, it upheld the Marxian emphasis on class struggle. B, it stood for the abolition of the wage system and demanded representation of the workers in industrial control. C, it sought to modify syndicalism by introducing the importance of consumer side by side with the worker. And D, it sought to abolish the old state, which was an instrument of exploitation. However, it insisted that a new organization must be evolved to take charge of the many civic activities necessary to the life of the community. Guild socialism was strongly opposed not only to communism, but also to all forms of collectivistic socialism. It was inspired by that branch of French syndicalism, which sought to restrict and counterbalance the power of the political state by independent economic organizations of workers and consumers. However, British guild socialism drifted away from French syndicalism because of its affinity with the British liberal tradition as manifested in the pluralistic view of society. A critical appraisal, evolutionary socialism, in some form or the other, is practiced in a large number of countries today. In some countries, especially in the Scandinavian countries, it has brought widespread security and prosperity. In others, such as India, it has secured a marginal improvement in the general standards of living without making an effective dent in the vast socio-economic disparities. It has therefore been criticized on various grounds. 48. An introduction to political theory. No coherent doctrine. Evolutionary socialism is criticized because it has no coherent doctrine. There are so many varieties of evolutionary socialism, Fabian socialism, revisionism, syndicalism, guild socialism, parliamentary or democratic socialism, etc., that it is difficult to identify its essential contents. Different forms of evolutionary socialism accept and reject some or the other tenets of Marxian socialism without evolving suitable alternative strategies. It is therefore devoid of any general unified view, consistent philosophy or program. Different schools of evolutionary socialism seek to substitute class cooperation for class conflict, democracy for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and an evolutionary method for the revolutionary method. But they fail to demonstrate how these substitutes can function effectively to attain the socialist goals, not based in the working class. Some forms of evolutionary socialism, such as syndicalism and guild socialism, are, of course, based in the working class, but other forms are not so based. For instance, Fabian socialism was exclusively based in the intellectuals of the middle class, with hardly any links with the working class. In effect, it was reduced to an intellectual luxury. It aimed at permeating all classes, but failed to arouse the working class, which is the main sufferer under the capitalist system, and which is bound to be the chief beneficiary of the socialist transformation. In fact, Fabian socialism insisted on redistribution of national wealth for the social good, that is for the benefit of all sections of society rather than for a particular section like the workers. In essence, this was nearer the principle of liberalism rather than that of socialism, which seeks to tilt the balance in favor of the weaker, exploited, underprivileged, and oppressed sections. Legitimization of the bourgeois state. Evolutionary socialism seeks to accommodate socialist goals in the operation of the capitalist system. Since capitalism has accepted liberal democracy as its political framework, characterized by universal franchise, periodic elections, and free competition for power, it is felt that the people's urge for economic equality cannot be evaded for long by granting them formal equality in the political sphere. It is alleged that the adoption of socialist goals reassures the people and serves as a safety valve for the capitalist system. In other words, evolutionary socialism is the device to maintain market society system with certain modifications. However, it may be conceded that no society can function efficiently without adequate incentives. Even pure socialist systems felt the need of introducing a modicum of market principles to maintain efficiency. This mixture of market principles with socialism was called market socialism. This policy was adopted in Yugoslavia after the early S, in Hungary after, in China, Poland, Bulgaria, and the former Soviet Union in 1980s. But that too could not solve the concept of ideology. 49. Problem of scarcity. This led to bureaucratic corruption and eventual collapse of socialist systems. In the present age of disillusionment with revolutionary socialism, evolutionary socialism or democratic socialism is the only hope to promote social justice. Market socialism. An economic system where means of social production are held in public ownership, but allocation of resources is made according to market principles. Thus, product market, labor market, and capital market come into existence side by side with the socialist system. Conclusion. In spite of some shortcomings, evolutionary socialism is an effective instrument for mitigating the rigors of capitalism. It is definitely better than the crude form of capitalism, a free market economy with unrestrained competition. Evolutionary socialism provides an opportunity to the common people to resist and reduce the harshness of the capitalist class within capitalist society itself. It fails to transform capitalism precisely for want of adequate, organized, and consistent public pressure. The capitalist class manages to create an illusion of common welfare by granting small concessions and reliefs to the exploited and hard-pressed sections. Social contradictions continue to thrive in such a situation. Once the exploited sections become conscious of these contradictions and make up their mind to fight them out, the ground is prepared for transformation of the capitalist system. Even Marxian socialism postulates the emergence of class consciousness and a strong organization of the exploited class for bringing about revolution. If necessary consciousness and organization are present among the exploited sections, it should not be difficult for them to transform the capitalist system even through the ballot box. A combination of democracy and socialism is now regarded as not only possible, but logical and even inevitable. In the ultimate analysis, if democracy is real enough, its success will be reflected in the fulfillment of the aspirations of ordinary people, which are not different from the socialist goals. It is now being increasingly realized that, in highly industrialized modern states, armed revolutions have very little scope of being victorious. The constitutional method of securing the goals of socialism is therefore not entirely redundant, provided the exploited classes are on the alert, well-organized, vocal, and seriously engaged in building up strong public pressure against the capitalist class. An introduction to political theory. What is fascism? Fascism stands for a doctrine, ideology, or a set of principles underlying the movement founded in Italy by Benito Mussolini 1883 to 1945 and his followers in 1919. For this purpose, he combined his fasci of workers, that is small groups organized to bring about revolutionary changes in the political structure of Italy, into the fascisti. The word fasci, from which the term fascism is derived, denotes the bundle of rods bound with a red cord round an axe helve which was borne before the Roman consuls by the lictors attendants of magistrates as the symbol of public power. The word fascisti denoted the movement as well as the party founded to achieve the goals of fascism. In fact, Italian fascism came to have some well-defined goals, defined and declared by its leader, Mussolini himself. It also evolved or embraced certain principles, a variety of unrelated principles woven into an incoherent whole, designed to meet political exigencies. That is why fascism never developed into a coherent political philosophy. It only developed into a movement which achieved temporary success in Italy. It was partly adopted by Adolf Hitler, 1889 to 1945, and the Nazis in Germany, Franco, 1892 to 1975, and the Phalangists in Spain, and had a marginal following in Britain, France, and other European countries. Some writers try to find its parallels in Asia, particularly in Japan, and in some Latin American countries, particularly in Argentina. Of the three main streams of political thought, liberalism, Marxism, and idealism, fascism is openly opposed to liberalism and Marxism. It is wedded to the idealist theory, but only to its distorted form. Fascism embraced some theoretical principles only to win the political support of some groups, especially to mobilize a large number of frustrated elements in society. Since these heterogeneous groups had no common interest, no common ideal, and no common values, fascism could never evolve a consistent political theory. It never became a part of the mainstream of political theory. The students of political theory look to fascism not for guidance in sorting out theoretical issues, but for understanding political pathology. That is to understand how an adventurous leader like Mussolini or a fanatic leader like Hitler can play upon and exploit the sentiments of different categories of people under abnormal circumstances and mobilize them for achieving certain goals which they would not approve of under normal mental and social conditions. Sociologists and social psychologists have found rich material for study in the abnormal conditions of society which gave rise to the emergence of fascism. In politics, fascism is identified with a sick mental attitude, which sets aside reason as well as sound moral and social principles for the fulfillment of ambitions of narrow groups. Fascist tendencies pose a danger to peace and freedom in the world. The word fascist is a term of abuse in present-day vocabulary. Concept of ideology. 51. Idealism, an approach to the study of social change which regards idea or consciousness as the essence of universe and the motive force behind all change. It is opposite of materialism, which comprises the basic principle of Marxism. G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, famous German philosopher, has given a vivid account of idealist interpretation of human history. He regarded all social institutions as the expression of development of idea or consciousness which culminates in the emergence of nation-state. Hegel called for absolute submission of man to the state for the realization of his freedom. Fascism made use of a distorted version of this theory to muster support for its program. Development of fascism. The development of fascism chiefly took place during the period between the two world wars 1919 to 39 in Italy and Germany. It also had some parallel in Japan, so that the three countries, Germany, Italy, and Japan, eventually formed the Berlin-Rome-Tokyo axis and were the chief enemies of the Allied powers during the Second World War 1939 to the power of 5. In fact, the Second World War was fought to defeat fascism. Fascism was strongly opposed to democracy, if not to capitalism, as well as to communism. That is why the capitalists and the communists joined together to defeat it. William Ebenstein in his Today's Isms 1980 observes, stripped to its essentials, fascism is the totalitarian organization of government and society by a single-party dictatorship, intensely nationalist, racist, militarist, and imperialist. In Europe, Italy was the first to go fascist in 1922, and Germany followed in 1933. In Asia, Japan became fascist in the 1930s, gradually evolving totalitarian institutions out of its own native heritage. Its chief variants, Italian fascism and German National Socialism, Nazism, arose under somewhat different circumstances, but they had many parallels in theory and practice. R.M. McIlver, in his Web of Government 1965, significantly observes, both succeeded in enlisting diverse groups and classes to a program of expansionist aggression, finding common ground in the respective treatment meted out to them in the Treaty of Versailles. The one was chafing in defeat and the other discontented with the rewards of victory. In both instances, a disoriented small bourgeois group, in a time of social upheaval and economic trouble, found a leader who was master of the mass appeal. The preceding war had inculcated habits of blind obedience to the command of the superior, but the authority behind the command had been discredited. Men were groping for a new myth of authority. They were susceptible to the gospel of new demagogues. 52. An introduction to political theory. It is significant that both Italy and Germany had lagged behind other countries of Europe, for example France and Great Britain, in their way to national unification. Their geographical position had prevented them from attaining the status of world powers. Their societies were still in transition. The power was passing from a reactionary aristocracy to the emerging bourgeoisie, the capitalist class. But a strong working class was simultaneously rising and raising its claim to power. Both countries cherished a deep pride in their past cultural distinctions and felt bitterness over less great countries rising to the status of world powers, ignoring their claims. After the First World War 1914 to 18, many Italians strongly felt that they had been cheated in the matter of distribution of the spoils of victory, while the Germans were indignant over the backbreaking war reparations imposed on them by their victors. In short, both Italy and Germany were in the grip of crisis and abnormal circumstances which were responsible for their similar development. As McIlver has noted, it is an old story that under conditions of grave stress, with the breaking of tradition, the people, and especially the young, lose the finer cohesion that gives play to the personality of each, and are more easily reduced to the mass, the populace, the mob. Then comes the leader, whether he be a fanatic or an ambitious adventurer, and by his devices and his eloquence advances the process, at length making the mass the installment of his purposes. Theory of reaction. The doctrine of fascism arose as a theory of reaction to democracy, socialism, and communism. While democracy and communism represented progressive forces of the modem age, fascism sought to promote a movement or tendency in the reverse direction, in support of the former outmoded, repressive, social and political conditions and policy. According to Dictionary of Political Science, Ed Joseph Dunner, fascism rejects equality and substitutes the principle of hierarchy culminating in a supreme leader or dictator whose will is law. Fascism repudiates individualism and asserts that all values derive from the state, against which the individual possesses no rights. True liberty, consequently, is found only in subjection to state authority. The fascist state requires complete conformity, rigid discipline, and unquestioning obedience. Force is legitimate which conduces to these ends. As against the liberal democratic cult of reason, fascism relies on faith and emotion as the motive force of human actions. Instead of regarding individual as an end and the state as a means, fascism exalts the state as an end and reduces individual to the means. It establishes the monopoly of the nation-state in all internal and external matters. It does not tolerate any human association or concept of ideology. 53. Organization within the state to compete with the state for the loyalty of individual. Thus, it rejects the pluralistic cult of liberal democracy. In the international sphere, it does not support international organization for settlement of disputes and relies upon military solutions. Fascism repudiates the progressive doctrine of human equality as the basis of their rational organization into nation or other associations. On the contrary, it seeks unity through homogeneity. In Germany, this attitude was embodied in racist doctrines and the program of liquidation of non-Aryan elements. The fascist disdain for democracy is reflected in its policy of concentration of political power in the hands of the dictator and a single political party. This is amply revealed in Mussolini's pattern of leadership, as R.M. McIlvur in his Web of Government 1965 has aptly illustrated. In one thing he showed consistency throughout his career, his contempt for democracy. Exulting over the decaying corpse of the goddess of liberty, he proceeded to tear down, piece by piece, the parliamentary structure. He nullified and then abolished all political parties except the party. He changed his office of premier into that of head of the government. He made the party the organ of the state, with a hierarchical system of controls from the local party boss to the Grand Council of Fascism. His regime became a personal government of the most extreme type. The members of the party were sworn to boundless obedience to his orders. Fascism created a peculiar authoritarian system which strived to engender mass enthusiasm for its regime and policies. In the event, Mussolini emerged as an extremely popular leader enjoying immense authority in the state. As McIlvur has elucidated, he had his personal army, the Black Shirt Militia, bound exclusively to his service. The new political structure of fascist dictatorship was built inside the pre-existing system until all that remained of the old order was a hollow facade. The king still reigned, the Senate still met, but one man, backed by his disciplined cohorts, commanded Italy, Ibid. In short, fascism set aside constitutional democracy in order to enhance the prestige and power of the dictator and to establish the hegemony of a single party, commanding unconditional obedience from the people. Theory of counter-revolution. Fascism began as a movement demanding revolutionary changes in the social and political structure of Italy, but it soon developed into a force against revolution itself, especially against the revolutionary force of communism. Fascism may also be regarded as counter-revolutionary because it sought to promote concentration of economic control in fewer hands, as also to stop diffusion of 54%. An introduction to political theory, political power. In other words, it stripped capitalism of its democratic character, which could have had some sobering effect on it. While the masses in a capitalist society could use their political power, thanks to the development of democracy, to secure increasing material well-being, fascism ruled out such possibility. Under fascism, the masses are left with no rights or safeguards against their oppression by the ruling clique. In the liberal phase of capitalism, the capitalists are somewhat prepared to pay the price of people's support in the form of some concessions, but when it enters the fascist phase, the capitalists are no longer required to pay that price. Profit-making motive of the capitalists is no longer restrained by people's demands or expectations. The result is lower wages for the workers, inferior general conditions of industry, lowering of taxation upon capital, and contraction of social services. Harold J. Lasky, in his State and Theory and Practice 1935, observes that so long as the marriage of capitalism and democracy continued, capitalism continued to extend concessions to the masses, giving them a sense of satisfaction. But when it sought to withdraw those concessions, it had recourse to fascism. Fascism came to rescue capitalism from this dilemma. By the abrogation of democracy, in one form or another, it has entrusted unlimited political power to those who own and control the means of production. All political parties which deny its purposes have been suppressed. The free trade unions have gone, and with them the right to strike. Wages have been reduced either unilaterally by the employers or with the approval of the state. The right of free criticism has been suppressed, and the power of the electorate to change its government has been withdrawn. Fascist states also sought to curb individual liberty by obstructing the supply of true news. They brought the press, the wireless, the publishing trade, the cinema, and the theater directly under government control. The neutrality of the civil service was openly abandoned, and even the judiciary was subordinated to the service of fascist ideals. The fascist states built their authority by relying on the loyalty of the armed forces as also by arming the forces of their own partisans. The whole state apparatus was used to advance the interests of capitalism at the expense of the worker. As Lasky has illustrated, Mussolini has explained that the individual fulfills himself in the fulfillment of the state end. Once we examine the actual character of that end in fascist communities, it becomes clear that it implies the sacrifice of the ordinary worker to the capitalist need to make profit, ibid. In a nutshell, fascism seeks to avert the transformation of the capitalist system into a democratic welfare state or service state. It tends to maintain the exploitative character of the capitalist patterns of production in the name of national interest, national unity, discipline, industrial peace, and higher production, and to save a decadent capitalist system from the revolutionary threat of the oppressed classes. Concept of ideology. 55. Fascism also seeks to dilute the revolutionary content of communism by an improvised anti-Marxist theory. It tries to replace materialism by a mystical political idealism. It rejects the theory of class conflict in favor of the organic unity of the nation-state that claims to represent a unified national interest. It even repudiates the economic motive behind human actions, which could give rise to class struggle. As Mussolini himself observed in his famous article in Encyclopedia Italiana, fascism, now and always, believes in holiness and in heroism. That is to say, in actions influenced by no economic motive, direct or indirect. And if the economic conception of history be denied, according to which theory men are no more than puppets, carried to and fro by the waves of chance while the real directing forces are quite out of their control, it follows that the existence of an unchangeable and unchanging class war is also denied, the natural progeny of the economic conception of history. And above all, fascism denies that class war can be the preponderant force in the transformation of society. Fascism thus tends to project an image of a unified nation with an indivisible interest to repudiate the theory of class conflict. It even refuses to rely on reason for arriving at truth. Instead, it eulogizes the creative power of the myth to muster the support of all classes in society. As Mussolini said in a speech at Naples in 1922, "We have created our myth. The myth is a faith, it is passion. It is not necessary that it shall be a reality. It is a reality by the fact that it is a goad, a hope, a faith, that it is courage. Our myth is the nation. Our myth is the greatness of the nation." Hitler similarly created the myth of race and developed his racist doctrine as a counterpart of the fascist image of the nation. He dwelled on the miraculous power of propaganda, especially of false propaganda, in his notorious work Mein Kampf, My Struggle, 1925-26. Thus, fascism openly sets aside truth and reason for the advancement of its sinister designs and containment of revolutionary forces. Socioeconomic basis. Some writers, such as W.M. McGovern, From Luther to Hitler, 1941, and R.M. McIlver, The Web of Government, 1965, regard fascism as a movement of the lower middle class. However, when examined closely, this interpretation does not seem to be correct. It may be admitted that fascism particularly appealed to small businessmen, such as individual shopkeepers, who felt their livelihood threatened on the one hand by the rising working class with its revolutionary socialism, and on the other by the monster of monopoly capitalism. But fascism. 56. An introduction to political theory itself did not emanate from any movement launched by the lower middle class. The fascist militia were recruited from a subclass of the tradeless dregs of the working class without class loyalty or self-respect. In fact, fascism sought to muster support from diverse sections of society through false promises, appeals, and tactics. To discover the real socioeconomic basis of fascism, it is essential to determine which class it sought to serve. As Lasky, in his State and Theory and Practice 1935, has amply demonstrated, fascism sought to serve the interests of the capitalist class at the expense of the masses, especially the working class. It created the myth of the nation to secure concentration of economic and political control in the hands of a small number of persons and to demand unquestioning obedience and devotion from the masses to the authority so created. As Lasky concludes, stripped of all its rhetorical trappings, Italian fascism appears quite simply as an insistence upon compulsory obedience to a state whose purpose is to protect existing class relations. Instead of serving the interest of the whole nation, fascism only sought to exploit the prevailing social tensions and crises to bring home the need of absolute authority and unquestioning obedience. William Ebenstein has tried to show that the conditions of capitalism do not by themselves give rise to fascism, but it arises only where democracy is particularly weak. Industrialists are not as a class any more fascist-minded than other social groups, in countries with strong liberal and democratic traditions, for example. Industrialists have neither more nor less faith than other people in the democratic process. But where democracy has been weak, as it was in Germany, Italy, and Japan, it took only a few wealthy industrialists and landowners to supply fascist movements with ample funds. Today's Isms, 1980. Ebenstein observes that even the conditions of economic depression need not necessarily lead to the rise of fascism, but the fear and frustration arising out of economic depression can lead to it. In times of depression, fear and frustration undermine faith in the democratic process, and where the faith in rational methods weakens, fascism is the potential gainer. The small businessman blames big business for his troubles. Big business puts the blame on the unreasonableness of the labor unions. Labor feels that the only way out is to soak the rich. The farmers feel that they are not getting enough for farm products, and that the prices they pay for manufactured goods are too high. And worst of all, there is the large mass of unemployed people. EBID. Ebenstein further argues that even the economic suffering caused by unemployment can be mitigated by adequate relief, but the feeling of being useless, unwanted, and outside the productive ranks of society paves the way for the rise of fascism. 57. Concept of ideology. It is among these spiritually homeless that fascism makes serious inroads during a depression. By putting an unemployed person into a uniform, a fascist movement makes him feel that he belongs, and by telling him that he is a member of a superior race or nation, such a movement restores some of his self-respect. EBID. The basic point made by Ebenstein to vindicate capitalism is, however, not fundamentally different from Lasky's view. The basic point is that so long as capitalism can accommodate the democratic aspirations of the people, it is not likely to degenerate into fascism. Ebenstein is highly optimistic of this potential in capitalism. But Lasky further holds that if the marriage between capitalism and democracy is brought to its logical conclusion, it will lead to the transformation of capitalism itself. On the contrary, an unrestrained capitalism would degenerate into fascism by crushing the democratic aspirations of the people. Liberal and Marxist critiques of fascism. Fascism is by no means a systematic doctrine. It is a queer mixture of incongruous elements. In Lasky's words, fascism, when closely examined, proves to be nothing more than an ill-assorted ragbag, in which all kinds of remnants from the most diverse philosophies seek, as best they may, to find a place. The State in Theory and Practice, 1935. Fascism sought to mix up different theoretical elements, only to evolve an instrument of mass appeal and mass mobilization for the attainment of some political goals projected by an elite who happened to control political as well as economic power. Mussolini himself, in an article written in 1924, admitted, "We fascists have had the courage to discard all traditional political theories, and we are aristocrats and democrats, revolutionaries and reactionaries, proletarians and anti-proletarians, pacifists and anti-pacifists. It is sufficient to have a single fixed point, the nation. The rest is obvious." In its attempt to attain practical goals, fascism sought to repudiate both liberalism and Marxism in their essentials. It rejected constitutional government and other vital attributes of liberal democracy. It equally rejected Marxism. It has therefore been criticized by liberals as well as Marxists. Liberal critique. Several liberal writers have criticized fascism, particularly because of its totalitarian character and its rejection of democratic methods, human rights, etc. It is important to note that while liberalism is primarily a philosophy of capitalism, fascism also sought to promote capitalism rather out of the way. Liberal writers. 58. An Introduction to Political Theory have taken different positions on this issue. Some of them do not refer to any significant relation between fascism and capitalism. As William Ebenstein has argued, the Marxist interpretation of fascism in terms of class identifying fascism with capitalism in decay is not borne out by the facts. Fascism cuts across all social groups. Wealthy industrialists and landowners support it for one reason, the lower middle classes for another, and some blue-collar workers for another still. Today's Isms, 1980. Still others feel that fascism sought to distort the liberal and benevolent character of capitalism by dissociating it from democratic traditions and diverting it from the path of the welfare state. The main liberal objection against fascism is that it sought to destroy individual liberty by subordinating individual to the absolute authority of the state, and by reducing individual to a means to serve the end of the state. In the second place, fascism sought to accentuate the irrational element in human nature, while liberalism pleads for man's freedom, treating him primarily as a rational being. Thirdly, fascism repudiates the liberal faith in the natural and social equality of men, through its cult of hero worship, superiority of the elite and racist doctrines. In the fourth place, fascism hits at the pluralistic nature of society by establishing the monopoly of a single political party, and eliminating free and open competition for political power. And finally, fascism demolishes constitutional government, which is the sole guarantee of human freedom and progress, as well as the cardinal principle of liberal democracy. Marxist critique. Marxists deprecate fascism as an attempt to protect capitalism in its decadent phase. By creating the myth of a nation, fascism sought to suppress class conflict on the one hand, and to thwart any international movement toward communism on the other. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist who was victimized and tortured by the fascist regime of Mussolini, maintained that the ideological propaganda of the fascists sought to preserve capitalist hegemony and structures of domination, which made it acceptable to the ignorant masses. Leon Trotsky, 1879 to 1940, and others argue that the mass basis of fascism was provided by a desperate, rootless middle class. The widespread fear of uncertainty in a time of crisis served to provide an authoritarian basis for fascism. Conclusion. Some liberal writers, prompted by their equal disdain for fascism and communism, have sought to club the two as totalitarian dictatorships. For instance, R.M. McCulver, The Web of Government, 1965, and Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, have adopted this classification. This is not only unfair but, concept of ideology, 59, misleading. Fascism tends to suppress the masses to secure the interests of a tiny class in all spheres, social, economic, political. On the contrary, communism, even when it uses coercion, seeks to distribute benefits to secure the maximum satisfaction of the masses. G. A. Almond and G. B. Powell, in their noted work Comparative Politics, A Developmental Approach, 1966, have aptly made this distinction. Totalitarian systems suppress demands coming from their societies and are unresponsive to demands coming from the international environment. At the same time, they regulate and coerce behavior in their societies. Totalitarianism differs from fascist totalitarianism in having a strong distributive capability as well. Fascism, besides its retrograde class character, symbolizes a sick mental and political attitude. It fosters anti-human and anti-progressive forces. It seeks to curb liberty and equality and to distort justice. In short, it is a philosophy of the lunatic fringe, champions of terror and violence, who advocate superiority of one race, sect, region, religion, language, or culture, relegating the rest of mankind to slavery. Unfortunately, fascist tendencies are not dead the world over. Enemies of mankind still thrive in some parts of the world and pose a potential threat to the security of those who do not belong to them, not to speak of those who do not follow them. Ninth, anarchism. What is anarchism? Anarchism stands for a mode of thought which holds that society can and should be organized without the coercive authority of the state. Although some indications of this mode of thought could be traced to ancient times, William Godwin, 17,561,836, a British political theorist, was the first thinker who argued unequivocally for a stateless society. His inquiry concerning political justice, 1793, is regarded to be the first systematic defense of anarchism. However, it was P.J. Proudhon, 1809 to 65, a French philosopher, who was the first to call himself an anarchist. As an ideology, anarchism had its greatest influence in late 19th and early 20th centuries, when several revolutionary movements in Western countries favored this mode of thought. Anarchist thinkers have one common aim, abolition of the state, but they widely differ as to how the state should be abolished, and what type of organization should be evolved to replace it. So they by no means form a homogeneous group. They include a wide variety of thinkers, ranging from the defenders of extreme form of socialism to the champions of extreme form of individualism. All anarchists agree on the need to dispense with compulsory forms of authority, an introduction to political theory, culminating in authority of the state. However, most anarchists recognize the rational form of authority, particularly the authority of experts, for example scientists and doctors, in their respective fields, as also the moral authority of collective decisions taken in a genuinely democratic manner. They are mostly averse to hierarchical forms of authority, for example churches, armies, bosses of capitalist enterprises, and impersonal bureaucracies. Of the several schools of anarchist thought, the following are particularly important: philosophical anarchism, socialist anarchism, revolutionary anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism, pacific anarchism, and libertarian anarchism. Philosophical anarchism. Philosophical anarchism rejects the idea of legitimate authority in the sense that no individual, whether state official or not, has the right to command the obedience of another. Individual autonomy, as conceived morally, requires individuals to act according to their own judgments. Because of its focus on individual, this school of thought is also called individualist anarchism. It was originally founded by Godwin himself in his essay Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793. Then Max Stirner, 1806-56, a German philosopher, in The Ego and his own 1845, argued that every individual is the unique one who truly owns himself. He recognizes no duties to others, and does what is right for himself within the limit of his might. In contemporary thought, Godwin's line of argument was endorsed by R.P. Wolf in Defense of Anarchism, 1970. Accordingly, philosophical anarchism has little scope to encourage cooperation among individuals or to evolve their formal organization. Its upholders are generally suspicious of authority, yet they recognize the rational authority of experts within their field of competence and the moral authority of basic social norms, such as contracts should be kept. If politics is defined as the art of persuading others when they do not agree, then philosophical anarchists may also recognize even political authority, but not the coercive authority of the state. So, if members of a commune or workers' cooperative actually participate in decision-making, their decisions may be deemed morally binding. Socialist anarchism. Socialist anarchism insists on freedom of individual, defined as the capacity to satisfy his needs. It regards social and economic equality as a necessary condition to secure maximum freedom of all. In its view, social and economic equality is incompatible with capitalist private property and the state. It therefore rejects both. P.J. Proudhon, 1809-65, a French philosopher, is the chief exponent of socialist anarchism. He postulated mutual aid as the appropriate method of achieving its goal. It is therefore also called mutualism. Concept of ideology. 61. Proudhon argued that liberty or freedom is the mother, not the daughter, of order. All political parties are a variety of despotism. Power of the state and power of capital are coterminous. So the proletariat cannot emancipate itself by acquiring and using state power. On this ground, Proudhon criticized Marx's idea establishing dictatorship of the proletariat as a way to human emancipation. Instead of violent method of overthrowing capitalism, Proudhon recommended the peaceful method of direct action and the practice of mutualism for evolving a new social order. He proposed that society should be organized as a network of autonomous local communities and producer associations linked by the federal principle. Each person might possess his means of production, tools, land, etc., either singly or collectively, but should only be rewarded for his labor. This system will eliminate the elements of profit and rent and ensure a high degree of equality. Exchange of goods and services between different voluntary associations will be based on the principle that each party will seek only an equivalent for what it offered to the other. This will be supplemented by the establishment of a mutual credit bank which would lend to producers at a minimal rate of interest, covering only its cost of administration. Proudhon firmly believed that this system of mutual aid would promote social solidarity. Proudhon's experiments on these lines proved to be a failure in actual practice, but his French disciples played an influential role in the early years of the First International, founded by the London Working Men's Association in 1864. Philosophy of socialist anarchism was further developed by Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, a Russian thinker. In Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution 1890-96, Kropotkin argued that the principle of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest, as enunciated by Charles Darwin 1809-82, does not apply to the sphere of social relations. On the contrary, sociability is, under all circumstances, the greatest advantage in the struggle for life, and therefore the natural condition of all evolutionary beings. If human beings are not corrupted by the state and law, they would develop bonds of instinctive solidarity which would make government unnecessary. Kropotkin favored a system of communism, where everything belongs to everyone, and distribution is made according to needs. Kropotkin's version of socialist anarchism is called communist anarchism. Revolutionary anarchism. Revolutionary anarchism is still another version of socialist anarchism. Mikhail Bakunin, 1814-76, a Russian revolutionary, is regarded the chief exponent of revolutionary anarchism. It is called revolutionary because of its method of achieving the goal of anarchism. Since it believes in collectivization of the means of social production, it is also called collectivism. Bakunin stood for the strategy of encouraging popular insurrections. It was envisaged that during the course of 62, an introduction to political theory, these insurrections, capitalist and landed property, would be expropriated and collectivized, and the state would be abolished. It would be replaced by autonomous, but federally linked, communes. Commune. A group of people or families who all live together and share everything. Bakunin projected the vision of a socialist society which would be organized from below upwards, not from above downwards, to foster the spirit of revolt among the oppressed. Revolutionary anarchists adopted the tactic of propaganda by the deed. This would start with local insurrections and then include acts of assassination and terrorism. They sought to establish a collectivist system in which each group of organized workers would be managing their own means of production. The distribution of the proceeds would be made according to collective decision. It was generally assumed that rewards would be proportional to labor, at least for the foreseeable future. Revolutionary anarchists opposed the authoritarian element in Marx's communism. Anarcho-syndicalism. Anarcho-syndicalism or syndicalist anarchism is another version of revolutionary anarchism. George Sorel, 1847 to 1922, was its chief exponent. It was based on the idea to turn trade unions into revolutionary instruments of class struggle. Instead of communes, as envisaged by communist anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism sought to make trade unions the basic units of a new society. In his important work Reflections on Violence 1908, Sorel argued that law and institutions of every enduring society contain a form of structural violence. Capitalist system is itself an epitome of violence. Unjust violence should be fought with just type of violence. Sorel commended the method of general strike as the fit instrument for the workers to fight against capitalism. He recommended the use of myth to mobilize masses into action. The power of general strike could be exaggerated to elevate it to the level of a myth, which should be used to mobilize workers for mass action. Since Sorel relied on organized groups to overthrow capitalist state and provide for its alternative, he is not regarded a full-fledged anarchist. Pacific anarchism. In contrast to revolutionary anarchism, Pacific anarchism stands for abolition of the state in a peaceful manner. It advocates anarchism on moral grounds. Its chief exponent, Leo Tolstoy, 1828 to 1910, the Russian novelist, was inspired by the law of love expressed in the Sermon on the Mount delivered by Christ himself. This made him denounce the state as organized violence and to call on concept of Ideology 63. People to disobey its immoral commands. Tolstoy argued that the state tried to fight evil with another evil, that is with the help of police and military force. Private property enables the few to lead a luxurious life by exploiting others' labor. Both of them should be abolished for the regeneration of humanity. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, the Indian philosopher, was inspired by these ideas in developing his philosophy of nonviolence. Libertarian anarchism. Libertarian anarchism represents the contemporary version of individualist anarchism. Its beginnings may be traced to Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, a British philosopher. Spencer's concept of blessedness of anarchy envisages the development of market society to a stage where the state is dissolved and society becomes self-regulated. Its contemporary exponents include Hayek, 1899 to 1992, an Austrian economist, and Robert Nozick, 193 to 2002, an American philosopher. Libertarianism stands for the revival of laissez-faire individualism, which believes in minimum interference of the state in economic activities of people. Hayek in Law, Legislation and Liberty, Vol. 1, Rules and Order 1973, observed that social order exists independently of the state, an order spontaneously generated, a product of human sociability. This natural order does not need supplementing by an order imposed from above. Then Nozick in his Anarchy, State and Utopia 1974 argued that the state has no legitimate powers beyond the functions of protection, justice and defense. It is not authorized to engage in redistributive transfers among its citizens who were originally its clients. In Nozick's view, legal rights are the product of voluntary exchanges. An ideal state would be one which completely stays away from regulating voluntary exchanges between individuals. It would approximate to anarchy. In short, libertarians stand for restricting the role of the state to minimum possible level. They do not recommend to abolish the state altogether. The contemporary exponents of rational choice theory also advance similar arguments. M. Taylor, in his essay Community, Anarchy and Liberty 1982, argued that social order is a public good, it cannot be divided, and nobody can be excluded from its benefits, yet people under the conditions of anarchy will cooperate voluntarily to create it. For libertarian anarchists, the state is not merely a necessary evil, it is a positive evil. They advocate the idea of natural society, a self-regulated, pluralistic society in which power and authority are radically decentralized. A critical appraisal. Anarchism is based on a fascinating idea. However, it takes a too optimistic view of human nature. If human nature were so benign as envisaged by anarchists. 64. An introduction to political theory. And society could become self-regulated without interference of the state, the ills afflicting human society under the state would not have arisen at all, which the anarchists want to remedy. Moreover, in the contemporary world, which is severely afflicted by the problems of worldwide terrorism, crime, and environmental pollution, the need of regulation has become all the more evident and pressing. It is now felt that authority of the state is inadequate to deal with such gigantic problems. There is an urgent need to set up some global authority to regulate the present-day world, which would supplement authority of the state. Anarchist vision is terribly inadequate to deal with this situation. However, various schools of anarchism draw our attention to the tyranny of economic and political power, which makes the life of people so miserable. Its significance lies in devising suitable means to curb that power. That will restore justice in society and pave the way for human emancipation. X. Gandhism. Gandhism derives its name from that of Mahatma Gandhi, M.K. Gandhi, Indian social and moral philosopher. His social and political thought is compendiously described as Gandhism. He did not write any treatise on his philosophy. His thought is scattered in a large number of notes and pamphlets as well as his autobiography, My Experiments with Truth, 1929. He even denied the existence of Gandhism. But as the time rolled on, it revealed the immense possibilities of application of Gandhian principles to various social, economic, and political situations, and their relevance is steadily increasing. It proved that Gandhian way of thinking has not only its distinct identity, it is a full-fledged worldview. That is precisely the basis of Gandhism, politics, and ethics. As a moral philosopher, Gandhi treated ethics as the guiding star of all human behavior, including politics. Gandhi's ethics was based in moral teachings of all religions, although he paid special attention to time-honored Hindu religion Sanatana Dharma. He expressed his firm faith in the spiritualization of politics. This meant that if politics was to be a blessing and not a curse to mankind, it should be informed by the highest ethical and spiritual principles. In other words, politics should be guided by high moral standards, and not by expediency. Gandhi believed in purity of means as well as ends. Only right means should be adopted for the pursuit of right ends. He strongly refuted the idea that end justifies the means, or that if a noble end is achieved by adopting ignoble means, their use would be excused. As Gandhi himself observed, concept of ideology. 65. They say means are after all means. I would say means are after all everything. As the means, so the end. Realization of the goal is in exact proportion to that of the means. This is a proposition that admits of no exception. Selections from Gandhi by Nirmal Kumar Bose, 1948. Gandhi was convinced that if we take care of our means, end will take care of itself. Means and ends may be compared to the seed and the tree respectively. The nature of tree is determined by the nature of seed. Only the right type of seed will grow into the right type of tree. As you sow, so shall you reap. He that soweth vice shall not reap virtue. Again, means and end may be compared to the action karma, and its consequence phala. Man has full control over his action, not over its consequences. That is the famous teaching of Bhagavad Gita, Hindu sacred book. Means and ends are the two sides of a coin. They cannot be separated. Immoral means cannot be used to achieve moral ends. If used, they will vitiate the end itself. Wrong way can never lead to a right destination. The authority founded on fear and coercion cannot inspire love and respect among people. Gandhi adopted the path of satyagraha, reliance on the force of truth, for achieving the goal of Swaraj, independence from the foreign rule, because this path was as sacred as its destination. Satyagraha involved the practice of ahimsa, non-violence, which embodied the right course of action. So Gandhi declared, for me, ahimsa comes before Swaraj. For Gandhi, the terms spiritual, religious, and moral or ethical conveyed the same idea. They taught man to abstain from vice and follow the path of virtue. In Gandhi's view, the essence of all religions was identical. God of Hindus was not different from God of Muslims or God of Christians. All religions taught piety and charity toward fellow beings. No religion was superior or inferior to any other religion. Religious tolerance was the keynote of social harmony. Gandhi's notion of religion was aptly expressed in his own words. By religion, I do not mean formal religion or customary religion, but that religion which underlies all religions, which brings us face to face with our Maker. The Mind of Mahatma Gandhi, compiled by R.K. Prabhu and U.R. Rao. For Gandhi, adherence to religion was a part of his pursuit of truth. This very pursuit induced him to participate in politics. He believed that politics bereft of religion was nothing short of a death trap which kills the soul. So Gandhi wrote in his autobiography, my devotion to truth has drawn me into the field of politics, and I can say without the slightest hesitation and yet in all humility that those who, 66, an introduction to political theory, say that religion has nothing to do with politics do not know what religion means. In short, politics and ethics were inseparable in Gandhian system of thought. Truth and non-violence. Devotion to truth is the essence of Gandhism. But how to discover truth? It is as difficult as finding God himself. In Gandhi's view, God and truth are inseparable. Devotion to God can be carried out through devotion to his creation, particularly through the service to the downtrodden. As Gandhi wrote in Harijan, 1939, I recognize no God except the God that is to be found in the hearts of the dumb millions. They do not recognize his presence, I do. And I worship the God that is truth, or truth which is God, through service of these millions. Nonviolence is also the part of pursuit of truth. Nonviolence or non-injury, ahimsa, literally means abstention from violence in one's behavior toward other living beings. This represents only the negative side of nonviolence. On positive side, it implies love of all. We should extend our love not only to those who love us, but also to those who hate us. In Gandhi's own words, it is nonviolence only when we love those that hate us. I know how difficult it is to follow this grand law of love, but are not all great and good things difficult to do? Love of the hater is the most difficult of all. But by the grace of God, even this most difficult thing becomes easy to accomplish if we want to do it. Selections from Gandhi by Nirmal Kumar Bose, 1948. In Gandhi's view, even the intention to harm somebody or wishing him ill is a form of violence which should be eschewed. Hatred or malice to anyone is also violence. Acquiring material things beyond one's immediate need is also a form of violence because thereby we deprive others of their share. Even the acts of spreading atmospheric pollution and damaging public health amount to violence. Thus, the principle of nonviolence embraces all rules of good citizenship and human decency. When it comes to confrontation with injustice, nonviolence does not imply showing weakness. Nonviolence is not the resort of the weak. It is the power of the strong, of course, his moral power. This power comes from the firm adherence to truth. When one fights for a just cause and shows firm faith in truth, it results in the change of heart of the mighty opponent and makes him bend. In short, nonviolence is the art of gaining victory over physical force by spiritual force. Nonviolence is the method of self-purification. Practitioner of nonviolence gains ample power to defeat the forces of untruth. Concept of ideology, 67. Gandhi's technique of struggle against the mighty British Empire was throughout based on the principle of nonviolence, ahimsa. His method of civil disobedience and satyagraha, reliance on the force of truth, were strongly based in nonviolence. His doctrines of trusteeship and the vision of a classless society are also the manifestation of his adherence to truth and nonviolence. Doctrine of trusteeship. Broadly speaking, Gandhi believed in simple living, at the level of production as well as consumption. He gave primacy to simple technology over heavy industries. Simple technology had the capacity of mass employment, whereas advanced technology would create vast unemployment, particularly in a country like India, and would promote consumerism with all its ill effects. Gandhi preferred production by the masses over mass production by heavy machinery. However, he realized that it was not feasible to switch over to the new system abruptly. Wider use of simple technology could be kept in mind in the course of future expansion. The existing system of production may be allowed to continue with necessary changes in the attitude of the owners of means of production. As Gandhi wrote in Amrita Bazar Patrika, what is needed is not the extinction of landlords and capitalists, but a transformation of the existing relationship between them and the masses into something healthier and purer. For the transformation of this relationship, Gandhi enunciated his doctrine of trusteeship. It urges landlords and capitalists not to consider themselves as the sole proprietors of their possessions, but only as trustees of a gift bestowed upon them by God for the service of humanity. Gandhi realized that the existing system had become oppressive because of moral decline. If the organizers of agriculture and industry could be persuaded to act as public servants, they would win wide public respect instead of the existing hatred. The feeling of class conflict would be replaced by the sentiment of class cooperation. Gandhi relied on the power of truth and nonviolence ahimsa to accomplish change of heart of the rich and resourceful members of society. Critics point out that the vision of change of heart of the rich is a fascinating idea, but it is hardly realizable in actual practice. Vision of a classless society. Gandhi's faith in human equality made him a strong votary of a classless society. He realized that the division of labor among different individuals was inevitable. However, class division of society was not directly related to division of labor. It was the product of a condition in which one type of labor, that is physical labor, was regarded as inferior to another type of labor, that is mental labor or mere. An introduction to political theory leisure. Gandhi sought to create a sense of equality among people by making bread labor compulsory for all. The gospel of bread labor expected everybody to do physical labor toward production, at least to compensate for the bread that he consumes. Bread is symbolic of various items of one's physical consumption, when everybody does physical labor, apart from the performance of other functions suited to his aptitude and qualifications, nobody will look down upon physical labor. This will create a sense of dignity of labor throughout society. This in turn will promote a sense of equality among people transcending the prevailing division of labor. This would even create a sense of equality between the rich and the poor. Gandhi also stood against discrimination among human beings on the grounds of gender and faith. In other words, he championed equality between men and women as also between the adherents of different religions. In short, he wished to create a classless society by transforming the attitude of people toward the sources of discrimination in society. He insisted on moral regeneration of society, for which adherence to truth and nonviolence was indispensable. Gandhism and Marxism. Both Gandhi and Marx were deeply concerned with the plight of the downtrodden. Both stood for a classless and stateless society. It is sometimes felt that their philosophies were akin to each other, but on deeper analysis, it is revealed that their differences were more pronounced than their similarities. Gandhi was a spiritualist. Marx was a materialist. Gandhi treated religion as a moralizing force. Marx dubbed religion the opium of the people. Gandhi favored simple technology. Marx relied on advanced technology as a liberating force. Gandhi attributed the division of society into classes to mental outlook based on contempt for physical labor. Marx held the existence of private property responsible for this division. Gandhi believed in class cooperation. Marx insisted on class conflict as the instrument of social transformation. Gandhi enunciated the doctrine of trusteeship for resolving the conflict between the rich and the poor. Marx exhorted the proletariat to overthrow capitalism. Gandhi saw the state as a soulless machine for coercion of individuals. Marx saw it as the instrument of class domination. Gandhi hoped that when nonviolence is adopted as a universal principle, society will become self-regulated and state would become redundant. Marx anticipated that after socialist revolution and the fullest development of forces of production, the state will wither away. Gandhi's vision of future society consists of self-disciplined individuals having minimum needs with a sense of moral responsibility towards social needs. Marx's vision of future consists of a self-regulated society ruled by the principle, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. Concept of ideology comparative 69. Study of Marxian and Gandhian views. The issue Marxian view, Gandhian view. Philosophical, basis attitude toward religion. Attitude toward technology. Basis of classes. Recommended relation between classes, way to achieve classless society. Nature of the state, way to achieve stateless society. Image of future society. Materialism, scientific socialism negative. An ideological instrument for the protection of private property positive. Necessary for full development of the forces of production division of society into owners and non-owners of means of social production class conflict. Overthrow of capitalism. Social doctrine of trusteeship. Moral ownership of means of social persuasion of capitalists to production. Compulsory labor regard themselves as trustee of public property. Restore dignity of labor own. Universal bread labor, requiring everybody to do physical labor. An instrument of class domination. An instrument of coercion of involving oppression in individuals. A soulless machine exploitation of the dependent for enforcing rules and regulations class without human sensitivity. And a sense of moral responsibility. After full development of the when everybody follows the forces of production in a classless principle of nonviolent society, the state will wither away ahimsa and become self-disciplined and self-regulated. The state will become redundant. A self-regulated society ruled by a self-regulated society. The principle. From each according comprised of self-discipline to his ability, to each according individuals having minimum to his needs, with a sense of moral responsibility towards social needs. Spiritualism, moral individualism. Positive, a moralizing force. Equal respect for all religions. Negative, use of heavy machines stunts moral growth and creates vast unemployment. Mental outlook based on contempt for physical labor. Class cooperation. 70. An introduction to political theory. 11. Feminism. Feminism stands for the concern with the status and role of women in society in relation to men. It holds that women have suffered and are still suffering injustice because of their sex, hence it seeks effective measures for the redressal of that injustice. In short, it implies a voice of protest against the inferior status accorded to women in society, which is the product of the institution of patriarchy, and not based on reason. Patriarchy. It literally means rule of the father. Originally, this term was used to describe a social system based on the authority of male head of the household. Now it is applied to denote male domination in general, including its occurrence in labor market, as well as domestic division of labor. Early feminism emerged in the wake of Enlightenment, which sought to enlarge the scope of rights of man, so as to include equal rights to women therein. In Britain, free-thinking women like Mary Wollstonecraft (1759–97) and Harriet Taylor (180,759) made a fervent appeal for equal rights of women. Later, John Stuart Mill (180,673), in his essay on the subjection of women (1869), argued that women were by no means less talented than men, and hence deserved equal rights with men. In the contemporary world, the issue concerning the status of women may be understood by drawing a distinction between sex and gender. Enlightenment, an intellectual movement of 18th century France, Germany, and Great Britain. It was a period when people's religious and political life was set free from obscure and orthodox beliefs, and new light was shed on the conduct of human affairs. This led to the growth of a new outlook, informed by reason and power of scientific research and discovery. Old superstitions were discarded, old fears were dispelled, and new faith in the knowledge obtained by scientific method was developed. Sex and gender. At the outset, it is necessary to understand the distinction between sex and gender in the sociological context. When we use the term sex, its scope is limited to biological differences such as reproductive function, and secondary characteristics such as body hair and breast development. But the term gender refers to cultural ideas that construct images and expectations of both females and males. Nature has divided human race between men and women, but their status and role in. Concept of ideology. 71. Society are determined by our culture. When we speak of women as fair sex or weaker sex, or when we invoke the etiquette of ladies first, our attention is not confined to the biological fact, but have already entered the realm of culture. Culture, the set of values, beliefs, symbols, modes of thought and behavior, styles of art and various skills evolved by the members of a group in order to streamline its social life. These factors contribute to the establishment of a distinctive identity of the group in question. In social sciences and literary criticism, the term gender is used to indicate the differences in social status of man and woman, particularly to refer to the fact that women are placed in a lower status in relation to their intrinsic worth. Feminist thought focuses on gender perspective that calls for cultural transformation of society. It implies the right ordering of status of women in relation to men in social and political life. Culture usually refers to certain distinctive features of different groups. However, some typical attitudes towards gender can be found throughout the civilized world. These attitudes tend to divide male and female personality traits and behavioral tendencies into two opposite patterns. These patterns may be described as masculinity and femininity respectively. Masculinity, for example, typically includes aggressiveness, logical outlook, control of emotional expression, and attitude of dominance, while femininity is associated with peacefulness, intuitiveness, emotional expressiveness, and submissiveness. Some variations in these characteristics are possible in different social contexts. For example, a wife may be relatively submissive to her husband, but as a mother, she may not be so towards her children. Moreover, the degree of submissiveness of a woman may vary from one case to another. In any case, relative dominance of man and relative submissiveness of woman represent almost universal cultural traits, which are not directly based on biological differences. Broadly speaking, these are the products of the social organization based on patriarchy and its institutions, the division of labor in the family, and the competitive and exploitative character of capitalism. From this perspective, the concepts of masculinity and femininity serve as instruments of social control that reinforce male dominance. So if a woman tends to behave in an authoritarian manner, particularly towards men, her behavior is termed to be indecent. In short, the expectations attached to differential roles of men and women serve as the foundation of gender inequality in society. J.J. Rousseau, 1712–78, in his essay A Discourse on the Origin of Inequality 1755, had distinguished between natural inequality and conventional inequality. Natural inequality describes the inequality of age, health, beauty, physical, and 72. An introduction to political theory. Intellectual capacities of different people, which were created by nature. These inequalities are largely unalterable. On the other hand, conventional inequalities represent disparities of wealth, prestige, and power among different individuals. These inequalities are the product of our social arrangements. We can undertake a critical examination of these inequalities from the point of view of justice, and can reduce them by altering our social arrangements. In other words, conventional inequalities are alterable, while the division of society into two sexes, male and female, represents natural inequality. Gender inequalities are the product of convention and culture. These inequalities can be questioned and removed wherever they are found objectionable. So the issues relating to sex and gender may briefly be shown by the following chart. F. The issue. Point of division. Basis of division. Symptom of division. Character of division. Issues relating to sex and gender. Division of society into men and women. Sex gender. Product of nature. Natural inequality. Unalterable. Product of culture. Conventional inequality. Alterable. Response to the discrimination based on gender has come in the form of feminist theory. Feminism or feminist theory implies the advocacy of equal rights for women and men, accompanied by the commitment to improve the position of women in society. It seeks restoration of justice for women who remain deprived of equal status and opportunities vis-à-vis men since earliest times. Their condition in the present-day society is reflected in the following report. Women constitute half the world's population, perform nearly 2/3 of its work hours, receive 1/10 of the world's income, and own less than 1/100th of the world's property. United Nations Report, 1980. The condition remains more or less unchanged today. It has now been proved beyond doubt that biological differences between man and woman do not justify inferior status of women. On the contrary, cultural factors have contributed to accentuate the biological differences between men and women. The rapid improvement in women's athletic records in recent decades is an indication that social norms had shaped biology and restricted women's physical development. Feminist anthropologists have pointed out that in some ethnic groups, physical differentiation between men and women is not as prominent as in others. The present status of women is chiefly the product of social arrangements. Women often spend most of their time in domestic work and in rearing children. Most women do not get an opportunity to develop their own. 73. Concept of ideology, personality. They are made to believe that the proper sphere of their activity is within their household and that they need not take interest in public life. From the beginning, girls are taught to pay more attention to personal relations, not to personal success. Boys are taught to be firm, assertive, and aggressive. Girls are taught to be obedient, shy, and submissive. Boys are encouraged to become doctors, engineers, and lawyers. Girls are encouraged to become school teachers, nurses, or secretaries. The experience gained by women in their own professional life does not help them to take up a political career. In the light of the growing social consciousness against various forms of injustice in society, the position with regard to the status of women needs to be reviewed, challenged, and changed. Indeed, feminist theory and movement urge that women's situation and the inequalities between men and women should be treated as central political issues. All streams of feminist thought focus on the causes and remedies of women's inequality, subordination, or oppression. If injustice against women has existed since earliest times, why has it come to the forefront only in recent times? It may be recalled that at the early stages of social organization, biological differences between men and women necessitated the division of labor between them. Men who were physically strong and stable chose to go out for hunting and other hazardous jobs. Women who were constrained to undertake childbearing and rearing chose to remain at home and perform household jobs. The system was based on mutual care and adjustment and did not involve any significant level of resentment. With the development of technology, sweeping changes took place in other parts of social organization, but the division of labor between men and women remained more or less unchanged. With the evolution of various forms of power, man as head of the family, of the clan, and of the tribe acquired more and more power, but woman largely continued to hold the subordinate position. Woman was given some concessions and exemptions from strenuous and hazardous tasks, as she was regarded the weaker sex. As she was sexually and also perhaps emotionally vulnerable, she was not allowed to mix with strangers. Shyness was eulogized as a woman's ornament. She was encouraged to decorate herself, and her beauty was admired in poetry, music, paintings, and other works of art. In civilized society, she was recognized as the fair sex, endowed with special dignity. Manners like ladies first were evolved to confirm that dignity. Helping a damsel in distress was admired as an act of chivalry among men. However, in spite of so much importance accorded to woman in social life, she was systematically deprived of her share in power. She was given security, but not an opportunity to learn certain things that would make her as competent as man, and thereby vindicate her claim to equality. In particular, she was deprived of the right to ownership of property, right to vote, and opportunities of education and higher learning, even though these deprivations had no logical connection with her biological status as a woman. Early voices demanding rights of women particularly focused on these questions. 74. An Introduction to Political Theory. When Mary Wollstonecraft (1759–97) published her essay Vindication of the Rights of Woman (1792), woman was not only restrained from voting, but was deemed unfit for education, was debarred from many occupations, and had no legal right to own property. She had no real right to divorce, even if her husband abused her. Wollstonecraft forcefully challenged the prevailing belief in female inferiority and demanded equal rights for women. She argued that women, like men, are rational individuals and should have equal rights. She established the principles on which campaigns for women's right to education, employment, property, and the vote were later built up. John Stuart Mill, 1806–73, in The Subjection of Women, 1869, sought to demonstrate that women were in no way inferior to men in their talents, and pleaded to give them full legal and political rights. In the 19th century, feminist theory largely focused on removing educational and professional barriers from women's life. The reforming spirit behind these campaigns was often quite militant, which culminated in early 20th century struggles for women's suffrage. More recent demands of this movement in the Western world focused on employment rights, equal pay and equality in social benefits, taxation, and so on. In the contemporary world, further advancement in technology, diversification of business, industry, administration, arts and professions, etc., and the increasing demand of new skills, talents, and professional competence have given women the opportunity of proving their abilities. They have also been encouraged to acquire higher qualifications and training and to seek respectable careers. It is now realized that women are fit to perform most of the jobs that men do, and for which they were not considered fit earlier. Equal rights for women are no longer questioned in enlightened circles. Broad streams of feminism. Feminist theory has evolved into various schools of thought. Of these three are particularly important: A. Liberal feminism, B. Radical feminism, and C. Socialist feminism. Liberal feminism. This aims at the revival of the conventional feminist movement. It insists on absolute equality of opportunity for men and women in all walks of life, and complete removal of gender-based discrimination in society. Its program includes equal pay for equal work, abortion laws reform, increasing representation of women in parliaments, bureaucracy and dignified professions, etc. This is the most popular stream of feminist movement, but it is not considered to be very influential. Radical feminism. Its chief spokesperson Shulamith Firestone, 1945, in her celebrated work The Dialectic of Sex, 1970, argued that women's subordination could not be understood. First concept of ideology. As a symptom or aspect of some deeper or more comprehensive system of domination, such as racism or class-based division of society. Historically, women constituted the first oppressed group. Their subordination could not be eliminated by the changes such as the elimination of prejudice or even the abolition of class. Society. Firestone claimed that the basis of women's subordination was ultimately biological. In other words, human reproductive biology was responsible for considering women the weaker sex. Moreover, the survival of women and children required that infants should depend on lactating women and women in tum should depend on men. Happily, the material conditions for ending this hitherto inevitable dependence had finally been achieved in the 20th century with the advent of reliable contraceptives, baby foods, and test tube babies. These technological developments provided women the means of freeing themselves from the tyranny of their reproductive biology and diffusing the childbearing and child-rearing role to society as a whole, men as well as women. Kate Millett, 1934, in Sexual Politics 1971, argued that the relationship between the sexes was based on power and further sustained by an ideology. It was similar to the relationship between classes and races. Hence, it should be treated as political relationship. Basing BER analysis of women's subordination on Max Weber's theory of domination, Millett argued that men have exercised domination over women in two forms, through social authority and economic force. Time had now come to smash these implements of man's domination. Shulamith Firestone and Kate Millett are regarded to be the two pillars of radical feminism, who exercised enormous influence on developing the women's liberation movement in 1970s. Socialist feminism. Socialist stream of feminism represents a combination of patriarchal analysis of radical feminism and class analysis of Marxism. It implies that capitalists, as well as men, are the beneficiary of women's subordination. Socialist feminists have particularly developed analysis of labor, both wage labor and domestic labor. They have also considered the role of culture and psychoanalytical aspects of sexuality. Sheila Robatham, 1943. The chief representative of this school advocated a participatory, decentralized approach to social change that contemplates linking of the struggles of all oppressed groups. In her best-known historical writings, Women, Resistance, and Revolution, 1972, and Hidden from History, 1973, Robatham tried to claim the past for women as a source of knowledge and strength that could contribute to their present struggle. She continued this approach in The Past is Before Us, 1989. As a Marxist, she maintained that the struggle for women's liberation is essentially bound with the struggle. 76. An Introduction to Political Theory. Against Capitalism. She has shown from historical evidence that class exploitation and women's oppression are closely linked phenomena. She argued that the success in these spheres can be achieved only through combining these struggles. Empowerment of women. A general awareness of the exploitation of women on various fronts like social, cultural, political, and economic fronts has led to strong protests manifested in women's liberation movement, which emerged in the United States since the early 1970s. Soon this movement also spread to Europe and other parts of the world. The movement focused on equal rights and status for women in a male-dominated society. Some prominent organizations associated with this movement were National Organization for Women Now, Boston's Bread and Roses, Berkeley Women's Liberation Group, Women's Radical Action Project, Women's Equity Action League WHEEL, National Women's Political Caucus NWPC, etc. Broadly speaking, women's liberation movement demanded a truly equal treatment of men and women. It required that many of society's myths, values, and beliefs concerning status and role of women in society should be fundamentally reassessed and changed. These changes must embrace the patterns of work and family life, social behavior, decision-making, politics, religion, and education. Even the more personal and private domain of sexuality needed to be redefined. These demands led to a widespread debate on diverse issues concerning women. These include daycare facilities for children, the development of a non-sexist vocabulary, for example. The term chairman should be replaced by chairperson, and the representation of women in their roles in the mass media, including advertising. These debates have not only led to the enactment of new laws in some countries, but also to the worldwide acceptance of new norms protecting the dignity of women. In India, some important legislation concerning the protection of women includes the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act, and the Commission of Sati Prevention Act. Female foeticide was sought to be prevented by the enactment of the Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Regulation and Prevention of Misuse Act, 1994. The recent legislation concerning empowerment of women includes Hindu Succession Amendment Act, 2005, which gives equal right to daughters in joint family property, and Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, 2005. Feminists also assert that until the condition of equal participation of women in public life is fulfilled, the concept of citizenship cannot be brought to its logical conclusion. In India, a beginning in this direction has been made by making reservation of 1/3 of the seats in panchayats for women. This will encourage women to join politics at grassroots level. By and by their representation at this concept of ideology 77 level can be increased to 1/2, and provision can also be made for their adequate representation in legislative assemblies and parliament. The opening up of vast opportunities of higher education would also prove to be instrumental to their larger representation in administration and high-profile professions. In this way, the idea of equal citizenship can be fully realized from the feminist point of view. Feminists argue that even after getting full citizenship in law, women continue to suffer from subjection in their social life. From 1960s and 1970s, the status of women in society and politics has become the center of attention. Earlier, it was usually thought that after establishing legal equality of men and women, women were not left with any issue of complaint. After the extension of right to vote to women, there were some studies on voting behavior. It was found that women's participation in voting was lower in comparison to men. To explain the situation, it was argued that women were largely interested in private and domestic affairs. They were less interested in politics and public affairs, and probably they had no time to attend to these matters. However, when the size of the family began to shrink and more women took up jobs, the above explanation regarding women's sphere of interest was no longer held to be valid. Again, it was noticed that more and more women were taking part in voting, but their share at various levels of political authority had remained insignificant. While the electorates of various countries of the world had nearly 50% women, their share at the level of political representation was far below that of men. Membership of women in the legislatures of Western Europe was less than 10%. Women's share in British House of Commons was less than 5%. The situation in the United States House of Representatives was not very different. But the situation in the Scandinavian countries was not that bad. In Sweden and Denmark, women's membership of legislatures amounted to 26%. In Norway, this figure was 34%. In the sphere of international politics, the representation of women is still meager. In November 1990, 34 heads of government of European countries gathered to sign the historic Charter of Paris for the new Europe. The gathering marked the end of the Cold War. In newspaper headlines, it was described as the end of an era. But feminists ask, which era had come to an end? In any case, it was not an end of the patriarchal era. In the group photo of these 34 heads of government, only 2 women could be spotted after a thorough search. These were Gro Brundtland, Prime Minister of Norway, and Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister of Britain. 2 days after this conference, Mrs. Thatcher also resigned, and a man replaced her as Prime Minister. In this situation, what is the consequence of granting full political rights to women if their representation in public life remains so negligible? Happily, however, by the end of 2005, Germany had elected its first woman chancellor. By the beginning of 2006, Chile and Liberia had elected their women presidents. Then in 2007, India and Argentina had the distinction of having women presidents. 78. An introduction to political theory. In the countries outside Europe and America, women's representation is very insignificant at the level of political authority, although some women have been successful in attaining top positions. Sri Lanka, Israel, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have the record of having women prime ministers or heads of government, but on the whole, the number of women holding high offices is very small. Some women have excellent record of performance in various important positions, like those in legislatures, cabinets, bureaucracy, diplomacy, journalism, legal profession, fine arts, academics, and scientific research, etc. This record is enough proof of the potential of women's power, but it is no proof of the opportunities open to women, as their share in these positions continues to be very meager. Currently, there are two broad views concerning equal rights for women. A. One view is that there is no difference between men and women as regards their capabilities, hence they should be governed by the same laws. And B. Another view is that women are essentially different from men, biologically, culturally, and socially. They should be given equal opportunities to develop and apply their distinctive capabilities along with equal rights. Thus, women could be exempted from hazardous tasks, like underground mining and working in night shifts. Similarly, women should be entitled to maternity leave and related benefits, arrangements for maintenance and custody of children after divorce, etc. Besides, in order to compensate women for their underrepresentation in important positions, reservations for women should be made in the seats for higher learning, appointments, seats in legislatures, etc. They should also be given tax concessions in order to encourage them to work for additional income. This view seems to be more reasonable and is widely endorsed. Worldwide concern for gender justice was expressed in Human Development Report, 1995, issued by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. It sought to include the Gender-Related Development Index, GDI, for a group of 130 countries out of a total of 174 countries included in the report. Further, it also included the estimation of the Gender Empowerment Measure, GEM, or the extent to which women participate in a country's economic and political life. According to this report, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark came out on top with the highest GDI and GEM scores, indicating the virtual absence of any gender bias in their development process. The most gender-biased societies, with scores under 0.3 compared to a maximum possible value of 1, are mostly African or Islamic nations. India ranks 99 in terms of GDI of the 130 countries included in the report. The present report defines gender equality as follows. Moving towards gender equality is not a technocratic goal, it is a political process. It requires a new way of thinking, in which the stereotyping of women and men gives way to a new philosophy that regards all people, irrespective of gender, as essential agents of change. Concept of ideology. 79. Significantly, the report does not find any correlation between gender bias and a country's economic development. A poor economy like Cuba, which ranks 72 on Human Development Index of the 174 countries, ranks 47 on the GDI and 16 on the GEM of the 130 countries. Commending China and Cuba for their support of women, the present report observes, countries applying socialist models use social and political mobilization to achieve rapid and equal progress in education and health for women and men, and to engineer social transformations to expand opportunities for women. It is interesting to note that there is no essential correlation between GDI and GEM in many cases. This means that they have given adequate attention to healthcare and education of women, but no adequate share in the exercise of power. This is illustrated by the case of economic tigers of East Asia, where in spite of substantial improvement in the level of development of women, they have been denied a tangible share in economic and political power, in an essentially male-dominated society. In a nutshell, feminist perspective on justice calls for securing the overall development of women, including improvement of their health and education, as well as giving them adequate share in economic and political power. Nature of politics. The term politics is applied to a particular social phenomenon as well as to a systematic study of that phenomenon. When Aristotle adopted politics as the title of his famous work, he used the term to indicate a distinct branch of study. Some modern writers have frequently used the term politics in this sense. For example, Henry Sidgwick, The Elements of Politics, Harold J. Lasky, A Grammar of Politics and an Introduction to Politics, Seymour, Lipset, Politics and the Social Sciences, Gegg, Catlin, Systematic Politics, and J.R. Lucas, The Principles of Politics, have treated politics as a particular subject of study. Similarly, when we speak of comparative politics or international politics as branches of study, we refer to politics in the sense of a discipline. In some universities, politics and political science are used as interchangeable nomenclatures for their academic departments. For instance, the University of Bombay has a Department of Civics and Politics, while the University of Delhi maintains a Department of Political Science. A similar variation can be seen in the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics and the London School of Economics and Political Science. In short, the term politics is often used synonymously with political science. Whether we use the term politics or political science, our subject of study is always concerned with a particular type of human activity, also described as polities. What is the nature of that activity? At the outset, a reference may be made to the layman's image of politics. Alan Ball, in his Modern Politics and Government 1988, has indicated two problems arising from the general impressions about political activity. In the first place, it is often assumed that politics is only concerned with the public sector, with parliaments, elections, cabinets, and has little relevance to other spheres of human nature of politics. 81. Activity. Secondly, there is the danger of confusing politics solely with party politics, that it is somehow concerned with having a political opinion, or that it at least implies a distaste with the intrigues and tricks of party politicians seeking power. In other words, a layman thinks of politics in terms of public meetings, processions, slogans, demonstrations, demands, strikes, tear gas, lathi-charge, as well as elections accompanied by false promises and false reports on their fulfillment. Such vague assumptions are the reason why politics often gets dubbed the last resort of scoundrels. Ernest Benn has sarcastically described politics as the art of looking for trouble, finding it where it exists or not, diagnosing it wrongly, and applying the wrong remedy. That is why politics is sometimes condemned as a dirty game, why students are advised to keep away from politics, and why judges and other intellectuals are expected to keep themselves above politics. For a systematic study of politics, it is essential to dispel such confusion and to lift politics from the arena of vague impressions to the level of scientific precision. The word politics itself is derived from the Greek word polis, which denoted ancient Greek city-state. The activities of citizens in their role as members and operators of the state were termed by ancient Greek thinkers as polities. Thus, from the very beginning, politics came to be associated with the state. In fact, traditional writers have considered political science as the science of the state, and have devoted themselves, A, to a study of the institutions of the state, and B, to developing ideas concerning the nature of a perfect state. However, modern writers have increasingly recognized that politics does not operate strictly within the framework of an institutional setup, but permeates the entire social fabric. Accordingly, politics is now treated as a social process, rather than an aggregate of the formal institutions of the state. How does this process operate? The political situation. Politics as a process operates in a particular situation, which may be termed as political situation. According to Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, political activity involves disagreements and the reconciliation of those disagreements. In other words, the essence of the political situation is conflict and resolution of that conflict. Stephen L. Wasby, Political Science, The Discipline and Its Dimensions. An Introduction, 1972. Similarly observed, where there is politics, it is said, there is controversy. Where there are issues, there is politics. Where no controversy exists, where no issues are being debated, politics does not exist. J.J.D. Miller, The Nature of Politics, 1962, had pointed to the use of government in the process of conflict resolution in a political situation. Political activity arises out of disagreement, and it is concerned with the use of government to resolve conflict in the direction of change or in the prevention of change. Politics, to be distinguished as a recognizable. 82. An Introduction to Political Theory. Activity demands some initial disagreement between parties or persons and the presence of government as a means of resolving the disagreement in some direction. In a nutshell, the political process postulates the existence of a disagreement or conflict and efforts for the resolution of that conflict through the authority of government. Thus, every situation involving a conflict and efforts for its resolution cannot be called a political situation. An example of a political situation given by Alan Ball does not appear to be a fit case. He says, two children in a nursery with one toy which they both want at the same time present a political situation. The two children could resort to violence, with the stronger claiming the toy, or the mother could appear and use her stronger position to arbitrate between the quarreling children. This example suffers from two defects. In the first place, it refers to a private conflict between two children, which does not qualify for being a political situation. Similarly, a disagreement between husband and wife on the family budget does not present a political situation. Only that conflict can be considered the proper subject of politics which arises at a public level, that is, in which two or more major groups are involved in any social setting, whether local, regional, national, or international, or at the economic, cultural, linguistic, religious, or ethnic plane. In other words, a political conflict is always concerned with public issues, not private issues. It demands a universal solution, not a private one. In common parlance, we talk of the politics of church, university, or a factory. But as long as this so-called politics is confined to a single organization with little effect on public life, it cannot be considered the proper subject of study in political science. In the second place, Alan Ball's example contemplates resort to violence as one of the possible methods of conflict resolution. But properly speaking, resort to violence or war does not qualify for a political solution. No doubt some political disputes do culminate in war, but war is a symptom of the failure of a political solution. On the contrary, a political solution emanates from negotiation, persuasion, arbitration, compromise, pressure, counting of votes, or any similar tactic short of war. In any case, the solution is supposed to be acceptable to the parties involved in the dispute. How is this made possible? Politics as authoritative allocation of values. The political solution of a conflict is made acceptable to the parties concerned because of its authoritative character. According to David Easton, The Political System, An Inquiry into the State of Political Science, 1953, politics is concerned with the authoritative allocation of values for a society. This short but compact definition involves three terms which must be understood clearly. These are values, allocation, and authoritative. By values, he means the things considered valuable, whether they be spiritual or material. By allocation, Nature of Politics, 83, means distribution of these things to various individuals or groups. This is accomplished through policy, which consists of a web of decisions. Decision denotes the selection among alternatives. Policy implies arriving at a decision as well as its implementation. A policy is authoritative when the people to whom it is intended to apply, or who are affected by it, consider that they must or ought to obey it. In other words, authority does not signify the use of brute force. It denotes the capacity to secure more or less willing compliance from its subjects for a particular decision or course of action. In this way, politics as the authoritative allocation of values represents a universal social phenomenon. In the words of David Easton himself, every society provides some mechanisms, however rudimentary they may be, for authoritatively resolving differences about the ends that are to be pursued. That is, for deciding who is to get what there is of desirable things. An authoritative allocation of some values is unavoidable. Thus, Easton's observations add a new dimension to our earlier formulation regarding the nature of politics. It brings in the element of authoritativeness to the process of conflict resolution. Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, 1971, has given an elaborate definition of politics, which brings out its important characteristics. At the outset, he has made it clear that the term politics refers to both an activity and to the study of that activity. Then he proceeds, as an activity, politics is the process in a social system by which the goals of that system are selected, ordered in terms of priority, both temporally and concerning resource allocation, and implemented. Taking a liberal view of politics, Roberts holds that the political process involves both cooperation and the resolution of conflict by means of the exercise of political authority, and if necessary, coercion. Elucidating the scope of politics, Roberts observes that it usually involves the activities of groups of various kinds, including sometimes groups of a specifically political type, such as political parties. As regards its peculiar character, the political process is distinguished from other social processes by its concern with the public goals of the society. Whereas economics may be concerned with public or private allocation of resources, politics is exclusively concerned with the public allocation of resources in pursuance of public goals. General characteristics of politics. It is significant that the extent of involvement of individuals in various groups in politics depends upon the level of their politicization. The term politicization may be applied either to issues, for example, politicization of caste, or to human beings. In the latter case, it implies the drawing of individuals or groups into political activity, particularly giving them a role in the making of public decisions. Thus, an absolute monarchy, where all public decisions are taken by the monarch and his close associates, exemplifies the low level of politicization. In contrast, ancient. An Introduction to Political Theory. Greek city-states represented the high level of politicization by drawing all free men into political activity. Yet it was by no means universal since it excluded the very large majority of slaves and aliens. Again, under a military dictatorship, politicization is confined to the military junta. It is only under a democracy that politicization is intended to be universal. However, when an emergency is declared, politicization is restricted to the ruling groups as long as the declaration of emergency is in operation. Accordingly, the nature of politics as a social process may be described as follows. Politics involves conflict or dispute regarding allocation of values. A political situation necessarily involves a conflict or dispute regarding allocation of rare and valuable resources in society. If something is valuable but available in abundance, there will be no dispute for its allocation. If something is both valuable and rare, but the people are just complacent or ascetic, there is hardly any possibility of conflict over its allocation. Conflict occurs when something is valuable, rare, and desired by many, thus giving rise to a political situation. It is the clash of interests or conflicting claims or expectations of rewards that give rise to politics. Some of the examples of prevalent values of society involved in the political process are power, enlightenment, wealth, well-being, health, skill, affection, rectitude, and deference. In concrete terms, conflicting claims may be advanced by various groups for the allocation of bus service, schools, hospitals, public parks, markets, offices, business and employment opportunities, etc. in their favor. Politics is concerned with public goals and decisions. All conflicts for resource allocation do not give rise to a political situation. Politics is exclusively concerned with conflicts involving public goals and public issues requiring public decisions for their resolution. For instance, a conflict between worker and employer, between customer and shopkeeper, between tenant and landlord, between the passengers on the same bus, or between the users of the same road, or of different roads meeting at a crossroad, becomes a public issue when it is concerned with broad categories of people and calls for a solution at the public level. A conflict between husband and wife on some petty domestic affair does not present a political situation. But if it takes the form of a question of respective claims of men and women in the context of their mutual relationships demanding solution at the public level, it becomes a political question and a fit subject of politics. As Michael Curtis, Comparative Government and Politics, 1978, has rightly observed, the student of politics is normally concerned with inquiry into matters of public concern, with the behavior and acts that may concern a society as a totality, or which may ultimately be resolved by the exercise of legitimate coercion. 85. Nature of politics. Politics requires authoritative decisions. The resolution of a political conflict is meaningful only when it is treated as binding by those who are affected by the decision embodying the resolution. According to David Easton, a policy may be accepted as authoritative on several grounds, moral, traditional, or customary, or purely from fear of consequences. The Political System, 1953. In other words, authority involves legitimacy or power or both. For instance, when some seats in a public bus are reserved for ladies only, or when certain posts in bureaucracy or seats in legislatures are reserved for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, this allocation is treated as legitimate due to the prevailing belief that the weaker sections are entitled to special protection. The rich pay higher taxes, particularly income tax and wealth tax, for maintaining government hospitals, schools, and public transport at cheaper rates, which are largely availed of by the poor. The rich cannot refuse to pay this tax on the plea that it is not utilized for their benefit, since it involves authoritative allocation. On the other hand, the poor are made to pay large sums in the form of, say, sales tax, on each commodity of their use, sharing the burden for the maintenance of police, defense, etc., which are chiefly meant for the protection of the property of the rich. The poor, too, cannot refuse to pay this tax since it involves authoritative allocation. Then there is a machinery to implement the authoritative decisions, which symbolizes application of force or threat of physical force or coercion for the enforcement of a particular value allocation. An authority is always backed by law, executive orders, custom, and a strong public opinion in its favor on the one hand, and by police, magistrates, and prisons on the other. However, no authoritative allocation can be treated as eternal or unalterable. It holds the field until a new arrangement is established as authoritative. Politics involves interest groups. A political situation arises from a clash of interests of different large groups of society. These groups must be conscious of their particular interests and be more or less organized for pursuing those interests. The conflicting claims and demands for the authoritative allocation of values emanate from these interest groups, which require policy decisions. Political parties appear on the scene with a view to formulating large policy proposals, incorporating the interests of their support groups according to their ideologies. Politics is an instrument of conflict resolution. The end product of the political process is supposed to be the resolution of the conflict from which the process had started. On this point, there is a divergence between liberal and Marxist viewpoints. The liberal view of politics holds that politics is an instrument of reconciliation of the conflicting interests in society. On the other hand, Marxist view of politics insists that the interests of the two major social classes, the haves and have-nots, the property holders and the propertyless, are irreconcilable, and that, so long as society remains divided. 86. An introduction to political theory. Into classes, there is no possibility of conflict resolution. A classless society, according to the Marxists, symbolizes not only the end of the conflict, but the end of politics itself. Politics has been defined as a process through which an authoritative allocation of values is made in society. Now, this is not an independent or closed process, but takes place within the larger arena of the social process. By process, we mean sets of interactions among the components of a system. So where there is a process, there is a system. The political process constitutes a political system, but the political system itself is a subsystem of the larger social system. That is why the political process has been described as a dimension of social process. Since process implies interaction among the components of a system, and the political process itself is a component of the social system, there are interactions between politics and other components of the social system, such as economy and culture. The products of these interactions are political economy and political culture, respectively. If politics is a dimension of the social process which arises from conflicting demands and interests of various sections of society, what is the nature of that conflict and what is the outcome of this process? In order to answer this question, different positions can be taken. Of these, liberal, Marxist, and communitarian views are particularly important. Liberal view of politics is based on liberalism, which coincides with the tradition of thought beginning with John Locke, 1632 to 1704, English philosopher. This view concedes the existence of conflict between various interests within the society, but holds that this conflict is not very deep. Different groups are willing to and capable of evolving such arrangements wherein their conflicts would be resolved. Marxist view, on the other hand, is based on Marxism, which owes its origin to the ideas developed by Karl Marx, 1818-83, Friedrich Engels, 1820-95, both German philosophers, and their followers. This view attributes all social conflict to the existence of two antagonistic classes, haves and have-nots, and holds that their interests are irreconcilable. This conflict can be resolved only by switching over to classless society, by socializing all major means of production. Apart from these two divergent views of politics, a third view of politics has also become popular in the recent decades, although its origins may be traced to an earlier stream of political thought. This is called communitarian view of politics. It holds that there is no real conflict in the society. The impression of conflict arises from misunderstanding of our real interest, the common good, which comprehends everybody's real interest. This view redefines politics as the pursuit of the common good, rather than as an attempt at resolution of some pre-existing conflict. Nature of Politics, 87. Communitarianism arose from the criticism of liberalism as a means to human happiness. It holds that the modern man enjoys better conditions of living, but his economic security has failed to make him happy for want of emotional security. He feels lonely in a huge crowd around him. He lives in society without the sense of belonging to it. Communitarianism seeks to restore the broken bond between individual and society. It makes the individual realize that he owes his existence and personality to society. Different individuals are not isolated units, but they constitute the threads of the social fabric. They can serve their interest by serving the common interest, not by seeking their self-interest individually. While liberalism insists on the rights of the individual, communitarianism focuses on his duties and obligations. Early indications of this view may be traced to Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, J.J. Rousseau, 1712-78, G.W.F. Hegel, 1770-1831, and Fate Green, 1836-82. Its contemporary exponents include Alasdair MacIntyre, 1929, Charles Taylor, 1931, and Michael Sandel, 1953, etc. The liberal view. Politics as state or group activity. The liberal view of politics upholds the pluralistic view of society. According to this view, different individuals seek their interests as members of different groups. There are a large number of groups in society, more or less organized, which seek the interest of their members against the conflicting interests of competing groups. In other words, each of these groups is not only conscious of its particular interests, but actively pursues them with a view to securing the authoritative allocation of values in its favor. For instance, a workers' union seeks the interests of the workers which may clash with the interests of the employers, but employers have their own organizations seeking their interest. Similarly, producers and consumers, landlords and tenants, suppliers and customers, etc. seek their respective interests through their organized groups. In this sense, politics has been described as a group activity, since the authoritative allocation against the demands and claims of various groups is made by the state. The liberal theory also regards politics as a state activity. In other words, demands and supports, such as obedience to laws and regulations, payment of taxes, etc., emanate from various interest groups, while policies and decisions are delivered by the state. Thus, politics, according to this view, is a group activity as well as a state activity, as a process of conciliating interests. According to the liberal standpoint, different groups have conflicting interests, but a common interest also exists to reconcile the interests of the competing groups. Politics is essentially an instrument of conflict resolution. In other words, whenever there is an apparent clash of interest between several groups, some, 88, an introduction to political theory, way can always be found to ensure the reconciliation of their conflicting interests. For instance, you can always form a rule or evolve a policy which will satisfy the parties to a dispute, such as the employer and the worker, the producer and the consumer, the supplier and the customer, the landlord and the tenant, or those traveling by different vehicles meeting at a crossroad. In short, politics enables the organized power of society to evolve a legitimate and just solution of their problems and controversies. Any conflict, disagreement, or dispute arising in society is capable of resolution by conciliation and legitimate coercion. Thus, politics is an instrument of securing order and justice in society, as a means of promoting the common good. Since there is a common good or common interest behind the conflicting interests of various groups, and politics is an effort to discover and pursue that common interest, it is naturally a means of promoting the common good. The common good, according to liberal theory, accommodates the interests of all parties involved in the conflict. Thus, the entire process of politics is regarded as an instrument of progress. Awareness of the conflicting interests amongst various groups and their interaction leads to an awareness of the common interest. Thus, at one point, the contending groups are prepared to accept the solution which is conducive to the common good. This means that not only a compromise between contending parties is possible, but that you can also evolve a policy that will ensure better conditions for workers and higher profits for employers, a reasonable price, which will satisfy both the producer and the consumer, the supplier and the customer, a queue system, which will facilitate the distribution of rationed commodities, or the red and green signal system, which will provide order and safety to the users of crossroads. This concern for the common good has led us to the concept of the modern welfare state, the Marxist view, primacy of economic interests. According to the Marxist point of view, political institutions and activities are an outgrowth of the prevailing economic system, especially the mode of production. All social relations, including political relations, are shaped by the prevailing economic relations in society. Conflicting economic interests are, therefore, the motive force behind all politics. While the liberal theory envisages innumerable political situations and clash of interests on multifarious issues, for example, economic, linguistic, cultural, religious, ethnic, etc., the Marxist theory regards the clash of economic interests as the fundamental issue of social conflict. In its view, other issues are superficial, and their resolution, if any, cannot end the conflict. In other words, if the economic issue is solved, all other issues will automatically disappear. Conversely, if the economic issue is evaded, settlement of all other issues will be a futile exercise. Nature of politics. 89. Politics as an instrument of class domination. According to the Marxist theory, conflict in politics arises in society because its system of production is not organized on a rational basis. A rational system of production implies a highest advancement of technology so as to get maximum production, and B, social ownership of the means of production and distribution so that all production caters to the needs of the masses, not of the chosen few. It is undertaken solely for the social benefit, not for private profit. Only a rational system of production is conducive to cooperative effort. But under capitalism and in earlier ages, production is not organized on a rational basis. A small minority manages to corner ownership of the major means of production and forces the rest of the population to live on hard labor. The emergence of private property has divided society into two classes, the haves and the have-nots, the masters and the servants, the exploiters and the exploited, whose interests are irreconcilable. Politics and the state are the product of this division of society. They continue to serve the interests of the dominant class. As F. Engels' The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, has elaborated, because the state arose from the need to hold class antagonisms in check, it is, as a rule, the state of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which through the medium of the state, becomes also the politically dominant class, and thus acquires new means of holding down and exploiting the oppressed class. Thus, the state of antiquity was above all the state of the slave owners for the purpose of holding down the slaves, as the feudal state was the organ of the nobility for holding down the peasant serfs and bondsmen. And the modern representative state is an instrument of exploitation of the wage labor by capital. Class interests are irreconcilable. The division of society into antagonistic classes gives rise to class conflict or class struggle. All politics ensues from this class struggle. As Marx and Engels in their Communist Manifesto 1848 have observed, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight. A fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. This class conflict is irreconcilable by its very nature. Politics cannot resolve this conflict. On the contrary, politics is used by the dominant class to suppress the conflict. This gives the impression of voluntary compromise, but in reality it is a compromise imposed by the dominant class on the dependent class. It even creates an illusion of consent by administering strong ideological doses, 90%, an introduction to political theory. So long as society remains divided into classes, state and politics will continue to be used as the tools of the dominant class for the suppression of the dependent class. This process will continue even after the socialist revolution, but in reverse gear. In other words, while capitalism is characterized by the exploitation of the workers by the capitalists, socialism, popularly dubbed communism, is characterized by the suppression of the dispossessed capitalists by the workers' proletariat in order to forestall a counter-revolution and to pave the way for the blossoming of communism, a classless society. With the elimination of the classes, class conflict will disappear, and state and politics would no longer be required. The state will wither away. Thus, according to Marxism, the antagonistic interests of the classes cannot be reconciled by the process of politics. The end of class conflict marks an end of politics itself. The communitarian view. Politics is the arena of mutual cooperation, not of conflict. According to the communitarian view, the essence of human nature lies in the spirit of cooperation, not of conflict. Hence, mutual aid or cooperation is the foundation of political organization. Aristotle had argued that the relation between individual and the state was similar to that between an organ and the organism. The state was an indispensable instrument of good life for all human beings. Hence, different individuals must cooperate with each other in order to secure good life for everyone. Modern communitarians postulate a similar role of the individual in a larger social and political organization. Communitarians tend to argue that an individual develops his identity, talents, and pursuits in life only from his place in the community. Community represents a set of social relationships based on sharing common characteristics, common values, and common interests. In order to flourish in life, an individual requires a place in a well-functioning community. Whereas liberals encourage each person to define and seek his own good within the political structure, communitarians direct him to discover and pursue his good as an integral part of the good of the community. This can be accomplished only through cooperation, not through competition. Politics is instrumental to the pursuit of the common good. The idea of common good is the keynote of communitarianism. Its notion of common good is different from that of liberalism. Liberalism holds that if each individual is allowed to pursue his self-interest, common interest would be served automatically as a consequence. On the contrary, communitarianism does not believe that isolated individuals could have different interests. It does not recognize even their right to pursue self-interest apart from the interest of the community itself. Nature of politics, 91%. Liberalism holds that an individual is not indebted to society for his existence and his potentialities, hence he is absolutely free to pursue his self-appointed goals. In contrast, communitarianism believes that the individual owes his existence and his potentialities to society, hence he has no right to apply these potentialities in the so-called self-interest, disregarding the interest of society. His commitment to society is an essential feature of his personality. Alasdair MacIntyre, After Virtue 1981, argues that the individuals develop in perfect virtue through cooperative human activity. It is designed to achieve such standards of excellence which human beings are capable to achieve. If the state allows socially disconnected individuals to pursue their so-called self-appointed goals, the result would be social disintegration and moral disaster. In fact, the process of such disintegration has already started in some modern liberal states as evident in the prevalence of crime and violence, the breakdown of the family, and the widespread drug abuse. Charles Taylor, Philosophical Papers 1985, attacks the liberals' atomistic conception of human beings, which ignores the fact that a human being must be situated in a society in order to develop his personality. Similarly, Michael Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, criticizes the liberals' conception of disjointed nature of the people. Sandel views human nature as embedded in a particular time, place, and culture. He insists on creating a deeper commonality, informed by shared self-understanding as well as affection. In a nutshell, the communitarian view treats politics as an activity concerned with the identification and pursuit of their common interests. Conclusion. The chief difference between the liberal and the Marxist points of view regarding the nature of politics lies in the questions of the nature and source of the conflict from which politics emanates, the prospects of conflict resolution, and the utility of politics itself. Ralph Miliband in his Marxism and Politics 1977 has significantly observed, in the liberal view of politics, conflict exists in terms of problems which need to be solved. The hidden assumption is that conflict does not, or need not, run very deep, that it can be managed by the exercise of reason and goodwill and a readiness to compromise and agree. The Marxist approach to conflict is very different. It is not a matter of problems to be solved, but of a state of domination and subjection to be ended by a total transformation of the conditions which give rise to it. Apparently, the liberal approach seems to be based on reason and devoted to justice, but the difficulty with this approach is that it fails to distinguish between compromise and cooperation. Compromise can be effected without creating an introduction to political theory. The conditions of freedom. Real cooperation among members of different groups or classes can be generated only after elimination of the conditions of dominance and dependence. Liberal writers use compromise and cooperation synonymously, which obscures the whole issue. According to liberal theory, conflict is not only capable of resolution, but plays a positive role in the progress of society. As Ralph Miliband has further elaborated, the conflict is not only civilized, but also civilizing. It is not only a means of resolving problems in a peaceful way, but also of providing new ideas, ensuring progress, achieving ever greater harmony, and so on. Conflict is functional, a stabilizing rather than a disrupting force. On the other hand, Marxist theory regards conflict as dysfunctional. It is symptomatic of a rift within society, which tends to perpetuate the practice of exploitation until its character is transformed by a socialist revolution. The so-called resolution of conflict by liberal methods is in reality a poor consolation. The antagonisms are irreconcilable, and the notion of genuine harmony is a deception or a delusion, at least in relation to class societies. According to this viewpoint, genuine harmony in society can be achieved only when the real source of the conflict, the division of society into antagonistic classes, is eliminated. That is when a classless society comes into existence. The experience of the socialist revolutions in the 20th century, especially those of the former USSR 1917 and the People's Republic of China 1949, and working of their systems, has, however, demonstrated that the dream of a classless society is extremely difficult to realize. Moreover, the conditions of dominance and dependence exist in society at many subtle levels, and they operate in many subtle ways at the national and international levels. Justice can only be achieved when these conditions are closely scrutinized and straightened, and not by arriving at vague compromises. Finally, the communitarian view sees no basic conflict between the interests of different members of society. Accordingly, a uniform common interest is a natural characteristic of each community. It need not be established artificially in any society. It is only to be discovered and identified. When the people are able to see their common interest, they naturally tend to cooperate in its pursuit. None of these views of politics may be treated as universally acceptable. Liberal view is suited to a society which is not afflicted by wide disparities of wealth, prestige, and power. Marxist view may be applied to a society sharply divided into dominant and dependent classes, where dependent class is not left with any alternative for peaceful solution of their problems. And communitarian view would be suitable for a society whose members are largely satisfied with their status and are prepared to cooperate to improve their lot. If a society is characterized by wide disparities of power and differences of opinion, it would be futile to look into its problems from the communitarian point of view. Nature of Politics 93. Different views of politics, the issue, nature of politics, status of the individuals, structure of society, notion of the common good, nature of conflict, way to progress, basic principle, exponents, liberal view, means of reconciliation of conflicting interests, disconnected, independent units, set of independent individuals, stage of equilibrium between conflicting interests, not very deep which can be resolved easily, conflict resolution, liberty, Locke, Bentham, I.S., Mill, Lasky, Robert Dahl. Marxist view, means of suppression of class conflict, members of conflicting classes, set of antagonistic classes, not discernible in a class-divided society where class interests dominate, very deep conflict, no real conflict between classes, which within a community cannot be resolved. Revolution, social solidarity, equality, fraternity, Rousseau, Green, McIntyre, Sandel, Charles Taylor, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Gramsci, Mao. Communitarian view means of pursuit of the common good, mutually connected units, set of intellectually and emotionally united human beings, uniform good that comprehends the interest of each member of society. Liberty, a condition in which an individual does not face unreasonable restraints while making full use of his abilities in fulfilling his self-appointed goals. Equality. In the Marxist context, it stands for a condition in which individuals are not divided into dominant and dependent classes due to private ownership of the major means of production. Fraternity. A sentiment which informs the members of a community who share a common culture, common values, and awareness of the common interest, and engage in the common effort to achieve a social goal. 4. Approaches to the study of politics. Distinction between method and approach in the sphere of social sciences. The terms method and approach are applied rather loosely, and sometimes even interchangeably. To be precise, as far as possible, in their usage, distinction may be drawn between the two. Method is a more general term which denotes a particular way of doing something. In a systematic study, method may be defined as the procedure of inquiry by which reliable knowledge could be obtained and reliable conclusions could be drawn. Examples of method are scientific method, inductive method, deductive method, comparative method, etc. On the other hand, approach is a wider term which comprehends not only the method, that is how to inquire, but also the focus of our study, that is what to inquire, in order to understand the given phenomenon. As Vernon van Dijk, Political Science, A Philosophical Analysis, 1960 has stated, an approach consists of criteria of selection. Criteria employed in selecting the problems or questions to consider, and in selecting the data to bring to bear. It consists of standards governing the inclusion and exclusion of questions and data. Commenting on the distinction between approach and method, Dijk has further pointed out, in brief, approaches consist of criteria for selecting problems and relevant data, whereas methods are procedures for getting and utilizing data. It may, however, be observed that an approach is usually wedded to a particular method, while a method is not always wedded to a particular approach. That is why an approach suggests the relevant method also. Thus, behavioral approach is wedded to scientific method, because behavior of several actors in a political approaches to the study of politics 95. Situation is capable of scientific study, while the normative approach is wedded to philosophical method, because norms and values can only be determined philosophically, not through scientific method. Then, philosophical approach and historical approach suggest the use of philosophical method and historical method respectively, although they also point to their respective focus of study. Again, empirical approach to the study of politics leads us to political analysis and several models of political analysis, for example, systems analysis, structural functional analysis, and decision-making analysis. In fact, point to several methods adopted under this approach, although these are loosely referred to as political system approach, structural functional approach, and decision-making approach respectively. Traditional versus contemporary approaches. The study of politics has a very long tradition. Several approaches have been adopted for this purpose. Broadly speaking, the approaches which remained largely in vogue till the end of the Second World War 1939 to the power of 5 are described as traditional approaches, while those which were developed thereafter are known to be contemporary approaches. As Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, has rightly suggested, the use of the label traditional is neither a criticism nor a refutation of the obvious fact that they still play an important role in modern political studies. In other words, the traditional approaches to the study of politics have not become all outdated, but they are no longer favored by the champions of the contemporary approaches. It is not possible to furnish any comprehensive lists of the traditional or contemporary approaches. Truly speaking, they do not represent watertight compartments, although some of their distinctive features might be identified. A few decades ago, it was argued that the contemporary approaches focus on facts, while traditional approaches focus on values. This view is no longer upheld. Hence, the distinction between empirical and normative approaches cannot be treated as coterminous with the distinction between traditional and contemporary approaches. However, it is true that the traditional study of politics was dominated by the study of philosophy, history, law, and institutions. Hence, philosophical, historical, legal, and institutional approaches are usually identified as traditional approaches. On the other hand, contemporary approaches are faced with the problem of the identity of the discipline. They particularly focus on phenomenon of politics as a process as manifested in the behavior of different actors in a political situation, which is sought to be studied by scientific method. Hence, behavioral approach is a typically contemporary approach. Then politics as a process is sought to be analyzed by using different models of political analysis. All these models fall within the purview of the contemporary approach. Moreover, contemporary political science seeks to enrich itself by the relevant achievements of other social sciences, which leads us to the interdisciplinary approach. Hence, interdisciplinary approach is also a contemporary approach. 96. An Introduction to Political Theory. Empirical and normative approaches. Although contemporary political science gives prominence to empirical approach and traditional study of politics was dominated by normative approach, it cannot be assumed that the distinction between empirical and normative approaches reflects the distinction between contemporary and traditional approaches. In fact, some features of empirical as well as normative approaches are found both in the traditional and contemporary approaches. For instance, when we turn to traditional political theory, we find that Aristotle's analysis of the causes of revolution or rebellion, Montesquieu's theory of separation of powers, and Marx's analysis of the exploitation of the working classes are rich in empirical content. Then, in contemporary political theory, Karl Popper's advocacy of incremental change, for Hayek's defense of libertarianism, C.B. Macpherson's concept of creative freedom, and Rawls's theory of justice are very rich in their normative content. What is the distinction between empirical and normative approaches? Broadly speaking, the empirical approach seeks to discover and describe A.C.S., whereas the non-native approach seeks to determine and prescribe values. The empirical approach aims at making an empirical statement which is concerned with is, whereas the normative approach aims at making a normative statement which is concerned with what ought to be or should be. However, these forms of expression cannot be followed literally as the criterion of distinction between the two approaches. The crucial point is that an empirical statement is concerned with a situation which can be observed by our sense experience, which can be verified by repeated observation, and whose accuracy can be tested. On the other hand, a non-native statement tends to express preference for a particular type of order as dictated by a sense of duty or universal need, or by commitment to a moral principle or ideal. While strong arguments may be advanced in support of a normative statement, it is not capable of being discovered, described, or verified by our sense experience. For example, what is justice? This question may be answered in several ways, such as justice is treating equals equally and unequals unequally, or justice is giving equal freedom and equal opportunity to all, provided any departure from equal distribution will prove beneficial to the least advantaged, etc. Now, all such answers purporting to define what is justice express a variety of value preferences. None of them is based on empirical observation or is capable of empirical verification. So in spite of using the I-as form, they are by no means empirical statements. Then there could be a statement requiring something to be done for the fulfillment of a definite purpose or condition. For instance, we may say, everybody ought to vote in election in order to make democracy work, fulfillment of a purpose, or if democracy is to work, everybody ought to or should or must vote in election. Now, these types of statements are certainly empirical statements in spite of using the ought to form, because their contents can be empirically. Approaches to the study of politics. 97. Verified or repudiated. To be sure, a normative statement requires something to be done in order to serve an intrinsic value, which is an end in itself, for example, the truth, the good, the beautiful. On the other hand, an empirical statement requiring something to be done is intended to serve an instrumental value, which is a means to some higher end, for example, do regular exercise to improve your health, or grow more trees to reduce environmental pollution. In short, it is the content of a statement, not its form, which makes it empirical or normative. Critics of the normative approach argue that the empirical approach is objective, whereas the normative approach is subjective. T.D. Weldon, in his Vocabulary of Politics 1953, pointed out that a political philosophy is like a matter of taste. One can only state one's taste and go away. There is no point in arguing. This is a biased view. While there may exist several schools of thought upholding different interpretations of, say, freedom, equality, and justice, a dialogue between these schools can always be opened. Those holding different viewpoints can always come together to evolve or arrive at certain basic principles of reasoning by which they can prove or disprove different points. It is not like a matter of individual taste which can be stated but which cannot be defended. The terminology adopted by empirical and normative approaches for approval or disapproval of any proposition creates confusion at times. The categories true or false, right or wrong may have different meanings in the context of, say, mathematical and moral questions. It is sometimes assumed that empirical approach refers to true or false, right or wrong, as absolute categories, while normative approach treats them as conditional. However, it is now widely accepted that even scientific principles are largely tentative. Nobody can claim to have found the final truth in the realm of matter, not to speak of the realm of mind. Scientific principles in the sphere of nature as well as society can be treated as valid until they are repudiated by some new discovery. In politics, particularly, we cannot afford to abstain from acting until a very high level of scientific validity is achieved. As Robert Dahl has rightly pointed out, in politics, refusing to decide is simply deciding to allow others to decide for you. Modern Political Analysis, 1991. Finally, the empirical approach remains largely descriptive, while the normative approach is mainly prescriptive. Empirical approach seeks to discover laws that are unalterable, for example, law of gravitational force. Hence, they are beyond man's control. One can discover and describe them. Normative approach is concerned with laws and conditions largely created or adopted by human society, which are alterable, for example, laws governing property and public order. One can examine how far they are morally right or wrong, and then prescribe the right course. Incidentally, in the normative approach, prescription may be preceded by description. For instance, Plato and Aristotle had given description of their experience before prescribing their respective solutions. On the other hand, in the empirical approach, description may be followed by prescription for the achievement of some obvious. 98. An introduction to political theory. Goals, such as economy and efficiency, or some specified goals, such as health and stability. Moreover, empirical approach can render immense help in examining the grounds of a normative argument. For example, Aristotle prescribed harsher punishment to a slave than to a freeman for the same crime, on the ground that a slave is less sensitive to punishment. Empirical approach has now established beyond doubt that men are not more or less sensitive to punishment because of their status as freemen or slaves. This is a sufficient reason to reject Aristotle's prescription in this behalf. The champions of empirical approach have been very vocal in criticizing the normative approach on the ground that there is no scientifically valid or reliable method of determining what is morally right or wrong. The supporters of normative approach do not condemn the empirical approach as such, but they criticize its indifference toward values, particularly its ignorance of discrimination between higher and lower values. As Leo Strauss has emphatically stated, by teaching the equality of values, by denying that there are things which are intrinsically high and others which are intrinsically low, as well as by denying that there is an essential difference between men and brutes, it unwittingly contributes to the victory of the gutter. Essays on the Scientific Study of Politics, edited by Herbert Strong, 1962. The state of estrangement between empirical and normative approaches, wherever it exists, will prove disastrous. There is an urgent need to build a bridge between the two approaches which will be beneficial not only for their respective upholders, but also for the human civilization itself. Distinction between empirical and normative approaches. The issue empirical approach, normative approach. Chief concern, nature, based on criterion of validity. Facts, it is so. Scientific and descriptive. Sense, experience, and logic. True or false. Values, it ought to be so. Critical and prescriptive. Speculation and logic. Right or wrong. Philosophical, historical, legal, and institutional approaches to the study of politics may be taken to represent the main traditional approaches. Philosophical approach. In the first place, the philosophical approach is concerned with the clarification of concepts used in a particular discipline. As Vernon van Dijk, Political Science, of Philosophical Analysis, 1960, has significantly observed. Approaches to the study of politics. 99. A philosophical analysis is an effort to clarify thought about the nature of the subject and about ends and means in studying it. Put more generally, a person who takes a philosophical approach to a subject aims to enhance linguistic clarity and to reduce linguistic confusion. He assumes that the language used in descriptions reflects conceptions of reality, and he wants to make conceptions of reality as clear, consistent, coherent, and helpful as possible. Secondly, the philosophical approach aims at evolving standards of right and wrong for the purpose of a critical evaluation of the existing institutions, laws, and policies. As Dijk has further noted, it may denote efforts to arrive at truth through the use of reason. The truth sought may be normative, descriptive, or prescriptive. The object of philosophic inquiry in this sense is to establish standards of the good, the right, and the just, and to appraise or prescribe political institutions and practices in the light of these standards. Ibid. Most of the classical political theory represents philosophical approach. Its themes are generally concerned with moral reasoning, which cannot be subjected to scientific test, although the empirical aspect of such reasoning can always be questioned. Moreover, the moral aspect of such reasoning can also be questioned from the viewpoint of our modern consciousness. For instance, Kant's concept of human dignity, which rules out any type of slavery, is closer to modern consciousness than Aristotle's defense of slavery. Then most of the political thinkers proceeded on some notion of human nature, which can now be questioned in the light of the findings of the contemporary psychology and social sciences. Hence, the philosophical approach does not simply rely on the political thought of the past. It is a subject of current and continuous debate. Most of the classical thinkers, proceeding from a hypothesis about human nature, dwelled on two main themes, art of government and grounds of political obligation. Aristotle postulated, man is by nature a political animal, and then elaborated his views on these two subjects. Machiavelli mainly dwelled on art of government, on the assumption of the very selfish and ungrateful nature of man. Thereafter, art of government ceased to be a part of mainstream political theory. Hobbes mainly focused on the grounds of political obligation. His absolutist view of political obligation was carried on by Rousseau and Hegel on different grounds. Locke was probably the first thinker to repudiate this absolutist view and to postulate rights of the individual against the state. That is why Locke is regarded as the pioneer of individualism, which later developed into liberalism. Kant, proceeding from different premises, evolved the concept of human dignity. J.S. Mill sought to explore the limits of political obligation by defining the conditions of state intervention. Screen developed his theory of rights on moral grounds and sought to limit the authority of the state. Lasky similarly tried to build in 100 an introduction to political theory. Elaborate system of individual rights. John Rawls revived Kant's notion of rational negotiators to build his theory of justice. On the other hand, Marx sought to demolish political obligation by identifying man's position in a social class, and projected the working class as an instrument of revolution. Neo-Marxists have been looking for alternative instruments, as well as alternative strategies of revolution. In a nutshell, political philosophy mainly dwelled on the logic of the grounds and limits of political obligation. Concepts of individual rights and revolution are byproducts of this debate. Conceptions of freedom, equality, and justice are extensions of the theories of rights. The concept of democracy denotes an effort to translate the concept of individual rights into concrete political institutions. Again, concepts of authoritarianism, totalitarianism, and fascism, etc., largely represent the negative side of this effort. Of the contemporary champions of the philosophical approach to the study of politics, Leo Strauss is the most outstanding. According to Strauss, political science and political philosophy are coterminous. They denote an attempt to obtain true knowledge of political things as well as the standards of the right and the good. Political philosophy is a product of our quest for good life and good society. Values as well as facts are indispensable part of political philosophy, which enable us to undertake a critical and coherent analysis of political institutions and activities. Without such analysis, assumptions regarding the political things take the character of opinions. Political philosophy seeks to replace opinion by knowledge, as originally postulated by Socrates. Strauss has severely criticized the contemporary behavioral approach, which insists on value-free analysis, and thus destroys the essence of true knowledge of politics. Historical approach. The term historical approach to politics may be used in two senses. Firstly, it may denote the process of arriving at the laws governing politics through an analysis of historical events, that is, events of the past, as exemplified by the theories propounded by Hegel and Marx. Karl Popper has described this approach as historicism. It implies that historical processes are determined by their inherent necessity, which are beyond the control of human ingenuity. Popper has criticized historicism because it insists on discovering what is inevitable, and then advocates totalitarian methods for its realization, as Hegel and Marx have done for the realization of their respective visions of future society. In the second place, historical approach stands for an attempt at understanding politics through a historical account of political thought of the past, as exemplified by George H. Sabine's A History of Political Theory. According to Sabine, the subject matter of political science coincides with the major themes of discussion in the writings of the well-known political approaches to the study of politics. Philosophers, Plato, Aristotle, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Bentham, Mill, Green, Marx, and others. Leading examples of the questions raised by these philosophers are, what ideals are sought to be realized through the state? What is the meaning of freedom and equality? What are the grounds and limits of political obligation, etc.? Sabine points out that each political theory is advanced in response to some specific situation. It is necessary to recapitulate the circumstances under which a particular theory was produced, for understanding its relevance to the present situation. Moreover, any political theory is not only a product of history, it also served as an instrument of molding history by its ideological force. However, all great political theories are valid for all times. Critics of the historical approach point out that it is not possible to understand ideas of the past ages in terms of the contemporary ideas and concepts. Moreover, ideas of the past are hardly any guide for resolving the crises of the present-day world, which were beyond comprehension of the past thinkers. David Easton has warned against living parasitically on ideas a century old and failing to develop a new political synthesis. This challenge to historical approach, of course, encouraged the development of the behavioral approach. However, the recent revival of interest in values has led to a renewed interest in the rich heritage of political thought for evolving guiding principles for our own age. For instance, John Rawls has built his celebrated theory of justice by drawing on the methodology of Locke and Kant and by rejecting the utilitarian philosophy of Bentham and Mill. Herbert Marcuse has built his neo-Marxist theory of freedom by reverting to Hegel's concept of civil society. Again, C.B. Macpherson has built his theory of democracy by reverting to Aristotle and J.S. Mill, while rejecting Bentham's utilitarianism and the contemporary elitism of Schumpeter and Dahl. Legal approach. Legal approach stands for an attempt to understand politics in terms of law. It focuses its attention on the legal and constitutional framework in which different organs of government have to function, inquires into their respective legal position, their powers, and the procedure which makes their actions legally valid. For instance, legal approach to Indian politics will proceed to analyze legal implications of various provisions of the Indian Constitution, duly documented by the decisions of the Supreme Court of India, as well as by the opinions of legal luminaries, procedure of formation and legal position of the two houses of the Indian Parliament and state legislatures, procedure of election or appointment, powers and position of the President, Prime Minister, Governors, Chief Ministers, Central and State Cabinets, etc., role and powers of the Supreme Court of India and High Courts, full legal implications of the federal setup, position of fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, etc. Similarly, legal approach to international politics will largely tend to analyze it in terms of the requirements of international law. 102. An introduction to political theory. The legal approach may prove inadequate in understanding the complex political forces, processes, and behavior which might operate outside legal formal framework, yet it is not entirely insignificant. As Vernon van Dijk has rightly observed, nor is a legal approach to be disparaged. After all, both the procedures and the substance of political action at every level are often controlled by law. In the field of both domestic and international politics, law frequently prescribes the action to be taken in given contingencies. It also forbids action or fixes the limits of permissible action. Political science, a philosophical analysis, 1960. Moreover, all political processes to become effective and stable must culminate in legal provisions, whether it is an independence movement in a colonized country, or agitation for civil rights, or certain concessions for any sections of society. Besides, the study of constitutional law and international law, etc., in spite of its limited use in understanding politics, continues to play a pivotal role in the social and political life of almost every country. Institutional approach. Institutional approach is closely related to legal approach, yet it is different. Significantly, this approach does not solely bank on other disciplines, philosophy, history, or law for understanding politics. Amongst the traditional approaches, it alone gives independent identity to the systematic study of politics. Traditionally, politics has been defined as the study of the state and government. Government itself is an institution, and its various organs, such as parliament, legislature, cabinet, executive, and Supreme Court judiciary, etc., may also be recognized as institutions. Political parties, which exist separately, are also institutions in their own right. There are lots of other institutions in society, such as family, school, church, or club. A student of politics will be interested only in those institutions which have a direct bearing on politics. What is an institution? In short, an institution is a set of offices and agencies arranged in a hierarchy where each office or agency has certain functions and powers. Each office or agency is manned by persons with definite status and role. Other persons also expect them to perform this role. The activities of an institution are not confined to its office holders. For instance, ordinary voters who participate in the process of setting up a legislature through election are not themselves office holders therein. As Vernon van Dijk has aptly summed up, an institution is any persistent system of activities and expectations, or any stable pattern of group behavior. Political science, a philosophical analysis, 1960. Approaches to the study of politics. Accordingly, the upholders of the institutional approach proceed to study the organization and functioning of government, its various organs, political parties, and other institutions affecting politics. Classification of governments, starting from Aristotle, monarchy, tyranny, aristocracy, oligarchy, polity, and democracy, to modern classification, democracy and dictatorship, parliamentary and presidential, unitary and federal, etc. Identification of levels of government, federal, state, and local, as well as branches of government, executive, legislative, judicial, composition and powers of each of these and their interrelationships, largely in legal terms, etc., are the chief concerns of this approach. It aims at giving an elaborate description of facts. Hence, it exemplifies a shift from normative to empirical approach, and from a historical to a contemporary concern within the sphere of traditional approaches. However, it relies heavily on description rather than explanation. Hence, it fails to qualify as a contemporary approach. Other drawbacks of the institutional approach are, A, with its preoccupation with the institutions, it neglected the individual. Hence, during the ascendancy of this approach, the study of voting behavior and political attitudes of the individual was left to sociologists. B, in the absence of overarching institutions governing international politics, it practically neglected the study of international politics. It confined its attention to international relations and description of the United Nations and its associated agencies and left the study of international politics to historians and students of international law. C, being concerned with the established institutions alone, it neglected the role of violence or threat of violence, political movements and agitations, war and revolutions, etc. And finally, D, it neglected the role of informal groups and processes in shaping politics. However, it should not be forgotten that institutions form a very important part of politics. Any discussion of politics without reference to the corresponding institutions will lead us nowhere. Moreover, in the present-day turmoil, particularly in the developing countries, constitution-making and institution-building is the order of the day. Institutional approach is inadequate in itself, but any other approach will also be incomplete without paying due attention to institutions. Third, contemporary approaches. Broadly speaking, contemporary approaches to the study of politics signify a departure from traditional approaches in two respects. They attempt to establish a separate identity of political science by focusing on the real character of politics. And B, they try to understand politics in totality, transcending its formal aspects and looking for those aspects of social life which influence and are influenced by it. Contemporary approaches are legion, and all of them may not fulfill these conditions. The following may be regarded as the most important: A, behavioral approach, B, post-behavioral approach, and C, some important models of political analysis. 104. An Introduction to Political Theory. Behavioral approach. Behavioralism, or the behavioral approach to the analysis and explanation of political phenomena, is particularly associated with the work of American political scientists after the Second World War, 1939 to the power of 15. But its origins may be traced back to the works of Graham Wallas' Human Nature and Politics and Arthur Bentley, The Process of Government, both published as early as 1908. Both Wallas and Bentley were inclined to lay greater emphasis on the informal processes of politics and less on political institutions in isolation. Wallas sought to introduce a new realism in political studies in the light of the new findings of contemporary psychology, while classical economists, the champions of the laissez-faire doctrine, had treated man as a rational creature following his self-interest. The new psychology had revealed that man was not a rational creature in this sense, and that his political actions were not totally guided by reason and self-interest. Human nature was too complex to be explained by simplistic utilitarian propositions. Wallas, therefore, insisted on exploring facts and evidence for understanding human nature and its manifestations in human behavior. His chief message was that the political process could be understood only by analyzing as to how people actually behaved in a political situation, not merely by speculating on how they should or would behave. Bentley, on the other hand, a pioneer of group approach to politics, primarily sought not to describe political activity, but to provide for new tools of investigation. He was so much fascinated by the study of informal groups that he tended almost completely to ignore the formal political institutions. Greatly inspired by sociology, he proceeded to undertake a study of the roles of pressure groups, political parties, elections, and public opinion in the political process. Charles E. Merriam, 1874 to 1953, was another pioneer of the behavioral approach. He is also famous as the founder of the Chicago School, which made substantial contribution to the behavioral movement. In the article The Present State of the Study of Politics, published in American Political Science Review, 1921, and in his book New Aspects of Politics, 1925, Merriam criticized contemporary political science for its lack of scientific rigor. He deprecated the work of historians as they had ignored the role of psychological, sociological, and economic factors in human affairs. He argued that students of politics should make full use of recent advances in social sciences in order to develop interdisciplinary and scientific character of political science. He called for renewed scientific endeavor and emphasized the need for a policy science by using quantitative techniques already developed in the fields of psychology and sociology. In his presidential address to the American Political Science Association, 1925, Merriam exhorted political scientists to look at political behavior as one of the essential objects of inquiry. Approaches to the study of politics. Apart from being an exponent of the scientific method for the study of politics, Merriam was also an ardent champion of democracy. In fact, he vigorously sought to put science into the service of democratic principles. He saw no inconsistency in promoting science and democracy together. William B. Monroe, 1875 to 1957, another exponent of scientific method, however, argued that it was not a proper function of political scientists to teach democratic citizenship. Then Geg Catlin, in his Science and Method of Politics, 1927, advanced the case for a value-free pure science. He treated power as essence of politics and argued that analysis of power should not be inclined in favor of any particular value system. This view of politics as the science of power, as well as a case for treating politics as a policy science, was later developed thoroughly by Harold D. Laswell, 190,278. His celebrated work Politics, Who Gets What, When, How 1936 proved to be a landmark in the empirical approach to politics as the study and analysis of power. Despite these early attempts, behavioralism in political science was systematically developed only after the Second World War, particularly through the writings of American political scientists. David B. Truman published his paper, The Impact on Political Science of the Revolution in the Behavioral Sciences, in 1955. Robert Dahl's paper, The Behavioral Approach in Political Science, Epitaph or Monument to a Successful Protest, appeared in the American Political Science Review in 1961. Then Evron M. Kirkpatrick published his paper, The Impact of the Behavioral Approach on Traditional Political Science, in 1962. and David Easton contributed his paper, The Current Meaning of Behavioralism in Political Science, in 1967. Heinz Euler's article on political behavior in the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, published in 1968, was also an important contribution to the series. In a nutshell, behavioralism stood for a shift of focus in the study of politics, from the formalism and normative orientations of the legalistic and philosophic schools to political behavior. That is the behavior of actual actors in the political field, such as power holders, power seekers, as well as voters. Behavioralism as such came to be understood as something wider than the study of political behavior, yet political behavior was its main focus. It would therefore be profitable to define political behavior at the outset. According to Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, political behavior, as an area of study within political science, is concerned with those aspects of human behavior that take place within political context, that is within a state or other political community, for political purposes or with political motivation. Its focus is the individual person as voter, leader, revolutionary, party member, opinion leader, etc., rather than the group or the political system, but it necessarily takes account of the influences of the group on the individual's behavior, the constraints of the system on the individual's opportunities for action, and the effects of the political culture on his attitudes and political habits. 106. An Introduction to Political Theory. Accordingly, the political scientists who undertook the study of political behavior sought to account for the psychological and social influences on behavior of the individual in a political situation. This involved the study of such processes and factors as political socialization, political ideologies, political culture, political participation, political communication, leadership, decision-making, and even political violence. An understanding of most of these processes involved interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research. In any case, behavioralism as a movement in political science did not remain confined to the study of individual-based political behavior, but developed into a set of orientations, procedures, and methods of analysis. In practice, it embraced all that lends a scientific character to the modern political science. According to David Easton, the intellectual foundations of behavioralism consist of 8 major tenets. Regularities, it implies that there are discoverable uniformities in political behavior which can be expressed in theory-like statements so as to provide for explanation and prediction of political phenomena. Verification, it requires that the validity of such theory-like statements must be testable, in principle, by reference to relevant behavior. Techniques, it means that the means for acquiring and interpreting data should be examined self-consciously, refined and validated for the purpose of observing, recording, and analyzing behavior. Quantification, it is necessary because precision in the recording of data and statement of findings requires measurement, which should be expressed in terms of actual quantities to facilitate proper analysis. Values, the behavioralists drew a clear distinction between ethical, evaluation, and empirical explanation, which were concerned with values and facts respectively. They insisted that objective scientific inquiry has to be value-free or value-neutral. Systematization, it stands for establishing close interrelationship between theory and research, because research untutored by theory may prove trivial, while theory unsupportable by data may turn out to be futile. Pure science, it holds that the understanding and explanation of political behavior is essential to utilize political knowledge in the solution of urgent practical problems of society. Integration, it signifies integration of political science with other social sciences in order to evolve a comprehensive view of human affairs, to strengthen its validity and the generality of its own results. Any political inquiry conducted according to these guidelines would be most conducive to generate reliable theory and scientific explanations. The behavioral movement had such a profound effect on political science that these tests became the rule of political inquiry. Politics. Behavioralism came to accord primacy to higher degree of reliability vis-a-vis higher degree of generality. It, therefore, focused on questions that could be answered reliably on the basis of the methods available. As Vernon van Dijk has aptly illustrated, the student who takes a behavioral approach is not likely to ask broad and vague questions like what caused the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, nor is he likely to focus on ideologies or constitutions or laws or upon the organizational structure of institutions. Political Science, a Philosophical Analysis, 1960. In short, behavioralism focused on micro-level situations rather than attempting macro-level generalizations. Post-behavioral revolution. By the MMID to 1960s, behavioralism gained a dominant position in the methodology of political science. However, its critics like Leo Strauss's What is Political Philosophy? Journal of Politics, 1957, had started arguing the rise of behavioralism was symptomatic of a crisis in political theory because of its failure to come to grips with normative issues. Sheldon Woolen Political Theory. As a vocation, American Political Science Review, 1969, declared that the preoccupation of political science with method signified an abdication of true vocation of political theory. Within the sphere of philosophy of science, the publication of Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962, had promoted the view that significance of scientific method lies in its capacity of problem-solving and crisis management, not in methodological sophistication. By the end of 1960s, even the exponents of behavioralism realized that its strict adherence to pure science was responsible for its failure to attend to the pressing social and political issues of the period. In 1969, David Easton himself in his presidential address to the American Political Science Association announced a new revolution in political science, a post-behavioral revolution, that represented a shift of focus from strict methodological issues to a greater concern with public responsibilities of the discipline and with political problems. Relevance and action were the twin slogans of post-behavioralism. It represented no complete departure from behavioralism. Rather, it stood for consolidating its gains and applying them for problem-solving and crisis management. Easton emphatically drew the attention of contemporary political scientists to the impending threat of the nuclear bomb, inner conflicts within the US which might lead to civil war or dictatorship, and undeclared war in Vietnam, which was perturbing moral consciousness the world over. He lamented that the behavioral political scientists were taking refuge in their ivory tower, seeking to perfect their methodology, as if they were not at all concerned with the outside world. Emphasizing the intellectual's historical role in protecting the humane values of civilization, Easton warned that if they failed to play this role, they would be reduced to mere technicians or mechanics for tinkering with society, reminding them of their responsibility to reshape society. Easton concluded that 108. An Introduction to Political Theory. Scientists could adopt a rational interest in value construction and application without denying the validity of their science. Accordingly, post-behavioralism seeks to reintroduce a concern for values in the behavioral approach itself. In the contemporary social science, the behavioral approach has shown increasing concern with solving the prevailing problems of society. In this way, it has largely absorbed the post-behavioral orientation within its scope. Distinction between behavioral and post-behavioral approaches. The issue: behavioral approach, post-behavioral approach, nature of inquiry, purpose of inquiry, focus of study, attitude toward values, attitude toward social change. Search for pure knowledge and theory, knowledge for knowledge's sake, not interested in action. Micro-level analysis. Focus on small units. Process of decision-making. Value neutral. Interested in status quo, not interested in social change. Search for applied knowledge and practice relevance of knowledge to satisfy social needs and action for problem-solving. Macro-level analysis. Focus on the role of big units. Content of the decision. Interested in the choice of values. Interested in social change. For solving social problems. Political analysis is the product of the empirical scientific orientation in the study of politics. In the classical tradition, Aristotle's classification of governments and Machiavelli's cost-benefit analysis of different techniques of leadership may be cited as earlier and rudimentary attempts of political analysis. However, political analysis in the real sense has flourished only in modern times, particularly with the adoption of scientific method in the study of politics. What is political analysis? Political analysis involves several steps. We start with determining the nature of politics. David Easton's concept of politics as authoritative allocation of values will serve as a suitable example. Politics is now everywhere recognized as a process. A process involves a set of interactions among its components. To proceed in the direction of political analysis, we must identify these components. This will guide us as to the relevant data which should be chosen for a proper understanding of politics. But how are these data interrelated? This will depend on our conception of the pattern of interaction of the components of the political process. So the next step is to arrange our data according to their interrelationship as conceived by us so as to yield an explanation. Now these two steps, that is determining the relevant data and evolving their suitable arrangement for yielding an explanation, constitute a model of political analysis. Since such model is evolved at a conceptual level, it is possible to build several models of political analysis, depending upon our points of inquiry. Ideally, approaches to the study of politics 109. All explanations of a given situation derived through different models of political analysis should coincide, but this does not always happen. Contemporary political science has evolved a large number of models of political analysis. Of these, the following are more important, which could be chosen for a detailed description: systems analysis, structural functional analysis, communications theory, and decision-making analysis. These models are associated with the liberal view of politics. Finally, Marxist analysis may be added to this list, though it may lead to very different results. Systems analysis. This is the pioneering model of political analysis. It conceives politics in terms of a political system. What is a system? As Robert Dahl has elucidated, any collection of elements that interact in some way with one another can be considered a system. A galaxy, a football team, a legislature, a political party. Modern Political Analysis, 1991. For the purpose of analysis, elements of a system should be looked at in an abstract way rather than as concrete things. Hence, elements of a political system should not be seen as a group of individuals constituting a government or its organs, but as abstract elements interacting with each other in the sphere of politics. A model of political system in this sense was first developed by David Easton. An approach to the analysis of political systems, World Politics, 1957, who is regarded to be the pioneer of systems analysis. Easton defined politics as the authoritative allocation of values, which broadly constitutes the political process. This does not take place in a closed circuit. Its ends are connected with the social process. It is in this sense that the political system has been described as an open system. In other words, allocation of values is made because there are corresponding demands from the society or environment. It becomes authoritative because it gets supports from the environment. In David Easton's terminology, the political system receives inputs from the environment in the form of demands and supports. It produces outputs in the form of policies and decisions. The outputs flow back into the environment through a feedback mechanism, giving rise to fresh demands, etc. Easton's model of political system: environment, inputs, demands, supports, political system, outputs, decisions, policies, feedback, less than environment. 110. An introduction to political theory. Easton has characterized demands as the raw materials out of which finished products called decisions are manufactured. He has described supports as the energy, in the form of actions or orientations, enabling the political system to convert the demands into authoritative decisions and policies. Demands may arise from any source: the people, politicians, administrators, opinion leaders, and so on, depending on the nature of the regime. The extent of support is bound to vary, depending on the expectations of the people from their political system. Variability of support is bound to affect the destinies of the political authorities, often called governments, the regime, democratic, authoritarian, and the like, and the political community. Outputs are produced by the political system through special processes that ensure their acceptance as binding by most members of the society most of the time. Easton has also given an elaborate classification of demands, supports, and outputs which illustrates their nature thoroughly. Demands are subclassified into 4 types. 1. Demands for allocation of goods and services, such as wages and working conditions, educational opportunities, recreational facilities, roads and transportation, etc. 2. Demands for the regulation of behavior, such as provision of public safety, controls over markets and rules pertaining to marriage, health, and sanitation. 3. Demands for participation in the political system, such as the right to vote, to hold office, to petition government bodies and officials, and to form political associations. And 4. Demands for communication and information, such as the affirmation of norms, the information regarding policy intent, and display of the majesty and power of the political system in times of foreign threats, as well as on ceremonial occasions. Supports are also subclassified into 4 types. 1. Material supports, such as the payment of taxes and other levies, and rendering service in public interest, such as social work or military service. 2. Obedience to law, rules, and regulations. 3. Participatory supports, such as voting, political discussion, and other forms of political activity. And 4. Paying attention to governmental communication, and display of deference or respect to public authority, symbols, and ceremonials. The outputs, which may be clubbed together as policies and decisions, a policy itself is a web of decisions, are again subclassified into 4 categories. 1. Extractions, which may take the form of tribute, taxes, or personal services. 2. Regulations of behavior, which may cover a wide range of human activities, allocation or distribution of goods and services, opportunities, honor, statuses, and the like. And 4. Symbolic outputs, including affirmation of values, display of political symbols, and communication of policy intent. Feedback is essentially a communication process which produces action in response to information about the state of the political system, or some part thereof, or its environment, to structures within the system in such a way that approaches to the study of politics. 111. The future action of those structures is modified in consequence. The results of such modification may, in turn, produce further modifications, and so on. The feedback channel helps the political system in approaching its goals. It apprises the political system of the position of its goal, its own distance from it, and the changes in this distance brought about by its own performance in response to information coming from the feedback process. Under the normal circumstances, demands would serve as guide to the political system for determining its policies and goals, and supports will enable it to achieve its goals. It may be hoped that if the political system is capable of processing the demand inputs effectively, support inputs are bound to come forth from its environment. Feedback mechanism is expected to adjust outputs to inputs. However, maintaining a state of equilibrium in the political system is by no means a simple affair. Conversion of demands and supports into outputs in the shape of policies and decisions has to be regulated by a complex mechanism. Of the many demands made on the political system, some may be lost in transit without reaching the output stage. If there are too many demands or too much insistence on particular type of demand, stress will arise and the channels will be overloaded. If so, various regulatory mechanisms will have to be applied to cope with the stress. In the first place, the structural mechanisms such as pressure groups, political parties, will assume the role of gatekeepers who will allow only legitimate demands to enter the political system. Secondly, cultural mechanisms will ensure that only right type of demands which enjoy social approval will be encouraged. Thirdly, communication channels can be increased to ensure a smooth flow of excessive demands into the system. Fourthly, demands may be controlled in the conversion process itself by the legislative, executive, and administrative organs of government who are responsible for processing all demands. Should the stress reach a critical stage and continue at that level for quite some time, changes in the authorities or even in the regime such as through a revolution might become inevitable. Failure to control the situation may even bring about eventual destruction of the system itself. The framework of systems analysis has been found very useful for the comparative analysis of diverse political units, such as modernized as well as developing polities. It has also been extensively used for an analysis of the international political system. The model of political system has also served as a basis for Gabriel Allman's model of structural functional analysis, as also for Karl Deutsch's model of communications theory. However, it has been criticized for its inability in the analysis of political power, as well as in the analysis of mass political behavior, such as voting. In any case, it reprise NTS a substantiel advanc E in the directio N of constru, citing a theoretical framework from within Politica L Scienc E. 112 An Introduction to Political Theory. Structural functional analysis. Like systems analysis, structural functional analysis is also based on the concept of political system. This model of political analysis has been more widely used in the sphere of comparative politics because it provides for standard categories for different types of political systems. It originated in the sphere of social anthropology in the writings of Radcliffe Brown and B. Malinowski. Then it was developed in the field of sociology by Talcott Parsons, Robert Merton, and Marion Levy. Gabriel Allman and his associates developed it into a tool of political analysis. Gabriel Allman and J.S. Coleman, The Politics of the Developing Areas, 1960, identified 4 characteristics of the political system. A. All political systems have political structures. B. The same functions are performed in all political systems with different frequencies and by different kinds of structures. C. All political structures are multifunctional. And D. All political systems are mixed systems in the cultural sense. That is, they are based in a culture which is always a mixture of the modern and the traditional. This approach was further developed by Gabriel Allman and G.B. Powell in Comparative Politics, a Developmental Approach, 1966. Allman and his associates argued that all political systems, regardless of their type, must perform a specific set of tasks if they are to remain in existence as systems in working order or in equilibrium, that is, as ongoing systems. These are the functional requirements of the system. With this assumption, they sought to modify David Easton's model of the political system, suggesting that inputs and outputs recognized by Easton can best be understood as functions or functional requisites of political system. They sought to redefine these inputs and outputs with a deeper understanding of political process and proceeded to identify various structures corresponding to these functions. In order to evolve a structural functional framework, they conceded that in various political systems, these functions may be performed by different kinds of political structures and sometimes even by structures which are not overtly recognized as being primarily political. Accordingly, Allman and his associates discerned 4 input functions and 3 output functions. Input functions are 1. Political socialization and recruitment, 2. Interest articulation, 3. Interest aggregation, and 4. Political communication. Output functions are 5. Rulemaking, 6. Rule application, and 7. Rule adjudication. Of these, output functions correspond to conventional governmental functions, which are performed by formal governmental organs, viz. legislature rulemaking, executive rule application, and judiciary rule adjudication. Allman has paid special attention to input functions which are performed by non-governmental structures or institutions. Although all structures are multifunctional, yet some structures are especially suited for specific functions. Approaches to the study of politics. 113. Political socialization is the process whereby an individual acquires attitudes and orientations towards political phenomena. It also implies the process whereby society transmits political norms and beliefs from one generation to the next. Recruitment stands for the process whereby political groups obtain members for various important roles in the political process, either in addition to the existing members or as replacement for other members. Since political socialization prepares the individuals to assume various important roles in the social structure, it is instrumental to recruitment also. Family, school, and other primary groups are most suited to perform this function. Interest articulation implies the processes whereby opinions, attitudes, beliefs, preferences, etc. are converted into coherent demands on the political system. This function may be performed by various structures, but interest groups are most suited to perform this function. Interest aggregation is the process whereby various divergent interests are collated and translated into concrete demands of a very large section of society, preferably appealing to all sections of society. Policy proposals and programs of action, etc. Political parties are most suited to perform this function. Finally, political communication is the process whereby components of a political system, such as individuals, groups, and institutions, transmit and receive information regarding the functioning of the political system. Mass media, or the organizations controlling the media of mass communication, are most suited to perform this function. Model of structural functional analysis. Environment, INPU, TS. Function political, so family, peer socialization group, and recruit school, meant, church, etc. Interest, articulation groups. Interest, political, gregation parties, political mass media, communication, environment, structure, political, system, function rulemaking, rule application, rule adjudication, structure legislature 0, UT executive, P judiciary, UTS environment. The structural functional framework of political analysis has been particularly found useful for comparative politics. A developed political system is characterized by differentiation of structures for the performance of specific functions. In less developed political systems, functions of interest articulation, interest aggregation, and political communication might be performed by some structures which have not taken a definite shape. But in a developed system, growth of interest groups, political parties, and mass media would be clearly discernible. Almond and Powell, 114, An Introduction to Political Theory, have identified two chief characteristics of development of political system, that is, political development. These are A. Structural differentiation, and B. Secularization of culture. As they have elucidated, a principal aspect of the development or transformation of the political system is role differentiation or structural differentiation. By differentiation, we refer to the processes whereby roles change and become more specialized or more autonomous, or whereby new types of roles are established or new structures and subsystems emerge or are created. Comparative Politics, A Developmental Approach, 1966. The underlying propensities of a political system, representing its psychological dimension, have been described as political culture. Secularization of culture is concerned with this aspect of political system. As Almond and Powell have further observed, the secularization of culture is the process whereby traditional orientations and attitudes give way to more dynamic decision-making processes involving the gathering of information, the evaluation of information, the laying out of alternative courses of action, the selection of a course of action from among these possible courses, and the means whereby one tests whether or not a given course of action is producing the consequences which were intended. These two criteria would enable us to measure the level of development of any given political system. Structural functional analysis has been criticized on various grounds. Firstly, it is alleged that this form of analysis is primarily concerned with system survival. Hence, it is ideologically inclined towards conservatism. Secondly, it is not suited to analysis of power relations in society. Finally, it projects Western-type liberal democratic system as a standard for institution building in developing societies, rather than encouraging them to build their institutions according to their own genius and specific requirements. In any case, structural functional analysis signifies a significant advance in the sphere of political analysis. Communications theory. Communications theory represents another model of political analysis derived from the concept of political system. Karl Deutsch, The Nerves of Government, Models of Political Communication and Control, 1963, is the chief exponent of this approach. Deutsch sought to apply the concepts and methods of modern information technology, as well as physiology of nervous system, to an analysis of the political system. He particularly introduced the techniques of cybernetics to the sphere of political analysis. Cybernetics is the study of the operation of control and communication systems. It deals both with biological systems and man-made machinery. Deutsch declared that his work was concerned less with the bones or muscles of the body politic than with its nerves, its channels of communications and decision. Approaches to the study of politics, 115. Communications theory regards the function of communication as the center of all political activity. An analysis of communications flowing from and flowing into political system would therefore be very helpful in the description, classification, analysis, and explanation of the important aspects of political life. Deutsch argued that it might be profitable to look upon government somewhat less as a problem of power and somewhat more as a problem of steering, that is, directing the course of its activity, which is the main function of communication. He therefore regards political system as a network of communication channels. It is largely a self-regulating or self-controlling system which evolves its own processes and mechanisms for the acquisition, collection, transmission, selection, and the storage of information. As Morton R. Davies and Vaughan A. Lewis have aptly elucidated, the members of the political system come to acquire mechanisms for the transmission of messages and for the coordination and control of the channels of communication. The cohesion of a political system can be analyzed in terms of the degree to which these coordination and control mechanisms continue to function properly, to adapt themselves, in the context of the goals which they set, to the information which they receive from various sources, and even to modify the goals which they have set themselves. Models of Political Systems, 1971. The problem of communication may be studied in three contexts: A. Communication within the political system, B. Communication between political system and its environment, and C. Communication between two or more political systems. Its analysis involves the study of several components, including A. The structures meant for sending and receiving messages, B. The channels used for the purpose of communication, along with their capacities and rates of utilization, expressed in terms of their load and load capacity, rate of flow, amount of lag and gain, i.e. delay or promptness in responding to the information that is received, C. Processes of storage of information, D. Feedback mechanisms, E. The codes and languages applied for the purpose of communication, and F. The contents of the messages transmitted, etc. Communication is by no means a smooth process. We must be very careful in detecting distortions. As James C. Charlesworth has pointed out, the exponents of the communicational approach to political science emphasize the importance of distinguishing between what goes out from the source and what is exactly received at the other end. Which shall we examine, what a governmental agency says it says, or what the recipient says he hears? Contemporary Political Analysis, 1967. If the distortions could be corrected appropriately, lots of problems can be prevented or minimized. As Charlesworth has further observed, in order to correct the distortion, we must study the determinants of distortion. Hence, communications is a legitimate methodological segment of political science. 116. An Introduction to Political Theory. This study is unfortunately not well developed, nor is it standardized or unified. If it were, we should have fewer industrial strikes, slum riots, university sit-ins, and crackpot picket lines. ABID. In political science, this approach is particularly useful for an analysis of the processes of bargaining, conflict resolution, decision-making, evaluation of policies, estimating the impact of publicity and propaganda, as well as for understanding the dynamics of international relations. However, this approach is hardly useful in the analysis of power structure of society, ideologies, allocation of resources, or in explaining the phenomena of violence and revolution, etc. Communications theory can therefore be commended for application only in a limited sphere of political science. Decision-making analysis. Decision-making analysis denotes an attempt to understand politics as a process of arriving at decisions. It will be recalled that David Easton's original model of political system treats decisions and actions as outputs of the political system. In this sense, this approach is closely related to the concept of political system. Decision-making is a wider phenomenon. Exercise of any form of authority involves decision-making, whether it is in the sphere of business, university administration, or family. In political science, however, we are concerned with those areas of decision-making which affect politics. In other words, here we are concerned with the process of arriving at public decisions. However, the scope of decision-making in political sphere itself is very wide. As Vernon van Dijk has illustrated, every actor is a decision-maker. Those acting for political parties decide which candidate to nominate. Voters decide whether to vote and for whom. Legislators decide which proposals to advance or support. Executives decide what legislation to seek, whether to sign or veto acts of the legislative body. Precisely which steps to take in executing or administering the law, and what policies to pursue where action is left to their discretion. Political Science, a Philosophical Analysis, 1960. In short, decision-making analysis is concerned with analysis of political systems, processes, and behavior in terms of their decision-making mechanism and its functioning. It broadly involves the following. A. Identification of the issues on which decisions are made. B. The structures involved in decision-making. C. The actors involved in decision-making. This may involve study of personality, if necessary. D. The alternative courses of action or options that were considered before making a choice. Approaches to the study of politics, 117. E. The factors influencing the choice of the decision-makers, that is their range of preferences vis-a-vis the utilities attached to each of the alternatives. F. Any external factors, pressures, or constraints which influence their decision. And G. The outcome of the decision, including its political costs. Under normal circumstances, it is assumed that the decision-makers are capable of rational calculation, that is cost-benefit analysis, and that they are fully conscious of their goals so that they select the most efficient or feasible means of attaining these goals. However, if there is any departure from this course, for example, if a decision is a product of routinized behavior or irrational attitude on the part of some actors, social psychological reasons thereof must be investigated and recorded. Decision-making analysis does not conform to a single pattern. It may follow one of the several prevalent models. Some important models are as follows. A. Models dealing with the identification of variables of stages involved in the decision-making processes, as used in the works of Richard Cinder and Harold Laswell. B. Models based on analogies between economic and political decision-making, involving notions of maximizing advantage from the decision, as used in the works of Anthony Downs, J.M. Buchanan, and G. Tulloch. And C. Game theory, which involves quantification of the results of decision strategies in certain types of competitive situation. That is a situation of conflict or bargaining, in which it is assumed that each player will seek his maximum advantage under conditions of rationality. Decision-making analysis essentially follows interdisciplinary approach by drawing substantially on psychology, sociology, administrative theory, and organization theory. It also seeks to relate its findings to the work of other social scientists in the field of decision-making in non-political situations, with a view to evolving general theory of decision-making. However, such general theory is not yet adequately developed. Some exponents of decision-making analysis do not confine themselves to an analysis of particular decisions, and proceed to undertake studies of socio-economic background of decision-makers, for example, legislators, administrators, ministers, and even of voters. Some scholars tend to go into their styles of decision-making also. Some of them focus on the role of communications in decision-making. Decision-making analysis can be applied to a wide range of situations involving local, regional, national, as well as international politics. There, too, it may cover the study of a large variety of actors, for example, voters, elites, functionaries of political parties, legislators, judges, government officials, as well as officials of international organizations. It may adopt different models of analysis according to the needs of each situation. 118. An Introduction to Political Theory. Marxian analysis deals with a wide range of social phenomena, their past, present, and future. Politics figures therein only incidentally. It may therefore be called political analysis by proxy. Alex Kalinikos has significantly observed, Marxism denies that politics is a persisting feature of every form of society. Furthermore, it claims that politics, where it does exist, cannot be studied in isolation from the rest of society. Finally, Marxism, insofar as it is a practical program, as well as a body of theoretical analysis, seeks the abolition of politics. These claims are obviously incompatible with the notion of an autonomous discipline of politics, Marxism and Politics in What is Politics? The Activity and Its Study, edited by Adrian Leftwich, 1984. According to Marx's point of view, politics is not a fundamental activity of human beings, and political system is not an autonomous structure, as held by liberal models of political analysis. Politics is only a part of superstructure. Marxist analysis starts with a distinction between base or substructure and superstructure. This building-like metaphor is used to postulate that the economic structure of society, which represents the base, is responsible for creating and transforming its social structure, including its legal and political structure, religion and morals, etc., which represents the superstructure. Marx expressed this idea in his preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, as follows. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. Relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. This means that the political system, as a part of superstructure, is not autonomous, that it does not grow out of itself, but emerges on the foundation of the economic structure of society. The economic structure, or the mode of production itself, changes with the development of forces of production, that is, means of production and labor power. This would bring about corresponding changes in the political system and other aspects of superstructure. Since the political system is neither independent nor autonomous, no useful purpose will be served by undertaking analysis of political system per se. Marxism, particularly classical Marxism, therefore, insists on an analysis of the economic structure of society, historical stages of its development, and the corresponding class structure prevailing at each of these stages, which is reflected. Approaches to the study of politics 119. In relations of production, in order to understand the character of the political system, at each stage of historical development, society is divided into two antagonistic classes. The owners of private property or the major means of production rise to the position of dominant class, whereas those living solely on their labor on the terms dictated by the former constitute dependent class. As long as the major means of production continue to be privately owned, the division of society into dominant and dependent classes cannot be eliminated, nor their class conflict can ever be resolved. Politics must always be traced back to its hidden basis in the class struggle. Since politics arises from class struggle, it is historically a transient phenomenon. Different states are simply different forms of class domination. As Marx and Engels observed, political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. Communist Manifesto, 1848. Politics is the process through which antagonistic classes struggle to obtain, retain, or influence state power. Thus, under capitalism, politics of the capitalist class involves their strategy for exploitation of the working class, while politics of the working class implies organizing themselves to overthrow the capitalist system. In a nutshell, Marxism speaks of 5 stages of historical development, including 1. Prehistorical stage. Historical stage. Marxian analysis of historical stages. Mode of production C. All structure. Primitive communism. Slave system. Feudal system. Capitalist system. Socialist system. Hunting, fishing, food gathering, etc. Animal husbandry. Domestic. Agriculture and crafts. Large-scale agriculture. Large-scale industry. Classes not yet emerged. Masters and slaves. Landlords and serfs. Capitalists and workers. Workers in power and the former capitalists. It hopes that once genuine socialist system is established, and there is no distortion in its working, common ownership of major means of production will eventually lead to abolition of classes. State and political power will become redundant, and politics itself will disappear. Society will then enter the phase of communism. It will become classless and stateless society where authority will be exercised without resort to power, and administration will be carried on without the state machinery. Marx, Engels, and Lenin argued that political systems should be compared and contrasted with reference to their respective class structures. We should not be misled by their superficial similarities or differences. Illustrating his point from his contemporary experience, Marx pointed out that the laws and state system in North America and Prussia were based on similar system of property ownership. 120. An introduction to political theory. So these should be placed in the same category, although apparently North America was a republic, and Prussia was a monarchy. Under this approach, there is practically no scope of independent political analysis. However, neo-Marxists have realized that superstructure is by no means a weak structure, entirely dependent on the base. In capitalist systems, superstructure could be so strong that it may serve to strengthen the base itself. Hence, it needs independent analysis. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist and forerunner of neo-Marxism, has particularly evolved a framework for the analysis of the bourgeois state, i.e. the state under capitalist system, by identifying the structures of domination therein. Structures greater than of domination in bourgeois state. Bourgeois state structures of domination. 1. Political society structures of coercion. 1 based on force. Civil society. Structures of legitimation, based on consent hegemony. Ralph Miliband, The State in Capitalist Society. The Analysis of the Western System of Power, 1969, has largely used this framework, which exemplifies an attempt towards Marxian political analysis. Hegemony. According to Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, a web of beliefs and institutional as well as social relations in the capitalist society, family, scoot, church, and other primary groups play leading role in creating consent which keeps the system going. Use of force is resorted to only when the instruments of consent fail to work. 5. Interdisciplinary perspective. On political science, the term discipline denotes a branch of learning, a field or subject of study. Thus, history, political science, economics, linguistics, anthropology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, botany, etc. are known as different disciplines. Systematic studies of the institutions and functioning of human society, man's behavior in society, and the interpersonal relationships of individuals as members of society are called social sciences. Thus, political science, economics, sociology, social psychology, cultural anthropology, etc. are social sciences. Some of the disciplines embrace some features of the physical or natural sciences as well as social sciences. For instance, physical geography, physical anthropology, and clinical psychology belong to the physical sciences, while human geography, social or cultural anthropology, and social psychology obviously fall in the domain of social sciences. First, the interdisciplinary approach. When we rely on more than one discipline for the study of a given problem, or when there is a tendency to draw on or contribute to more than one discipline, our approach is called interdisciplinary. This approach can obviously be followed in the case of disciplines dealing with some common problems or with different aspects of the same or similar phenomena. The social sciences constitute one such group where interdisciplinary approach would be found most suitable for the study of their common problems. The interdisciplinary approach gives a broader perspective and thus enables us to understand problems more thoroughly and more fruitfully. The study of politics as a social process provides ample scope for an interdisciplinary approach. This implies A. Making use of the findings, theories, and models of other social. 122. An introduction to political theory. Sciences and understanding a political phenomenon. B. Verification of the theories and findings of political science from the data and theories of other social sciences. And C. Developing a broader perspective about political life with a view to making contribution to the other social sciences. It should, however, be kept in mind that expanding the scope of our study should be purposeful and well conceived. In other words, while entering the sphere of the other social sciences, we should not deviate from our main focus. In the present context, any reference to the problems of economics, sociology, psychology, or anthropology should be made with the definite purpose of understanding the problems of politics, not at random. For instance, if we start the study of labor management relations or the psychology of crowd behavior in a given situation, we should undertake such studies only to analyze their impact on politics, not to understand those problems for their own sake. Genesis of the interdisciplinary approach. The interdisciplinary approach denotes a recent trend in political science. This may, of course, be traced in a rudimentary form in the traditional study of politics. For instance, Plato, in his search for rulers for an ideal state, made it a point that the structure of the family and the nature of education would deeply affect the character and activities of those holding political office. Aristotle demonstrated a causal relation between the distribution of wealth and status in communities and the type of political regime they had. However, these earlier studies were not marked by a deeper analysis of the forces shaping the course of events. Marx 1818-83 and Engels 1820-95, around the middle of the 19th century, were probably the first to develop a new approach in social sciences, which could be called a systematic interdisciplinary approach. They located the primary source of political behavior in socio-economic factors, viz., the level of technological development, mode of material production, and the prevailing class structure. Modern liberal political scientists have persistently been trying to demonstrate that the study of the political process necessitates an understanding of various social factors. Characteristics of the interdisciplinary approach. When we undertake the study of politics as a social process and define the political system as an open system or a system of interactions, the interdisciplinary approach becomes imperative. In other words, when we assume that the political system receives inputs from the social system or environment and produces outputs which re-enter the environment through the feedback channel, it becomes necessary to widen the scope of our study so as to understand those aspects of the social process which affect the process of politics and are affected by it. Interdisciplinary perspective on political science 123, product of empirical orientation. The empirical method stands for reliance on factual information, observation, or direct sense experience, as opposed to pure speculation. Empirical orientation in the study of polities is a relatively recent phenomenon. Otherwise, politics is one of the oldest disciplines of the Western world. Aristotle called it the master science to demonstrate its crucial role in the ordering of various relationships within human society. The traditional study of politics was, however, characterized by its close link with philosophy. Other social sciences, such as anthropology, sociology, economics, and psychology, spun off from their parent discipline, philosophy, towards the end of the 19th century because of the advent of empirical orientation in their respective spheres. Political science, in this respect, was a relatively late starter. However, the empirical orientation in political science was accompanied by an understanding of the close link between political science and the other social sciences. Traditional political science was founded on ethics or moral philosophy. Its chief problem was to determine norms of public life and to evolve institutions according to those norms. It was, therefore, characterized by the normative approach, which may be distinguished from the empirical approach. The empirical approach is concerned with facts. It is descriptive. It deals with the real. On the other hand, the normative approach is concerned with values. It is prescriptive. It deals with the ideal. In other words, the empirical approach is concerned with what is there. The normative approach is concerned with what ought to be done. The chief requisites of the empirical approach may be described as follows. A. It deals with observable facts and data. B. It aims at explanation. That is, it seeks to establish a correlation between different variables, to explore the cause and effect relationship, and to arrive at possible generalizations. And finally, C. It tends to make predictions. That is, when certain data and the precise relationship between different variables are known, the result could be predicted and verified. The empirical orientation in political science led to the realization that the real world of politics could not be understood through images of an ideal state, nor merely in terms of formal institutions which may operate differently in actual practice. It set a new trend of understanding politics as a process which takes place within the larger framework of the social system. Since the empirical method was first developed in other social sciences, such as economics, sociology, anthropology, psychology, etc., political science was attracted toward other social sciences not only to learn their methodology, but also to find out how far their data, theories, and models could help in understanding the political phenomenon. Focus on political behavior and systems analysis. The empirical orientation in political science was responsible for the shift in emphasis from political institutions to political behavior and political system. Firstly, it was realized that politics could be better understood in terms of the 124, an introduction to political theory. Behavior of the participants, namely the electorate, legislators, bureaucrats, executive and judicial authorities, and so on. In other words, political analysis involved not a mere description of ideas and institutions, but an analysis of the behavior of the people, the individuals, groups of various types, whether they belonged to particular structures of the government or were outside it, the elite, etc. This necessitated reliance on an interdisciplinary approach. As Heinz Schulau, in his article on political behavior in the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1968, has elaborated, as man's political behavior is only one aspect of his total behavior as a social being, political behavior analysis must be interdisciplinary. It cannot neglect the wider context in which political action occurs. It is bound, therefore, to consider the possible effects of social, cultural, and personal factors on political behavior. In the second place, the introduction of systems analysis in political science has also given an impetus to the interdisciplinary approach. Here an attempt is made to understand politics as a process in terms of the political system. The political system is essentially regarded as a subsystem within the ambit of the larger social system. In other words, the political system does not operate independently or in isolation. The formal organs of the government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, do not produce their decisions on their own initiative or at their own will, but in response to the demands emanating from the social system, and these decisions in turn have their impact on the social system. With this framework of analysis, it becomes necessary to understand the economic, cultural, psychological, and sociological aspects of the social organization in order to appreciate the full import of the political process. Use of data of other social sciences. The interdisciplinary approach treats society as a totality whose various aspects are closely interrelated. Political science undertakes the study of the political aspect of society, for which the data provided by the other social sciences prove relevant and useful in various ways. For instance, you may require data on the rate of economic growth, distribution of national income, patterns of ownership of material wealth, educational levels and percentage of literacy of the population, religious and cultural attitudes of the people, their family structures, professional distribution, rural-urban ratio, etc., in order to ascertain whether a particular form of government such as democracy will be sustained by a given community or not. The political scientists' interest in political socialization and political culture has inspired them to draw heavily from the data of psychology and sociology. Their interest in political development has increased their reliance on the data provided by sociology and economics. Their interest in political communication has brought them nearer to social psychology. As Seymour Martin Lipset, in his Introduction to Politics and the Social Sciences, 1969, has illustrated. Interdisciplinary Perspective on Political Science, 125. The political scientist interested in political development has learned that he cannot treat his topic without looking for the conditions of social mobilization. Men cannot become citizens in a political sense without changes in their values and personality orientations. Politics will be different in caste and non-caste societies. It will vary among systems which have different concepts of kinship ties, and the nature of class and status relationships in various traditional societies will affect the possibilities for acceptance of a legal rational political order. Use of theories and models of other social sciences. The interdisciplinary orientation has also encouraged political scientists to make an abundant use of the theories and models evolved by other social sciences. For instance, the elite theory, that in every society, irrespective of its forms of social and political institutions, a small group of the chosen few always assumes a dominant position in relation to the rest of the community, was first systematically developed by Pareto 1848 to 1923, Mosca 1858 to 1941, and Michel's 1876 to 1936 in the field of sociology. It was then applied to the analysis of political institutions, leadership, and group behavior, as also for giving new interpretations of democracy. Similarly, the Marxian framework of base and superstructure, which postulates that politics, culture, morals, ideas, and institutions in any society are shaped by the prevailing mode of material production, was first evolved in the field of economics and sociology, and then adopted as a tool of political analysis. Some contemporary approaches to the study of politics in fact originated in other social sciences. David Easton's concept of the political system is derived from the concept of the social system originally developed in the field of sociology. The structural functional approach was originally developed in the field of cultural anthropology by Malinowski and Radcliffe Brown, then adopted in sociology by Talcott Parsons, and subsequently introduced in political science by Allman and Powell. Similarly, Harold Lasswell's model of the problem-solving approach was derived from psychology. Understanding of politics as a process of bargaining is based on the theories of competition, for example, perfect competition and monopolistic competition, originally evolved in the field of economics. Schumpeter and Anthony Downs have sought to analyze democratic politics using the economist's model of the open market. Thus, the use of theories and models of other social sciences in the realm of political science is quite common. In the present context, it would be interesting to illustrate the usefulness of other social sciences in the study of politics. The use of history, an introduction to political theory. The use of history for the study of politics may be considered in two important contexts. A. History is used as a rich storehouse of data for an understanding and interpretation of political phenomena, a comparative study of political situations and verification of hypotheses about politics. And B. When history gives us not only an account of events, but also cause and effect relationships, or rather, laws of historical development, such as Marx's materialist interpretation of history. This knowledge can be used for understanding the course of politics in a given situation. Some traditional writers have placed history and political science in a very close relationship. Thus, John Seeley 1834-95 observes, history without political science has no fruit. Political science without history has no root. Edward Augustus Freeman 1823-92 has gone to the extent of saying, history is past politics, politics is present history. Today, such statements appear to be an oversimplification of a complex issue. In fact, the expanding horizons of political science have given it an independent status and identity. It uses historical material only selectively, although frequently. Present events often have their roots in the past which cannot be ignored. For instance, any study of the Indian political system must start with its historical antecedents, and the study of international politics must be based on the historical background. Similarly, many historical accounts need to be reconstructed to bring out the significance of various events. In the light of political theory, such as the role of various classes including the elites, levels of politicization, and the impact of changes on the economic life of society, it is significant that unlike its traditional form, political science today is deeply conceived with the socio-economic foundations of political phenomena. Happily, there is a corresponding change in the outlook of modern historians with the increasing realization of the importance of socio-economic factors behind historical events and developments. In other words, the modem approach to history as well as political science is not confined to the great acts of kings and princes. Their battles, victories, expansion and consolidation of empires, defeats, disintegration and downfall. Due importance is now being paid to the condition and role of the masses in the making of history, as well as the shaping of politics. This simultaneous change of outlook has strengthened the age-old relationship between history and political science. In short, political science cannot claim to evolve a foolproof theory unless it is substantiated and verified by historical data, both in terms of rule and exception. If political theory is derived from mere speculation, visionary perspective, or limited observation, it is bound to lack scientific precision and thus crumble. Interdisciplinary perspective on political science 127. The use of economics. Economics is primarily concerned with analyzing the factors which affect human behavior in the process of material production, distribution, and exchange. It inquires into the factors which affect decisions about investment or use of economically relevant resources, primarily capital, labor, and goods. A closer analysis, however, reveals that these decisions are greatly affected by non-economic factors, such as cultural values, personality, political needs, and considerations of status. Economics, in fact, started its early career in the 18th century apolitical economy, which stood for the study and practice of the management of government and the nation. In late 19th century, it sought its independence from political theory and became increasingly occupied with price and market behavior under the influence of the laissez-faire doctrine. But the experience of the following decades revealed that an unrestrained economic system led to socially disastrous consequences: wide economic disparities, mounting exploitation of underprivileged sections, growing injustice and consequent friction. This necessitated regulation of economic activity and subordination of economics to public control. The result is the renewed mutual interest between economics and political science. Political theory today is primarily concerned with the conflicting demands of various groups and classes within a community or between different nations in the international sphere. These demands, though articulated in various forms, are primarily economic demands. No political system can sustain itself unless it demonstrates its ability to cope with the conflicting demands by evolving a somewhat stable equilibrium, harmony, or reconciliation. This requires a deeper understanding of economic forces and factors, policy decisions, or planning by the state, from the control of foreign trade to the regulation of the internal economic life of the community, will be devoid of essence unless the underlying economic issues are properly sorted out and resolved satisfactorily. The welfare state, service state, or even socialist state of today claims to take care of the economic security of citizens by providing for full employment, a reasonable standard of living, nutrition and health, etc. Developing nations are particularly faced with the challenge of acute and widespread poverty. Politics cannot deliver the goods until it is able to tackle the economic problem effectively. According to Marxian theory too, all politics is shaped by economic forces. Thus, an adequate knowledge of economics becomes essential for the understanding and practice of politics. The interface between economics and politics has given rise to modern political economy. 28. An introduction to political theory. Political economy. Traditional political economy was concerned with the analysis of revenue and expenditure of the state, which distinguished it from the management of domestic economy. Modern political economy deals with political aspects of economic policy making so that a social policy should prove not only economically efficient but also politically acceptable. In a broader sense, it focuses on those concepts and problems which are the common concern of economics and politics. Examples of such concepts are demands, costs, allocation of resources, utility, optimization, etc. Examples of such issues are impact of economic factors on political life, impact of political decisions on economic life, etc. It also includes the use of economic models, for example, rational choice theory, for the study of political behavior. Marxist political economy focuses on the relation between mode of production and various social formations, for example, slave-owning society, feudal society, capitalist society, and socialist society. The use of sociology. Sociology is chiefly concerned with the behavior of men in an associative process. It inquires into how institutions, stabilized systems of expectations and actions, fulfill the varying needs of man in society, particularly in a complex society. It therefore includes within its domain almost every aspect of human behavior. The early sociologists, both in Europe and America in fact, exhibited considerable interest in politics, as they could not ignore as important a set of institutions as the political ones or the formation of attitudes and group norms in politics. The famous sociologists like Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, Robert Michels, 1876 to 1936, Vilfredo Pardo, 1848, 1923, and Emile Durkheim, 1858 to 1000, one theologist like Max Weber, one their sociological inquiry. Arthur Bentley, 1870 to 1957, who was trained as a sociologist in Europe, eventually turned out to be a major intellectual force in political science in America. Franklin Giddings, 1855 to 1931, another American sociologist of repute, encouraged his students to undertake empirical studies of voting behavior in the early 1920s. The application of various concepts and methods of sociology to the study of political behavior in institutions has given rise to a new venture called political sociology. In fact, the practitioners of political sociology not only seek to explain political behavior, but also apply the analyses of bureaucratic structures developed in the works of Max Weber and Robert Michels to a variety of institutional structures such as governmental agencies, trade unions, political parties, and even economic institutions. The practice of politics involves taking public decisions. Any such decisions, to be effective, must take into account the social motivations of relevant groups. An inquiry into value orientations, attitudes, habits, beliefs, and prejudices of the people becomes indispensable to ascertain the possible response and chances of success of any social measure. Sociology proves quite helpful in this venture. In Interdisciplinary Perspective on Political Science 129th. Fact, the study of politics today extends its scope beyond formal procedures and institutions for which reliance on sociology becomes essential. In short, the discipline of political sociology thrives on the contributions from sociology as well as political science. Political sociology, the branch of learning which examines political institutions, processes, and ideologies in the light of corresponding social structures, processes, and modes of thought. It also examines the impact of political domination and decisions on social life. It treats political system as a subsystem within social system and inquires into their interrelationship. In a broader sense, political sociology focuses on those concepts and issues which are the common concern of sociology and politics. Examples of such concepts and issues are political socialization, political culture, political participation, social basis of political behavior, political ideologies, political consensus and cleavage, power, authority and legitimacy, patterns of political leadership, etc. The use of psychology. Psychology is primarily interested in learning the motives of human behavior and the causes of variations in individual and group behavior. Some human actions are, of course, the product of man's mental makeup as such, but some of his actions are also shaped by the pattern of man's participation in varying social situations. One of the key sources of personality formation and of individual behavior is seen in the pattern of his interaction with other individuals in a given social setting. Psychology, therefore, also inquires into the effects of different group involvements on individual behavior. This has given rise to a special branch of psychology, namely social psychology. An inquiry into the formation of attitudes has inspired psychologists to examine political values and behavior. The growth of totalitarian political movements in the 30s and 40s of the 20th century aroused interest in the study of the authoritarian personality, which involved application of insights gained from psychoanalytic theory and social psychological methods to understanding extremist political appeals. Similar orientations influenced the work of Harold Lasswell and his disciples in their study of the influence of psychological factors on the appeal of extremist movements particularly. and on political behavior generally. Besides, the study of politics involves an interest in the process of the formation and expression of public opinion, patterns of leadership including charismatic leadership, impact of propaganda, and the role of mass communication in inculcating political culture. Social psychology proves particularly helpful in understanding these important aspects of the political process. The interface between psychology, 130, an introduction to political theory, and politics has given rise to political psychology, which is a branch of social psychology. Political psychology, a branch of learning which uses the models and techniques of psychology for analyzing psychological aspects of political behavior. It may also be used for influencing political behavior of a group. It may be regarded as a branch of social psychology which focuses on political aspect of social life. It may include such problems within its scope: relation between individual's personality and his political behavior, sources of similarities and dissimilarities between political attitudes, psychological basis of political learning, political socialization and leadership styles, techniques and impact of political propaganda, etc. The use of philosophy. Traditional study of politics was based on philosophy. Philosophy is primarily concerned with an inquiry into the essence of reality, limits of knowledge, nature of truth, relation between man and universe, the purpose of universe, the foundations of morality and beauty, and so on. Philosophy makes use of the conclusions of empirical data, but it focuses on clarification of the conceptual problems which may lie beyond the limits of empirical knowledge in all branches of learning. It is an attempt at investigation of the substantive aspects of nature, man, society, and politics. When it touches the problems of politics, it is described as political philosophy. Philosophy is sometimes distinguished from science on the ground that science exclusively relies on empirical method, that is the method based on sense experience, whereas philosophy uses transcendental method, that is the method based on speculation of what is beyond sense experience. Science is descriptive, whereas philosophy is critical and evaluative. However, it should not be forgotten that science itself is the product of philosophy. Science not only owes its origin to philosophy, it derives its validity from philosophy itself. Auguste Comte, 17,981,857, a French philosopher, traced the foundation of science to positive philosophy. Comte recognized sociology as the mother social science, which was based on the development of positive philosophy. With the growing craze for the use of scientific method in the study of politics in modern times, it became fashionable to distinguish political science from political philosophy. Rise of behavioralism in S&S was particularly responsible for this attitude. However, since early S, with the advent of post-behavioralism and the revival of interest in theory of justice and other related principles, liberty, equality, community, etc., political philosophy received a renewed prominence. Now, scientific and behavioral studies of politics are interdisciplinary perspective on political science 131, undertaken to find facts and devise tools for achieving the goals of public policy, whereas these goals are largely determined with the help of political philosophy. Political philosophy, a branch of teaming which is primarily concerned with moral and substantive dimensions of politics. Its central problems include the pursuit of good life, questions pertaining to norms and values, good and evil, virtue and vice, means and ends, right and wrong, and visions of an ideal state and society. Political philosophy inquires into the foundations of political life, grounds of political obligation, and moral worthiness of different political systems. It makes use of philosophical and historical method in determining the goals of public life. A major part of political philosophy coincides with moral and social philosophy. Conclusion. Interdisciplinary approach to the study of politics is a modern approach which marks a departure from the classical approach. The classical approach, typified by Aristotle's description of politics as the master science, failed to distinguish between normative and empirical aspects of the study of politics. Although it was Aristotle himself who originally identified politics as an independent discipline, yet he could not discern political phenomenon from other aspects of man's social life. In Aristotle's times, all knowledge was covered by philosophy, and Aristotle only sought to distinguish political philosophy from other branches of philosophy. It was only in the 19th century that different aspects of man's social life became independent subjects of empirical study as distinct from their philosophical foundations. Accordingly, psychology, sociology, economics, political science, etc. emerged as independent scientific disciplines. The interdisciplinary approach in social sciences is of recent origin, which assumes special importance in the latter part of the 20th century. It does not seek to merge all social sciences into a single master science. On the contrary, it insists that the results of our inquiry in any sphere should be based on and verified from the findings of all relevant social sciences. Thus, political science should not only make use of data, theories, and models of other social sciences, but should also make a suitable contribution to an understanding of those disciplines. Moreover, some approaches to the study of politics cover a limited range of inquiry by relying on a single discipline. Thus, philosophical, historical, legal, economic, sociological, psychological, and geographical approaches turn out to be partial approaches. On the contrary, the interdisciplinary approach seeks to overcome this shortcoming by relying on all other relevant disciplines for the purpose of evolving an integrated view of the subject. Concept of the state. The concept of the state has figured as the central theme of traditional political theory. R.G. Gattel, political science, defined political science as the science of the state, while J.W. Gamer, political science and government, claimed that political science begins and ends with the state. In modern political theory, the significance of the concept of the state has been fluctuating. Some exponents of the behavioral approach in political science have even suggested abandoning the concept of the state altogether. Their main objection is that this concept does not help in understanding political reality or the political process, because A, the term state, refers to a formal concept, while real politics transcends the formal organization of the state. B, the state, is usually conceived in terms of the ends of the state, which drags us to the realm of moral philosophy, far removed from the real world of politics. And C, the concept of the state postulates a particular type of organization which excludes top organizations of certain societies, real or imaginary, and thus introduces the idea of pre-state societies and stateless societies. This leads to the assumption that political organization is not a universal phenomenon. David Easton, in his Political System, an inquiry into the state of political science, observed, one person sees a state as the embodiment of the moral spirit, its concrete expression, another as the instrument of exploitation used by one class against others. One author defines it as simply an aspect of society, distinguishable from it only analytically, another as simply a synonym for government, and still another as a separate and unique association among a large number of other associations such as the church, trade unions, and similar voluntary groups. Concept of the state, 133. After dwelling on these ambiguities in some detail, Easton came to the conclusion that the word state ought to be abandoned entirely. It is important to note that distaste for the term state was confined to some exponents of liberal political theory, especially to some American political scientists. Marxist political theory continued to use the term state to denote a specific form of political organization. The terms slave-owning state, feudal state, capitalist state, socialist communist state, as well as pre-state society and stateless society are the current coins of Marxist political theory. Even the empirically oriented political scientists of the liberal tradition use the term state building, especially in the context of developing societies, which signified a renewed interest in the concept of the state as an institutional and constitutional mechanism. Then, in the 1980s, attention swung back to the state, as exemplified by T. Skocpol, bringing the state back in, bringing the state back in. Strategies of Analysis in Current Research, edited by P. Evans, D. Ruskameyer, and T. Skocpol, 1985. However, in contrast to the earlier concept of the state as an institutional structure, it was redefined as an active agent of shaping and reshaping society. It is thus evident that, in spite of some initial suspicions and objections, the concept of the state never became entirely redundant for the study of politics. What is then meant by the term state, meaning of the state? It is significant that though some sort of political organization has existed since ancient times, such as Greek city-states and the Roman Empire, yet the concept of the state as such is comparatively modern. The contemporary concept of the state owes its origin to Machiavelli, who expressed this idea in early 16th century as the power which has authority over men, the prince. This was an important idea because it describes the nature of the state, not the end of the state, which was a question of political philosophy rather than political sociology or political science. This peculiar feature of the state has been the focus of attention of many recent thinkers. Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, a famous German sociologist, sought to evolve a sociological definition of the state, 1920. Sociologically, the state cannot be defined in terms of its ends. Ultimately, one can define the modern state sociologically only in terms of the specific means peculiar to it, as to every political association, namely the use of physical force. From Max Weber, Tr. and ed. by H. H. Girth and C. Wright Mills. From this standpoint, Weber arrives at the following definition, which is widely acknowledged in modern political theory. A state is a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. 134. An Introduction to Political Theory. R. M. McIlver, in his famous work The Modern State, 1926, sought to distinguish the state from other kinds of associations, in that it embraces the whole of people in a specific territory, and it has the special function of maintaining social order. It performs this function through its agent, the government, which speaks with the voice of law. Similarly, R. M. McIlver and C. H. Page, Society, an Introductory Analysis, 1950 have observed, the state is distinguished from all other associations by its exclusive investment with the final power of coercion. Harold J. Lasky, in an Introduction to Politics, 1931, similarly points out, whereas all other associations are voluntary in character and can bind the individual only as he chooses membership of them. Once he is a resident of some given state, legally he has no choice but to obey its commands. The state, so to say, is the crowning point of the modern social edifice, and it is in its supremacy over all other forms of social grouping that its special nature is to be found. Association. A human organization formed for the fulfillment of certain common objectives of its members, which motivates them to work together. Frederick M. Watkins, International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1968, defines the state as a geographically delimited segment of human society united by common obedience to a single sovereign. Watkins lays special emphasis on the element of sovereignty, the characteristic of the supreme law-making authority whose decisions are final. The supremacy of the commands of the state is an essential element which distinguishes it from all other associations of men. Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, 1971, has tried to evolve a working definition of the state as a territorial area in which a population is governed by a set of political authorities, and which successfully claims the compliance of the citizenry for its laws, and is able to secure such compliance by its monopolistic control of legitimate force. Elements of the state. In the light of the various definitions of the state, it is customary to identify the state by its constituent elements, which include population, territory, government, and sovereignty. Population. The state is a human institution. The population is therefore an essential element of the state. However, the population can constitute a state only when it is united. Concept of the state, 135. By the condition of interdependence, consciousness of common interest, and general regard for a set of common rules of behavior and institutions. The size of population for constituting a state cannot be fixed, yet it is always better that such population is self-sufficient to meet all the needs of life. If it is required to procure any goods or services from other states, it should usually be able to pay for them, although the possibility of foreign aid, as a temporary measure, cannot be ruled out. In any case, economic self-sufficiency is essential for the stability of a state. The population of a state need not belong to a single race, religion, language, or culture. A homogeneous population is no longer considered an essential feature of the modern state. The modern state claims to reconcile the interests of various groups of its citizens. Territory. Territory is another essential element of a state. Other associations either exist within the state or they extend their sphere to several states. They do not need separate territory. But the state must possess a territory where its authority is accepted without dispute or challenge. A state comes into existence only when its population is settled in a fixed territory. Friedrich Engels, in his Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884, notes that the formation of the state is accompanied by a division of population according to territory. In the pre-state society, when people live as nomadic tribes, moving from one place to another in search of food, the members of the tribe are held together by the ties of kinship. With the formation of the state, citizens are allowed to exercise their rights and duties wherever they settle, irrespective of gens and tribes. The organization of citizens according to locality is the common feature of all states. Some writers, like John Seeley, 1834-95, hold that a fixed territory is not an essential aspect of a state. The nomadic tribes, who do not possess fixed territory, do constitute a state. This view is, however, no longer held valid. The nomadic tribes do have the institution of authority, or even government with custom-based law, but not a state. Political sociologists concede the existence of a political system in such communities, but their organization still does not qualify to be a state. Moreover, the modern state is not a matter of internal organization. It needs international recognition as well, so as to enjoy its rights and perform its duties as a member of the comity of nations. International law regards possession of a fixed territory as the essential attribute of the state. Demarcation of physical boundaries is therefore essential for establishing the real identity of a state. The territory of a state includes the land, water, and air space within its boundary. It also extends usually to a distance of 3 miles into the sea from its coast and is known as territorial waters, which may be sought to be extended further in times of war. 136. An introduction to political theory. Territory symbolizes the sphere of sovereignty of the state. Territory provides for natural resources for the sustenance of the population of the state. Territory provides for a sense of security and immense opportunities for a fuller life for its residents. It is an object of sentimental attachment. People love and worship their motherland and are prepared to make supreme sacrifices for the protection and maintenance of the territorial integrity of their state. The feeling of patriotism, the sense of belonging to a state, binds the people of different races, with different religions, languages, and cultures by the thread of national unity and mutual cooperation. Like population, the size of the territory of a state cannot be fixed. Territory is usually a geographical phenomenon, dividing different states by sea, mountains, or other big natural barriers. Sometimes territories are demarcated mainly on a political basis rather than on a geographical basis. In such cases, the people's sense of identification with a particular state becomes the basis of territorial demarcation. Reallocation of territories can bring about a merger or alteration of the existing states or emergence of new states. Government. Government is still another essential element of the state. According to J.W. Garner, Political Science and Government, 1928, government is the agency or machinery through which common policies are determined and by which common affairs are regulated and common interests promoted. If the state represents an abstract concept, government is its concrete form. In other words, authority of the state is exercised by government. Functions of the state are performed by government. Laws of the state are made, declared, and enforced by government. Justice is dispensed by the judicial organ of government. Government is responsible for the maintenance of law and order and for the provision of common services. Defense, issue of currency, foreign relations, roads, bridges, and even transport, communications, water, electricity, health and education, etc. And it is entitled to levy taxes for the provision of all such services. Without government, the people are a chaotic mass of disjointed particles, without common aims, common interests, or a common organization. A citizen has to deal with government of the state. Any transaction between different states, including war, takes place through the medium of their governments. However, government and state should not be treated as coterminous. Governments may rise and fall without disturbing identity of the state, so long as they are formed and dissolved according to the established custom, procedure, or constitution of the state. But a state will lose its identity if it is suppressed by an alien power, so much so that the established procedure of forming a government is also suspended. When the people of a state lose their right to have a government according to the established procedure, that is a legitimate government enjoying. Concept of the state. Customary respect and obedience of the people. The state is reduced to a colony of the imperial power which suppressed it. Sovereignty. Finally, sovereignty also constitutes an essential element of the state. Sovereignty denotes the supreme or ultimate power of the state to make laws or take political decisions, establishing public goals, fixing priorities and resolving conflicts, as also enforcing such laws and decisions by the use of legitimate force. In fact, sovereignty denotes the final authority of the state over its population and its territory. This authority may be exercised by the government of the day, but it essentially belongs to the state from which it is derived by the government. It is by virtue of its sovereignty that a state declares, through the agency of the government, its laws and decisions and issues commands which are binding on all citizens, claims obedience thereto, and punishes the offenders. It is also by virtue of its sovereignty that a state similarly deals independently with other states. Commands of the state are treated as superior to those of any other association or institution, even to the dictates of social customs or conscience of individual, because sovereignty is the sole preserve of the state. As Max Weber 1920 points out, the right to use physical force is ascribed to other institutions or to individuals only to the extent to which the state permits it. The state is considered the sole source of the right to use violence. From Max Weber, Tr. and ed. by H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, other associations are either voluntary or based on custom or necessity. The right to use legitimate coercion in its own right is the exclusive prerogative of the state. A state continues to exist so long as it is armed with sovereignty. If a state loses its sovereignty because of internal revolt or external aggression, the result is anarchy and disappearance of the state as such. Some writers regard international recognition as an essential element of the state. This denotes formal recognition of the sovereignty of the state over a given territory and population by other states. International recognition, however, is the outcome of the sovereignty of the state, not a condition of its existence. When a new state, like Bangladesh, comes into existence, it may be recognized by some states immediately, while other states they withhold their recognition for quite a long time. Much depends on the foreign policy of a state whether to recognize the new state immediately or to delay it. USA had withheld recognition of the new states of USSR and People's Republic of China for decades after they came into existence. But they did exist as states. Hence, international recognition is only incidental to the sovereignty of the state, not a fundamental element of the state itself. 138. An introduction to political theory. State and society. The term state is sometimes used synonymously with society. However, such usage arises from confusion, intentional or unintentional. A distinction between state and society is desirable, not only for scientific precision, but also for saving individual from absolutist, authoritarian, and totalitarian rule. The state is usually described as society politically organized. Society is an association of human beings which fulfills all their needs of life, from cradle to grave. The state fulfills their particular need of political organization. It subjects them to binding laws and decisions to provide for order and security, and common services. When a society is governed by a common set of rules, regulations, and a supreme decision-making authority, only then does it qualify for being a state. Society binds men into multifarious relationships. All such relationships do not fall in the domain of a state. Social relationships are usually determined by necessity, custom, courtesy, morality, mutual understanding, agreement, or even contract. Political relations are mainly determined by command and obedience. Social relations cover a large variety of subjects to meet all the needs of human life: physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, and so on. Society may coincide with the state, especially when society takes the form of a nation. Thus, Indian society and the Indian state denote associations of the same set of persons. But that is not always the case. There can be a society within the state, such as a village community. Social relationships can extend beyond the state also. Thus, you can have friends, relatives, acquaintances, sympathizers, admirers, clients, customers, or even colleagues beyond the national frontiers of your state. They belong to your society, but not to your state. Then, there can be a society without a state. Primitive tribes who constitute society need not constitute a state. Even the groups of hunters, root diggers, and food gatherers of a primitive type form a society, though they are not aware of the idea of the state. The state is formed out of society. So society is a primary association. It is society which chooses the pattern of its political grouping. States may be created, altered, or dissolved, but society goes on forever. Men can live without a state, but not without society. That is why man is described as a social animal by nature. Growth of the state is an attribute of civilization, whose form is subject to change with the advance of civilization. The state depends on society for its existence, not vice versa. Thus, R.M. McCulver, The Modern State, 1926, observed, there are social forms like the family or the church or the club, which owe neither their origin nor their inspiration to the state. And social forces like custom or competition, which the state may protect or modify, but certainly does not create. And social motives like friendship or jealousy, which establish relationships too intimate and personal to be controlled by. Concept of the state. 139. The great engine of the state. The state, in a word, regulates the outstanding external relationships of men in society. Thus, man owes much more to society than what he owes to the state. But when state and society are identified, and man's obligations toward society are attributed to the state, it leads to socially disastrous consequences. Complete subordination of man to the authority of government, unrestrained by any control mechanism. State and civil society. Originally, the terms civil society and political society were used as coterminous. Thus, the term civil society was applied synonymously with state. But under the complex conditions of present-day society, it is necessary to recognize the distinctive features of civil society. Initially, the ancient Roman thinker Marcus Tullius Cicero, 106 to 43 BC, used the term civil society in the sense of the state in the 1st century BC. But in his view, it was not merely the external structure of the state. It stood for a society whose members lived together as citizens, abided by civil laws, and led a civilized, cultured, and dignified life. In this sense, the barbarian communities did not qualify to be described as civil societies. 17th century English philosopher John Locke equated civil society with political society. He observed that when people relinquish the state of nature and set up a government for the protection of their natural right to life, liberty, and property, they enter into civil society. Thus, civil society is a means to establish discipline, order, and security for the human community. 18th century French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau also treated civil society and political society as coterminous. It provides for legal equality of all citizens who thus become equal in the eye of law in spite of their natural differences. State of nature, the hypothetical condition in which people live before the formation of the state. German philosopher G.W.F. Hegel sought to distinguish civil society from the state, which were based in universal egoism and universal altruism, respectively. In Hegel's view, civil society represented an organization in which an individual dealt with all other individuals, apart from the members of his family, as means to serve his self-interest. It is the sphere of economic activities where an individual tries to know the need of others and to satisfy them in order to satisfy his own needs. Another German philosopher, Karl Marx, 181,883, accepted Hegel's description of civil society, but he did not accept Hegel's 140 An Introduction to Political Theory distinction between civil society and the state. Marx believed that in actual practice, civil society represented the state itself. It recognized individual as a citizen and conceded equality of all individuals in the eye of law. But since the economic power in the contemporary civil society was in the hands of capitalist class, law also served the interests of this class. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist, identified two levels of the superstructure of capitalist society: A, civil society, which was nearer the base, and B, political society, which exercised overall control. Civil society includes family, school, and church, which transmit capitalist value system to the new generation. Political society includes police, judiciary, prisons, etc. Civil society embodies structures of legitimation. Political society embodies structures of coercion. Together they form structures of domination. Capitalist society largely depends on the efficiency of the institutions of civil society for its stability, base, and superstructure. The terms used in Marxist theory to describe the relation between economic structure of society and other aspects of social life. In this building-like metaphor, mode of production, that is the economic structure of society, constitutes the base, while legal and political structure, religion, morals, and other forms of social consciousness constitute the superstructure. It is believed that any change in the base results in corresponding changes in the superstructure. Herbert Marcuse, 1898 to 1979, a neo-Marxist philosopher in America, argued that Hegel's distinction between civil society and the state was particularly significant for an analysis of the problems of contemporary society. He noted that under the modern capitalism, civil society had eclipsed the state, whereas under the modern communism, the state had eclipsed civil society. We must secure independence of both institutions in order to restore civil liberties of the citizens. In short, distinction between the state and civil society must be maintained in order to prevent authoritarianism. In the contemporary discourse, the term civil society is also used to describe the intermediate associations between individual or family and the state. It is the product of freedom of association. It is the bedrock of civil liberties. It serves as a channel of communication between individuals and the state and functions as a shock absorber in the event of mounting tension between individuals and the state. Civil liberties, legal instruments of protection of the individual from arbitrary acts of government. These include personal freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of thought and expression, faith and worship, freedom of association, right to fair trial, equality before the law, etc. Concept of the state. State and government. Government is regarded as an essential element of the state. In actual practice, the state is represented by the government. Governments exercise all authority and functions on behalf of the state. However, the terms state and government should not be used synonymously. State represents a wider and more stable entity than government. As R.M. McCulver, The Web of Government, 1965, has elucidated, when we speak of the state, we mean the organization, of which government is the administrative organ. Every social organization must have a focus of administration, an agency by which its policies are given specific character and translated into action. But the organization is greater than the organ. In this sense, the state is greater and more inclusive than government. A state has a constitution, a code of laws, a way of setting up its government, a body of citizens. When we think of this whole structure, we think of the state. Thus, so long as a state maintains its identity and independence, governments may be formed and dissolved according to the established procedure, without affecting the character of the state. But a state itself may lose its identity when it is suppressed and conquered by an alien power, and its constitution, or the established procedure of forming a legitimate government, is suspended. The subjugated people may, however, retain or revive their feeling of national solidarity and reestablish their state in due course. The state serves as a symbol of unity of the people. The image of the state inspires unity among the people and provides them with an identity as a nation. It arouses national pride and a spirit of sacrifice among the people. Government only represents a working arrangement to carry out functions of the state. Government commands our obedience. The state commands our loyalty. Government may be good or bad, efficient or inefficient, but the state will continue to be a symbol of our national greatness. We may criticize or condemn the government and still acclaim the greatness of our state. It is, however, essential that our duties and obligations toward the state should be determined by the character of the government it creates. If the government loses its credibility, it should either be replaced according to the established procedure, or the credibility of the state itself will be eroded. The government should be subjected to constant watch so that it conforms to the image of the state as the protector and promoter of our common interests. Any theory which does not provide for a concrete control mechanism over the government is bound to have disastrous consequences. The idealist theory does not make a distinction between state and government. It creates an image of the perfect state. Hegel eulogized the state, especially the 142, an introduction to political theory, nation-state, as the march of God on earth. This theory demands complete subordination of man to the authority and command of the state, without ensuring whether the actual government which makes such demands conforms to the image of the ideal state or not. The liberal democratic theory is more rational in this respect. It treats the state as a product of the will of society, an instrument of conflict resolution and of securing the common interest. Then it authorizes society to constitute a government by free choice, and demands that the government should be responsible to the people, and should work with the continuous consent of the people. Any political theory which creates a truly constitutional government cannot be ignorant of the fallibility of government. It must recognize the distinction between the state and government. Marxist theory treats government as agency of the state. It attributes any imperfection of government to the state itself. Accordingly, so long as society is divided into dominant and dependent classes, any government is bound to serve as an instrument of the dominant class. Thus, Marxist theory regards the state itself as an instrument of class exploitation and advocates transformation and ultimate withering away of the state in order to restore authority to a classless society. State and nation. The modern state usually takes the form of a nation-state. The frontiers of the state are called national frontiers. The interest of the state is described as national interest. The character of the people of a state is called its national character. Relations between different states are known as international relations. At the outset, a nation may be distinguished from nationality. Nationality usually denotes a set of people inspired by a feeling of unity based on common race, language, religion, culture, geographical compactness, common political aspirations, and historical development. Most of these factors are based on birth and provide little scope for expanding the horizons of social relationships. Feelings of nationality separate one set of people from other such sets. Sometimes this is accompanied by a sense of one's own superiority, or a sense of disdain for others, which may lead to tensions, wars, and other disastrous consequences. In any case, the feeling of nationality grows from a relatively narrow base. Some writers define nation on the same basis as nationality and then advocate a separate state for each nationality. This view is no longer held valid. A nation grows on a much wider base. It refers to people living in a defined territory, inspired by a sense of unity, common political aspirations, common interests, common history, and common destiny, though they may belong to different nationalities. In other words, groups of people of different races, with different religions, languages, and cultures, etc., may live together and feel united as citizens. Concept of the state, of the same state, owing their undivided allegiance to that state. Thus, nationhood transcends the conditions of birth and extends to the permanent residence of a state. Members of a nation, of course, distinguish themselves from other nations. They may sometimes be prejudiced against other peoples. Yet a logical outcome of the idea of a nation postulates equality among nations, their coexistence and cooperation. Since 1920, the principle of national self-determination has been almost universally accepted, which has led to the establishment of nation-states and rapid development of international law to regulate relations between nation-states. National self-determination, the principle that each nation has the right to be independent and to choose a suitable form of government for itself. At the end of the First World War, 1914-18, Woodrow Wilson, 1856-1924, conceived of it primarily as a criterion for the breakup of the empires defeated in the war, that is, Austro-Hungarian, German, and Ottoman empires. Around this time, V. Lenin, 1870-1924, conceived of this principle essentially as the ground for granting independence to dependent nations from colonial and imperial domination. After the Second World War, 1939-45, the United Nations upheld this principle through various international documents. Thus, UN General Assembly Resolution on the Independence of Colonial Peoples, 1960, 2 UN Covenants on Human Rights, UN General Assembly Declaration on Friendly Relations Among States, 1970, and the Final Act of the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 1975, have gradually transformed it into a general legal principle of the international community. The developing countries, i.e. the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, who won their independence from colonial and imperial domination after the Second World War, are faced today with the gigantic task of nation building. Most of them evolved a national sentiment during their struggle for independence, but disruptive tendencies started to emerge after they achieved their independence. Nation building involves inculcating a feeling of unity and the process of their integration into compact groups. The attempt is, however, bound to remain elusive unless they contain their widening economic disparities and free themselves completely from the foul play of neo-colonial powers who continue to exploit them despite their political independence. Rise and growth of the modern nation-state. The modern state is largely identified as the nation-state. The state has acquired its present form through a long historical process extending over thousands of years. The state itself was the product of the interplay of several factors, including kinship, religion, property, war, technical development, and political consciousness. The family was the first institution to emerge from the state of savagery, which, 144, An Introduction to Political Theory, brought some sense of attachment, obligation, order, and security in the life of man. Originally, man's family was traced from the mother, which gave rise to the matrilineal family. This, in due course, gave way to the patriarchal family, when woman was reduced to being the property of man. The family gave rise to a larger social organization. Initially, kinship or blood relationship provided a strong tie for people to live together and to fulfill their needs through division of labor. In due course, some consistent patterns of behavior and relationships of domination and subordination emerged. Social life came to be regulated by custom and authority. This eventually led to the evolution of the state. Sociologists have generally identified the following forms of state in the course of its historical evolution: the tribal state, the Oriental Empire, the Greek city-state, the Roman world empire, the feudal state, and, finally, the modern nation-state, the tribal state. The earliest form of tribal organization of authority, command and obedience, is described as the tribal state. The tribal states were usually small in size. These were governed by chiefs, often assisted by advisory councils. Some of them were nomadic, hence not qualifying as states. Others were permanently settled in definite areas. While the main purpose of their existence was the preservation of internal order and the waging of aggressive or defensive war, they often retained strong traces of common birth, common religion, and common economic interests. The Aborigines of Australia represent this type. The tribes of the Western Hemisphere, before they came into contact with Europe, also belonged to this category. The nomenclature tribal state is, however, controversial. Many authors, including Engels, hold that some forms of tribal society did have the institution of authority, but they did not possess characteristics of the state in the proper sense of the term. Such societies have been described as pre-state societies. In any case, they represent a primitive form of social organization which was later developed into the state, the Oriental Empire. In course of time, population increased, new techniques of production were evolved, and new sources of natural bounty were discovered. A warm climate, fertile soil, abundance of water and sunlight, and vast areas free from geographical barriers helped men to accumulate wealth and to evolve new forms of social organization. In the fertile valleys of the Nile, the Euphrates, the Ganges, the Yellow River, and Yangtze, which are called the cradles of civilization, wealth accumulated and cities arose. Such areas, furnishing abundant food with little effort, attracted surrounding peoples belonging to different kinship groups. Concept. This was followed by their conflict and intermingling, which eventually resulted in the creation of the state. The increased prosperity led to the development of the art of war and conquest of territories. As the stronger groups won over the weaker ones, the inhabitants of these valleys were bound together into the empires of Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, India, and China. These empires were not strongly centralized, but were made up of subordinate units, practically autonomous in local affairs, yet under central supervision, obliged to furnish soldiers and to pay tribute. The early advance of civilization was, therefore, marked by oppression and exploitation. In the frequent wars of conquests, the victors became masters, the vanquished slaves, with resultant social differences, castes, and despotism. The rulers became supreme, in collusion with a class of priests who became guardians of religion. The subjects were relegated to slavery and debasement. An elaborate network of officials was created by the ruling classes to fortify their authority, but the large size of empires eroded central authority, led to local revolts and external invasions, and consequent disintegration of these empires. The Greek city-state. As civilization spread to the region around the Aegean and the Mediterranean, new geographical forms gave rise to new forms of social organization. Europe is a peninsula where land is broken by the sea into small units permitting communication, but making invasion from Asia difficult in those days. The peculiar location of Greece helped in the evolution of a new form of political organization in the ancient days. The mountains and the sea divided this area into numerous valleys and islands. These could be easily defended, yet, because of the sea, these were not isolated. In contrast to the uniformity of Asia, the variety and moderation of nature in Greece developed a different mental attitude and genius. Here, small communities were settled in secluded valleys, guarded by mountains and the sea, yet in constant contact with the outside world through their harbors. Quite naturally, they evolved their political organization into city-states. The Greek city-states were free from the despotism that fettered the earlier empires. The small size of the state provided for closer relations between government and the citizen. Earlier forms of democracy, therefore, evolved in these city-states. However, their population was divided into freemen and slaves. About % of the population comprised of the slaves. The prominent city-states were Athens, Sparta, Corinth, Argos, Thebes, and Attica. Sparta is known for its perfect discipline, while Athens provided an ideal platform for direct democracy. The Greek city-states disintegrated due to mutual rivalry, frequent wars between themselves and external invasion, first from Macedon, then from Rome. 146. An Introduction to Political Theory. The Roman World Empire. After the downfall of the Greek city-states, the main line of political development passed westward to Rome. In due course, Rome became the center of civilization. It was situated in the center of Europe, at the head of navigation of the only important river. The various settlements on the neighboring hills were soon united with Rome by conquest or by federation. This led to a fusion of various types of people. Thus in Rome, the rigid fetters of custom were broken earlier than usual. Relations of various tribes were governed by compromise or treaty. This led to the growth of Rome's wonderful system of law. The process of conquest eventually resulted in the formation of empire. The Roman Empire evolved a well-knit political organization. Monarchy was replaced by aristocracy of birth and wealth. Though the population was still divided into patricians and plebeians, yet the plebeians enjoyed greater privileges than the Greek slaves. Internal dissensions were largely averted by extending citizenship. Assemblies were widened. However, the power of wealthy aristocrats increased with the expansion of empire. Religious sanction was added to the authority of the emperor, which led to the concentration and centralization of authority. The result was suppression of individual freedom. The institutions of democracy and local self-government disappeared. The strong empire eventually disintegrated under its own weight, the feudal state. After the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, central authority was eroded. In the medieval age, which began in the 5th century of the Christian era, powers began to be exercised by feudal chiefs, that is, the landlords holding big estates. This led to a hierarchical political organization with the king as the supreme lord at the top and serfs at the bottom. In fact, the king exercised only superficial control as the lord over the feudal vassals who enjoyed the real power within their domain. The serfs were landless peasants, obliged to pass on a very major share of their produce to their feudal lords. Thus, society still remained divided into the exploiter and exploited classes, the lords and the serfs, respectively. With the erosion of the authority of kings, the Christian church emerged as another symbol of authority. The Pope emerged as the head of the Holy Roman Empire. By the beginning of the 14th century, when popes were using their authority arbitrarily, the authority of the church was challenged and power of monarchy restored. On the other hand, the advent of the Industrial Revolution brought about a change in the mode of material production, leading to the emergence of a new industrial merchant class, requiring large numbers of workers for the new industries. All these factors led to the dissolution of the feudal system and the emergence of a new state system. Concept of the state 147. The modern nation state. With the dissolution of the feudal system and erosion of the authority of the church, new individualism appeared which demanded greater freedom for man. A new political system was needed in accordance with the new ideas and new conditions. This took the form of the nation state. As population became stationary and common interests developed, it became increasingly evident that new states would, in general, follow geographic and ethnic lines. Bonds of nationality and language, strengthened by natural boundaries, grouped the feudal fragments into more and more permanent combinations. This process led to the emergence of France, Spain, England, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Russia, and later, Germany and Italy as the nation-states. This separation of territories into distinct states, each with its own national spirit, destroyed the idea of a common superior and paved the way for the rise of international law and the modern theory of the sovereignty and legal equality of states. The earlier nation-states were largely monarchies. However, since the 18th century, there has been a slow transition from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy and democracy in large parts of Europe. In some countries, such as England, the transition to democracy was relatively peaceful, while in France it was brought about by a violent revolution. In any case, with the growth and expansion of democracy, the principles of liberty, equality, popular sovereignty, and rule of law came to be established as the principles of government in a large part of Europe. The process of formation of the modern nation-state started in Europe as early as the 16th century. However, European nations did not seek to extend this principle to all mankind. The Industrial Revolution and the emergence of a new industrial merchant class in European countries opened up new avenues of prosperity for these people. But at the same time, they required new sources of raw material, cheap labor, and new markets for consumption of their industrial products. This led them to the exploration of new territories and expansion of their colonial net to the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, with the obvious intention of exploiting the natural and human resources of these countries. Though the colonial powers sought to exalt their own role in the garb of such phrases as the white man's burden, yet they indulged in the maximum possible exploitation of the subject peoples. Thus, 19th century Europe is characterized by a strange paradox: a nation-state with liberty, equality, and rule of law at home, and imperialistic exploitation abroad. Colonialism, the practice under which a nation-state, after consolidating its national power, extends its domination over territories and the people of other countries for exploiting their natural and human resources. The colonial power establishes its own administration in the subject country and takes all resources thereof under its own control. 148. An introduction to political theory. Political consciousness and national movements started emerging in the subject peoples in the 20th century, especially after the First World War 1914-18. Besides, people in some countries were otherwise suffering under despotic rule. The political aspirations of the oppressed people of different countries brought about two important changes in the 20th century. A. Socialist revolutions inspired by Marxist ideology, first in Russia 1917, and later in China 1949 and other countries. And B. Attainment of independence by the peoples of Asia and Africa from their colonial rulers, especially after the Second World War 1939, such as India, Pakistan, Burma, Egypt, Nigeria, Algeria, Ghana, Fiji, Vietnam, Indonesia, Libya, Syria, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. These new nations, along with Latin American countries, are collectively described as the Third World, or the developing nations. Their social, economic, and political life was shattered during the colonial rule, and they are now faced with the gigantic task of development, challenge of poverty, and disruptive forces within, largely because of the exploitation of the masses by their ruling classes, sometimes in collusion with foreign powers. A large number of these nations have been subjected to military dictatorship and oppression. Marxian socialism, which brought about socialist systems in the world, advocated a worldwide organization of workers. Initially, it did not subscribe to the idea of confining workers' movements to national boundaries. However, harsh realities of human nature and practical necessity forced the people of the socialist states to accept and perpetuate their position as nation-states. A large number of socialist states have now relinquished socialism and are now heading towards liberalization as independent nation-states. Similarly, the new nations of the Third World have also stabilized as nation-states. The stability of the nation-state system has led to the vast development of international law and international organizations like the United Nations and its specialized agencies to regulate the behavior of nation-states. International transactions, to ensure collaboration in the development of science and technology, art, literature, and culture, as also to tackle global problems like prevention of atmospheric pollution, sharing of rare but essential resources, saving humanity from injustice, and so on. Neo-colonialism, the practice under which an advanced nation does not maintain its political domination in a foreign territory, but taking advantage of its superior position in organization of trade and industry, uses the resources of a developing nation as a source of cheap labor and raw materials, as well as a big market of its own products. It is a subtle method of economic exploitation of developing nations by the developed nations. Concept of the state, 149. However, exploitation in the international sphere continues in many new, subtle forms such as neo-colonialism. The new nations require machinery and know-how from advanced nations to build up their own industrial technological base. They get these things at the expense of their rare and valuable resources, and thus they are increasingly impoverished. The pattern of import-export of developing nations reveals how cheap they sell their own material and labor involved in their products, and how expensively they acquire the material and labor involved in the products of foreign nations. Even foreign aid to developing nations has become a source of their exploitation. Besides, large numbers of talented persons from the developing nations, highly educated and trained in their own countries at huge public expense, migrate every year to serve the advanced nations. These are highly complex problems which need to be sorted out and tackled in order to save humanity from mounting exploitation and injustice. The concept of nation-state is the focus of two conflicting ideologies, viz., nationalism and internationalism. Nationalism denotes a sentiment as well as an ideology. As a sentiment, it involves an individual's attachment to his nation. A nationalist in this sense accords primacy to his national interest over all other interests. As an ideology, nationalism postulates that the structure of a state or its political organization should be founded on nationhood. In other words, each nation should constitute an independent state, and each state should represent a particular nation. The people who identify themselves as a natural community and claim to be the members of a nation must live under a political system of their own choice. They should enjoy an equal status with other nations in the world community, and no nation should be kept under the domination or supremacy of any other nation. If the members of a community regard themselves as a nation, they can create or invent some elements of nationhood in order to strengthen their national sentiment. For example, they can evolve their national language, adopt a national flag, national anthem, and other symbols of national identity like national tree, national flower, national fruit, national bird, national animal, national river, etc. Declare national festivals, build memorials of national heroes, before whom the entire nation bows its head. And they can inspire the members of the nation through popular songs, paintings, and statues depicting heroic episodes of their national history. If a community has evolved national consciousness, but its territory is occupied by colonial or imperial power, it can organize itself for the struggle of independence. It is called nation al movement. In short, nationalism pays highs t import, ants, to one's loyal y and com. It meant to one's nation. 150. An introduction to political theory. On the other hand, internationalism does not regard nation-state as the center of political organization, nor it accepts nation as the object of individuals' undivided loyalty. It insists that mankind should evolve larger organizations in order to achieve some great objectives. Broadly speaking, we may discern two streams of internationalism. A. International communism, and B. A principle of international organization. International communism is associated with the teachings of Marx 1818-83 and Engels 1820-95. In Communist Manifesto 1848, they observed that workers have no country of their own. They exhorted workers of the world to unite to bring about socialist revolution all over the world. In their view, socialist revolution was necessary for the emancipation of humanity. This could not be confined to the boundaries of a particular nation. As a principle of international politics, internationalism implies that in view of the growing contact between different parts of the world, a nation-state is no longer capable of fulfilling all the needs of its members, not to speak of mankind as such. Hence, peoples of different nation-states should form larger international organizations and cooperate to serve the common interest of mankind. In the case of a clash between national interest and universal human interest should be given precedence. In this sense, internationalism repudiates the idea of my country, right or wrong. It insists that each nation-state should accept reasonable restraints on its sovereignty in the interests of world peace, collective security, and observance of international law. It is important to note that an earlier version of internationalism believed in international cooperation in military, commercial, educational, and cultural spheres in the mutual interest of the nations concerned. But the United Nations called for international cooperation in order to maintain world peace and to eradicate hunger, disease, illiteracy, and superstition from various parts of the world. In the contemporary world, the problems of environmental pollution, terrorism, and drug trafficking have assumed global dimensions. Internationalists should come forward to muster vigorous international cooperation to fight against these evils on the global scale. In the history of mankind, various types of state systems were evolved in different ages, but none of them could provide for enduring peace and security to people. Greek city-states were fighting against each other. Roman Empire was able to control peoples of different races, but it failed to arouse a sense of social solidarity among them. In the medieval age, the Pope and the Emperor wanted to create a universal system on the basis of religious unity, but when different countries became aware of their national identities, the medieval empire was dissolved. Today, nation-state is also facing the similar problem. It has proved more efficient than the medieval empire to provide mankind with security and happiness. Concept of the state, 151, but under the changed conditions it seems unable to perform its role. With the beginning of the 21st century, search for a new form of organization has begun, which should be able to fulfill hopes and aspirations of humanity. But there is no certainty about the future form of the state. In the modern age, nation and state are generally regarded as concomitant, but many examples will prove otherwise. Some communities are scattered over different parts of the world who entertain a sense of unity on the basis of common race, common culture, common language, and common religion, and profess national consciousness on that ground, but they are unable to organize themselves as a single state. For example, the Kurds are scattered over Iraq, Iran, and Turkey, although they recognize themselves as one nation. Then there are states in which different ethnic groups live together, but they have not been able to assimilate themselves into one nation. Countries like Lebanon and Cyprus remained afflicted with civil wars for very long. Former USSR, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and Ethiopia have been divided into many parts due to such disruptive tendencies. Many people have migrated to other countries in search of opportunities for advancement and have become naturalized citizens of those countries. But they are so deeply attached to the language, culture, faith, and customs of the countries of their origin that they are prepared to make sacrifices for the welfare of those countries. For examples, the Chinese who have settled abroad are still making substantial contribution to the advancement of China. One major function of a nation-state is to provide for security to its residents. But due to the invention of lethal weapons and probability of their use by other countries, no nation-state has remained capable of providing full security to its residents. Thus, if a country resorts to a nuclear attack on others with the help of advanced missiles, it would prove disastrous to humanity far and wide. Further, it would cause so much atmospheric pollution that no part of the globe is likely to be spared by its effect. Even otherwise, the atmospheric pollution caused by the disposal of the industrial waste is not confined to the boundaries of nation-states. Again, the increasing consumption of petrol and diesel by the advanced nations is responsible for causing immense harm to the global atmosphere. Cutting of forests and mountains for fuel, timber, limestone, or hydroelectric power projects in any country causes soil erosion. Its cumulative effect results in distortion of weather cycle and consequent danger of global warming. Then, information revolution all over the world has practically eliminated the distance between different countries in the matter of communication. Telephone, internet, email, fax, etc. enable us to send a message, or a copy of any document or picture from one corner of the world to another at the speed of light, with the help of satellite. Televisi. On. Program MMEs can be transmitted and watched in all. 152. An introduction to political theory. Parts of the world simultaneously. Any important event occurring in any part of the world is reported so fast and so vividly in all other parts that nothing remains unknown. The increasing intimacy of the people all over the world has converted it into a global village. Unprecedented advancement of the means of transport and communication has paved the way for globalization of economy. Even criminals, drug traffickers, and terrorists are making full use of the advanced means of transport and communication. The situation calls for a global effort to deal with the global problems. In this scenario, nation-state will have to play a new role for which it should concede necessary adjustment in its authority and sovereignty. Sixth, contemporary trends in advanced industrial countries and the third world. The contemporary world was politically divided into three major parts. The first world, Western capitalist countries plus Japan, Australia and New Zealand, often including Israel and South Africa. The second world, communist states of Eastern and Central Europe, led by the former Soviet Union. And the third world, the newly independent, developing countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. While the first world and the second world were engaged in the Cold War ideological propaganda against each other in a bid to prove their respective superiority, the third world preferred to remain non-aligned in order to focus on development and also to contain the intensity of the prevailing Cold War. With the dissolution of the second world around 1991 and the consequent end of the Cold War, this division became partly outdated. However, the third world still maintained its identity with a more vigorous focus on development. Its identity was reinforced by an alternative division of the world on economic basis, which was in vogue along with its political division. The economic division of the world recognized two broad categories, the developed world and the developing world, sometimes identified as North-South divide. The concept of the developing world coincided with the third world. Indeed, the aggregate of the developing countries continued to be described as the third world, even in the context of economic division of the world. With the increasing importance of economic power in the world politics, the economic division of the world has become more significant. Trends in advanced industrial countries. Western writers have been trying to demonstrate that the course of development in the advanced industrial countries is determined by the level of their industrialization and consequent modernization, and not by their ideological commitment. This meant that the Western democracies and the communist states, concept of the state 153, would follow a similar course of development. Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, a German sociologist, had observed in early 20th century that all modern societies were prone to developing a legal rational model of bureaucracy. By the mid of the 20th century, James Burnham 1907 to 87 tried to show Managerial Revolution 1942 that the rise of a new class of managers was common to capitalist, communist, and mixed economies. This symbolized the shift of power from the legal owner of the means of production to the effective manager. Burnham declared that the War of 1939, the Second World War, was the first great war of managerial society, as the War of 1914. The First World War was the last great war of capitalist society. Several economists and economic historians in 1960s postulated similar patterns of development in all industrial societies in spite of differences in their ideologies. Of these, W. W. Rostow, The Stages of Economic Growth, 1960, J. K. Galbraith, The New Industrial State, 1964, and Simon Kuznets' Economic Growth and Structure, 1965, are particularly important. They argue that economic growth constitutes a uniform process involving definite stages of growth in all industrial economies, irrespective of their adherence to diverse political ideologies. In other words, all industrializing societies are governed by a uniform logic underlying this process. These may be identified by a number of common characteristics, e.g. the demand to utilize technology efficiently, the increasing specialization of tasks, the necessity for a highly skilled and educated manpower, an increasing ratio of workers in industrial and service sectors in relation to the agricultural sector, the growing significance of material incentives, evolution of more complex organizational structures, and the emergence of similar patterns of management, planning, and policy objectives. Then a host of sociologists also sought to identify common tendencies of development in all modernizing societies. Thus Marion J. Levy Jr., Modernization and the Structure of Society, 1966, and Talcott Parsons, The System of Modern Societies, 1971, asserted that universal structural constraints involved in the process of industrialization lead to the development of certain common characteristics in different types of societies. These include urbanization, expanding educational systems, similar occupational prestige and mobility patterns, falling birth and death rates, widespread electronic communication networks, etc. Advanced industrial societies are further characterized by dominance of scientific rationalism over superstition, universalism over particularism, individualism over collectivism, standards of achievement over nepotism, and the dominance of a state that defines rights and obligations, extension of citizenship, increased political participation, and the expansion of individual liberties. Critics point out that most of these characteristics focus on the Western model of development. The theory of universal characteristics of developed societies underplays the role of cultural and ideological factors, as well as the strength of leadership prevailing in different types of political systems. It would be futile to 154 An Introduction to Political Theory. Look for these characteristics in the course of progress made in socialist countries and the Third World. This theory is largely designed to project market society model as a universal model of development, which would work to the advantage of Western democracies at the expense of other countries. Incidentally, the concept of post-industrial society, developed by Daniel Bell, The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, A Venture in Social Forecasting, 1974, gives a vivid description of the most highly developed states in the Western world. Bell himself is a votary of the end of ideology thesis, which holds that the character of social economic organization of a country at the advanced stage of industrial development is determined by the level of its industrial development and not by the prevailing ideology. His description of post-industrial society throws many hints about the possible course of development in many countries beyond Western democracies. In order to contrast a post-industrial society with an industrial society, Bell observes that in an industrial society, corporation is the chief economic and social institution. Work is machine-oriented, which leads to conflict between capital and labor. On the other hand, in a post-industrial society, corporation has a less central place, work relations are more people-oriented, and a lesser proportion of the labor force works in industry than in services. In such a society, scientific and technical elites play prominent role. Universities, research institutes, and knowledge in general are held in high esteem. Merit rather than property is the principle of social stratification. Group competition replaces class warfare, and the social structure has a more rational and efficient basis. The economic function is subordinated to the political order because the government is responsible for planning. Experts in the bureaucracy play a leading role in such planning, and the state intervenes in the economy for a broad variety of reasons. This trend challenges some aspects of democracy and constitutes a danger to individual rights. In a nutshell, advanced industrial societies in the contemporary world are characterized by the expansion of service sector. More people are now employed in hotels, restaurants, shops, motor garages, transport and tourism, communication, entertainment and advertising jobs, etc. than those in factories. The business becomes more people-oriented. Government planning and regulation is extended to every part of public life. This may provide for some protection to ordinary people, but it may also involve strict vigilance on individual's life and some restriction on his freedom. Trends in the Third World. The Third World largely comprises of developing countries. Mostly they are situated in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. They achieved their independence from colonial domination at various points of time after the Second World War 1939-45. Concept of the state, 155. Although Latin American countries had attained formal independence in early 19th century, they were at different levels of underdevelopment at the time of their respective independence. Different countries made progress at different rate. They are now at different levels of development. Most of Third World countries remain politically non-aligned in the era of the Cold War, but most of them have now been economically linked with the developed world thanks to the all-pervading process of globalization. Some countries had independently adopted socialist path without seeking alignment with the Second World. The collapse of socialism in the Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union 1989-91 had a profound impact on their mode of thought. Thus Albania, Yugoslavia, Mongolia, and Yemen relinquished socialist systems on their own. China, Vietnam, North Korea, and Cuba have retained socialist systems, probably with a more liberal outlook. China, the largest and the most important among them, has shown keen interest in the process of liberalization and globalization. China gained independence in 1949 and emerged as a big communist power. It did not join the communist camp, nor took interest in the non-aligned movement. It always proclaimed itself to be part of the Third World, although non-aligned nations viewed this claim with suspicion. It is true that China did not qualify as a superpower, yet as a country with 1 billion people, largest in any country of the world, bountiful natural resources, and nuclear hardware is, by any standard, a great power. Incidentally, India and Pakistan have also become nuclear powers, although Pakistan's economic condition remains deplorable. Economic division of the world was sought to be formalized by the report of the Willy Brandt Commission, entitled North-South, a Program for Survival 1980. It drew distinction between two hemispheres, North, which was economically more advanced, and South, which was less developed. This division paved the way for evolving more meaningful relation between rich and poor countries. Issues like North-South dialogue and South-South cooperation came into prominence in pursuance of this idea. However, technically this division was not found correct. There are some well-to-do nations, like Australia and New Zealand, and even South Africa south of the equator, and some poor nations like India and the rest of South Asia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and Maldives. Most of Southeast Asia, the Caribbean, Central America, and the northern region of South America are in the north. Now, with the disintegration of the Second World, and further disintegration of some members of the former Second World, like Czechoslovakia, the category of poor countries is no longer confined to the Third World. Again, there is a wide variety of levels of development. Some Middle Eastern countries have a higher per capita income than does the United States. Then the first generation of countries like Taiwan, the Republic of Korea, South Korea, Singapore, and Hong Kong. 156. An Introduction to Political Theory. The Four Dragons had penetrated Japanese and Western markets, and the second generation of these newly industrializing economies is likely to excel in the competition. Of these, Hong Kong has merged with China since. On the other end of the spectrum, Sub-Saharan Africa is the most marginalized region of the world. On political side, a large number of third world countries came under military rule because of their political, administrative, and economic instability. It has been superseded by popular rule in most of those countries. At one time, most of Latin American countries were under military rule, but in late 1990s, democracy had been established in the entire region. However, Ecuador experienced military coup in 2000s. In Africa, Nigeria had a pretty long history of military rule. It returned to civilian rule in 1999. In Asia, Pakistan returned to military rule followed by democratic elections in. Military rulers in Myanmar, Burma, have been constantly evading handing over power to people's elected representatives. Finally, ethnic bias and fundamentalist attitude, combined with the widespread frustration of the youth on economic front, in several parts of the Third World have given rise to terrorism at a large scale, threatening many parts of the world. Destruction of the World Trade Center at New York in 2001, involving hundreds of casualties, was one of the most heinous acts of terrorism. Third world countries will not only have to solve their economic problems, but also ensure an end to exploitation of vulnerable sections of people both at national and international levels. In contemporary discourse, the term civil society is used in two senses. In one sense, civil society comprises the social institutions like school, church, and peer groups of citizens which serve as structures of legitimation of the state. These institutions largely lend support to the state. This meaning of civil society corresponds to Gramsci's view of its role in sustaining the capitalist system. In the second sense, civil society stands for a set of public interest organizations set up by some conscious citizens, which make various demands on the state or launch social movements to mobilize ordinary citizens on the way to social reform. The state must respond promptly to their demands in order to ensure smooth functioning of society. The role of civil society in this sense has assumed special significance in recent years. Present-day concept of civil society closely corresponds to Tocqueville's view on the role of intermediate voluntary associations. Alexis de Tocqueville, 180,559, a French philosopher, in his celebrated work Democracy in America, 183,540, argued that with the dissolution of aristocracy in Europe, an alternative for the pluralist dispersion of power was urgently needed. In the medieval Europe, there were three centers of power: clergy, nobility, and commoners. Of these, concept of the state 157, Clergy and nobility enjoyed substantial powers in their respective fields. Commoners could also make their voice heard at the decision-making level because of their large numbers. But with the coming of democracy, old centers of power had been destroyed. Power was now concentrating in the hands of majority. This led to the danger of tyranny of majority. When a nation abolishes aristocracy, centralization follows as a matter of course. Alexis de Tocqueville, The Ancien Regime, 1856. In order to protect the freedom of citizens, Tocqueville suggested that a vigorous system of voluntary associations could act as counterweights to the state power. They could crystallize and publicize opinions and interests which would otherwise go unheard. Moreover, these associations could stimulate collective self-help rather than reliance on state initiative. They could draw people into cooperative ventures, breaking down their social isolation and making them aware of their wider social responsibilities. They could function as schools of democracy, instilling habits of civic virtue and public spirit into their members. In short, these associations would serve as an effective instrument of defense of individual liberty and encourage close cooperation between the citizens to solve their common problems. Tocqueville was an ardent champion of freedom of association. He earnestly hoped that free political parties and a free press would prove to be most effective among these voluntary associations. In the contemporary context, various interest groups and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, could be added to this list. What is understood by Republican government in the United States is the slow and quiet action of society upon itself. Alexis de Tocqueville, Democracy in America, 1835-40. Civil society is now regarded as an important organ of democratic society. It includes a wide range of associations and social movements, which provide ample opportunities to the citizens to develop their capacities and express their varying interests and diverse identities. It creates an atmosphere where the citizens are able to enjoy some level of autonomy or independence from government control or influence. It promotes a moral sense of obligation among the citizens and motivates them to participate in civic causes. It discourages their dependence on the government for the solution of their common problems. Thus, it serves as the true source of democratization. Civil society connotes those areas of social life, the domestic world, the economic sphere, cultural activities, and political interaction, which are organized by private or voluntary arrangements between individuals and groups outside the direct control of the state. David Held, Political Theory and the Modem State, 1989. 158. An Introduction to Political Theory. In recent political discourse, the concept of civil society has been further refined. John L. Cohen and Andrew Arado, in their essay Civil Society and Political Theory, 1992, have defined civil society as an area of public activity distinct from both the state and the market. This area involves a range of groups and associations, including families. In this sense, civil society is regarded to be essential for a healthy democratic society. It permits participation and communicative interaction of individuals. Cohen and Arado have argued that this field of social life is designed to supplement the political institutions of representative democracy, rather than serve as a replacement thereof. Paul Hurst, a British academic, in Associative Democracy, New Forms of Economic and Social Governance, 1994, has visualized civil society as a set of voluntary associations which would be the primary basis of democracy. He has evolved a model of democracy in which self-governing associations would perform public functions. This arrangement would not only reduce the burden on the central state, but also curtail its power. According to this scheme, the associations of civil society would only supplement the representative democracy rather than replace it. However, the goals of democracy would be achieved primarily through these associations, rather than through a centralized state. The role of the state would be reduced to supervising and regulating the voluntary associations of civil society. Robert Putnam, an American social scientist, in his article Bowling Alone, America's Declining Social Capital in the Global Resurgence of Democracy, edited by Larry Diamond and Mark F. Plattner, 1998, has suggested that the associations of civil society can create social capital, that is, a set of social practices which involve civic engagement and ideas of reciprocity. Putnam firmly believes that such a network of civic involvement is necessary for an effective democracy. However, he laments that in the past 2 or 3 decades, the Americans have forgotten the art of pursuing in common the objects of common desires, which was recognized and admired by Alexis de Tocqueville. Putnam has pointed out that the present-day American society is characterized by a reduction in citizens' activity in the associations of civil society, with a consequent decline in the quality of American democracy. In short, civil society is now regarded the central theme of democratic debate. It is also viewed as a device of democratic action against the old-style communist systems that sought to monopolize all political power in the hands of one-party state. Indeed, the communist governments in Eastern Europe had demobilized civil society so that rulers could directly control the individual. In 1960s and 1970s, it was realized that the institutions of civil society could not only be used to strengthen the authority of the ruling class, but the opposition could also use this device to promote its own viewpoint. Where the authority of the ruling class could not be challenged at the political level, there the hegemony of the rulers could be undermined through manipulation of education and culture. Concept of the state, 159. In late 1970s and 1980s, the device of civil society was widely used in East European socialist countries as a weapon against the all-encompassing claims of the totalitarian state. The Solidarity movement in Poland sought to build up the institutions of civil society as a parallel society with a view to safeguarding the interests of workers. In Bulgaria, an environmental group called Ekoglasnost raised the issue of the wanton destruction of natural resources and the appalling pollution in industrial centers. Since these centers were functioning under government control, Ekoglasnost proved to be an effective organ of civil society as the anti-government movement in Bulgaria. After the successful revolutions of 1989 throughout the Eastern Europe, the concept of civil society gained immense popularity. Western intellectuals also found the concept of civil society as instrumental to the revival of citizen participation in public affairs in democratic societies where it had recently declined. In fact, civil society movement in the recent decades has emerged as an ally of new social movements. Totalitarian state. The state that seeks to regulate and control all aspects of life of its citizens, whether public or private. In other words, it seeks to direct all political, economic, social, cultural, and intellectual activities of people towards fulfilling certain aims which are determined by the state itself. No citizen has the right or opportunity to oppose or criticize the state, or to propose any new aim. New social movements, a diverse set of popular movements in the contemporary world that are characterized by a departure from the conventional methods of political organization and expression. In advanced capitalist societies, these movements have centered around feminist, ecological, peace, and anti-nuclear issues. In Africa, Asia, and Latin America, they have focused on wider issues, including women's and human rights, environmental and social issues, and uplift of the downtrodden. New social movements seek to empower the common people and mobilize the institutions of civil society toward the achievement of their common goals without involving the state. It is now increasingly realized that civil society can prove to be an effective instrument to counter the citizens' indifference toward their civic duties. Today, the people seldom participate in political discussion. They are hardly interested in criticism of the government. Under the circumstances, civil society movement can motivate them to take active interest in public affairs and freely articulate their opinions. This will strengthen democracy. The intellectuals of today wish to establish a vast network of voluntary associations, which would be independent from the state as well as from trade and industry. It is significant that such associations can flourish only in a democratic setup where people have complete freedom of speech, association, and assembly. 160. An introduction to political theory. Civil society movement demands that the conduct of public affairs should not be allowed to be concentrated in the hands of bureaucracy. Instead, the citizen participation in these affairs should be fully encouraged. Civil society alone can provide the people with a forum where they can articulate their criticism of government policy and action. Thus, civil society would prove to be an effective instrument of removing economic inequalities and securing social justice. Comparative study of the state and civil society. Characteristics of the issue, structure, authority, jurisdiction, functions, resources, occurrence. The state. Formal, unified structure comprising identifiable organs of power, legislature, executive, judiciary, armed with supreme legal authority, that is sovereignty. Compulsory jurisdiction over its citizens and territory. Maintenance of law and order. Protection of citizens from internal and external offenses, natural and other calamities. Huge resources at its disposal. Ownership of national wealth, taxation, public debt, etc. Universal. Some form of political organization is found in all societies. Civil society comprises loose organizations of citizens voluntarily pursuing public interest, enjoys no formal legal authority. At best, it enjoys moral authority over citizens, no compulsory jurisdiction anywhere. It largely depends on its ability of motivation and inspiration. Protection of the common interest of citizens by mobilizing them, pooling their resources, and exerting influence on government organs. No definite assets or sources of income. It has to create its own resources through mobilizing subscriptions, grants, and donations, etc. It appears only in relatively advanced societies where citizens have become adequately conscious of their rights, duties, and the common interest. A critical appraisal. Some observers view civil society as an area where citizens are able to enjoy some level of autonomy or independence from the government. It is expected to promote an active citizenry to adopt a moral sense of obligation and participate in civic causes. When people are encouraged to form multiple voluntary associations, they have the opportunity to express themselves along with the competing viewpoints and perspectives. They can also find effective solution of their common problems through these associations. For example, after the 1985 Mexico City earthquake, the urban poor worked through neighborhood organizations to force the government and World Bank to alter their recovery plans. Similar civic action groups have been formed to fight crime and corruption in Mexico and Nigeria. In Concept of the State 161, Nigeria groups of young men known as area boys have played an active role in handling civic problems. They have a widespread approval from the people who are fed up with government inaction. However, civil society movement is not an unmixed blessing. Does it promote democracy at all levels? Some observers point out that some organs of civil society are themselves afflicted by elitist or oligarchic tendencies. Then some manifestations of civil society itself can take highly uncivil forms. For example, activities of the groups like Carpintada military leaders in Argentina and the Inkatha in South Africa indicate the proliferation of uncivil movements that promote exclusion and violence as a means of competing for and gaining power within a democratic system. Such groups use democratic language, institutions, and strategies for achieving their undemocratic ends. In short, the enlightened groups within the civil society should not only keep a vigil over the state and its bureaucracy, they should also ensure that any group trying to fulfill its sinister designs by pretending to be the part of civil society is not allowed to destroy the spirit of democracy. Elitism, a theory of organization which holds that the chosen few of leadership should exercise all decision-making power. Oligarchy, a pattern of organization of their manipulative skills, which the chosen few exercise all power, endowed with the qualities, largely by means. 7. Concept of sovereignty. Sovereignty is regarded as an essential element of the state. The term sovereignty is derived from the Latin word suverenus, meaning supreme. Thus, sovereignty denotes supremacy or supreme power of the state. In what sense is the state regarded supreme or superior to other associations? At the outset, it may be noted that sovereignty is primarily a legal concept. It denotes supremacy of the state primarily in the legal sphere. J.W. Garner, in his Introduction to Political Science 1910, had defined sovereignty as that characteristic of the state in virtue of which it cannot be legally bound except by its own will or limited by any other power. Then itself, all classical definitions of sovereignty focus on supremacy of the state in the legal sense. All objections about sovereignty arise when this concept is shifted from the legal and juristic domain to other spheres such as moral, political, and sociological. The basic idea is that the sovereign, be it a monarch, chief executive, or an assembly, is able to declare law, issue commands, and take political decisions that is determining public goals and their priorities, which are binding on all individuals and associations within his jurisdiction. He commands physical force to punish those who ignore or disobey his orders or decisions. The sovereign issues laws, commands, and decisions at his own will, not with the approval or consent of any other individual or association. Sovereignty, in its pure form, is more befitting a monarch than an assembly or constitutional setup. But it has to be applied to various systems so long as it is accepted as a universal characteristic of the state. Moreover, supreme legal authority of the state can best be established through the concept of sovereignty itself. In fact, sovereignty arms the state with supreme legal authority in both internal and external spheres. Internally, it establishes supremacy of the state overall. Concept of sovereignty. 163. Individuals and associations. Externally, it upholds independence of the state from the control or interference of any other state in the conduct of its international relations. Theoretically, each sovereign state is equal to every other in international law, regardless of its population, area, or economic wealth. The United Nations Charter states that the United Nations is based on the principle of the sovereign equality of all its members and recognizes a sphere of domestic jurisdiction, which is to be reserved to each member state. Since the concept of sovereignty attributes supreme power to the will of the sovereign, it is by nature an absolute, unlimited, and perpetual power. This may, however, not be interpreted as an arbitrary power. The absolute power implied by sovereignty is not intended to be exercised without reason, or without invoking one's conscience or sense of justice, or without regard to prevalent customs, social values, ideals, or necessity of the common interest or public interest. Due regard to all these factors has to be given. Otherwise, the legitimacy and authority of the sovereign power will be rapidly eroded, and sovereignty may eventually be lost. The idea behind the absolute nature of sovereignty is that, legally speaking, the sovereign is not obliged to consult or seek the approval of any other individual or group whether a particular decision, command, or law is right or wrong. He is empowered to decide all such issues at his own will and discretion, and his decisions will be binding on all unless he himself chooses to revoke them. Historical development. In fact, the modern theory of the state was perfected only when the concept of sovereignty was introduced into it. Jean Bodin, a French writer of the 16th century, was the first to formulate the concept of sovereignty systematically. Although in ancient days Aristotle had talked of supreme power located in different bodies according to the form of government, he had not given the idea of sovereignty because, according to him, the power of the ruler or ruling body was limited by the law which existed above them. Conditions in the Middle Ages were not favorable to the development of the concept of sovereignty because the emperor's power was limited on the one side by the rights of the feudal lords, and on the other side by the claims of the Pope to superior authority. The idea of sovereignty made its appearance with the dawn of the modern period. Toward the end of the medieval period, a number of causes combined to create new political ideas. The feudal nobles were weakened by the Crusades and by their own quarrels. Commerce and towns destroyed their monopoly of wealth. New methods of warfare destroyed their military supremacy. Taking advantage of their weakness, the king increased his power and importance until he became supreme in the state. Besides, the ruling monarchs of national states like England and France had achieved a degree of unification and centralization of authority never attained. 164. An introduction to political theory, before so that they freed themselves from the control of the Pope as well. Thus the ground had been prepared for the development of the theory of sovereignty. Jean Bodin, who held Henry III, King of France in highest esteem, became an exponent of this theory. Jean Bodin, 1530-96. Bodin defined sovereignty as the absolute and perpetual power of commanding in a state, as the supreme power over citizens and subjects unrestrained by law. Thus Bodin places the sovereign above law, because he himself is the source of law. This view marked a significant departure from the medieval outlook. The medieval world conceived law as part of the universal and eternal order. Kings, councils, and judges who enforced law were themselves under law. They were not empowered to create it. It could only be discovered by a study of custom and precedent. The idea of the state as a source of law was alien to medieval thought. Bodin sought to reverse this position by making the sovereign himself the source of all law. Defining the state as an aggregation of families and their common possessions ruled by a sovereign power and by reason, Bodin argued that in every independent community governed by law there must be some authority, whether residing in one person or several, whereby the laws themselves are established and from which they proceed. Bodin treated the sovereign above law but not above duty and moral responsibility. He imposed two important limitations on the powers of the sovereign. Firstly, there are some fundamental laws, such as the Salic law of France, which excluded females from dynastic succession, and the sovereign could not lawfully abrogate such laws. And secondly, private property, being granted by the law of nature, was inviolable. Therefore, the sovereign could not tax his subjects without their consent. Hugo Grotius, 1583-1645. After about half a century of Bodin's enunciation of the theory of sovereignty, Grotius, a Dutch jurist widely known as the father of international law, made an important contribution to the concept of sovereignty. He brought out the implications of sovereignty of the state in the international sphere, that is, independence of the sovereign state from foreign control. Grotius sought to build a system of international law on two distinct foundations. A, nations are subject to natural law or the dictate of right reason in the same manner as citizens because the society of nations is formed on the same fundamental moral principles which guide the behavior of men in society. And B, Grotius recognized a voluntary law of nations based upon their free consent, whether explicit as expressed in treaties and conventions or implicit as expressed in usages and customs. Concept of sovereignty 165. Thus Grotius, like Bodin, attributed moral responsibility to sovereignty, but he extended it to the external sphere also. In the second place, he made it clear that nations respected international law not because it curtailed their sovereignty, but because they voluntarily chose to do so of their free consent. In this way, Grotius introduced the idea of external sovereignty to the existing idea of internal sovereignty, and thus gave it a fuller shape. Thomas Hobbes, 1588-1679. In the 17th century, Hobbes, an English political thinker, further developed the concept of sovereignty. As an exponent of the theory of the social contract, Hobbes argued that the state was a product of the will of the people. Sovereignty is an attribute of the state. Its character is determined by the terms of the social contract. As men emerge from the state of nature, characterized by law of the jungle, and form a state to attain order, peace, and security, they create a sovereign for this purpose. They surrender all their natural rights, the right of the stronger to oppress the weaker, to the sovereign. The surrender is complete, final, and irrevocable. How can they ask for restoration of their natural rights once they have become civilized men? Defying the authority of the sovereign would mean reversion to the state of nature, the state of anarchy, law of the jungle, where the stronger will be free to oppress the weaker. Hobbes therefore places authority of the sovereign beyond challenge. Hobbes's chief contribution to the theory of sovereignty consists in adding an element of legitimacy to authority of the sovereign, because beheld A, that the sovereign is the product of the will of the people, and B, that the sovereign enjoys his supreme authority for its functional value, that is by virtue of providing order, peace, and security in the place of anarchy and oppression. John Locke, 1632-1704, another English exponent of the theory of the social contract, did not concede absolute sovereignty of the state. He thought that the supreme power in society was held by the people which came into existence before the formation of the state. The natural rights of life, liberty, and property were retained by the people, and the state was created for the protection of these vital rights. Ruler or government could not possess supreme power. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78. In the 18th century, Rousseau, the French exponent of the theory of the social CPN made an important contribution to the theory of sovereignty by introducing the doctrine of popular sovereignty. While another chief exponent of the social contract theory, viz., Hobbes, had created a sovereign apart from the people, Rousseau made the people themselves sovereign. In his opinion, the social contract was concluded between the people in their individual capacity on the one hand, and the people in their corporate capacity on the other. According to 166, an introduction to political theory. This line of argument, sovereignty is retained by the people themselves in their corporate capacity, represented by the general will, while their actual will is subordinated to their real will. Rousseau therefore suggested that sovereignty belongs to the people. It could be exercised only in an assembly of the whole people. Government is but an agent of the general will, which reigns supreme. In other words, a government cannot logically claim to hold sovereignty. Rousseau also maintained that sovereignty is absolute and unlimited, because the supreme direction and control of the general will is accepted by the people unconditionally in the interests of their freedom. Rousseau went to the extent of saying that the people can be forced to be free, general will. According to J.J. Rousseau 1712-78, a French philosopher, the common denominator of the real will of the people which embodies not only their common interest, but also everybody's real and long-term interest. Man realizes his freedom by submitting his particular will to the direction of the general will. Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832. Bentham, the famous English utilitarian, argued that sovereignty was not limited by law, but was subject to moral limitations. Bentham maintained that sovereignty was limited by the possibility of resistance, and there were conditions under which resistance was morally justified. He therefore insisted that the sovereign should justify his authority by useful legislation with the object of promoting the greatest happiness of the greatest numbers. John Austin, 1790-1859. In the 19th century, the theory of sovereignty as a legal concept was perfected by Austin, an English jurist. He is regarded as the greatest exponent of the monistic theory of sovereignty. In his Province of Jurisprudence, determined 1832, Austin observed, if a determinate human superior, not in the habit of obedience to a like superior, receives habitual obedience from the bulk of a given society, that determinate superior is sovereign in that society, and that society, including the superior, is a society political and independent. Austin's theory of sovereignty was influenced by the then prevailing conditions in England. The early utilitarians had sought to remove the anomalies of common law by subordinating it to a superior law which consisted in the universal and permanent dictates of natural reason. The state could neither ignore nor abrogate that superior law. Repudiating these arguments, Austin advanced his theory of positive law which expressed the will of the legal sovereign of the state and concept of sovereignty, 167. Hence not bound by the dictates of natural law or any other superior law. Austin sought to define law as the command of the sovereign, obliging the subject to do or refrain from doing certain acts, failure to obey the law being visited by penalty. Thus he identified the following characteristics of law. A. It must emanate from a determinate source, that is the sovereign, to be clearly located in the state. B. It must be the expression of the command of the sovereign. And C. It must be backed by sanctions. In other words, disobedience to law must be punishable. These characteristics are peculiar to the positive law of the state, not to be found in natural law, custom, or religious commandments. Thus, natural law, or for that matter any superior law, is not law in the proper sense of the term. Accordingly, in case a positive law enforced by the state comes into conflict with the natural law or religious commandments, etc., the former must prevail. In this way, Austin established supremacy of the power, authority, and commands of the sovereign beyond doubt. He maintained that any rights of the citizens, including the right to property, were nothing but concessions granted by the sovereign. The subjects could have no legal right against the state. By establishing a single source of all positive law, Austin put forward a monistic view of law, state, and sovereignty. It is significant that Austin's theory solely dwells on the legal character of sovereignty. It does not repudiate moral or social limitations on the power of the state. He does not declare the state as a perfect embodiment of reason, as the idealist theory had maintained. Austin is an exponent of absolute and unlimited sovereignty, purely from the legal or formal point of view. He admits that sovereign authority habitually observes fundamental moral principles, though not legally bound by any external authority. He does not envisage an irresponsible sovereign, but holds that the sovereign cannot be formally made responsible to any authority similar to himself. His authority is legally superior to all individuals and groups within his jurisdiction. Second, characteristics of sovereignty. Viewed as a purely legal concept, it is customary to describe certain characteristics of sovereignty. They are absoluteness, permanence, universality, inalienability, and indivisibility. Absoluteness. John Bodine, the first exponent of sovereignty, said, "Sovereignty is the absolute and perpetual power of commanding in a state." Sovereignty is regarded as absolute because it cannot be limited or restricted by any superior power or authority. The will of the sovereign reigns supreme in the state. The sovereign may, of his own will, pay due regard to moral principles, customs and traditions, or public opinion, but he is not responsible to any authority, individual or group. 168. An introduction to political theory, similar or superior to himself. Similarly, the sovereign may pay due regard to international law by his free consent, not because he is obliged to obey the commands of any superior state or international organization. Absoluteness of sovereignty is the logical outcome of its legal character, which may not hold good in the political sphere, nor would it govern the non-legal actions of the individuals and groups within the state. Permanence. Permanence of sovereignty is the corollary of its absoluteness. Bodin describes sovereignty as perpetual power because, if power be held only for a certain time, it does not matter how long a time. It is not sovereign power, and he who holds it for that time is not a sovereign. In order to understand the permanence of sovereignty, it is necessary to distinguish between the state and government. Theoretically, sovereignty belongs to the state. Governments may be formed and dissolved according to established procedure, but the continuity of the state will not be affected by such changes. As such, sovereignty endures as long as the state maintains its independence. The quality of permanence should not be interpreted to mean that sovereignty is eternal. On the other hand, if a state loses its independence and is placed under the suzerainty of another state, its sovereignty is also lost. Universality. Sovereignty is a universal, all-pervasive, or all-comprehensive quality, in the sense that it extends to all individuals, groups, areas, and things within the jurisdiction of the state. If a state grants immunity or exterritoriality to any category of persons, especially foreign heads of states, UN officials, foreign envoys, ambassadors, their staff, residents, and vehicles, etc., it is because of its free consent, not because of any external obligation or restriction. In other words, it is a matter of international courtesy, not of compulsion. This concession can be withdrawn at any moment at the will of the sovereign. International associations and multinational corporations operating within the territories of different states are also subject to the sovereignty of the respective states. Inalienability. As an essential element of the state, sovereignty cannot be transferred or given away without destroying the state itself. As Lieber has put it, sovereignty can no more be alienated than a tree can alienate its right to sprout, or a man can transfer his life and personality without self-destruction. When a state cedes a portion of its territory to another state, the ceding state is not wholly destroyed, but from. Concept of sovereignty. 169. The point of view of the ceded portion, the original state no longer exists, and sovereignty of a new state comes into existence. This also proves that the sovereignty of a state over any area is not transferred, but replaced by another state. According to Hobbes, when people emerge from the state of nature, they create a sovereign. It is not a case of sovereignty being transferred from people to the sovereign, because in the state of nature sovereignty did not exist at all. When Locke postulates surrender of some of the natural rights of the people to the state on the condition that their fundamental natural rights to life, liberty, and property shall be protected, it is not a question of transfer of sovereignty, because the people themselves remain supreme throughout, in spite of the formation of the state. In Rousseau's system of thought, sovereignty is throughout held by the general will, although powers may be delegated to the government. Hence, sovereignty proves to be inalienable. Indivisibility. As sovereignty is an absolute power, it cannot be divided between or shared by different sets of individuals or groups. In every state, sovereignty must be vested in a single body, legally competent to issue the final commands. Division of sovereignty is bound to give rise to inconsistent, conflicting, and ambiguous commands. This condition is not compatible with the very concept of sovereignty. In other words, a divided sovereignty is a contradiction in terms. The principle of the federal state is usually cited as an exception to this characteristic of sovereignty. Federalism involves the allocation of powers between the federal, central, or union government and state governments, which are regarded as independent and coordinate in their respective spheres. Al Lowell, an American writer, argued that there can exist within the same territories two sovereigns issuing commands to the same subjects touching different matters. The Supreme Court of America also declared in one case that the United States are sovereign as to all the powers of government actually surrendered by the states, while each state in the Union is sovereign as to all powers reserved. We in India are no less familiar with federal government. We have legislatures and cabinets in the states besides the Union Parliament and the cabinet. The subjects of legislation are divided into the Union list, state list, and concurrent list. Unlike the USA, however, in India the Union and the states are governed by a single constitution, and residuary subjects of legislation are assigned to the Union. The main features of federal states in other countries are more or less similar. This paradox can be resolved by making a distinction between sovereignty and power in the legal sense. Power emanates from sovereignty. Sovereignty vests in the state. Power is assigned to the government. Sovereignty is supposed to be exercised by the state. Power is exercised by the different organs of. 170th. An introduction to political theory, government, legislative, executive, and judicial. The pattern of exercise of power depends on the nature of organization of the government. We describe states as unitary and federal because of different patterns of organization of their governments. Properly speaking, these are forms of government, not the forms of state. In a unitary government, power is divided between a single set of legislature, executive, and judiciary. On the other hand, a federal government involves various sets of such organs. Thus, the federal system represents an extension of the principle of division of powers between the organs of the federal and state governments. All of them combined together constitute a single state with a single sovereignty, absolute, perpetual, all-pervasive, inalienable, and indivisible. The division of powers can be evolved or altered from time to time, but sovereignty remains intact so long as the state maintains its independent existence. In the international sphere, too, the state continues to be regarded as one entity, single and indivisible, whatever its form of government and consequent division of powers. It is again important to note that all these characteristics are peculiar to the legal notion of sovereignty. They are best represented by an absolute monarchy. In the actual working of the state, especially in the case of a democratic, federal, pluralist, and constitutional government, it becomes extremely difficult to discover the seed or real character of sovereignty. Third, aspects of sovereignty. Sovereignty is primarily a legal concept. However, in actual practice, sovereignty may take different forms under different conditions, which are described as different aspects of sovereignty. Titular sovereignty. In constitutional monarchies, such as England and Japan, the queen, the king, or the emperor is officially referred to as the sovereign. Such a ruler is only a nominal or titular head of state, without any real powers which are vested in different organs of the government according to the constitution of the state. This form of sovereignty is therefore called titular sovereignty, de jure and de facto sovereignty. In the case of revolutions, that is a successful overthrow of the existing regime in a state through unconstitutional means, that is not by the established procedure of replacing the existing government. A distinction arises between the formal and actual position. Thus, till such time as the new sovereign is legally established and recognized, there may exist two sovereigns, one in the legal sense who has lost his real powers, the other in the factual sense who has not yet been legally. Concept of sovereignty. 171. Established. Under such circumstances, the legal or formal sovereign is said to retain de jure sovereignty, while the actual sovereign is characterized by de facto sovereignty. This state of affairs can only continue temporarily because it is marked by uncertainty, confusion, and irregularity. Some historical examples of the emergence of de facto sovereignty are the authority exercised by Cromwell in England, by Napoleon in France, and the Bolshevist group in Russia after 1917. The military dictatorships of the present-day world, established after a coup d'état, also represent de facto sovereignty until they evolve suitable means to legitimize their authority. De facto sovereignty is so described because in actual practice its commands are obeyed by the people, either because of sheer force or a strong following among the people. Some writers, including John Austin, refuse to draw a distinction between de jure and de facto sovereignty. They argue that adjectives like lawful and unlawful cannot be applied to the term sovereignty as it becomes meaningless without legal sanction. It would therefore be more logical if the terms de facto and de jure are applied only to government, not to sovereignty. The de jure sovereignty alone is sovereignty in the real sense of the term. The so-called de facto sovereignty remains inconsequential until it achieves the status of de jure sovereignty. A critical appraisal, the concept of sovereignty was evolved to perfect the theory of the modern state. It sought to free the modern state from obligations towards other social institutions, particularly the authority of feudal lords and the papacy, and to establish the dignity of the state in the international sphere. Thus, the theory of sovereignty proclaimed the monopoly of the state in deciding public policy and declaring the law that binds all citizens in unequivocal terms. It instituted the nation-state as an independent entity in the international sphere, not bound by any organization superior to itself. In short, sovereignty armed the state with supreme authority in its internal as well as external affairs. As a legal notion, sovereignty constitutes an essential element of the legal character of the state. In fact, the state cannot perform its function of regulating the life of its citizens unless it is equipped with supreme authority. The logic of the legal character of sovereignty postulates that it has to be absolute, permanent, universal, inalienable, and indivisible. In the legal sphere, therefore, sovereignty cannot be held responsible to any human superior. When we say that the sovereign is not bound by any moral principles or international obligations except at his own will, it is only intended to emphasize that the sovereign cannot be subordinated to any other human agency for interpretation of such obligations. But in the sphere of actual practice, all authority postulates responsibility. Sovereignty, being supreme authority, postulates highest responsibility. Theoretically, we may evolve the image of a perfect sovereign and thus justify 172, an introduction to political theory, him exercising supreme authority. But in the real world, sovereignty has to be vested in human beings who, being mortals, are as imperfect as any other human beings. When the authority of a mortal human sovereign is proclaimed to be absolute, perpetual, beyond any responsibility or obligation, it leads to socially disastrous consequences. The most cruel and degenerate forms of autocracy, tyranny, and authoritarianism, untold oppression inside the state and more destructive wars outside. To straighten the issue, it is imperative to draw a distinction between the state and the government, so that sovereignty is always regarded as an attribute of the state, conceived as an abstract idea, while the government consisting of human beings, whatever their wisdom or excellence of character, is only assigned definite powers, to be exercised through an established procedure with inbuilt checks and safeguards. This is necessary so that no organ of the government is able to become omnipotent. This would imply a departure from the original concept of sovereignty, which sought to vest sovereignty in a determinate person or body of persons. This would mean a constitutional government. Only this kind of government can be expected to function in a responsible manner and deliver the goods, especially in the present age of democracy, when the people are claimed to be the real sovereign. What is popular sovereignty? Sovereignty is primarily a legal concept. The legal sovereign is supposed to be absolute and omnipotent, functioning solely according to his own judgment and will, right or wrong. He can ignore and override any other considerations, prescriptions of divine law or natural law, principles of morality, dictates of public opinion, etc. According to the classical theory, legal sovereignty is vested in the determinate person or body of persons. It is definitely organized, precise, and recognized as the source of law. It represents the will of the state, and its commands are legally binding. Its disobedience is visited by penalties. It is the source of all rights in society. It is absolute, unlimited, and supreme. In the political sphere, legal sovereignty closely corresponds to absolute monarchy. It is significant that Jean Baudin and John Austin, the chief exponents of legal sovereignty, had built their theories in the context of absolute monarchies. This sort of situation does not create problems of inconsistency between theory and practice. However, as we move to other forms of government, we are faced with the dilemma of reconciling the idea of legal sovereignty with the actual powers of the sovereign body. That is why A.C. Dicey, an introduction to the study of the law of constitution, 1885, observes, behind the sovereign which the lawyer recognizes there is another sovereign to whom the legal sovereign must bow. This other sovereign is described by Dicey as the political sovereign. Concept of sovereignty 173. When political sovereign comprises all members of a community, that is, the people, the idea of its supreme legal authority is expressed as popular sovereignty. In other words, the idea of popular sovereignty regards people as the source of all authority in the state. In its view, the organs of state which exercise supreme power of lawmaking, law enforcement, and adjudication draw their legitimacy from the will of the people. It does not rely on any superior law, natural law, religious commandments, or any other authority to ascertain what is right or wrong. It does not look for any source of superior reason apart from the mind of the people. Thus it regards people themselves, in their corporate capacity, as the embodiment of reason, the best judges of right and wrong, and hence the real source of supreme authority. This doctrine comprises the cornerstone of the classical theory of democracy, natural law, a set of rules of good conduct which exist independently of conventional law. These are directly derived from nature, which can be discovered through moral intuition and by the application of human faculty of reasoning. The champions of natural law regard it as superior to any other law. Historical development. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, is regarded the chief exponent of the doctrine of popular sovereignty. However, its early indications may be found in ancient as well as medieval political thought. Marcus Tullius, Cicero 106-43 BC, an ancient Roman philosopher, postulated that the ultimate source of political authority may be traced to the aggregate people of a state. However, when Roman Empire became very powerful, it was conceded that will of the emperor was the source of validity of law. Medieval European thought regarded God as the source of all authority. Pope was his representative on earth. In the final phase of the medieval age, Marsilio of Padua, 1275-1343, an Italian philosopher, sought to challenge the absolute authority of Pope in order to restore the authority of the people. In the medieval Europe, it was believed that temporal rulers should submit themselves to papacy not only in ecclesiastical matters but also in temporal matters. On the contrary, Marsilio in his Defensorpads 1324 tried to prove that papacy and clergy should submit themselves to the whole people, not only in temporal matters but also in spiritual matters. Marsilio described the principle of supreme authority of the people as republicanism. He argued that the powers of the priesthood should be confined to the administration of the sacraments and the teaching of divine law. But even in these functions, priests should be regulated and controlled by the 174, an introduction to political theory, people and their elected government. He held that the priesthood itself should be elected by the people of each community rather than being appointed by Pope, who was chosen by an oligarchy. The principle of legitimacy required that Pope himself should be elected by the whole of Christendom. In early modern age, Johannes Althusius, 1557 to 1638, a German jurist, also indicated the idea of popular sovereignty in his own way. He conceived of sovereignty as the supreme power of performing those acts which are necessary for the material and spiritual welfare of the members of a state. In his view, the state is the product of contract or consent of the people. Hence, the state must exercise sovereignty to secure welfare of its members. In essence, sovereignty resides in all the members of a state, although it may be exercised by a particular body from time to time. Since people themselves cannot perform the functions of the state directly, they delegate these functions to their representatives. Still, the final authority implied by sovereignty remains with the people themselves. In other words, the rulers in a democracy are required to function under the ultimate control of the people. Rousseau's concept of the general will. Rousseau's concept of the general will gives best expression to the idea of popular sovereignty. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, had created a sovereign authority apart from the people. Rousseau created a sovereign out of the people themselves. Hobbes made sovereignty an instrument of serving self-interest of the individual. Rousseau made it an instrument of serving the common interest. Rousseau justified his doctrine of popular sovereignty on moral grounds. At the outset, it may be noted that Rousseau's idea of the will cannot be separated from thought. He makes a distinction between the will of the individual, that is the particular will, and the will of the community, that is the general will. Particular will may either be inclined toward general will, or it may turn against it. When an individual is motivated by his momentary self-interest, he is acting against the general will. It is called his actual will. For example, when an individual wants to jump red light on a crossing, he is acting on actual will. On the contrary, when he decides to act in the common interest, that is according to the general will, he is acting on his real will. In other words, real will involves self-discipline in the interest of the community. It also serves the individual's real and long-term interest, which cannot be separated from the common interest. Actual will reflects an individual's lower self. Real will reflects his higher self. When different individuals act on their actual will, their interests would clash with each other because everybody would be acting on his momentary self-interest. It may be followed by disastrous consequences. For instance, when people want to jump a red light on a crossing, it may result in accident. But when they act on their real will, there is little possibility of their clash. When all are, concept of sovereignty, 175. Self-disciplined, there will be a smooth flow of traffic. It will ensure safety of one and all. When an individual is acting on actual will, he is not only acting against the interest of the community, but also acting against his own real interest, or against his true freedom. When he is prevented from acting in that way, he may feel constrained, but he is not being deprived of his freedom, in the real sense of the term. That is why Rousseau quips, a man can be forced to be free. When people act on their actual will, they are bound to have differences, but when they act on their real will, their differences would disappear. They would start thinking alike. As the proverb goes, all wise men think alike. General will is therefore harmonious. It reflects the real will of all members of the community. It is described as the common denominator of the real will of all members of the community. Genesis of the general will, individual, I, human will, 1, particular will, 1, actual will, real will plus motivated by, immediate, ultimate, self-interest, collective good, represents, lower self, higher self, 1 or transient, stable, or 1 differs from common to all individual to members of the individual community, general will, 1, I. Rousseau's concept of popular sovereignty stands for the supreme authority of the general will in a society. Since general will is reflected in the higher self of each member of the community, it is morally superior to any other expression of will. Sovereignty of the general will would ensure the rule of the right reason in society, which would be constantly devoted to the common good. General will is elevated to the position of an absolute, unlimited, and inalienable sovereignty because it reflects the common will of all right-thinking people. 176. An introduction to political theory. The concept of popular sovereignty does not rely on any principle of higher law, for example, natural law, or divine revelation, but regards the organized power of the people as the source of all reason to determine what is right or wrong. It therefore embodies the best expression of the principle of classical democracy. However, it is suitable only for a small and uniform community, preferably for direct democracy, as Rousseau himself conceded. In the contemporary large and complex societies where representative democracy is inevitable, it can only be accepted for its symbolic significance. Direct democracy, a system of governance in which all public decisions are taken by the general body of citizens at their regular meetings. It is feasible only in very small communities, as in some ancient Greek city-states. Conclusion. Indeed, Rousseau commended popular sovereignty for 2 reasons. A. Sovereignty should be founded on the will of the people, and B. Sovereignty should be exercised for the public good or the common good. The first reason considers sovereignty as a right, the second considers it as a duty. The principle of democracy calls for their synthesis, but unfortunately, some thinkers have confused the two. They tried to treat both these reasons as the foundation of the power of the sovereign. Thus they have opened the floodgates of absolutism and totalitarianism. When sovereign is not bound by his duty, he is no longer capable of upholding democracy. In practical politics, distinction must be drawn between the state and government. The principle of popular sovereignty may be invoked to concede sovereignty of the state, which is an abstract entity, but government is comprised of human beings who are fallible in spite of their best education and training. If sovereignty is attributed to government, even if it is elected by the people, the possibility of its misuse cannot be ruled out. As Aristotle had warned, power and virtue cannot coexist. Democracy can function only with a constitutional government, which implies the existence of effective checks on the power holders. Again, Rousseau has not drawn a clear distinction between will and reason. Reason is mainly concerned with the questions of right and wrong. Will is supposed to be neutral. Reason deals with complex questions which are subject to prolonged debate. Will is a simple matter which can be ascertained empirically. It is the crux of liberal theory. The questions of superior will and inferior will drag it into the field of reason. Thus it enters the realm of idealist theory, which is often invoked in support of absolutism. In short, Rousseau's philosophy must be taken with a note of caution. 8. Pluralist theory of sovereignty. The classical theory of sovereignty, as enunciated by various thinkers from Jean Bodin, 1530-96, to John Austin, 1790-1859, gave the best description of the legal character of sovereignty. It held sovereignty as absolute, perpetual, universal, inalienable, and indivisible. It envisaged a single sovereign in the state, a person or a body of persons. It is therefore described as the monistic theory of sovereignty. When this monistic theory is applied to the political field, it gives rise to many problems. In the political sphere, the state is represented by government which claims sovereignty on behalf of the state. When the relationship between individual and the state is defined in terms of sovereignty, it postulates the unlimited authority of the state over individual, which implies unlimited political obligation. In other words, the idea of the supreme, absolute and unlimited authority of the state reduces individuals to the status of dumb-driven cattle who have to follow the dictates of the state. In actual practice, these dictates are issued by the government consisting of human beings who may be wise or foolish, benevolent or selfish, virtuous or vicious, but in no case perfect, divine and infallible. Thus, the theory of sovereignty in the political sphere implies complete subordination of one set of individuals to another set of similar individuals. The pluralist theory of sovereignty seeks to resolve this dilemma. The form of sovereignty, as developed from Jean Bodin to John Austin, was generally regarded as an essential attribute of the modern state till the 19th century. Accordingly, it was almost universally admitted that the state is superior to all other human associations in society because sovereignty is exclusive to the 178, An Introduction to Political Theory. State. This implied immense expansion of the powers of the state. This idea was enshrined in the organic theory of the state, which glorified the state as the fountain of all moral and social values. The juristic theory went to the extent of evolving a juristic personality of the state. Organic theory of the state. In this metaphorical expression, the state is compared to an organism or a living body, and individuals are regarded as its organs. An individual separated from the state loses his existence and identity like an organ severed from the body. However, the socialists, especially Marx and Engels, had demonstrated in the 19th century itself how the economic interests of the dominant class exclusively determined the policy of the state. The rise of capitalism combined with the theory of the absolute state posed a real threat to freedom in society. Many a thinker expressed serious concern at this state of affairs. J.N. Figgis, Churches in the Modern State, 1913, saw clearly that the ascendance of the absolute state in his own day was directly linked to the horror of that very economic and industrial oppression which is the distinctive gift of modern capitalism to history. Besides, in the 20th century, there was an all-round development of social sciences which promoted new theories regarding the nature of the state. Modern psychology exploded the myth of the personality of the state, which was earlier used to exalt the state and its sovereignty. Modern sociology, again, demonstrated that the law is the product of prevailing social conditions, not an expression of the commands of the sovereign. This led several modern thinkers to realize that the state is only a partial manifestation of the social nature of man, with a defined sphere of activity. It cannot be treated as an all-comprehensive institution encompassing all aspects of the social life of man, as the classical theory of sovereignty had postulated. This gave rise to the pluralistic theory, which launched a systematic attack on the doctrine of state sovereignty. In short, the pluralist theory sought to redefine the nature of the state as one of the several associations of human beings operating in society to secure the multifarious interests of individuals. In view of this, it envisaged a new role for the state as an arbiter over conflicting claims of different associations. It also repudiated the exclusive and absolute claim of the state to individuals' allegiance. It insisted that the state should compete with other human associations to establish its claim to superior authority. It is significant that the pluralist challenge to state sovereignty coincided with the conditions created by the First World War 1914-18. During wartime, the state required its citizens to sacrifice everything, including their near and dear ones, even their own lives, for the sake of the state. The people did make untold sacrifices, yet this state of affairs prompted an inquiry into whether the state was. Pluralist theory of sovereignty 179. Logically entitled to make such enormous demands. There were men known as conscientious objectors who claimed that their conscience urged them to oppose bloody war as a means of settling human disputes. Moreover, the policy of war was determined by the men in power who were as imperfect and fallible as any other human beings. A little folly on their part could escalate war and bring untold suffering to the citizens of the state. How then could the absolute authority of the state be taken for granted? Harold J. Lasky, A Grammar of Politics, 1938, enumerated two important factors which prompted the pluralist attack on sovereignty of the state. A. In the first place, the state claimed legal omnipotence, and it claimed the allegiance of its citizens on the ground that it represented the total interest of the society within its territorial jurisdiction. The pluralists pointed out that legal omnipotence was a purely formal concept, often invalid in fact, and they argued that however majestic and powerful, the state in fact was only one of many associations in society, that, in experience, there were always limits to powers, and these were set by the relation between the purpose the state sought to fulfill and the judgment made by men of that purpose. B. In the second place, the pluralist doctrine was derived from the realization that the state's claim to preeminence always means, in fact, the sovereignty of a government composed of fallible men whose intentions alone are not a sufficient justification for so vast a claim. There went into the making of pluralism an historic analysis derived from the conflict between churches and the state, between trade unions and the state, between, as in the case of the conscientious objector to military service, the individual and the state. Second, the principles of pluralism. According to a dictionary of the social sciences, Ed Julius Gould and William L. Kolb, 1964, political pluralism refers to those doctrines which assert that certain groups in society, for example, family, church, union, local government, embody important social values prior to and independent of their authorization or approval by the state. Pluralistic theory of sovereignty is broadly based on this concept of political pluralism, the pluralistic nature of society. The pluralist theory is marked by a shift in focus from the legal to the sociological character of the state. It recognizes the role of several associations in society, formed by men in pursuance of their multifarious interests. Some of these associations have been in existence prior to the origin of the state itself. Some of 180, An Introduction to Political Theory. Them exist independent of the state. That is, they are neither created, nor sponsored, nor maintained, nor even regulated by the state. Sociologically speaking, the state is but one of these associations, standing side by side with them, not above them. Such associations include the church and other religious organizations, trade unions, cooperative societies and chambers of commerce, and so many voluntary associations devoted to education, cultural and scientific pursuits. All these associations embody some social value, means of satisfying some needs and other worthwhile pursuits. Pluralists hold that it is morally preferable for individuals to be associated politically with a wide range of associations in pursuance of their interests. These groups provide them with an opportunity to make use of their creative abilities and to seek self-fulfillment in various spheres of life. No outside agency, not least the state, should interfere in their functioning unless their activities are required to be regulated in the interest of public order, public safety, or public morality. Role of the state as coordinator. When there are several associations in society to take care of the varied interests of individuals and for the fulfillment of their personality, what is then the nature and role of the state? According to the pluralist standpoint, the state does not exist above these associations. In fact, the state, as society politically organized, cannot be conceived as distinct from these associations. To be sure, the state itself is an association of associations. As an association coordinates the activities of its members, so the state coordinates the activities of these associations in society. It is a means of resolving the conflicting claims of these associations by evolving a common basis of their functioning, not by imposing its own will or regulations on them, but by harmonizing and coordinating their several interests so as to secure the common good, the common interest, or the public interest. This role of the state is essential for the maintenance of order in society. It is significant that the pluralist theory seeks to curtail or limit the absolute authority of the state as against the theory of state sovereignty. It does not seek to abolish the state itself as anarchists do. The pluralists postulate some recognized functions of the state. For instance, the functions of maintaining internal order and security, defense from external enemies, and enforcement of voluntary contracts should be left to the state unless a contract is deemed to be void on moral grounds. The state must justify its claim to authority. As the state is only one of the associations in society intended to serve the interests of society, its claim to superior authority cannot be taken for granted. The state enjoys a privileged position in the sense that its jurisdiction is compulsory over all individuals and associations within its fold. It is equipped with coercive powers. Pluralist theory of sovereignty 181, so that it can punish those who ignore or defy its commands. These characteristics do not automatically establish the superior authority of the state. On the other hand, they postulate a higher moral responsibility on the state. The pluralists require the state to justify the exercise of its special powers. The state, as an association of associations, is required to secure the common interest or the public interest by harmonizing the interests of all associations operating in society. Some of the associations might be more organized and more vocal than others. Some of the vulnerable sections in society might be devoid of any organization. Some of the interests might be well represented in the assemblies or impressed upon the state through various investigatory commissions, through special delegations, or through mass movements, demonstrations, and rallies. Others might be dormant and hardly noticed. Theoretically, the state is expected to ensure that all interests are given due weightage while seeking their coordination in pursuance of the common interest. The state, as an arbiter of conflicting claims, must demonstrate that it is not dominated by any special interest or vested interests while exercising its authority. Otherwise, it would betray the confidence reposed in it. As Ben and Peter's Social Principles in the Democratic State, 1975, have insisted, the state must not be allowed to fall into the hands of men concerned only for the interest of a limited group. It must be sensitive to all, without succumbing to any one or any limited coalition of interests. This is the most delicate and difficult task of the state. It will be recalled that even the Marxian attack on the state is based on the argument that the capitalist state and its predecessors have been the instruments of serving the interests of the dominant class at the expense of the dependent class. Decentralization of authority. The pluralists do not extend unconditional acceptance to the sovereign authority of the state. They do not accept the state as a leviathan, a sea monster, as imagined by Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679. They repudiate monopoly of the state on the allegiance of all individuals and require that the state should justify its claims to allegiance on moral grounds. They argue that expansion of the authority of the state undermines democracy and liberty of the individual, and that concentration of authority in the state erodes administrative efficiency. The complexity of the economic and political relations of the modern world cannot be dealt with by a monolithic view of the state. They, therefore, argue that the management and control of society should be shared by several associations in proportion to their contribution to the social good. The pluralistic theory, therefore, advocates reorganization of the state through a set of institutions guaranteeing its effective limitations, such as workers' and consumers' unions, which should serve as countervailing powers in the state. 182. An Introduction to Political Theory. The doctrine of political pluralism was developed by a number of social and political thinkers from Europe and America. Emile Durkheim, 1858 to 1917. A French sociologist, Otto von Guericke, 1841 to 1913. A German writer, F.W. Maitland, 1850 to 1906, an English legal historian, and G.D.H. Cole, 1889 to 1959. An English economist are regarded as the forerunners of the pluralist theory. Guericke and Maitland enunciated the theory of the real personality of groups, which became the focus of attention of many a later pluralist. According to the Guericke-Maitland thesis, each group in society possesses a real personality and will, and it plays a distinctive role in the process of lawmaking. The state, of course, plays the principal role in this sphere, but it is by no means exclusive. In other words, law is not made by the state alone. Several social groups make their own contribution to this process. These social groups are characterized by certain privileges and obligations independent of the state's formal sanction. The exponents of the pluralist theory include Leon Duguay, a French thinker, Hugo Crabbé, a Dutch writer, Harold J. Lasky, Ernest Barker, and A.D. Lindsay, English political thinkers, and Robert M. McIlver, an American sociologist. Of these, Lasky and McIlver are the most outstanding. Leon Duguay, 1859 to 1928. Duguay argues that law are not an expression of the commands of an absolute sovereign. They are the conditions of social solidarity, that is, interdependence of men in society. In other words, laws embody those fundamental rules which sustain the social life of men. They are obligatory not because they are the commands of a determinate human superior, as the classical theory of sovereignty maintains, but because their observance is crucial to the functioning of human society. Accordingly, laws exist even before the origin of the state itself. They are by no means a product of the state. The state itself is an instrument of securing social solidarity. Duguay, therefore, subordinates the state to the rules of social solidarity, which find expression in the form of laws. He therefore argues that public service rather than sovereignty is the essential characteristic of the state. Thus, Duguay rejects the theory of absolute sovereignty and makes the state responsible to society. He is not primarily interested in the political importance of the social groups within the state, Rather, he insists that administrative actions should be subjected to judicial limitations. Hugo Crabbey, 1857 to 1936. Crabbey proceeds to distinguish between law and the state, and argues that law is independent of and superior to the state. Thus, sovereignty is an attribute of law, not of the state. Crabbey holds that law does not emanate from social solidarity. Pluralist theory of sovereignty, 183. But from a sense of right of the majority of the community constituting the state. In his The Idea of the Modern State 1922, Crabb asserts that the essence of the state is to be found in the operation of legal relations, not in the operation of relations between the strong and the weak. Crabbey's theory of the state rejects the idea that power is an essential feature of the state. In his view, the state is essentially a legal community, a portion of mankind having its own independent body of legal relations. The purpose of the state is to reconcile conflicting interests within the community in conformity with the values embodied in the law. Ad Lindsay, 1879 to 1952. Lindsay, in his The State and Recent Political Theory, Political Quarterly 1914, accepts the theory of the real personality of associations of human beings and argues that the state is only one of the numerous associations, each of which possesses a corporate personality of its own. Many other associations, being smaller than the state, are more homogeneous and represent a closer community of interests. If they are permitted to act autonomously, they are likely to attract the deeper loyalties of their members and prove themselves to be more effective agencies of social coordination than the state itself. Lindsay, therefore, insists that each one of these associations should be given greater authority and initiative, so much so that they should be allowed to legislate for themselves. Thus, Lindsay pleads for breaking the monopoly of the state in lawmaking and advocates decentralization of legislative powers to the several associations in society. Ernest Barker, 1874 to 1960. Barker, on the other hand, rejects the concept of the real personality of the group, although he admits the juristic claim that the permanent groups within society existed prior to the state, and that each of them has a corporate character and functions of its own. In his Political Thought in England from Herbert Spencer to the present day 1915, Barker observes, "We see the state less as an association of individuals in a common life. We see it more as an association of individuals, already united in various groups for a further and more embracing common purpose." Barker argues that the state should necessarily adjust the relations of associations to itself, to other associations, and to their own members in order to maintain the integrity of its own scheme, to preserve the equality of associations before law, and to protect individuals from the possible tyranny of the group. Thus, he views the state as an association of associations, a community of communities, and an agency for harmonizing the interests of the groups as well as of individuals. Harold J. Lasky. Lasky is the most ardent exponent of the pluralist theory of sovereignty. He is a prolific writer, and his views on this subject lie scattered in a large number of his 184th An Introduction to Political Theory, works, A Grammar of Politics, An Introduction to Politics, Studies in Law and Politics, The Foundations of Sovereignty, Authority in the Modern State, The State in Theory and Practice, Reflections on the Revolution of Our Time, etc. Though very brilliant, he has not been very consistent in his formulations. After adjusting his pluralist position between liberalism and Marxism, he ultimately emerged as an exponent of positive liberalism, a combination of liberalism and socialism. In his scheme of the reorganization of the state on the basis of democratization of power, Lasky comes out as an ardent pluralist. In the early phase of his political thought, that is in the 1920s, Lasky advanced vigorous criticism of the theory of state sovereignty, and held that this theory would pass like the theory of the divine right of kings which had its day. He thought of sovereignty as nothing more than a legal fiction and a barren concept. But, in a later phase, that is in the 1930s, Lasky began to evolve a balanced view of pluralism, identifying the points of its strength and weakness, and then he conceded the importance of sovereignty as an essential element of state power, though he viewed the state itself as an agency for regulating class relations in society, while he himself preferred a classless society. Attack on absolute sovereignty. In his A Grammar of Politics 1938, Lasky proceeds to scrutinize the theory of sovereignty from three aspects and discovers its weaknesses everywhere. In the first place, historical analysis of the state repudiates the idea of absolute sovereignty. He accepts Sir Henry Maine's criticism of Austin and shows how custom and tradition substantially limit the exercise of sovereign power. These are not legal checks imposed by some determinate human superior, nor do they operate with the express or tacit consent of the sovereign himself. The deference which even omnipotent monarchs and sultans have to show to custom is a political need, a dictate of prudence and expediency. Besides these limitations in the internal sphere, sovereignty is also subject to limitations in the external sphere. Here Lasky finds the claims of absolute sovereignty incompatible with the interests of humanity. As he observes, in a creative civilization what is important is not the historical accident of separate states, but the scientific fact of world interdependence. The real unit of allegiance is the world. The real obligation of obedience is to the total interest of our fellow men. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. In the second place, the theory of absolute sovereignty fails as a theory of law. Here Lasky accepts Dicey's distinction between legal and popular sovereignty as a proof of the absurdity of Austin's definition of sovereignty as determinate and indivisible. He proceeds to show how even the idea of popular sovereignty is not workable. In Lasky's own words, everyone knows that to regard the king and parliament as a sovereign body in the Austinian sense is absurd. No parliament would dare to disfranchise the Roman Catholics or to prohibit the existence of trade unions. If it made the attempt, it would cease to be a parliament. That is to Pluralist Theory of Sovereignty 185. Say that in practice legally unlimited power turns out to be power exercised under conditions fairly well known to each generation. Finally, the theory of sovereignty does not hold good in the analysis of a political organization. Lasky cites the case of the federal state, particularly of the United States, to show that the location of sovereignty, as envisaged by Austin, is very difficult in the case of such political organizations. Distinction between the state and government. Lasky dwells on the distinction between the state and government to demonstrate the inadequacy of the theory of absolute and unlimited sovereignty. He points out that, in actual practice, the so-called sovereign powers of the state are claimed by the government, that is a body of persons issuing orders and enforcing obedience thereto. In the exercise of these powers, the government can never be allowed to become absolute and irresponsible. In his The State in Theory and Practice 1935, Lasky observed that government is but the agent of the state. It exists to carry out the purpose of the state. It is not itself the supreme coercive power. It is simply the mechanism of administration which gives effect to the purpose of that power. It is not, we are told, sovereign in the sense in which the state is sovereign. Its competence is defined by such authority as the state may choose to confer upon it, and if it oversteps that authority it may, where such provision exists, be called to account. Pointing to the dangers of conferring absolute powers on government, Lasky further observes, every government is composed of fallible men. They may deliberately exploit the authority they possess for their own selfish purposes. They may, with the best intentions but quite unreasonably, mistake the private interest of a few for the well-being of the whole community. They may be ignorant of the position they confront, or be incompetent in handling it. Circumstances such as these have occurred in every political society at some period of its history. The value of the distinction between state and government is the possibility it offers of creating institutional mechanisms for changing the agents of the state, that is, the government, when the latter shows itself inadequate to its responsibilities. Moral grounds of allegiance. In the Foundations of Sovereignty 1921, Lasky argues that the state is only one among many forms of human associations, and, as compared with other associations, it has no superior claims to an individual's allegiance. He argues that the state has no right to the allegiance of an individual save insofar as his conscience gives assent. His point is that to demand unquestioning obedience to the orders of the sovereign authority, without giving the individual the right to judge for himself. 186th An Introduction to Political Theory. Their moral adequacy is morally wrong. It stunts the growth of his moral personality. In his A Grammar of Politics 1938, Lasky argues that the larger functions of the state postulate larger responsibility as well. The state can justify its existence only as a public service corporation. The state differs from every other association in that it is, in the first place, an association in which membership is compulsory. It is, in the second place, essentially territorial in nature. The state controls the level at which men are to live as men. It is, in administrative terms, a government whose activities are shaped by the common needs of its members. To satisfy those common needs, it must control other associations to the degree that secures from them the service such needs require. In other words, the state must justify exercise of its social authority by ensuring an effective coordination of functions of other human associations in the best public interest. Its claim to the allegiance of individuals will rest on the efficient performance of its functions. Lasky tries to build up the pluralistic character of the state on the basis of the pluralistic character of society itself. He observes that society is not a uniform organization of all citizens. Citizens organize themselves into several associations according to their specific interests, and these associations in turn organize themselves into society. Thus, society is an association of associations, or a federation of various interest groups. This principle should form the basis of authority of the state. So Lasky declares, because society is federal, authority must be federal also. A Grammar of Politics 1938. In other words, the state should exercise its authority over the various interest groups which constitute it, but each interest group should in turn exercise its authority over its members. Thus, Lasky insists that sovereignty in the state should be shared by many groups according to the respective value of the functions of each group. The state should perform its coordinating function, but has no right to omnipotence. The power of the state should become coordinative instead of being hierarchical, and authority should become federal instead of being absolute and indivisible. Lasky's plea to make authority federal is the cornerstone of his pluralist doctrine. Its logical conclusion may be found in his concept of the democratization of power. Democratization of power. In his pluralist fervor, Lasky feels deeply concerned about the undemocratic control of industry and politics by the economic overlords in society, a characteristic feature of capitalist civilization. In his Reflections on the Revolution of Our Time 1943, Lasky most eloquently declares, in modern society, the large industrial corporations are controlled by a caste of economic directors, mainly remarkable for their skill in financial. Pluralist Theory of Sovereignty 187. Manipulation, who are masters alike of their shareholders and of the consumers, and are not seldom in a position to hold even the states to ransom. Their power is as massive in volume as it has largely been irresponsible in operation. We have reached a stage in historical evolution where either their power must be subordinated to the interest of the community or the interest of the community will be a tragic pseudonym for their power. This state of affairs cannot be transformed, Lasky feels, unless the vital instruments of production are owned and controlled by the community. But he immediately shifts from this socialist solution to an alternative scheme of democratization of power, a pluralist solution. Lasky identifies four bases of economic power: the supply of capital and credit, the ownership and control of land, control of the import and export trades, and finally, control of transport, fuel, and power. Socialization of these vital resources will avert concentration of economic power in society and start the process of the democratization of power. Robert M. McIlver, 1882 to 1970. McIlver has developed his pluralistic theory in his two outstanding works, The Modern State 1926 and The Web of Government 719. McIlver takes a sociological view of the state and traces its evolution from primitive social structures to its modern form. In this process, he rejects the theory of absolute sovereignty and vindicates the pluralist view of the state. Supremacy of law. As the outset, McIlver identifies the state as one of several human associations. The state is distinguished from other associations because it gives expression to law, not because it is characterized by sovereignty. McIlver has advanced three arguments against the doctrine of sovereignty. A. In the first place, the concept of the general will, as formulated by Rousseau, 1712 to 78, and Green, 1836 to 82, is sometimes invoked as the basis of sovereignty, but it is difficult to discover the existence of the general will in the state. There are many persons in the state who differ from the prevalent will in the state. The states of the past included vast numbers of aliens and slaves apart from the citizens whose will could not be reconciled with the so-called will of the state. Besides, the state appears as an upholder of custom, and therefore loyalty to the state in such a case is derived from men's regard for custom, not for the state itself. B. Secondly, even in a democratic state, it is very difficult to locate the ultimate sovereign. There is no homogeneous will of the people. Majority and minority opinions exist simultaneously. One government is replaced by another, will seems to go unchanging, policy also changes therewith. And C. Finally, power in the state is always exercised by a political government. Limits to the power of government, 188, An Introduction to Political Theory, are set by the Constitution over which government has no direct control. The stability of the authority of government depends on its legitimacy, for which it must conform to the prevalent traditions and social values. McIlver therefore argues that the state is characterized by the supremacy of law which exists apart from the state. Thus he observes, It is not the office but the instrument, not sovereignty, but the law and the constitution that wear the legitimate armor of might. The government has power as the guardian of the constitution, as the executor of law, not in its own right. Outside the realm of law, its use of force is as irreducible to principle as that of any strong man armed. To law, therefore, we must turn, and not to sovereignty as such, if we are to attain a true definition of the state. The modern state, 1926. Law, in this sense, cannot be regarded as an expression of the will of the state. The state does not create law. Law exists prior to the state only grasps it and gives it a definite expression in the form of its statutes. In other words, the state only codifies law, or modifies its form. It cannot make or remake it. As McIlver points out, the state can no more reconstitute at any time the law as a whole than a man can remake his body. McIlver agrees with Hugo Crabe that the authority of law is greater than the authority of the state. Basis of authority. As the state is one of several human associations, the basis of authority of the state cannot be different from that of other associations or corporations. McIlver asserts every association of any magnitude has grades of authority and control analogous to those of the state, the modern state. A business corporation has a body of shareholders who are united in the will and interest to uphold the corporation. The shareholders must choose a board of directors, but neither on the choice nor on the policy of the board are they likely to be unanimous. In the sphere of the state, the will of the people, which is nothing more than the dominant will or the majority will, is analogous to the will of the shareholders, and government is analogous to the board of directors. The state, accordingly, derives its authority from the will of the majority of the people, not in its own right. A corporation is recognized by law. It entails certain rights and obligations. The state is similar to other corporations in this sense also. It is recognized by law and has its definite rights and obligations. What is then the relation of the state to other corporate entities, the human associations whose right it recognizes and defines? According to McIlver, the state gives them a special status defining their privileges and responsibilities. The state does not create the corporation, but only regulates its legal character. The association, such as a professional group or a body of, pluralist theory of sovereignty 189, believers exists apart from and prior to the state's act of recognition. The state cannot, for the most part, either make or unmake it. The great associations are as native to the soil of society as the state itself. The state can scarcely even decide whether it will or will not recognize them. How can the state fulfill the function of control and coordination of human associations unless it enjoys supremacy over them? Does it imply that, while other associations cater to the partial interests of men, the state is the guardian and agent of the universal interests of men? McIlver's answer to these questions is the essence of his pluralist position. He argues that the state does not regulate the internal affairs of other associations. It does not and cannot determine their purposes or, for the most part, their methods. It does not treat them as its own agencies or instruments. The state comes into the picture only when the interests of one group encroach on another. In other words, the state acts only in order to resolve the conflicting interests of various associations in society. The state cannot impose its own will on human associations for the protection of the common interest. In McIlver's own words, the state stands for the common interest, but only so far as the common interest is sufficiently unified to admit of political expression, and only so far as it is sufficiently externalized to admit of legal regulation. True, it stands for the common interest, but not for the whole of the common interest. The common interest is no simple objective, attainable in its entirety by an inclusive authority. The partial interests of 1,000 associations, cultural and economic, are also parts of the common interest. Even if the state claims to be the protector of the common interest, it cannot demand superior authority on this account. Other associations may cater to less extensive interests of men, yet they may attract their deeper loyalties because they are more intimate and more closely bound with the traditions and beliefs of groups. As McIlver further observes, on this account the doctrine of absolute sovereignty, if actually practiced in the states of today with all their diversities of culture, would be fatal to the harmony of social life. Initially, McIlver seems to hold that the state should not use its authority to regulate the internal affairs of any other human association, but in the later part of his life, he sought to introduce a note of caution in this matter. In a subsequent edition of The Web of Government 1965, McIlver makes a distinction between two types of organizations, those which serve the emotional and cultural interests of men and cannot be regulated by the state, and those which serve the economic interests of different groups, and have to be regulated to serve the common interest. As he points out, 190 in Introduction to Political Theory, there are schools and styles in every form of art, in every field of cultural expression. The followers of any one take delight in their own, in the difference itself. Religions may alike proclaim the brotherhood of man or the fatherhood of God, but each has its own conception of the fatherhood. To coordinate them all into one would be to destroy their characteristic qualities, to drain them of their vitality. On the other hand, the associations formed to serve the economic interests of various groups cannot be treated on similar lines. As McIlver argues, economic activities, for example, cannot be left to the free arbitrament of individuals and groups without serious interference with public order. Thus, an employer cannot lower the wages of his employees below the prevailing rate, extend the hours of labor without doing harm to his fellow employers as well as to his employees. No more can a man rightly claim to use his property in any way that seems good to him. His property not only is the fruit of the cooperative labor of many men, but also it is the potential, if not the actual source of the livelihood of others. If he neglects it, lets it run to waste or ruin, or actually destroys it, he is injuring his fellows. Recognition of this distinction between the two types of associations provides a profounder basis to McIlver's pluralist theory. A critical appraisal. The pluralist theory of sovereignty is important because it deals with the problem of sovereignty in the political sphere. It is significant that the classical theory of sovereignty was developed by several thinkers from John Bodin to John Austin as a purely legal concept. These thinkers were generally conscious of the moral responsibility of the sovereign, but they did not recognize any human superior whose advice or approval would be necessary for the sovereign. This position could be upheld so long as sovereignty was nothing more than a legal notion. But once the theory of absolute and unlimited sovereignty is accepted, the distinction between the state and government is soon forgotten or ignored, and absolute powers are claimed by a government in the name of the state, paving the way for autocracy and tyranny. It is therefore quite expedient that the implications of sovereignty in the political sphere are worked out and spelled out so that sound principles of politics and government can be evolved. This is precisely the field where the pluralist theory has made an important contribution. The exponents of the pluralist theory have elaborated the limitations on the authority of the state, in practice, on the authority of government. Some of the pluralists, like Ad Lindsay and Robert M. McIlver, have even regarded other associations as objects of deeper individual loyalties than the state. Harold J. Pluralist Theory of Sovereignty, 191. Lasky has used the pluralist model especially to curb the concentration of economic power, a baneful product of capitalism. McIlver has, of course, made an important point by prescribing different roles of the state with regard to the cultural and emotional groups on the one hand, and economic interest groups on the other. There are, however, some dangers inherent in the pluralist theory. When interest groups become the center of individual loyalty, so much so that some groups attract deeper loyalty than the state itself, there is a danger that some groups might become unduly powerful. They may dictate unjust terms on society because of this power. For instance, the unions of those performing essential services, such as mechanics, engineers, doctors, dispensers, drivers, and even sweepers, may be able to exert undue pressure on the authorities because they can disrupt normal social life, while teachers, artists, scientists, etc., may not be able to press for their just and genuine demands. Moreover, some categories of persons, such as traders and workers, are usually more organized and vocal than other categories, such as consumers. The pluralist model of government, in such cases, implies preeminence of the interests of dominant groups over those of the vulnerable sections of society. Under the circumstances, the responsibility for protecting the common interest devolves on the state. The state should act as an agency for harmonizing the conflicting claims of different interest groups, because some groups might be unduly eloquent in advancing their claims, while others might not be even conscious of their interests, not to speak of properly organizing and articulating their genuine interests. The state should therefore determine the requirements of the common interest in admitting the respective claims of the various interest groups. Again, with the ascendancy of big corporations in the modern state, the position of other groups has considerably weakened. The giant corporations have, in fact, eclipsed other social groups as regards their influence on the policymaking process. Under such circumstances, public policy can hardly be regarded as an end product of mutual adjustment of group interests. In order to restore the rightful place of smaller groups vis-a-vis the bigger ones, the state must play an effective role in curbing the powers and influence of the more powerful organs, particularly the big corporations. This would call for a stronger base for the state's sovereignty than what the pluralist theory might concede. 9. Contemporary challenges to sovereignty. Conventional theory of sovereignty upholds supreme legal authority of the state in internal as well as external sphere. In recent years, this theory was challenged from both sides. A. Internal challenges to sovereignty came from the growing authority of various groups and associations who claimed allegiance from their members within the state. This was brought out by the pluralist theory of sovereignty. And B. External challenges to sovereignty came from international environment which threatened autonomy of the nation-state. The process of globalization further aggravated the situation. Here we shall focus on the external challenges to the sovereignty of the nation-state. Imperialism and colonialism. Imperialism has a long history. Apparently, it has wound up, but the forces involved in its expansion continue to work in subtle and disguised forms. Originally, imperialism meant the formation of an empire, that is, bringing several countries under the control of one supreme authority. In this sense, it has existed since ancient times. In modern times, it found a new expression in the form of colonialism. Edward said, Culture and Imperialism, 1993, has aptly drawn distinction between the two terms. Imperialism means the practice, the theory, and the attitudes of a dominating metropolitan center ruling a distant territory, whereas colonialism, which is almost always a consequence of imperialism, is the implanting of settlements on distant territory. In actual practice, however, the term imperialism is used more comprehensively. It includes various expressions of colonialism also. Contemporary challenges to sovereignty. 193. Modern forms of imperialism are the product of expansion of trade and industry in several countries of Europe. For example, in the 18th and 19th centuries, Britain, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal, among others, sought to set up their colonies in a number of countries in Africa, Asia, and America for the expansion of their trade and industry. After their own national consolidation, they started exploiting the natural and human resources of those countries to strengthen their own economies. The champions of imperialism usually argue that they seek to extend the benefit of civilization to the uncivilized people. Indeed, it is an attempt to attribute moral dignity to the pursuit of their self-interest. J. Hobson, Imperialism, 1902, defined imperialism as a search for captive eye market. He attacked on it as a method of exploitation. V. Lenin, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1916, argued that imperialism was an economic necessity of capitalist economy. Accordingly, when capital accumulates to such an extent that it cannot at all find profitable use in the main capitalist countries, they are forced to look abroad for profitable outlets. Lenin identified 3 driving forces behind the imperialist expansion: search for new spheres of investment, new markets, and new sources of raw materials. Foreign trade allows capitalists to secure a higher rate of return than that available at home. Overseas investment opens up new sources of labor and markets, and allows access to raw materials at extremely cheaper rates. Lenin described the division of nations into oppressor and oppressed as the essence of imperialism. Although Lenin exhorted all oppressed nations to unite against their oppressors and overthrow them, yet his message could not go beyond Russian Revolution 1917 at that time. However, the oppressed nations gradually became aware of the nature of their exploitation by their colonial masters, and they launched their struggle for independence individually. As a result, the process of decolonization began after the Second World War, February 15, 1939, when colonial rulers began to concede independence to their subject countries. India was first to gain independence in 1947. Advent of neocolonialism. However, the exploitation of the former colonies of Asia, Africa, and Latin America did not stop with the achievement of their independence. The former imperialist powers acquired new, subtle means of exploiting the former colonies, which are described as neocolonialism. Neocolonialism denotes the strategy of a colonial power, which does not maintain its political domination in a foreign territory, but continues its economic exploitation by using it as a source of cheap labor and raw materials, as well as a big market for its industrial products. The new nations, or the developing countries, with their vast size and population and low level of industrial development, remain the chief source of supply of raw materials and, 194, an introduction to political theory. Labor-intensive products for the developed world. But the price levels for such products are largely dictated by the rich countries until they can organize themselves into a semi-cartel like the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, founded in 1960. For other products, such organizations simply do not exist. In the absence of sufficient capital and technical expertise required for their industrialization, the developing countries are forced to make use of their resources in labor-intensive industries with a low margin of profit. On the other hand, developed countries make use of their resources in capital-intensive and technology-intensive industries with a high margin of profit. Thus, international trade continuously operates to the disadvantage of the developing countries. The victims of neo-colonialism hardly find a way to solve their problems of poverty, unemployment, and technological backwardness, or to stop their exploitation. Thus, Chile, Brazil, Panama, and other Latin American countries continue to be the source of cheap raw materials and cheap labor for the industries of the United States. Similarly, the countries like Taiwan, Malaysia, and Philippines continue to serve as backyards for the Japanese industries. Then developed countries invest their capital in the developing countries through multinational corporations MNCs, which manufacture and market a variety of consumers' goods within those countries and earn huge profits for the countries of their origin. This gives them an opportunity to make use of cheap labor, as well as raw materials of the developing countries for their own advantage. Again, the developing countries also serve as the provider of cheap labor for the production of components and consumer goods assembled elsewhere, where requisite expertise is available. Often the poorer countries lack the expertise or investment capital to benefit from the marketing of finished products, but they can provide the labor for factories owned and built by companies based in richer countries. Even the highly skilled labor of the developing countries like doctors, engineers, and other professionals, produced at a high public cost, is sometimes directly transferred to the developed world for want of adequate career opportunities in their own countries. This phenomenon is called brain drain. The term neo-colonialism was coined by the first president of independent Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, 1909-72, in his essay Neo-Colonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, 1965. This work follows the style and line of argument of Lenin's Imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916. Nkrumah argued that although countries like Ghana had technically achieved independence, the ex-colonial powers and newly emerging superpowers such as the United States continued to play a decisive role through international monetary bodies and through the fixing of prices on world markets, multinational corporations and cartels, and a variety of educational and cultural institutions. In Nkrumah's view, neo-colonialism was more injurious and more difficult to detect than the conventional form of colonialism. Contemporary challenges to sovereignty 195. In a nutshell, the legacy of imperialism still continues to afflict the developing countries who have gained formal political independence. A developing country which declares itself to be a sovereign democratic republic may still feel constrained by the forces of neo-colonialism. Second role of the power blocks. Another factor that caused a constraint on the sovereignty of the developing countries was the emergence of the power blocks after the Second World War 1939-45. However, these countries decided to fight against this constraint and largely maintained their independence throughout. Genesis of the power blocks. After the Second World War, a large part of the world was divided into two big ideological camps. Of these, one was the capitalist camp led by the United States. Another was the communist camp led by the Soviet Union, the then USSR. The United States as well as the Soviet Union was capable of facing any big power with its large military might and nuclear weapons. Hence, each of them was recognized as a superpower. Thus, each ideological camp was led by a superpower. Both the superpowers had formed their respective military alliances. The chief military alliance of the capitalist camp was North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO, which was founded in 1949. Its leading members were the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Portugal, Italy, West Germany, Federal Republic of Germany, and Canada. The chief military alliance of the communist camp was Warsaw Pact, which was founded in. Its members included the USSR, Albania, which left it in, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, German Democratic Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. Since both these camps sought to dominate the world with their huge power apparatus, these were termed the power blocks. But each of them wanted to demonstrate the supremacy of its ideology and to enlist its following in the rest of the world. There was no armed conflict between the two groups, but a vigorous propaganda against each other was in full swing. In international politics, this queer conflict was described as the Cold War, which created immense tension and threatened the world peace. The term Cold War in this sense was popularized by the American columnist Walter Lippmann, 1889 to 1974. The emergence of the power blocks coincided with the decline of imperialism. A large number of countries of Asia and Africa gained their independence after the Second World War 1939-45 and established their identity as the new nation-states. The countries of Latin America who had formerly gained their independence in early 19th century also joined them. These countries had remained. 196. An introduction to political theory. Underdeveloped during the long period of foreign domination, they were chiefly interested in maintaining their independence and securing their social and economic development. Together, they were described as the Third World at the instance of the French economist and demographer Alfred Sauvy, 1898 to 1990. Fortunately, some of these countries had distinguished world leaders with a great vision. So most of these countries, under the able leadership of Nehru of India, Nasser of Egypt, and Tito of Yugoslavia, adopted the policy of remaining away from the power blocks. This policy was termed as non-alignment. Eventually, non-alignment became a distinctive feature of the Third World. Gradually, non-alignment evolved into a movement as well as a common forum for the new nations. Its aims included the opposition to colonialism and neo-colonialism all over the world, to promote disarmament for the maintenance of world peace, to promote cooperation between the developing countries, and to form organizations to look after their common interests in the field of industry and trade, technological development, education and information, etc. They particularly tried to dispel the tension between the two power blocks and to build a bridge of understanding between the two. Impact of the power blocks. The emergence of the power blocks posed a new threat to the sovereignty of the nation-state. In the past, any state could arrange for its defense by organizing its military power and by entering into alliance with other friendly states. But when the superpowers created very big military alliances with their own nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, no nation-state remained capable of providing for an effective security of its citizens by conventional means. Under the circumstances, each nation-state felt constrained to rely on either superpower and to join its camp. This meant compromising one's independence and bowing to the commands of a superpower. When the new nations decided to maintain their independence through the policy of non-alignment, they really had a tough time, facing criticism, pressures, and threats from both sides. But eventually this came to stay. However, since the early 1990s, there has been a radical change in the position of the power blocks. The reforms initiated by Mikhail Gorbachev in the Soviet Union in 1985 encouraged free flow of information, social and political debates, decentralization of economy, and review of foreign policy in the communist camp. This led to the relaxation of the Soviet Union's control over the communist nations of Eastern Europe and eventual collapse of the communist system in most of these countries by 1991. This marked the dissolution of the one power bloc led by the former USSR and consequent end of the Cold War. The Wall of Berlin between East and West Germany was demolished, and Warsaw Pact also became redundant. However, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO is still going. Contemporary challenges to sovereignty, 197, strong. From military angle, only one power bloc is left now. However, the substantive base of domination in the contemporary world has been shifting from military power to economic power, spread over various centers. Besides, the use of superior technology has led to the spreading of environmental pollution all over the world and linking of all parts of the world by an effective communication network. In short, the process of globalization has emerged as a new challenge to the sovereignty of the nation-state. Primacy of economic issues, the emerging problems of global concern and magnitude call for global solution. These problems may touch many areas, but primarily they are centered around economic issues. For many years, the superpowers and their allies focused on the predominance of military power and paid only secondary importance to the economic issues. For most of the 1950s, 1960s, and early 1970s, lethal weapons in possession of a nation were regarded the symbols of its power. Its economic assets and liabilities were not regarded so significant. However, in late 1970s and 1980s, economic issues began to acquire greater importance in international politics. Now it was increasingly realized that the economies of major powers were linked with the world economy. For instance, it was discovered that the United States, Western Europe, and Japan had become dependent on foreign sources of energy and other non-fuel mineral resources. Then, Japan had emerged as a major international economic actor, whereas the United States was reduced from the world's greatest creditor nation to the world's greatest debtor nation. The Soviet Union and Eastern European states conceded that they too had immense budget deficits. Western Europe decided to create a single European common market. Third world countries were groaning under a heavy debt burden, and its large segments were still wanting in economic development. The center of international economic growth had shifted to the Western Pacific, and a large part of the world had been transformed into a single financial market thanks to the development of electronic banking. Increasing importance of economic issues in world politics became evident in so many other areas also. Thus, when Iraq conquered Kuwait in 1990, many countries feared that their economies would be hard hit by Iraq's control of a large part of the world's oil reserves. Again, the economies of various nations were so interlinked that they seemed to comprise a world economy. This may be illustrated by some examples. An aircraft built in America flew Japanese businessmen to Indonesia to secure oil for Japanese industries. French financiers used the same aircraft to track their investments in stock markets in London, New York, Tokyo, and Hong Kong. When American consumers purchased said less. 198. An introduction to political theory. Expensive East Asian textile products. U.S. textile manufacturers were forced to lay off workers. Then, in order to strengthen their position in the textile market, American entrepreneurs sought to invest in high-technology West German textile machines. These machines were purchased with the money that was deposited by Saudi princes in Italian banks. Interlinkages between the economies of various nations may be illustrated further. When Japanese manufacturers lower the prices of various electronic gadgets, the prices of VCRs, TVs, and microwave ovens fall in America. Nuclear accident at Chernobyl in the former USSR 1986 gave rise to the fear that its radiation had contaminated the food chain over half a world. When terrorists destroyed World Trade Center in America 2001, whole world was shocked while watching its live telecast on TV. When famine sweeps Africa, TV viewers around the world are touched by the tragedy. Burning of forests in Indonesia brings climate change in whole Southeast Asia. News of a hole in the Earth's ozone layer over Antarctica comes as a warning of global disaster for the chemical industries world over. Under the circumstances, it is natural to ask, if all nation-states have become interdependent in their economic relations, environmentally and even emotionally, how can a particular nation claim absolute sovereignty in its external relations? What is the duty of developed nations toward promoting economic growth in the developing societies? At what point the issues of national importance end and those of international importance begin? How can needy nations lay hands on those essential and rare resources which are the exclusive monopoly of the few nations? Which nations are responsible to control worldwide terrorism, drug trafficking, and environmental degradation? The concept of external sovereignty of nation-state will have to be revised suitably in order to deal with such situations. Globalization as a conscious policy. When globalization became inevitable, many nations of the world thought of finding out its beneficial aspects and adopting it as a conscious policy. This also coincided with the increasing popularity of liberalization and privatization in many parts of the world. Way back in 1980s, governments of USA and UK decided to reduce their liability of public welfare in order to contain the rising burden on public exchequer. The crisis which engulfed Eastern European socialist economies toward the end of this decade and their eventual collapse in early 1990s proved that state-sponsored development could not sustain an economy for long. Then third world countries also realized that the expansion of welfare services at the expense of the taxpayer had failed to serve its purpose due to bureaucratic inefficiency and corruption. Increasing tax burden on able and industrious sections led to the loss of incentive and consequent decline of output. Again, the mounting demands of subsidies could not be met with the available resources, so liberalization became order of the day. Contemporary challenges to sovereignty, 199. Liberalization, the policy of removal or relaxation of government control or restriction on economic activity with a view to maximizing its efficiency. It seeks to reduce the state's liability toward welfare of the individuals and promote incentive-based rewards rather than dependence on various subsidies. Privatization, the policy of transferring government ownership and control of any sector of economy to private ownership and control in order to improve the standard of its management and to prevent loss to the public exchequer. Policy of globalization represents a logical conclusion of the policy of liberalization and privatization. This policy also became popular since 1980s. It holds that economic efficiency can be increased further if economic activity is allowed to benefit from the resources available at the global scale. It encourages the utilization of capital and machinery available in one part of the world, raw materials in another part, labor in still another part for the process of production, and search of markets for the final product all over the world. Its objectives include the minimization of cost of a product, enhancement of its quality, and the maximization of profit from its marketing. Globalization encourages the expansion of multinational corporations, MNCs, because they are best suited to mobilize capital and other resources including managerial skills. It promotes the expansion of transport and communication network, because that is the primary condition of its operation. It distributes standard goods and services to every nook and cranny of the world, and thus introduces uniform style of living and uniform ways of entertainment. Finally, it contributes to the development of a global culture which is expected to create greater understanding among different peoples of the world. A critical appraisal. Some writers eulogize globalization as a boon for humanity. They argue that now national boundaries do not stand in the way of progress of an individual or a community thanks to globalization. Men have gained access to the treasure of knowledge and culture, which is the product of genius all over the world. Now local communities have the opportunity to benefit from technology, information services, and markets available anywhere in the world. Finally, globalization has created awareness regarding global environment all over the world, and different nations have come to recognize global problems as a matter of their individual and collective responsibility. Others condemn globalization as a bane for a large part of the world. They believe that globalization is a device to maintain domination of the developed. 200. An introduction to political theory. Countries of the West over the developing countries. They regard it an expression of neo-colonialism. They argue that Western culture is being projected as global culture through the so-called globalization, and thereby the cultural heritage of the East is being eroded. Besides, local economies are being made subservient to Western economies by linking them with each other in the name of globalization. Critics of globalization assert that global culture and global economy have not come into existence in the course of natural evolution, but they have been invented by capitalist powers to serve their self-interest. Underdeveloped countries are being entrapped by projecting the inevitability of globalization. Some critics allege that for the developing countries, globalization implies the acceptance of terms and conditions dictated by International Monetary Fund, IMF, World Bank, and other Western-dominated agencies, which result in benefiting a tiny class within the country at the expense of the large majority. Process of globalization. Structural adjustment, a process closely linked with globalization. It implies reforms that enhance productive potential and facilitate improvement in economic performance and standard of living. International Monetary Fund, IMF, provides assistance on concessional terms to low-income countries to enable them to carry out such reforms. These largely include A. Measures that eliminate inefficiency in the use of resources and allow more rapid adjustment to technological innovations and changes in relative prices. And B. Measures to increase output potential by adding to productive resources such as capital and labor, or by raising overall productivity. Regional economic integration, the process whereby groups of certain countries seek to eliminate the artificial barriers in the way of international trade and competition. This is largely accomplished by A. Preferential trade agreement, B. Free trade area, C. Customs union, D. Common market, and E. Economic union. This process gives an impetus to globalization. Again, some writers strive to strike a balance between the merits and demerits of globalization. They can see that globalization has failed to eradicate poverty from the world or reduce economic disparities. It has caused environmental degradation, prompted intolerance, encouraged militarism, disintegrated communities, and worsened the condition of subordinate groups. But it should not be forgotten that globalization has raised real per capita income in the world to 3 times since 1945. It has reduced the ratio of the extremely poor in world population to a half. It has created awareness regarding environment and congenial conditions for disarmament. It has brought the condition of subordinate groups to limelight and inspired them to form their global organizations for their contemporary challenges to sovereignty. 201. Emancipation. It has also liberated them from the ideological domination of their local communities and enabled them to fight for their legitimate rights. On the whole, any attempt to stop the process of globalization in the present-day scenario would be futile. We must seriously analyze its beneficial and harmful aspects and devise suitable ways and means to maximize its benefits for humanity and prevent its damaging effects. Perspectives on globalization. Realist perspective. Globalization does not alter the existing territorial division of world into nation-states. It increases interdependence of different societies and economies, but it does not interfere with the state system. It does not transcend state sovereignty, nor the struggle for political power between states. Liberal perspective. Globalization has transformed world politics by replacing states as central actors by a myriad of other groups and organizations whose importance differs according to the issue area concerned. With the help of revolution in technology and communications interlinking economies of different nations, it has introduced a new international division of labor, bringing greater efficiency, choice, and prosperity. Radical perspective. Globalization is nothing but the latest stage in the development of international capitalism. Above all, it is a Western-led phenomenon which further deepens the existing divide between the metropolitan and peripheral economies. At best, it is an instrument of neo-colonialism. Diverse perspectives. On the state. Concept of the state comprises the core of political thought. Political thought has been defined as thought about the state, its structure, its nature, and its purpose. There is a long tradition of political thought. Several political thinkers and schools of thought have developed ideas about the nature and purpose of the state according to different points of view. When new ideas appeared, old ideas were criticized or modified. In the realm of political philosophy, it is not necessary that old ideas be dead before the new ideas become acceptable. Unlike the principles of natural sciences such as physics, chemistry, and biology, the old and new principles of political theory exist simultaneously, claiming their rightful place. None of the current political ideas can claim absolute authority or validity. Their merits and demerits need constant examination before arriving at any consistent conclusions. An acquaintance with the diverse perspectives on the state would equip us with valuable insights for dealing with public affairs. Of these, the following may be treated as particularly important. A. Organic theory of the state. B. Liberal individualist perspective. C. Welfare state perspective. D. Class perspective. E. Communitarian perspective. F. Post-colonial perspective. G. Gandhian perspective. H. Feminist perspective. And I. Pluralist perspective. Our purpose should be to bring out complexity of the problem, and not to pronounce any final verdict. Political theory can only provide provisional solution or a working formula in the light of our understanding of a given situation, but debate must go on as and when a new genius enters the fray. The organic or organismic theory of the state represents the earliest thinking about the state, although it has received some new interpretations in recent times. Diverse perspectives on the state 203. In a nutshell, this theory compares the state with an organism or a living body, and the individuals with its organs. This has two obvious implications. In the first place, since the existence and worth of the organs depend on the existence of the organism, so the existence and worth of individuals depend on the existence of the state. Secondly, different organs are fit to perform different functions within the organism. Some of them are naturally superior to others. Likewise, different groups and classes in society are naturally fit to perform different functions. Some are destined to enjoy a superior position than others in the interests of the entire society. The state as a natural institution. The organic theory of the state regards the state as a natural institution. According to this view, you cannot imagine the existence of man, that is, as a civilized being, without the existence of the state. Thus, ancient Greeks held the view that the state comes into existence for the sake of life, and continues for the sake of good life. In other words, the existence of the state is an essential condition of the existence of man. That is why Aristotle held that man by nature is a political animal. One who lives without the state is, in Aristotle's view, either a beast or a god. The state is so fundamental to human existence that Aristotle declared in his typical style, state is prior to man. This is not intended to describe a historical fact, but to make a logical point, since you cannot think of man as such, that is one who is neither subhuman nor superhuman, without thinking of the state. As you cannot think of an organ without thinking of its position in an organism. Thus, Aristotle Politics, Book I, describes the relation between the individual and the state as follows. The state is by nature clearly prior to the family and to the individual, since the whole is of necessity prior to the part. For example, if the whole body be destroyed, there will be no foot or hand, except in an equivocal sense, as we might speak of a stone hand, for when destroyed the hand will be not better than that. The proof that the state is a creation of nature and prior to the individual is that the individual, when isolated, is not self-sufficing, and therefore he is like a part in relation to the whole. But he who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must be either a beast or a god. The view of the state as a natural institution was challenged by the scientific revolution of the 17th century, which advanced the mechanistic theory of the state. However, toward the end of the 18th century and throughout the 19th century, men became dissatisfied with the mechanistic theory, which looked upon individuals as so many related atoms. This led to a renewed interest in the organic theory of the state for a meaningful explanation of the relation between individual and the state. Edmund Burke, 1729-97, the chief exponent. 204, An Introduction to Political Theory of Conservatism, argued that the state was the product of a process of historical growth, which he often likened to the growth of a living organism. Like an organism, Burke argued, the state could not survive its dissection. It was also greater and more complex than any of the parts which made it up. Then, with the development of nationalism, the state was portrayed as the embodiment of the nation and an object of worship. This idea served as the basis of the idealist theory. G.W.F. Hegel, 1770-1831, a German philosopher, was the most eloquent champion of this view, who declared, "State is march of God on earth." The modern theory of evolution gave a new impetus to likening the state with biological phenomena. Thus, the organic theory of the state received a new fillip from the contributions of the biological school of political theory, which flourished in the 19th century. The pioneers of this school likened the development of political institutions with the growth of living beings towards higher forms of life, as characterized by the increasing differentiation of parts. The metaphor was stretched to such a degree that they sometimes drew strange parallels between the state and natural man. They spoke of the tissues of the state, of its systems of nutrition and circulation, of organs within it fulfilling specifically the functions of brain, nerve, fibers, heart, muscles, even stomach and nose. Bluntschli 1801-81 went to the extent of saying that the state was the masculine sex while the church was feminine. The state as an ethical institution. The second implication of the saying that the state comes into existence for the sake of life and continues for the sake of good life is that the state is an instrument of good life. In other words, living in a state helps man not only survive but also secure an excellent life. Accordingly, the state has a moralizing effect on the life of man so that, by performing his duties and enjoying his rights as a citizen of the state, man is able to achieve moral excellence. Thus, the organic theory views the state as an ethical institution. The ethical foundations of the state, as envisaged by the organic theory, rest on the differentiation of functions. Aristotle, like any other champion of the organic theory, believes in the natural differences between the capabilities of different individuals. He declares in clear terms, from the hour of birth, some men are marked out for subjection, and others for rule. Thus, some are destined to be masters and others to be slaves. In this way, Aristotle treats slavery as a natural institution, and defends it on the grounds that the masters are endowed with a high degree of virtue, which can be preserved by enjoying the leisure, while the slaves can benefit from that virtue by serving their masters. Thus, the institution of slavery is supposed to secure the good life both for the masters and the slaves. An important contribution to the theory of the state as an ethical institution was made by the modern biological school of political theory, drawing a clear, diverse perspectives on the state 205. Distinction between the organic view and the mechanistic view of the state. The exponents of the biological school identified three essential characteristics of an organism. A. In the first place, there is an intrinsic relationship between the parts and the whole. Thus, unlike the part of a machine, the part of an organism has no existence apart from its position within that organism. For instance, a wheel retains its essential character as a wheel, whether it is fitted in a machine or is separated from it, while a hand loses its character as a hand as soon as it is separated from the body. B. Secondly, an organism shows organic unity of its parts and it tends to grow from within. In a machine, old parts can be replaced by the new, but an organism cannot be altered by substituting new parts for old, yet it can transform itself gradually through natural growth. And finally, C. An organism exists as an end in itself while a machine is, at best, a means to an end which exists outside itself. The exponents of the biological school maintained that the state possesses all the three characteristics of an organism, and therefore, it should be regarded as organic in nature. Thus, they recognized an intrinsic relation between man and the state. As an organism is the real source of life and energy for its parts, so the state is the spring of good life for its citizens. Some writers even claim that the state makes an appeal to the rational nature of man, and therefore eulogize the state as a moral organism, superorganism, and an organism of organisms. Some of them attributed personality to the state and glorified it as a real person or a superperson, as individual organs of an organism, such as hands, feet, or teeth, can have no real interests of their own apart from the interests of the organism itself. So the interests of individuals could not be distinguished from the interest of the state. Thus, the champions of the organic theory claimed that individuals could have any rights within the state, but they could never have any rights against the state. True freedom of the individual lies in obedience to the laws of the state. A critical estimate. Indeed, the organic theory of the state has been in vogue since ancient times. It was challenged by the mechanistic theory in the 17th century, but its revival in the 19th century is ample proof of its strength. The organic theory views the state as the greatest institution, which helps man achieve the highest development of his potential. However, in spite of some merit, the weaknesses of the organic theory are quite striking. Subordination of man to the state. In this theory, man is completely overshadowed by the state. His personality is not only subordinated but submerged in the personality of the state. In this scheme, 206, An Introduction to Political Theory, man is treated as no more than a conduit pipe for the divine energy, as a passive creature for whom things must be done, not as a being who finds fulfillment in positive activity. The individual is not allowed to take a stand at the instance of his own conscience, because he cannot rise above his predetermined position within the framework of the state. The organic theory in fact visualizes the attributes of an ideal state and prescribes relations between man and the state accordingly. In actual practice, however, the state is represented by a set of men exercising the powers and functions of the state. Now there is no mechanism to ensure that these men will display the same degree of wisdom, sincerity, and responsibility as attributed to an ideal state. Thus, in its actual working, the organic theory subjects men to the authority of state officials, legislators, ministers, judges, bureaucrats, military commanders, etc., who may be as imperfect as their subjects, if not more than they are. At times, state officials may take decisions according to their narrow, selfish interests. Disastrous decisions may be taken on a whim or due to the lack of vision on the part of the decision makers. If the authority of such decisions is considered absolute and beyond challenge, and if all citizens are required to sacrifice everything in the name of the state, such decisions are bound to destroy the state itself. The experiences of the Nazi and fascist regimes in Germany and Italy, respectively, during the period between the two world wars, offer a striking example of such an eventuality. Distorted view of freedom. The organic theory postulates that man can have no rights against the state, and thus leaves no safeguards for his liberty. In fact, it reduces the liberty of the individual to obedience to the commands of the state. It ignores the distinction between the state and society while determining the extent of the authority of the state. R. M. McIlver. The Web of Government, 1965, has therefore rightly observed, if we do not distinguish society, with its countless uncentralized relationships and activities, from the state, with its specific centrally coordinated activities, we are on the dangerous road to totalitarianism. Then we shall demand that men surrender themselves, their all, to the state, which means that government becomes the complete master of men. This sort of queer logic has been invoked by several thinkers and statesmen for a complete suppression of man's freedom. As McIlver has further pointed out, this is the road Rousseau opened up when he spoke of forcing men to be free. This is the road Fichte and Hegel prepared, making them the diverse perspectives on the state 207. Forerunners of the ruinous and finally nihilistic doctrine of fascists and Nazis. This is the road that under the signs of liberty and unity invites men to the concentration camp and the death of the creative spirit. Denial of equality. The organic theory of the state is essentially undemocratic. Following the analogy of the organism, it argues that since the toes cannot dictate to the brain, so there is no question of representation of the ordinary people to the seat of authority. Thus, wisdom and authority become the monopoly of the chosen few, and the masses are alienated from the process of decision-making. This is a clever device for preserving the inequality of status and opportunity on the pretext of supposed ethical principles. Such arguments have been frequently advanced by all those who have vested interest in the prevailing injustice in society, whether they have been justifying slavery, racial supremacy, imperialism, or any other form of exploitation. There is no scientific evidence of any fundamental differences in the excellence of different categories of people. Most differences in the excellence of people in any sphere of life are the product of the socio-economic system. Educational development, economic opportunities, adequate healthcare, and cultural participation, wherever provided, have always helped develop their excellence, which was never recognized by the champions of the organic theory of the state. Liberal individualist perspective on the state is based on mechanistic view of the state. It arose in a particular historical setting when several factors contributed to its development. The growth of the physical sciences in 17th century Europe tended to transform men's ideas about society and the state. It was now argued that since nature itself was a machine, governed by universal laws to be discovered by observation and reason, so society and the state should also be understood as mechanisms. Thus, the social order came to be understood as a part of the natural order, and any interference with the social system was thought to be detrimental to its smooth functioning. This idea of non-interference highly suited the interests and aptitudes of the new middle class, the merchants and the industrialists who flourished in the climate of a free market society. The liberal theory represented the social and economic philosophy of this class. This perspective on the state was particularly strengthened from two sides. A. The exponents of social contract sought to trace the origin of the state in a way that fitted into liberal mode of thought. And B. The exponents of modern economics made a strong case for laissez-faire individualism, which confirmed liberal individualist view of the state. 208. An Introduction to Political Theory. Theory of the social contract. The theory of the social contract presents a typical version of the origin of the state from the liberal point of view. This theory treats the state as the product of the mutual agreement of men, created with a definite purpose, to serve certain social needs. The liberal theory originated from the mechanistic concept of the state, although some later thinkers, like Threen, 1836-82, and J. Lasky, 1893-1950, joined the liberal stream without subscribing to the mechanistic concept. In short, the mechanistic theory treats the state as an artificial contrivance. It postulates deliberate efforts behind the formation of the state. This implies the possibility of two life patterns, one before the origin of the state, the other after the creation of the state. According to this theory, the state is not a natural institution, but an artificial device or instrument invented by men for their mutual benefit. It is intended to serve the interests of all individuals or all sections of society. It regards the state as the product of the will of society. Hence, it is an expression of common will. The idea of the creation of the state through a contract is found in a rudimentary form in ancient thought both of the East and the West. Kautilya's Arthashastra makes a pointed reference to it, while some ancient Greek sophists describe the state as an outcome of the contract between men. Some traces of this theory are also found in ancient Roman law, but all these references should not be taken to mean that the theory of the social contract has been prevalent from the ancient times. On the contrary, this theory was systematically formulated at a particular point of European history in order to drop a curtain on the values of the feudal system and to introduce the new values of the capitalist system. Exponents of the theory: Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, John Locke, 1632 to 1704, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, are regarded as the main exponents of the theory of the social contract. Of these, Hobbes and Locke are from England, while Rousseau belongs to France. This theory held the field in Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. Some later thinkers, such as Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, and Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002, made use of this theory. Hobbes was a tutor to Charles II of England. He sought to justify the absolute power of the sovereign in his famous work Leviathan, 1651. He condemned the Civil War of 1642, as he saw in it the forces of disintegration. He sought to establish the absolute sovereignty of the state as an essential condition of social solidarity. Locke, on the other hand, sought to justify the Glorious Revolution of 1688. He was an ardent advocate of constitutional monarchy. In his two treatises of civil government 1690, Locke argued that if the monarch ever behaved in a diverse perspectives on the state 209 despotic manner, the people had the right to remove him from authority. Brought up in the tradition of British conservatism, Locke was not the sworn enemy of monarchy, but he sought to establish it in the consent of the people. Rousseau had no such particular purpose to serve. Yet he was a brilliant writer whose ideas not only inspired poets and men of letters but induced the revolutionary upsurge that shook the French polity to its foundations. He is regarded as the source of inspiration of the Great French Revolution 1789. Outline of the theory. The social contract theory of the origin of the state implies that there was a time when men lived or would have lived without any recognized civil law, without the state. This stage or life pattern of men is described as the state of nature. Then the state was created through the voluntary agreement of all individuals who constitute this state. Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau have drawn different pictures of the state of nature, terms of the contract, and the character of sovereignty, which came into existence as a consequence of the birth of the state. It is important to note here that the whole theory of the social contract is based on speculation. It seeks to trace the origin of the state through logic, not through historical or scientific evidence. Locke refers to a historical fact to illustrate this point, but illustration is no evidence. The state of nature. The state of nature denotes how men live or would have lived without the authority of civil law, state, or political control. At this stage, there is no industry, no systematic production. Men live not only close to nature, they have to depend on the bounty of nature for their survival. Their behavior is largely governed by their inner impulses, unrestrained by civil law. Although a natural law is supposed to have existed, men have no recognized rights, although they enjoy some natural rights. As all these conditions are determined by logic or particular lines of argument, not on the basis of any scientific evidence, they do not lead to any uniform conclusions. Different authors have therefore given different versions of the state of nature, etc. Hobbes draws a gloomy picture of the state of nature. This is a natural corollary of his concept of human nature. Hobbes postulates that man is selfish by nature. Self-interest is the mainspring of human action. Men are moved to action not by intellect or reason, but by their appetites, desires, and passions. In the absence of law and justice, the state of nature is characterized by a perpetual struggle, ceaseless conflict, and constant warfare. In Hobbes' own forceful words, the life of man at this stage is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Every man is enemy to every man. In pursuance of his own pleasure, man wants power over others. 210. An introduction to political theory. But as the physical and mental powers of natural men are nearly alike, nobody is able to overpower the other. Hence, men stand in natural fear of each other. It is a state of total insecurity. In such a state there is no room for industry. Might is right is the order of the day. Men are free to take what they can, and to rob whomsoever they can. There is no law to prevent oppression or to contain the law of the jungle. It is a state of perfect anarchy. Hobbes is quite clear that he is not describing a historical fact, but only trying to demonstrate what would happen if there were no settled government for any length of time. Hobbes argues that there can be no morality or consciousness of duty or obligation in the state of nature, because these are possible only after the establishment of law and government. Natural rights are therefore nothing more than the natural powers of men, used to oppress others. At best, natural liberty is nothing but the liberty each man hath to preserve his own life. This urge for self-preservation is embodied in the law of nature or natural law. This conforms to the rules of prudence and expediency. It is natural law which prompts men to abandon the state of nature and to establish law and government. It consists in the rules of self-preservation, particularly as follows. A. Everybody should aim at securing peace. B. Men should be willing, in concert with others, to give up their natural rights. C. Men should keep their contracts. And finally, D. Men should show gratitude or return beneficence for beneficence. Thus, the requirements of self-preservation itself created a sense of duty in the minds of men which prompts them to form the state. Locke draws an entirely different picture of the state of nature. In his view, it is not a state of constant warfare. On the contrary, it is a state of peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, and preservation. It is a state of liberty, not a state of license. The majority of people at this stage obey the law of nature, that is the law of inward morality. Men are by nature rational beings, impelled by their inner nature to treat humanity, whether in their own person or in that of any other person, in every case as an end, never as a means only. But still, there are a few persons who set aside the rules of morality in pursuance of their self-interest. In the absence of any established authority in the state of nature, it becomes very difficult to deal with such offenders. If men become judges of their own cases, justice would not be secured. In this respect, the state of nature proves to be inconvenient. In order to rectify this defect, men abandon the state of nature and enter into civil or political society by means of a contract. Natural law, according to Locke, consists in the rules of morality implanted in the human conscience. Natural rights consist in the perfect freedom and equality of every man, not only to preserve his property, that is his life, liberty, and estate, against the injuries and attempts of other men, but to be judge of, and punish, the diverse perspectives on the state 211, breaches of natural law committed by others. When men enter into political society, they surrender their natural rights to be judges in case of breaches of law. This power is now vested in the community instead of in individuals, but they still retain their natural rights to life, liberty, and property. Locke's picture of the state of nature is again hypothetical, not a historical account. As W.T. Jones, Masters of Political Thought, Vol. 2, 1971, has elucidated, Locke means by the natural law, a rule for human behavior only, and one which is not a description of how men do behave, but a statement of how they ought to behave. Hence, by his state of nature, paradoxically enough, Locke primarily means something which is not natural or historical. By saying, for instance, that in a state of nature men are free and equal, he does not merely mean that there was a time in the past when men were, in fact, free and equal. He means rather to assert that they ought to be free and equal. Rousseau, in his Discourse on Inequality 1755, presents a fascinating picture of the state of nature. He describes natural man as a noble savage, living a life of idyllic blissfulness and primitive simplicity. He states that men in the state of nature are equal, self-sufficient, and contented. But with the rise of civilization, inequalities raise their head. With the development of arts and science, private property comes into existence, with the consequent division of labor. This necessitates establishment of a civil society. The state is thus an evil. Its formation becomes necessary due to inequalities among men. Here Rousseau seems to anticipate Marx as regards the origin of the state. However, in his later work, The Social Contract 1762, Rousseau takes a modified view of the civil state. He seeks to justify its existence, not as a manifestation of the inequalities in society, but as an instrument for the protection of liberty. In his opening sentence of The Social Contract, Rousseau strikes a different note. Man is born free, but he is everywhere in chains. He seems to make the point that the civil state has deprived man of his natural liberty. But he immediately proceeds to ignore this question and attempt a justification of this change. He seeks justification of authority in the natural agreement among men. Thus he observes, since no man has a natural authority over other men, and since might never makes right, it follows that agreements are the basis for all legitimate authority among men. When men abandon the state of nature to enter into civil society through the social contract, their loss is handsomely compensated. As Rousseau asserts, what man loses by the social contract is his natural liberty, an unlimited right to all which attracts him, and which he can obtain. What he gains is civil liberty, and the property of what he possesses. 212. An Introduction to Political Theory. Terms of the contract, corresponding to their notions of the state of nature, natural law, and natural rights. Hobbes. Locke and Rousseau have given different interpretations of the terms of the social contract. Hobbes postulates a single contract by which men abandon the state of nature and establish society and state together. Through this historical fiction, he tries to convey a philosophical truth, that the government does not rest on sheer force, it rests on the will of the people. The social contract, according to Hobbes, is concluded among the people themselves who emerge from the state of nature. The sovereign is not a party to the contract. According to Hobbes' logic, the sovereign did not exist before the conclusion of the contract. He comes into existence as a result of this contract. Hence, he cannot be a party to the contract. It is a contract of each with all and of all with each, to set up a sovereign authority. By this contract, every man gave up his natural rights and powers to a common power who would keep them as awe and give them security. Men entered into the social contract to set up a ruler, as if every man should say to every man, I authorize and give up my right of governing myself to this man, or to this assembly of men, on this condition, that thou give up the right to him, and authorize all his actions in like manner. Thus, the social contract brings a sovereign into existence who enjoys supreme and absolute authority. All men in society, apart from the sovereign himself, become his subjects. All natural rights of men are surrendered to the sovereign once and for all. The powers conferred on him cannot be withdrawn, because if men chose to revive their natural rights, they would revert into the state of nature, characterized by anarchy and total insecurity. Hobbes, therefore, does not admit people's right to revolt or revolution. On this basis, he condemned the Civil War of 1642. Since, according to Hobbes, the state and society come into existence together through a single contract, repudiation of the contract would result not only in an overthrow of the government, but a disintegration of society itself. That is why Hobbes treats sovereignty as absolute, indivisible, and inalienable. He creates unlimited political obligation. Hobbes' theory of the social contract would appear flawless only if a perfect and infallible person or assembly could be found and established as sovereign. But how can imperfect mortals justify the exercise of such universal and absolute authority in the real world? Hobbes cleverly evades this fundamental. Diverse perspectives on the state. 213. Locke tries to overcome this difficulty by postulating several stages of the contract. As Jeremy Waldron has elucidated, contract and consent have 3 stages in Locke's description. First, men must agree unanimously to come together as a community and pool their natural powers so that they can act together to uphold one another's rights. Second, the members of this community must agree by a majority vote to set up legislative and other institutions. Third, the owners of property in a society must agree, either personally or through their representatives, to whatever taxes are imposed on the people. The Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Thought, edited by David Miller, 1987. This theory of several stages of the contract marks a clear departure from Hobbes' position. Hobbes postulates that society and state are formed together, they are dissolved together. On the contrary, Locke believes that society and state were created in different steps. Creation of society is the primary step. Setting up of the government is a secondary step. So, if the government is dissolved, society does not disintegrate. Order will be restored by setting up another government in its place. In Locke's system of thought, the nature of government resembles a trust. In other words, a government, like a trust, is bound to act within the terms of its constitution. By drawing a distinction between the process of formation of society and state, Locke places government under the control of society. This leaves no scope for absolutism. As Waldron has significantly observed, absolutism of the kind Thomas Hobbes envisaged is ruled out on the grounds that people hold their natural rights to life and liberty as a sort of trust from God, and therefore cannot transfer them to the arbitrary power of another. Since government is set up to protect property and other rights and not to undermine them, the government may not take or redistribute property without consent. While Hobbes creates absolute sovereignty, Locke evolves a constitutional government. Hobbes postulates an unconditional surrender of natural liberty to the sovereign, because in his system of thought, natural liberty is the source of constant conflict and consequent anarchy. Locke postulates conditional and partial surrender of natural rights, because some natural rights are fundamental. They cannot be given up because they are the cornerstone of human freedom. According to Locke, people give up their natural right to judge of and punish the offenders of natural law in their own case or in the case of other persons. This right is now vested in the community, common power, or the government, which assumes the role of umpire. But this right is surrendered on the condition that their rights to life, liberty, and property will be protected and kept intact. Society retains the authority to watch whether the government is exercising its powers strictly in accordance with the terms of the contract or not. This implies, A, in the first place, that government must govern with the consent of the people. It is the people who are endowed with the faculty of 214 An Introduction to Political Theory. Reason, conscience, sense of morality, knowledge of right and wrong. Government is created by the will of the people, but as an artificial device, it cannot embody superior reason. And B, secondly, if in any case the government falters from its duty, the people have the right to overthrow that government and set up another government in its place. Thus, Locke recognizes the people's right to revolution. It is on this basis that he justifies the bloodless or glorious revolution of 1688, which had led to the flight of James II from England and the establishment of William and Mary on the throne. It is significant that Locke treats right to property as a fundamental natural right which cannot be surrendered to the government. He proceeds on the assumption that property consists in one's fruit of labor. Locke argues that when an individual mixes his labor with natural resources, this act is sufficient to establish his exclusive right on the product, which does not depend on the consent of other people. Locke's theory of taxation is also based on his notion of the citizen's right to property. He postulates that the government should take only what is necessary to carry on its business. It has no power to take anything more without the owner's consent. Rousseau, like Hobbes, postulates a single contract, and thereby creates absolute, indivisible, and inalienable sovereignty. But Rousseau distinguishes himself as an exponent of popular sovereignty. Sovereignty, according to Rousseau, is not vested in a ruler apart from society itself as Hobbes bad assumed. Instead, it is vested in the people themselves. When people enter into the social contract, they relinquish their natural rights in their individual capacity. They surrender these rights to their collective whole. Thus, what they lose in their individual capacity, they get back in their corporate capacity, in improved form. No one is a loser in the bargain. Everybody is a gainer because when anyone is attacked, society as a whole comes to his rescue. Sovereignty is indivisible, yet it is shared by each member of the civil society. In Rousseau's own words, each of us puts his person and all his power in common under the supreme direction of the general will, and in our corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. The creation of popular sovereignty by vesting it in the general will is a unique contribution of Rousseau, which laid the foundations of modern democracy. As Robert M. McKelver, The Modern State, 1926, has noted, the secret of Rousseau's doctrine is found in the substitution for a sovereign of the sovereign. His sovereign is the general will, and he is perfectly ready to apply to it all the sweeping attributes which Hobbes delivers to his one man or assembly of men. It too is one and indivisible, inerrant, indestructible, omnipotent. Diverse perspectives on the state 215. Rousseau, of course, maintains that liberty in the state of nature is a great boon. But in due course of time, when population increases and the treasures of nature start depleting, it is no longer possible for men to enjoy natural liberty as before. In other words, natural liberty is now threatened because of changed circumstances. When the forces of nature no longer sustain men, they have to consolidate their own force to save themselves. They therefore create the civil society to maintain their freedom. As McKelver has elucidated, the precarious liberty of the state of nature is well lost for the assured and enlarged liberty of the social order. The idea that law was not merely consistent with liberty, not merely a possible guardian of it, but the very form of its realization, was of profound importance for the true interpretation of the state. It gave a new and most significant setting to the problem of political obligation. For Rousseau, that problem solves itself when government is vested in the true sovereign, the general will. When that is attained, then each, coalescing with all, may nevertheless obey only himself and remain as free as before. Ibid. In other words, when man acts in the state against his own will under the direction of the general will, he is not losing his freedom. In fact, the constraint of the general will is instrumental for securing his larger and ultimate freedom, which reconciles freedom of each with freedom of all. Thus Rousseau, in his typical style, postulates a condition when man can be forced to be free. The concept of the general will is the heart of Rousseau's doctrine, which must be distinguished from other types of human will. As Patrick Riley has elucidated, Rousseau himself insists that the general will is always right, that it is the will that one has as a citizen, when one thinks of the common good, and not of one's own particular will as a private person. The Blackwell Encyclopedia Political Thought, edited by David Miller, 1987. Subsequent writers have used the distinction between actual will and real will in order to explicate Rousseau's distinction between particular will and general will. The existence of these two types of will is the source of conflict within the mind of man. Actual will is motivated by his immediate, selfish interest. Real will is motivated by his ultimate collective interest. Actual will is reflected in his ordinary self. Real will is reflected in his better self. Actual will prompts him towards gratification of his desires. Real will induces him to acts of reason. Actual will is transient, unstable, and inconsistent. It changes from moment to moment. Real will is stable, constant, consistent, and determinate. Man's freedom consists in overcoming his actual will and following the direction of the real will. Real will expresses his true freedom. It subordinates man's self-interest to the interest of the community, common interest or common good, which is shared by each and all. But individual by himself is imperfect. At times, he may not be able to discriminate between his actual and real will. This dilemma is resolved by the transition from 216 An Introduction to Political Theory, the particular to the general will. The general will harmonizes the interests of each with those of all. It is not a compromise or the lowest common factor, but an expression of the highest in every man. It is the spirit of citizenship in its concrete shape. Man's particular will may create confusion, but the general will always shows him the right way. In this line of argument, Rousseau travels much ahead of his original position. He starts with describing civil society as an expression of superior will, but ends with treating it as an expression of superior reason. He starts with the mechanistic view of the state, but ends with the organic view of the state. He starts as an ardent liberal, but ends as an ardent idealist. Rousseau was the most brilliant writer of his time, but he is also the most confusing. Liberals and idealists adore him alike. They also condemn him alike. A critical appraisal. The social contract theory of the origin of the state has been described as bad history, bad logic, and bad philosophy. It has been subjected to searching criticism from various angles. David Hume, 1711-76, argued that government was not created through a deliberate decision of the people. It arose because people realized that it was to their advantage to support any authority that enforced the rules of justice effectively. Hence, the idea of the social contract as depicted by Hobbes, Locke, and others was both historically improbable and philosophically unnecessary to explain allegiance. As Roger Scruton has elucidated, Hume attacked the doctrine of the social contract, arguing that the criterion of tacit consent is inapplicable, most people being inevitably constrained by cultural, linguistic, and habitual ties to stay where they are, whatever the government that should exert jurisdiction over them. A Dictionary of Political Thought, 1982. The theory of the social contract is not founded on any historical evidence. When we trace the origin of an institution like the state, it is not proper to rely on mere fiction, like that of a social contract. There is no historical validity of the assumption that men originally lived in a so-called state of nature, and then they thought of creating political institutions by mutual agreement to establish order and security. The Mayflower Pact of 1620 is often cited to show the possibility of a social contract. It was a statement drawn by English immigrants to America traveling by the ship Mayflower. We do solemnly and mutually, in the presence of God and one another, covenant and combine ourselves together into a civil body politic for our better ordering and preservation. This historical illustration, however, cannot be treated as an evidence of a social contract. Even the illustration is not adequate. The Mayflower Pact was drawn up by men who were already familiar with government. They were not emerging from a state of nature as the exponents of the social contract theory have postulated. Diverse Perspectives and the State 217. In the second place, Sir Henry Maine's historical research on early political institutions has found no evidence to show that social and political organization owes its origin to any deliberate contract among men. According to Maine's theory, the movement has been from one of status to one of contract. Thus, in primitive society, membership of a social group determined the status of an individual. The idea of a contract began with the dawn of the modern era, when the individual could change his status through a free contract. To shift the modern idea of the contract to the earliest times is therefore bad logic. The idea of contract is an individualist idea. It makes the will of the individual the basis for political authority. Primitive man was not at all aware of this idea. Life of the primitive man was largely governed by custom at the various levels of groupings, family, clan, phratry, tribe, gen, etc. law. Sovereignty and political institutions grew from this process in a very slow and gradual manner, not by a compact of freely contracting individuals. Moreover, a contract, in order to be valid, requires the force or sanction of the state, which exists above and apart from the contracting parties. The so-called social contract had no such sanction behind it, because it precedes the establishment of the state itself. Again, the theory of the social contract postulates the existence of natural liberty and natural rights in the state of nature that is before the formation of the state. This does not stand up to logic. Rights are the product of a developed social consciousness and are enforced by institutionalized law. How could natural rights have existed in the earliest stage when political awareness and institutionalized law were totally absent? Edmund Burke, 1729-97, argued that the social contract, if it could be said to exist at all, certainly marked the surrender of natural rights. From the philosophical point of view, it is not fair to treat any contract as eternally binding on all generations. Tom Paine, 1737-1809, criticized the theory of the social contract from this viewpoint and declared it a dead weight on the wheel of progress. He asserted, "Every age and generation must be as free to act for itself in all cases as the age and generations which preceded it." It is significant that the idea of the freedom of the contract, which was regarded as sacrosanct from the 17th century to the 19th century, is no longer upheld by progressive thinkers of the modern age. The theory of the social contract tries to demonstrate that the state is the product of the will of all individuals comprising the state. It establishes the state as an instrument of harmonizing the interests of all individuals in all sections of society. But in any society, particularly in modern capitalist society, some dominant sections, or the chosen few, are so well organized and vocal that they become self-styled representatives of the will of society and seek to justify their authority on this ground. The complex problem of social inequality and injustice needs a more searching analysis. It cannot be solved through a simplistic formula of the social contract. 218. An Introduction to Political Theory. It is significant that the theory of the social contract was advanced at a juncture when the system of feudal relations was giving way to the norms of market society, which laid the foundations of the capitalist system. The relations of the feudal society are determined by tradition. Those of the capitalist society are determined by contract. The doctrine of the social contract played a historical role by providing for a theoretical justification for the new pattern of human relations necessitated by the emergence of the capitalist society. Theory of laissez-faire individualism. Theory of laissez-faire individualism was developed by classical liberalism, which started taking shape in the 18th century and was systematically formulated in the 19th century. It placed individual at the center of its philosophy. It sought to argue that individual is endowed with the faculty of reason, which enables him to find what is most conducive to his interests. Classical liberalism, therefore, advocated individuals' right to freedom of trade, freedom of contract, freedom to bargain, and freedom of enterprise. It postulated private property as the condition of progress, because property was viewed as a product of individuals' labor, ingenuity, and enterprise. Since all freedoms of the individual ensued from the element of reason, they were regarded valuable for society. The profit motive of the individuals in their open competition were therefore regarded as functional, and hence conducive to social progress. The function of the government was to protect individuals' freedom or liberty, to enforce contracts, to guarantee peaceful employment of property, and to provide the external conditions of law and order. With its emphasis on individual as the center of importance, classical liberalism advocated the policy of laissez-faire, a French term which means leave alone. It signified non-intervention by the state in the economic activities of individuals. This phrase was in common usage in mercantile and industrial circles in 19th century England, and in other parts of the world, to express a belief in the freedom of industry and economic activity from state interference. Laissez-faire individualism denotes an aspect of liberal political theory which regards property rights of the individual as a necessary condition of liberty, and seeks to set definite and circumscribed limits on the regulatory powers vested in the government over social and economic processes. This theory dubs the state a necessary evil. It is evil because it imposes regulations and restricts the freedom of the individual, yet it is necessary because without its regulation, the freedom of the individual cannot be safeguarded. Exponents of the theory. The exponents of laissez-faire individualism include Adam Smith 1723-90, Jeremy Bentham 1748-1832, James Mill 1773-1836, and Herbert Spencer. Diverse Perspectives on the State 219, 1820-1903. British economists and political thinkers. Besides John Stuart Mill (1806–73), the famous English economist and political thinker, made an important contribution to the theory of laissez-faire individualism, but he sought to transform it from negative liberalism into positive liberalism, and thereby made a unique contribution to liberal theory. Adam Smith. Adam Smith was a Scotsman. He is regarded as the father of the science of economics. His famous work Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations 1776 became the great source of the ideas and policies concerning laissez-faire individualism. Influence of physiocrats. Smith was deeply influenced by the physiocrats, a French school of economic thought which flourished during the 18th century. The physiocrats held the view, deriving ultimately from Rousseau, of the goodness and bounty of nature, and the goodness of man, as he came from the bosom of nature. The aim of government, therefore, should be to conform to nature. So long as men do not interfere with each other's liberty, and do not combine among themselves in order to encroach upon the liberty of others, government should leave them free to find their own salvation. Criminals, madmen, and monopolists should be eliminated. The state should not interfere in the activities of normal and law-abiding citizens. From this followed the doctrine of free trade between nations on grounds of both justice and economy. For the greater the competition, the more will each strive to economize on the cost of his labor to the general advantage. Adam Smith learned much from the physiocrats, but he sought to eliminate their errors and develop their relevant ideas. He rejected the leading idea of the physiocrats that agriculture was the sole source of the wealth produced. He held the view that commerce and industry, as well as agriculture, were the source of wealth. His main objective was to find out which policy of the state would be conducive to increasing the wealth of a nation and to promoting national prosperity. Concept of economic man. Smith asserted that everyone has a natural propensity to trade. If given a free rein, this tendency would stimulate economic activity, resulting in an increase in the production of goods. The profit motive is a natural instinct which inspires every trader in his activity. The selfish motive of the enterpriser is, nevertheless, conducive to promotion of the general good. It harmonizes with national prosperity, thereby benefiting all, government, business, and labor. 19th century critics of orthodox economic theory have used the theory term, an introduction to political theory term, economic nature of man, by assuming that, in a capitalist system, virtually all economic activity must be motivated by purely selfish considerations, and thus giving prominence to baser motives at the depreca expense of the higher values of life. The classical economists, including Adam Smith, no doubt this stressed on the importance of self-interest in the field of economic behavior. But Adam Smith's view of never gave a blanket endorsement to the idea of beneficence of self-interest. Yet he was human convinced that self-interest frequently played an essentially beneficent role in economic affairs, nature. For in the pursuit of his own interests, man on occasion was led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. In other words, working within the framework of have competition, the selfish individual would unwittingly promote the welfare of society despite his exclusive concern with furthering his own interests. It is significant that Smith's formulation in this respect came to occupy a central place in orthodox economic theory, and was soon refined through the instrumentality of hedonistic psychology, which regarded considerations of pleasure and Smith pain as the prime movers of human behavior. Many prominent economists of the 19th century, including the utilitarians, Jeremy Bentham and his followers, accepted this view of man. They regarded man as a highly rational creature who persistently endeavored by means of the classica hedonistic calculus to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. Concept of natural liberty economists. In accordance with his concept of man, Adam Smith postulated a system of natural liberty, of implying perfect freedom of commerce and industry, in order to promote national prosperity, he having emphasized the key role of the businessman in the economic life of a nation. He argued that the grossly businessman knows his own interests far better than any government can tell him. In order to enable the businessman to pursue his interests most effectively, which would automatically contribute to national prosperity, the only wise policy for a government to follow is laissez-faire. True, thus, in his Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith defined the system of natural liberty as follows. Every man, as long as he does not violate the laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest in his own way, and to bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man or order of men. The sovereign is completely discharged from the duty of superintending the industry of the private people, and of directing it toward the employments most suitable to the interest of the society. Functions of government. According to this system of natural liberty, the role of government is confined to three duties of great importance. A. The defense of the nation against foreign aggression. B. The protection of every member of society as far as possible from the injustice or oppression of every other member of it, that is, establishing an exact administration of justice. And C. The erection and maintenance of public. Diverse perspectives on the state 221. Works in running certain public institutions which could not be undertaken by an individual or a small number of individuals because the profit accruing from their maintenance would never repay the expenditure involved. Adam Smith, therefore, advocated the abolition of restrictions imposed on commerce and industry by the government in pursuance of the policy of mercantilism. Likewise, he urged that all producers should be free to compete in a free market, to sell their goods, their services, and their labor at prices determined by competition. In this obvious and simple system of natural liberty, there would exist the freedom of enterprise, the freedom of trade between nations, the freedom of contract between buyer and seller, as well as between employer and worker. Mercantilism, an economic theory prevailing in 17th century and early 18th century Europe, which held that a nation's power was dependent on national prosperity. National prosperity could be enhanced by maximizing exports and minimizing imports. A nation should import cheap raw materials and export expensive finished goods. Mercantilism upheld the state's intervention in economy for the protection of indigenous industries. It recommended lowering of wages to keep the prices of its products quite low in the world market. Jeremy Bentham. Bentham made an important contribution to the theory of laissez-faire individualism as the great exponent of utilitarianism. Utilitarianism stands for the revival of the classical hedonism of Epicurus. This implied that man's behavior should be governed by the consideration of advancement of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. This theory was adapted by Bentham to the conditions of 18th and 19th century Europe to prove its relevance. Concept of utility. Bentham and his followers argued that the concepts of absolute rights, absolute sovereignty, and absolute justice had no relevance to the realities of social life. There was only one absolute standard of regulation of human affairs, viz., that of absolute expediency. Political institutions and public policies should therefore not be rated as good or bad in relation to some visionary and arbitrary concepts of human rights and obligations. They should be judged by their fruits. These thinkers held that the satisfaction of individuals should furnish the yardstick of utility, and when a decision is to be taken for the whole society, the controlling principle should be the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Bentham interpreted happiness by the crude word pleasure. Thus he postulated, nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure, taking it to be an incontrovertible fact of human. 222, or An Introduction to Political Theory. Psychology. Bentham and his illustrious follower, James Mill, held that men always desire only pleasure and are averse only to pain. If they desire any other thing, it is only because they have learnt by experience that these things bring pleasure and avert pain. They define the utility of an action as its tendency to cause pleasure and to avert pain. Accordingly, they define right action as the one most likely to give the greatest balance of pleasure over pain to the persons liable to be affected by it. Thus, Bentham postulated that pleasure and pain were susceptible to measurement. He repudiated any qualitative difference between different kinds of pleasure and emphasized their quantitative differences. This quantitative bias is reflected in the famous saying, quantity of pleasure being equal, pushpin is as good as poetry. Bentham even laid down certain criteria for measuring pleasure and pain, known as the hedonistic calculus or philosophic calculus. The criteria for measurement of pleasure included 1. Intensity, how strong is its feeling. 2. Duration, how long it lasts. 3. Certainty, how certain we feel to have it. 4. Proximity or propinquity, how near it is to us, i.e., how early we can have it. 5. Fecundity, does it also produce other types of pleasure? 6. Purity, no pain is mixed with it. And 7. Extent, how far it extends to others. Of these, the first 6 criteria are meant to judge the utility of a thing or action for the individual, while the 7th criterion, extent, is relevant to judging public policy as expressed in the principle of greatest happiness of the greatest number. Principles of legislation. Bentham rejected the ideology of natural rights and the social contract, yet he subscribed to the sovereignty of reason and proceeded to find a formula for the application of reason to human affairs which should be free from the pitfalls of metaphysical abstraction. He repudiated the theory of the general will as something transcending the will of the individual and defined the interest of the community as the sum of the interests of the several members who compose it. Thus he accorded a central place to the individual on questions relating to public policy or legislation. He defined the interest of the individual as something which tends to increase the sum total of his pleasures or to diminish the sum total of his pains. The interest of the community could likewise be discovered by adding the interests of all individuals who composed it. Pleasure or happiness should not be taken as a shadowy attribute of some superperson called a social organism, but must find actual expression in the lives and in the experience of definite individuals. With this principle as the guiding star, the legislator is required but to calculate the pleasurable or painful consequences of an action, actual or proposed, and he would know whether it was right or wrong, sound or unsound. Bentham postulated diverse perspectives on the state. 223. This principle as the sole criterion of determining the greatest happiness of the greatest number, which would serve as a guide to all public policy and legislation. Accordingly, Bentham argued that the business of government is to promote the happiness of society by a system of punishments and rewards. It had no other justification for its existence. A good government is the one that promotes the happiness of its subjects. A government which employs ineffectual means in this sphere loses its title to authority. Bentham insisted that in calculating pleasure and pain for the purpose of determining public policy, each individual should be treated as one unit and that none should be given special consideration, each to count as one, and no one for more than one. Thus he asserted the necessity of treating all men as equals. He did not base his doctrine of equality on natural law. Instead, he proceeded on his original assumption. Men were born to be happy. That is the plain dictate of experience. Since freedom is essential to happiness, men are entitled to freedom. But equal freedom of each individual postulates equality. Therefore, man's liberty must be limited and conditioned by the ultimate test of general welfare. Bentham showed that equality was a political good, because it was the only practical way of dealing with large numbers of people. By placing equal importance on the happiness of all individuals, Bentham sought to curb the legislator's tendency of ignoring the happiness of the people in pursuance of their own moral standards or in promoting the happiness of their choice. Functions of government. Bentham, of course, treated the state as an instrument devised by man for the promotion of the happiness of the community. Yet he did not contemplate any wide scope of state activity, believing that men are moved to act solely by the desire for pleasure and the avoidance of pain, and that each individual is the best judge of his own interests. Bentham and his followers came to the conclusion that the main function of the state is legislation, and that the chief objective of legislation is to remove all institutional restrictions on the free actions of individuals. Individual himself is capable of exercising moral judgment. The state cannot improve character of the people. The state should restrict its sphere of activity to restraining individuals from indulging in activities which affect the general happiness adversely. Punishment of offenders is another main function of the state. The state should not interfere in the activities of law-abiding citizens who are the best judges of right and wrong, moral and immoral. In this way, Bentham also upheld the doctrine of laissez-faire individualism. James Mill. James Mill was a close associate and follower of Jeremy Bentham. He played an important role in propagating Bentham's utilitarianism, as well as his principles of law, administration, education, and psychology. He founded his philosophical 224 An Introduction to Political Theory, Radicalism on the basis of Bentham's utilitarianism, and led a radical reformist movement which aimed at extension of franchise and representation of the interests of the working class in British Parliament. Besides Bentham's utilitarianism, James Mill undertook an intensive study of Hobbes's individualism and Adam Smith's classical political economy. He is well known for popularizing the views of his favorite thinkers, rather than for advancing an original view. After analyzing the prevailing institutions of England, particularly the aristocratic government, legal system, and mercantilist economy, he came to the conclusion that these institutions obstructed the way to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. In his essays on government 1825, he commended democratic government as good government, which sought to work for the benefit of the citizens. He argued that aristocratic government is motivated by self-interest, which promotes corruption. This can be prevented by instituting a representative government based on universal suffrage, secret ballot, and periodic elections. James Mill particularly liked the middle rank, and hoped that when democratic institutions are established, the people would follow their footsteps. Herbert Spencer. The sociological foundation of laissez-faire individualism was provided by Herbert Spencer, an English political thinker, in his work Social Statics 1850, The Man versus the State 1884, and The Principles of Ethics 1892-93. Starting from an idea of universal evolution, Spencer postulated the tendency of all things to ultimate equilibrium, and the consequent tendency of all things to transform themselves by a process of evolution in order to attain this equilibrium. Accordingly, individual tends to equilibrate himself with his social environment by adaptation, and by inheritance of that adaptation, until he attains, in a perfect equilibrium, the blessedness of final anarchy. In this process of evolution, the state has a very limited role to play, and that is the function of protection, administration of the law of equal freedom. Spencer treated the state as a joint stock protection company for mutual assurance. It should not assume any other function nor otherwise interfere with the process of natural evolution. Thus, Spencer argued that the state should not undertake public health, nor give the poor any relief because that would defeat the operation of the law of natural selection. Spencer subscribed to the principle of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest as a guiding principle of social evolution. He therefore argued that if family ethics was applied to the state, it would retard progress by giving the weakling more than he deserved and perpetuating an undeserving life. Thus, Spencer stretched the concept of negative liberty to such an extreme that he considered elimination of the weak in the struggle for existence as part of the process of social progress. Diverse perspectives on the state 225. Recent developments. In the past few decades, the theory of laissez-faire liberalism was revived with a new vigor. It sought new grounds of keeping the state away from interference in the market forces. It is variously described as neoliberalism, neoclassical liberalism, or libertarianism. It is interesting to recall that towards the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, liberalism tended to accommodate some tenets of socialist and idealist thought, which was responsible for the emergence of the theory of welfare state. Thus, negative liberalism of the 18th century had given way to positive liberalism by the first half of the 20th century. The liberalism of Green 1836-82, L.T. Hobhouse 1864-1929, and Harold J. Lasky 1893-1950 conceded positive role of the state in regulating economic system in the interests of the poor and deprived sections of society. The principle of liberty was sought to accommodate the principles of equality and justice within the liberal frame of thought. However, during the second half of the 20th century, some thinkers in the liberal tradition found the theory of welfare state to be inimical to individual liberty, and sought to revive the original concern of this tradition with laissez-faire philosophy. Their thought is an important component of contemporary liberal theory. It is described as libertarianism in order to indicate its renewed concern with liberty and to distinguish it from the recent changes in the liberal outlook. In a nutshell, libertarianism upholds full autonomy and freedom of the individual. It seeks his liberation from all institutions which tend to restrict his vision of the world, including the institutions of religion, family, and customs of social conformity, apart from political institutions. Philosophically, it repudiates the deterministic outlook of human life and maintains that the human personality, character, thought, and actions cannot be construed as an outcome of his circumstances. In other words, it treats man as maker of his destiny. It is therefore hostile to all social and legal restrictions on an individual's freedom of action. In the political sphere, libertarianism particularly insists that man's economic activity must be actively liberated from all restrictions to enable him to achieve true progress and prosperity. Drawing inspiration from the natural rights theory of John Locke, libertarianism holds that certain rights of the individual which precede his political life are indefeasible, and these cannot be surrendered in favor of the collectivity. It particularly defends the right to acquire and hold property and freedom of contract. These rights are by no means the product of the state itself. Hence, the state cannot be allowed to intervene for any artificial balancing of rights. It even condemns taxation of the rich for the benefit of the poor. It argues that taxation for welfare of certain sections of society involves the forced transfer of fruit of one man's labor to another, which serves as a disincentive to individual. On the contrary, if all individuals are free from state compulsion, they will put their best. 226. An Introduction to Political Theory into the system. In effect, this means that laissez-faire capitalism is most conducive to social progress. An extreme form of libertarianism holds that all government is illegitimate, hence it comes closer to anarchism. However, while anarchists project a vision of society wherein use of force would become redundant, extreme libertarians look forward to the establishment of a system in which function of protection would be assigned to private protective agencies. On the other hand, moderate libertarians concede that government may legitimately engage in police protection and enforcement of contracts for which civil as well as criminal courts might be established. In addition, it may undertake national defense, but nothing beyond these functions. Thus they uphold at best a night watchman state. The amount of taxation they hold should be restricted to serve these purposes only. The chief exponents of libertarianism include Hayek, 1899-1992, Isaiah Berlin, 1909-97, Milton Friedman, 1912-2006, and Robert Nozick, 1938-2002. Thus, Robert Nozick, in his Anarchy, State, and Utopia 1974, following Locke's method, argues that individuals do have certain rights in the state of nature. They would hire protective agencies for their property holdings. The dominant protective agency, having de facto monopoly of force in a given territory, would emerge as a state-like entity. Accordingly, the state has no legitimate powers beyond the functions of protection, justice, and defense. It is not authorized to engage in redistributive transfers among the citizens who were originally its clients. Hence, welfare state is ruled out. Nozick holds that acquisition or transfer of property without force or fraud is just. The right to property is derived from the fact that an individual is entitled to it. It is not necessary to prove that he morally deserves it. He is entitled to hold property, either by virtue of just acquisition of an unowned property or by receiving property from someone who has just initial title to it. Legal rights are, therefore, the product of voluntary exchanges. Nozick argues that inequalities at the level of production and voluntary transfers should not be sought to be rectified at the level of distribution. However, if there is only one source of water in a desert, nobody should be allowed to monopolize it. Nozick attempts to demonstrate that a libertarian society, which allows all individuals and groups to shape their life according to their wishes, fulfills the most plausible definition of a utopian social order. Transition to positive liberalism. Liberal theory, which stood for negative liberalism in its early phase, was transformed into positive liberalism in its later phase. Positive liberalism promoted the idea of welfare state, as it pleaded for positive role of the state in securing welfare of its citizens, particularly of their vulnerable sections. Diverse perspectives on the state 227. Negative liberalism had sought to establish free market society, which promoted capitalism. The success of capitalism in the 19th century demonstrated that the free market society created large inequalities among human beings and promoted oppression of the vulnerable sections, workers, peasants, consumers, etc. With the enormous growth of the labor force in industrial cities, freedom of contract and practice meant freedom for factory owners to hire and fire their workers to maximize their profits with the consequent insecurity and suffering of the workers. Freedom of trade was not restricted to commodities. Labor was also treated as a commodity. The result was inhumane conditions for the workers, child labor, slum housing, and free sale of poisoned meat, bad gin, and other things injurious to health. When freedom of enterprise was interpreted as the total absence of regulation on business and industry, it brought disastrous consequences for the bulk of society, not the greatest happiness of the greatest number held so dear by the classical economists. Classical liberals had sought to justify a free market society on the basis of the equality of individuals. Bentham had argued that in aggregating individual utilities, each individual was to count as one. He had sought to justify the liberal state as the state most calculated to maximize utilities, security of life, freedom of individual movement, security of property, etc. He had also postulated that a free market society enabled each individual to maximize his own utility, and therefore brought everyone into productive relations which would thus maximize the aggregate utility of society. But in this process he was caught in a dilemma, to reconcile theoretical equality with practical inequality. As C.B. Macpherson, in his Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval 1973, has aptly illustrated, Bentham was clear that the market must be left to determine the allocation of the material product among the individuals who contributed to it by their labor or land or capital, although he saw that this would mean persistent inequality. He acknowledged, indeed, that there was a case for equality of wealth or income. This followed from the principle of diminishing utility, the principle that a second loaf of bread doesn't give a hungry man as much satisfaction as the first loaf, or more generally that the more you have of anything, the less the utility to you of any increment. Given this principle, and given that each individual satisfaction was to count as one, it followed that the aggregate utility of the whole society would be greatest if everyone had equal amounts of wealth. Bentham tried to escape from this dilemma by introducing another element, the criterion of productivity, and decided the case in favor of inequality. As Macpherson has further elucidated, as soon as Bentham had thus demonstrated the case for equality, he argued that it had to yield to the case for productivity. Without security for unequal property, there would be no incentive to capital accumulation, and without 228, an introduction to political theory, capital accumulation, there would be practically no productivity. Besides, without a large labor force whose incentive was fear of starvation, the market could not maximize productivity, ibid. However, subsequent liberal thinkers could not escape from this dilemma so easily. The working class was not only increasing in size, its condition was also deteriorating. Its voice could not be suppressed any longer. The socialists were incessantly pressing for a solution of the problems of the working class. The liberals were also forced to realize that their insistence on freedom and human rights had created conditions of oppression in society. They must resolve the contradictions of the liberal theory, as evidenced by the oppressive character of the capitalist system. Otherwise, the whole edifice would tumble down. As a result, the tenets of the liberal theory were revised toward the last quarter of the 19th century, and this process of revision went on during the 20th century. Exponents of positive liberalism. John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, was the first prominent liberal thinker who started with a defense of laissez-faire individualism. But on realizing its weaknesses, in the light of new socio-economic realities, he proceeded to modify it. In the event, he proved himself to be the chief exponent of positive liberalism. After Mill, Thomas Hill Green, 1836-82, and Lieutenant Hobhouse, 1864-1929, both English political thinkers, made important contributions to the theory of positive liberalism. Green and Hobhouse insisted on a positive role of the state in removing social inequalities, and they stated their case eloquently and convincingly. Subsequently, in early 20th century, Harold J. Lasky, an English political thinker, and Robert M. McIlver, an American sociologist, sought to provide new foundations for the liberal theory, a pluralistic base in lieu of its hitherto individualistic base, which was not found to be strong enough. John Stuart Mill. J.S. Mill is the most brilliant of 19th century liberal thinkers. He played an important role in drawing a distinction between the political and economic spheres, and in working out the implications of liberal theory in these spheres. Thus, while in the political sphere he proved himself to be a strong supporter of constitutional and representative government, in the economic sphere he showed socialist leanings and laid the foundations of the welfare state. In this way, Mill gave a positive direction to liberal theory, revision of utilitarianism. Mill was brought up in the utilitarian tradition of Bentham. He was also the most ardent champion of individualism. As C.E.M. Joad, in his Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1924, has elucidated, Diverse Perspectives on the State, 229. Mill, in common with other utilitarian thinkers, insists on regarding every political question in terms of the happiness or unhappiness of human beings, and not in terms of an abstraction such as the general will or the personality of the state, while conceding, therefore, the contention of the absolutists that since the state is a natural growth or organism, it is only in the state that the individual can enjoy the fullest happiness of which his nature is capable. He goes on to point out that this admission does not mean that the state does not exist for the happiness of individuals. He then proceeds to draw the conclusion that it is the business of government actively to promote the happiness of individuals, and that, if it fails in this respect, it must give way to some other form of social organization that succeeds. Mill agreed with Bentham in identifying happiness with pleasure and unhappiness with pain, but he disagreed with Bentham's view that happiness could be measured by quantitative differences of pleasures, not by qualitative differences. Mill maintained that some pleasures were qualitatively superior to others. This implied a departure from Bentham's position on the method of aggregation and maximization of pleasure, happiness, or utility. As C.B. Macpherson in his Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval 1973 has noted, Mill revolted against Bentham's material maximizing criterion of the social good. He could not agree that all pleasures were equal, nor that the market distributed them fairly. He held that men were capable of something better than the money-grubbing and starvation-avoiding existence to which Benthamism condemned them. He rejected the maximization of indifferent utilities as the criterion of social good, and put in its place the maximum development and use of human capacities, moral, intellectual, aesthetic, as well as material productive capacities. In defense of liberty, Mill is an ardent champion of liberty. He insists on liberty of thought and expression as well as liberty of conduct. He defends liberty of thought and expression on two important grounds. In the first place, he argues that it is useful to society. He asserts that rational knowledge is the basis of social welfare, and the only way of confirming and extending true knowledge is to submit all ideas, old and new, to the test of free discussion and debate. As C.E.M. Joad, in his Introduction to Modern Political Theory 1924, has observed, Mill's essay on liberty is perhaps the most famous vindication of freedom of thought, and the most powerful plea for the toleration of opinions we fail to understand in the whole of literature. He insisted upon the extension of this freedom to cranks, on the ground that while 9 cranks out of 10 are harmless idiots, the 10th is of greater value to mankind than all the normal men who seek to suppress him. 230. An Introduction to Political Theory. In the second place, Mill advocates liberty of thought and expression on the ground of human dignity. As Isaac Kramnik and F.M. Watkins, in The Age of Ideology, Political Thought, 1750 to the present 1979, have elaborated. Quite apart from the question of social utility, he tried to show that individual self-determination is a basic human right, indispensable to the development of any sort of moral responsibility. No line of thought or action, objectively true and useful though it may be, is morally significant unless it is followed freely and consciously, as a matter of personal conviction. Without liberty to choose between conflicting claims, a human being loses his or her rightful dignity as a moral and rational being. On the liberty of conduct, Mill takes another line of argument. He draws a distinction between 2 types of actions of men, self-regarding actions and other regarding actions. Proceeding on these premises, Mill advocates complete freedom of conduct for the individual in all matters not affecting the community, that is in the case of self-regarding actions. However, in the case of other regarding actions, that is in matters which do affect the community, Mill conceded the right of the community to coerce the individual if his conduct is prejudicial to its welfare. Thus, Mill defends complete freedom of conduct for the individual unless it adversely affects the community. But the state could also interfere in the self-regarding action if it was thought to be very injurious to individual himself. Thus, the state would be perfectly justified in preventing a man from crossing a bridge which was known to be unsafe. Ernest Barker, in his Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951, has severely criticized Mill for separating the conduct of individual into 2 parts, one which concerns others and the other which merely concerns himself. Barker observes, "We cannot separate 2 different compartments of individual conduct, but we can separate the sphere of society from that of the state. Because we cannot separate our individual conduct into 2 different compartments, and because we are bound to regard the whole of our conduct as concerning others no less than ourselves, we have to admit that the whole of our conduct is controllable, so far as the criterion of its concerning others is the criterion of judgment." Barker suggests an alternative division of the conduct of individuals into the sphere of voluntary action, proceeding by the method of free cooperation, which should be left to society, and the sphere of uniform and regulated action, based in the last resort on the method of compulsory enforcement, which should be left to the state. Barker, in fact, has tried to shift liberal theory from an individualistic to a pluralistic base. Diverse perspectives on the state. 231. Positive role of the state. Mill's distinction between self-regarding actions and other regarding actions of the individual should, however, be appreciated in the historical perspective. It meant a clear departure from the early laissez-faire individualism, which had tried to place most of the behavior of the individual beyond regulation in order to vindicate the free market society. Mill was making an attempt to define a sphere where an individual's behavior could be regulated in the interests of society. Thus, he was contemplating a positive role for the state in securing community welfare, even if it implied curbing the liberty of the individual to some extent. In his mature years, Mill definitely moved beyond traditional liberalism. Indeed, it was in pursuance of his liberal values that Mill sought to lay the foundations of a more humane society, as against the one provided by 19th century capitalism. In the first edition of his Principles of Political Economy, 1848, Mill had attacked socialism, but in its last edition, 1866, he revised his views on the right to property, as he realized its implications as the basis of the capitalist system. He argued that the right to property was not absolute or sacrosanct, and went to the extent of advocating considerable restrictions on the rights of inheritance and bequest. He maintained that the right to property in land was not sacrosanct because no man made the land, it was the original inheritance of all mankind. Rent was the effect of natural monopoly, not a product of an individual's effort. It was a fit subject for taxation. He argued that incomes of landlords continued to increase without any effort, risk, or sacrifice on their part. Hence, if the state appropriated the increase of their wealth or a part thereof for diverting it to the use of the community, it was no violation of the principles on which the right to private property was founded or justified. The landlords had no claim to accession of such riches on the general principle of social justice. Mill argued that these additional riches should properly be diverted to the welfare of their real authors. That is the working class who were the real producers of wealth from the land. This approach to the problem of taxation and the limitation of the right to property heralded a new era of positive liberalism, which was developed by later liberal thinkers who thoroughly rejected the tenets of laissez-faire. Individualism. L.T. Hobhouse, in his Liberalism, 1911, presented a brilliant analysis of the basis of property and the case for its taxation on these lines. The basis of property is social. The prosperous businessman who thinks that he has made his fortune entirely by self-help doses not pause to consider what single step he could have taken on the road to his success, but for the ordered tranquility which has made commercial development possible, the security by road and rail and sea, the masses of skilled labor, and the sum of intelligence which civilization has placed at his disposal, the very demand for the goods which he produces which the general progress of the world has created, the inventions which he uses. 232. An Introduction to Political Theory, as a matter of course and which have been built up by the collective effort of generations of men of science and organizers of industry. If he dug to the foundations of his fortune, he would recognize that, as it is society that maintains and guarantees his possessions, so also it is society which is an indispensable partner in its original creation. Recognizing this social basis of property, Hobhouse proceeds to discover the true basis of the theory of taxation. Thus he observes, the true function of taxation is to secure to society the element in wealth that is of social origin, or more broadly, all that does not owe its origin to the efforts of living individuals. When taxation, based on these principles, is utilized to secure healthy conditions of existence to the mass of people, it is clear that this is no case of robbing Peter to pay Paul, Ibid. Thus, the idea of social origin of property, and its corresponding responsibility towards society, as originally conceived by Mill, served as the basis of positive liberalism of the later era. Thomas Hill Green. T.H. Green is another outstanding exponent of positive liberalism. He sought to revise liberal theory of the state under the influence of idealist theory, derived from the teachings of Rousseau, Kant, and Hegel. Concept of moral freedom. At the outset, Green recognizes moral freedom as the distinctive quality of man. He proceeds to distinguish between negative and positive freedom. Negative freedom consists in the satisfaction of one's desires, acting according to one's own choice or sweet will. It is the sphere where man enjoys being left alone. On the other hand, positive freedom consists in acting according to reason, achieving self-realization or self-perfection. True liberty or positive freedom of man, therefore, consists in the act of goodwill, whereby man identifies himself with his ideal self or character. Ernest Barker, in his Political Thought in England, 1848 to 1914-1928, has elucidated Green's concept of liberty as follows. Liberty can only be liberty for this goodwill. It can only be liberty for the pursuit of the objects which such a will presents to itself. Liberty is therefore no negative absence of restraint, any more than beauty is the absence of ugliness. It is a positive power of doing or enjoying something worth doing or enjoying. Theory of rights. Exercise of true liberty, according to Green, postulates rights. Rights do not emanate from any transcendental law as Locke had imagined, but they emanate from the moral character of man himself. Under a system of rights, each individual, diverse perspectives on the state 233, recognizes in his fellow, and each claims from his fellow, that he shall recognize in him the power of pursuing ideal objects. Since each individual is a moral being, and in this respect all individuals are alike, it follows that the ideal objects of all are common objects. In other words, rights imply permission to pursue ideal objects, and since these are the common objects of all men, theoretically there is no question of a clash between the rights of different individuals. Since rights exist within a social system, Green argues that there can be no unrecognized rights. But recognition does not mean that all rights are legal rights only. Green draws a clear distinction between the state and society and holds that the recognizing authority in the matter of rights is not the state, but the moral consciousness of the community. The consciousness of the community signifies an eternal consciousness. Human consciousness or consciousness of the ideal self is but a part of that eternal consciousness, not of the mechanical order of nature. Therefore, man can pursue his moral end and attain self-realization only in a social community, not in isolation. Thus, Green is concerned not with legal rights, but with ideal rights. These rights can be realized in society when society is properly organized on the basis of goodwill. As Barker has observed with regard to Green's concept of rights, the rights of which Green speaks are relative to morality rather than law, and the recognition of which he speaks is recognition by a common moral consciousness rather than by a legislature. The rights are relative to morality, in the sense that they are the conditions of the attainment of the moral end, and the recognition is given by the moral consciousness, because it knows that they are the necessary conditions of its own satisfaction. Ibid, role of the state. The moral consciousness emanating from society, which impels men to pursue ideal objects, is also responsible for the creation of the state. In other words, the state is the product of moral consciousness. According to Green's line of argument, human consciousness postulates liberty. Liberty involves rights. Rights demand the state. The state is therefore an instrument of perfection, as the liberal theory holds. It is not an embodiment of perfection, as the idealist theory claims. The state owes its origin to the social nature of men. Genuine human personality is essentially a social phenomenon. It is inconceivable that an isolated natural man should be a moral agent. He exercises his moral freedom within the social organization, for which he needs rights. But rights are maintained by the state, hence the state serves as an essential base for moral freedom. It is important to note that Green favors subordinating individual to the community, as Rousseau and Hegel had maintained. He also insists on duty of the citizen to follow the general will and devote himself to the common good. But he does not treat the state and society as coterminous. This marks his departure. 234. An introduction to political theory. From the idealist tradition. Again, he adheres to the liberal tradition by insisting on individuals' rights. In his view, state recognizes and maintains rights, but it is not the source of rights. The real authority behind rights is the moral consciousness of the community. The state must obey that authority. Thus, positive law can be criticized and improved upon in the light of the state's ideal purpose, the moral perfection of men. Green exalts society or the community as the primary and eternal source of moral consciousness. The state is something secondary, a means or an instrument. The state, therefore, cannot serve the end of moral freedom directly, but it can create favorable conditions for the exercise of moral freedom. The state and its law can regulate only the external order of society. As Barker has elucidated, the supreme limitation on the state lies in its own essence. Its function is essentially, Green conceives, a negative function. It is limited to the removal of the obstructions that hamper human capacity when it seeks to do things worth doing. The state has no positive moral function of making its members better. It has the negative moral function of removing the obstacles which prevent them from making themselves better. Political thought in England too. In other words, the function of government is to maintain conditions of life in which morality shall be possible. Morality consists in the disinterested performance of self-imposed duties, not in obeying the commands of the state. Green tends to describe the function of the state as negative, only to distinguish it from the positive function of the community as the source of moral consciousness. He is by no means a champion of negative liberalism. When compared to laissez-faire liberalism, Green is definitely an exponent of positive liberalism. The state's function of removing obstacles in the way of men's pursuit of ideal objects is an positive function. His conception of the state as an agent for moral improvement led him to favor the intervention of the state to secure the welfare of the citizens. That is why he argued that the state is entitled to make education compulsory, right to property. As a defender of rights, Green upholds the right to property as a means of realizing a will potentially directed to the social good. On this ground, he even defends property and capital. Barker has summed up Green's views of property and capital as follows. There is nothing in its essence which is antisocial. On the contrary, it is constantly being distributed through the community in wages to laborers and in profits to those who are engaged in exchange. Nor is there anything in the fact that laborers are hired in masses by capitalists to prevent them from being, on a small scale, capitalists themselves. On the same ground of potential social value, Green also defends inequality of property. Ibid. Diverse perspectives on the state 235. Green argues that the freedom of the individual postulates freedom to acquire and possess material goods according to one's potentiality to contribute to the social good. The social good requires that different individuals should fill different positions in the social whole. Hence, differences in property are functional from the point of view of the social good, which should be recognized by the social conscience. But on this point, the question of the inequality of property, Green is faced with a dilemma. when the right to property creates conditions under which some men take an unduly large share and others are prevented from acquiring property as a means of their self-realization, this right becomes an obstacle in the exercise of moral freedom by the many. Thus, Green proceeds to realize the malady of the capitalist system which created such conditions. But he locates its origin in the system of landed property as it existed in England, of which he disapproved. As Barker has elucidated, such property he held is unique. It is unique in that it is limited. The capital gained by one is not taken from another, but one man cannot acquire more land without others having less. It is unique in that it is the basis on which the whole tower of modern society rests. From it alone can be derived the materials necessary for any industry. On it, men must find house room. Over it, they must pass in communicating with each other. Ibid. Thus, Green tends to blame the feudal system of the past for all the evils of the present capitalist system, the plight of the proletariat and suppression of their moral freedom. As Barker has noted, it is thus to the system of landed property that Green seems inclined to assign the creation of a proletariat, neither holding nor acquiring property. Green, of course, made a significant contribution to liberal political theory by discovering the moral foundations of social life and by subordinating the state to the will of society which alone embodies moral consciousness. But he made a great mistake in locating the ills of the capitalist system. As C.B. McPherson, in his Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval 1973, has observed, Green recognized that the existence of a proletariat, his own word, was inconsistent with the rationale of private property, which required that everybody should have enough property, over and above a bare subsistence, to enable him to develop and perfect himself. But he had so little insight into the nature of capitalism that he could attribute the existence of a proletariat not to the nature of capitalist enterprise, but to the continuing effect of an original forcible seizure of land, in feudal times, and subsequent unrestricted landlordism. By putting the blame on feudalism and on the continuing rights of unproductive landowners, he exempted capitalism from responsibility for the condition of the bulk of the people. 236 An Introduction to Political Theory. Harold J. Lasky. Lasky has further developed the liberal theory of the state in the light of his experience of the momentous events which shook the world in the first half of the 20th century. Lasky witnessed the First World War, the Socialist Revolution in Russia, the formation of the League of Nations, the rise of fascism in Italy, the Great Depression in Europe, etc., which profoundly influenced his thinking. He was deeply concerned with the crisis of capitalism, yet he saw no promise in the outcome of the Socialist Revolution. In the event, he sought to achieve the socialist goal through the mechanism of liberal democracy. He was so critical of the capitalist system and its underlying principles that at times he advocated the abolition of the right to property, which was the mainstay of the capitalist system. But he was so deeply attached to liberal democratic values that ultimately he compromised in favor of making necessary changes in the capitalist system so as to make it an instrument of securing social justice. In his State in Theory and Practice, Lasky talks of the breakdown of pugilism under the conditions of mature capitalism. He observes, the test of an economic system is the test of its capacity to exploit to the full all the potentialities of its productive power. Judged by that test, it is surely not illegitimate to speak of a breakdown of capitalism, both in England and the United States. Illustrating his point from the conditions then prevailing in England, Lasky notes that, with 2 million unemployed devastated economic areas like South Wales and the northeast coast, the staple export trades like cotton and coal, iron and steel and shipping, announcing that they verge on bankruptcy. A situation like this, with a government in office which proclaims its faith in the necessity of private enterprise, may fairly be described quite soberly as a breakdown. Again, in his reflections on the Revolution of Our Time 1943, Lasky strongly deprecated the undemocratic control of industry and politics by the economic overlords, an outcome of the capitalist system as follows. In modern society, large industrial corporations are controlled by a caste of economic directors, mainly remarkable for their skill in financial manipulation, who are masters alike of their shareholders and of the consumer, and are not seldom in a position to hold even the states to ransom. Their power is as massive in volume as it has largely been irresponsible in operation. We have reached a stage in historical evolution where either their power must be subordinated to the interest of the community, or the interest of the community will be a tragic pseudonym for their power. These and many other observations made by Lasky demonstrate that he was deeply concerned with the possibility of disaster for mankind, unless the capitalist system was suitably transformed. Diverse perspectives on the State 237. Lasky, however, did not approve of doctrinaire communism or the repetition of the Russian Revolution for the emancipation of mankind. He insisted on the unity of the working class, but hoped that they could achieve their goal within the framework of a liberal democracy. In fact, he saw no inherent contradiction between the goals of Marxian socialism and the method of political democracy. Lasky therefore proceeded to identify certain positive characteristics and tendencies of the modern state, which held some promise for the underprivileged sections. Thus, in his State in Theory and Practice 1935, Lasky observed, there is hardly a function of social welfare undertaken by governments today which is not an effort to provide the poor with some, at least, of the amenities that the rich are able to provide for themselves. The state seeks to convince its citizens that its action is unbiased by organizing for them the material conditions of an adequate life, and especially for those of its citizens who cannot afford these conditions for themselves. Illustrating the range of such services provided by the state since 1919, Lasky proceeds, health, education, housing, social insurance, the regulation of hours and wages in industry, the control of factory conditions, the provision of meals for poor school children are only outstanding examples of the range. We may say that it is the outcome of a profounder social conscience. Lasky is so deeply impressed by this softening attitude of the liberal state that he refuses the Marxist interpretation of the state as a class instrument. Thus, in a subsequent paragraph, Lasky records, no modern state would subordinate human rights to the interests of property. This is shown by the whole character of modern legislation. When the state concerns itself with the quality of our food, the protection of child welfare, the safeguarding of the unemployed against industrial insecurity, the provision of educational opportunity, all of these services provided at the expense of the taxpayers, it is rhetorical exaggeration to regard it as a class instrument. It is precisely here that Lasky looks for justification of the liberal state. He is not fascinated by the Marxist vision of a stateless society. He undoubtedly insists on a clear distinction between the state and society, and warns against vesting society's authority in the agency of the state, which in actual practice is represented by a band of officials, fallible human beings. Yet he pays rich tributes to the institution of the state. In Hissel Grammar of Politics, Lasky remarks, the state is a keystone of the social arch. It molds the form and substance of the myriad human lives with whose destinies it is charged. As a true liberal, however, Lasky does not take the state as such to be an embodiment of perfection, as the idealist theory of Hegel had held. On the contrary, Lasky pins his faith on the perfectibility of the state. In other words, he hopes that if the state is made to 238, an introduction to political theory, fulfill certain functions, it can become an instrument of perfection of mankind. In his State in Theory and Practice 1935, Lasky spells out the criterion for testing the state as follows. The claim of the state to obedience rests upon its will and ability to secure to its citizens the maximum satisfaction of their wants. To present this claim as valid, there must be an absence of bias in the performance of this function. Where the effort of the state is seriously perverted to the interest of some special group within the society it controls, sooner or later revolution is likely to occur. Thus, Lasky postulates that the state is not essentially an instrument of class power or class domination or class exploitation. If any such state exists in the real world, it represents a perverted form of the state. Any state can be made to serve the interests of humanity, and if that is secured, revolution can be averted. In his A Grammar of Politics 1938, Lasky has presented an elaborate scheme for transforming the political and economic organization of society, with special reference to England. In the political sphere, he attempts at a refinement of the mechanism of liberal democracy. In the economic sphere, he pleads to tone down the rigors of the capitalist system by making it welfare-oriented. He does not advocate total abolition of the capitalist system, probably because he thinks that retention of liberal democracy must imply some features of the capitalist system. He does not envisage anything like the disappearance of private enterprise, yet he hopes to eliminate the enormous economic disparities of the present system. Thus he proceeds. Men will still be able to make fortunes, but, especially in the period of transition, they will be subject to heavy taxation upon income, and still heavier duties upon their estates at death. For it must be emphasized that to establish a system of rights involves expenditure by the state, and particularly in the epoch of change. The wealth devoted to that purpose must largely be derived from the taxation of wealthy men. That is one of the unavoidable privileges of the rich. In short, Lasky seeks to transform the capitalist state by the democratization of economic power, that is, by ensuring larger public control over vital instruments of production and distribution, reducing enormous economic disparities by a progressive system of taxation, and establishing a democratic state increasingly concerned with the welfare of its citizens. Robert M. McIlver. R. M. McIlver is another 20th century exponent of positive liberalism. With a strong sociological background, McIlver traces the evolution of the state from primitive social structures to its fuller development as a modern democratic state. Diverse perspectives on the state 239. As regards the origin and nature of the state, McIlver rejects the social contract theory formulated by the early exponents of the liberal theory. He tends to agree with T.H. Green, who made a careful distinction between the sphere of law and that of morality, although McIlver differs from Green in making all rights, ethical as well as political, depend on social recognition. However, he approves of Green's distinction between the state and society. Thus, in his The Modem State 1926, McIlver observes, Green made a careful distinction between the sphere of law and that of morality. Political obligations can and should be enforced, whereas moral duties cannot. Unless the latter express the free will of a moral being, they lose their character. Political law therefore exists simply for the removal of obstacles in the way of free moral activity within society. It creates the order within which that freedom can exist. Hence, the state has a limited sphere and cannot be identified with the whole activity of society. It is society which meets all the needs of human personality. Men seek to serve their varied interests through several associations. The state is only one of such associations. A number of associations have existed in society even before the formation of the state. Many activities of the present-day associations do not fall within the sphere of state regulation. The state is not superior to all other associations in the moral sense. Although it may claim superior authority as an instrument of law, law itself exists above the state, but it is declared and enforced by the state. In McIlver's own words, the government has power as the guardian of the Constitution, as the executor of law, not in its own right. The state does not create law of its own will. Law exists prior to the state. The state grasps it and gives it a definite shape. But since law is bound to act through external sanction, the state should refrain from touching those activities of the associations which are not to be judged by the external conduct of men, but by the spirit behind their conduct. Thus, according to McIlver, the whole creative side of human thought and endeavor, including religion and morality in its proper sense, are outside the sphere of the state. Its place is determined by the fact that law is an instrument of limited range. The state should only, if it is true to its own nature, enforce those acts the doing of which, from whatever motive, is necessary for the good life within society. McIlver therefore holds that the state does not regulate the internal affairs of other human associations. It cannot determine their purpose, nor their methods for the most part. The state comes into the picture only when the interests of one group encroach upon another. The state acts only in order to resolve the conflicting claims of different social groups. The state is not entitled to impose its own will on any human association for the protection of the common interest. It can only harmonize different social interests originally expressed through human. 240 An Introduction to Political Theory. Associations. In his Web of Government 1965, McIlver argues that the state should not undertake regulation of those organizations which are formed to serve the emotional and cultural interests of men, but those serving economic interests of different groups cannot be left to make mutual adjustment, even if there is no visible conflict between them. Thus, the relations between employer and employee, trader and consumer, etc., essentially come within the purview of state regulation, whereas religious, artistic, and cultural activities must remain beyond the jurisdiction of the state. McIlver has sought to base the authority of the state on the functions it performs. The state is subservient to society. It derives its authority from society for which it fulfills certain conditions. The state neither serves all interests of men in society, nor does it command their undivided loyalty. The sphere of the state is not coextensive with that of society. Society is an all-comprehensive institution which serves all the interests of individuals, material, intellectual, emotional, moral, spiritual, etc., through its network of associations. The state is only one of such associations meant to serve definite interests. Its authority is limited like its obligations. The powers and prerogatives of the state are dependent on the services rendered by it. McIlver has therefore advanced the theory of the service state. He tends to keep its authority within definite limits. As he observes in the Modem State, the state commands only because it serves. It owns only because it owes. It creates rights not as the lordly dispenser of gifts, but as the agent of society for the creation of rights. The servant is not greater than his master. As other rights are relative to function and are recognized as limited by it, so too the rights of the state should be. It has the function of guaranteeing rights. The society or community thrives on the unity or solidarity of men. This unity is derived from the feeling and experience of the common interest. It is upheld by the common ways which serve them all. When the community of interest is stronger than the division or clash of interests, social solidarity and social organizations are highly developed. Perfection of the social organization is reflected in the perfection of the state. Accordingly, the state plays a crucial role in the social life of men. As McCulver himself points out, all the business of life is rendered possible by its aid, and all who live along it must contribute to its upkeep. It is the basis of all social communications. Therefore, whatever else a man may be, he must be a member, or at least a subject, of the state. The state is a symbol of the great achievement of civilization. It can prove to be an effective organ of attaining social unity and solidarity, and this particular function distinguishes it from all other human associations. In the words of Diverse Perspectives on the State 241, McCulver, although the state is but one among the great associations, yet its own peculiar function is no other than that of giving a form of unity to the whole system of social relationships. It can achieve this end as successfully as other associations achieve their ends, without arrogating to itself again that omnicompetence which it has vainly sought to establish. McCulver is convinced that only a democratic state can perform the unifying function most effectively. He argues that the modern democratic state has distinguished itself from its earlier forms. Thus he observes, the state can act as a unifying agent, but only insofar as it has itself undergone evolution towards democracy. For this reason, we regard democracy as the form of the state proper, for only under democratic conditions can it achieve this proper function. This function, in other words, which it and it alone is capable of performing. The evolution of the democratic state, the state as an instrument of reconciliation of interests and resolution of conflicts, the state as an agent of social solidarity, is a unique achievement of modern civilization which marks a departure from its historical forms. Historically, the interest of the state has been identified with that of the ruling class, military or landed oligarchy, or later plutocracy. The modern democratic state, on the contrary, stands not for the interests of a particular class, but to serve the interests of all society. That is precisely the true function of the liberal state. This line of argument shows that McCulver has no apprehension of the evils of the capitalist system as long as democratic mechanism of the state is kept intact. Some recent champions of the liberal state have even tried to demonstrate that under the capitalist system of production, actual power has shifted from the hands of the capitalist class to some other groups, such as a managerial class, as James Burnham, 1907-87, has maintained, or to a variety of power elites, as C. Wright Mills, 1916-62, has pointed out. The great merit of the liberal theory of the state lies in evolving institutions and procedures for a constitutional government. Its tragedy is that it is often invoked in order to justify the capitalist system, with its inherent contradictions. The conditions of dominance and dependence it creates in the economic sphere, in spite of its policy of social welfare and incremental change. The needs of social justice demand a thorough transformation of the economic system as well. It is for the genius of the present-day world to evolve more effective structures to secure social justice. Class perspective on the state is associated with Marxism. It is different from the mechanistic theory as well as from the organic theory. It treats the state neither an introduction to political theory as a natural institution, nor as an ethical institution as the organic theory has held. It, of course, treats the state as an artificial device. But unlike the mechanistic theory, it treats the state neither as a manifestation of the will of the people, nor as an instrument of reconciliation of conflicting interests. Marxism, a set of political and economic principles founded by Karl Marx 1818-83 and Friedrich Engels 1820-95 in order to lay scientific foundations of socialism. It seeks to understand the problems of human society through historical analysis and treats history as a process of conflict between antagonistic forces and classes. This conflict arises from the faults in the mode of production in which one class comes to gain ownership and control of the means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery and capital, etc., and compels the other class to work on the terms and conditions dictated by itself. This conflict can be resolved only by overthrowing capitalism, placing all means of social production under social ownership and control, enforcing universal labor, and ensuring full development of the forces of production. According to the class theory, the state comes into existence when society is divided into two antagonistic classes, one owning the means of social production and the other being constrained to live on its labor. In other words, it is the emergence of private property that divides society into two conflicting classes. Those owning the means of production acquire the power to dominate the other class not only in the economic sphere, but in all spheres of life. The state as an instrument of the dominant class. With the emergence of private property, society is divided into dominant and dependent classes. The dominant class, in order to maintain its stronghold on economic power, invents a new form of power, political power. The state is the embodiment of political power. It is therefore essentially subservient to economic power. Thus, according to the class theory, the state neither originates in the will of the people, nor does it stand for the benefit of all society, but is an instrument devised by a dominant class for its own benefit. It is imposed on society from above to serve the interest of a particular class. The state has not existed from eternity. It came into existence at a particular stage of historical development. The state as an instrument of the dominant class. With the emergence of private property, society is divided into dominant and dependent classes. The dominant class, in order to maintain its stronghold on economic power, invents a new form of power, political power. The state is the embodiment of political power. It is therefore essentially subservient to economic power. Thus, according to the class theory, the state neither originates in the will of the people, nor does it stand for the benefit of all society, but is an instrument devised by a dominant class for its own benefit. It is imposed on society from above to serve the interests of a particular class. The state has not existed from eternity. It came into existence at a particular stage of historical development. It is a product of the conscious effort of the dominant class which first acquires the means of production and thereafter political power. The state is therefore by no means a natural institution as the organic theory has maintained. Unlike the organic theory, again, the class theory makes a clear distinction between the state and society. Society and the state do not come into existence together. The class theory treats society as a natural institution and the state as an artificial device. In other words, man is by nature a social animal, but not a political animal as Aristotle had assumed. Society is a natural institution because Diverse Perspectives on the State 243, It is an essential condition for the production of material goods which are indispensable for the survival of man. Production is the most important of all human activities. Since men in association produce more than men in isolation, society is a natural means of securing the necessities of life. The forms of production at any given stage of social development determine the pattern of social relations. Under primitive communism, when the state has not yet made its appearance, means of production are meager and communally owned. At this earliest stage, there is no private property. Hence, society is not divided into antagonistic classes. At a later stage, when the means of production are somewhat developed, that is when the hunting, fishing, and food-gathering economy is replaced by an economy based on animal husbandry, domestic agriculture, and small industry. There is surplus production, which is cornered by a class owning the means of e-production. As a result, dominant and dependent classes come into existence. The structure of society is always determined by the prevalent form of production. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord. The steam mill gives you society with the industrial capitalist. The attitudes and outlook of society, the legal, political, and intellectual relations, as well as the religious and social systems, are also determined by the material conditions of life. Whatever the form of the state, it is invariably an instrument of the dominant class. The state as an instrument of class exploitation. The dominant class uses the machinery of the state to serve its own interests, which involve the exploitation of the dependent class. The state is therefore an instrument of oppression and exploitation, an embodiment of injustice. It does not rest on moral foundations as the organic theory believes. It is not even an instrument of harmonizing the interests of various individuals or groups as the mechanistic theory claims. Instead of being a means of conflict resolution, the state, according to the class theory, is a device for the suppression of class conflict. It maintains order in society, not because it is able to secure the willing obedience of its subjects, but because it uses its coercive power to secure compliance from the dependent class. The state also uses its ideological power to create an illusion of consent of the governed, as also to offer moral justification for its existence. The pioneers of the class theory of the state, Marx, Engels, and Lenin, have made it amply clear that the state is but an instrument of class rule and exploitation. Marx and Engels, in their famous Communist Manifesto 1848, observed, "Political power, properly called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another." Engels, in his Socialism, Utopian and Scientific 1880, confirmed, "The state is an organization of the particular class which was pro tempore the exploiting class." Again, in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State 1884, Engels illustrated, "The state of antiquity was, 244, an introduction to political theory. Above all, the state of the slave owners for the purpose of holding down the slaves, as the feudal state was the organ of the nobility for holding down the peasant serfs and bondsmen. And the modern representative state is an instrument of exploitation of wage labor by capital." Then Lenin, in his The State and Revolution 1917, elaborated, "According to Marx, the state is an organ of class rule, an organ for the oppression of one class by another. It is the creation of order, which legalizes and perpetuates this oppression by moderating the conflict between the classes. Since the class theory views the state as an embodiment of social injustice, it looks forward to the emancipation of mankind in a classless and stateless society. Historical forces till the establishment of capitalism have introduced changes in the form of the state, from slave-owning to feudal to capitalist state, but they have failed to transform the class character of the state itself. This is to be achieved by a socialist revolution by which the proletariat, propertyless workers, would expropriate the bourgeoisie capitalists and socialize the major means of production. The state would still be retained as an instrument of class exploitation, but the hitherto dominant and dependent classes would change their positions. In other words, the socialist state, dictatorship of the proletariat, would use the state apparatus for the suppression of the former capitalists. When all remnants of capitalism are cleared, work is made compulsory for everyone, and the forces of production are fully developed, society would become classless, and the state would become redundant. This would result in the withering away of the state. Thus, a classless and stateless society would come into existence which would be characterized by cooperation instead of conflict, equality instead of domination, and justice instead of oppression and exploitation of one class by another." A critical estimate. The chief contribution of class theory of the state lies in discovering and demonstrating the role of economic forces in shaping history. The earlier historians had hardly paid attention to this role. By focusing on this role, Marx opened up new possibilities of historical writing. In fact, the class theory of the state was a very powerful attack on the complacency of social thinkers who held that the state existed for the benefit of all social groups, and that the different conditions of the rich and the poor were of their own making. This theory sought to trace the roots of social injustice in the conditions created by the social system itself, which was claimed to be an instrument of the common good and justice. The class theory has demonstrated that the poverty of the masses is the outcome of their oppression and exploitation by property owners. It has also shown how the conditions of this injustice could be terminated by a proletarian revolution, which would pave the way for the emergence of a classless and stateless society. Diverse perspectives on the state 245. However, the class theory too is not free from weaknesses which need examination. No rigid class division in society. Critics of the class theory of the state have pointed out that classes are not fixed and rigidly maintained blocks within society as this theory assumes. Liberal thinkers have pointed to the constant process of social mobility, changing status of men and women by dint of their effort and other social circumstances. The class theory holds that under the capitalist system there will be a sharp polarization in which the middle class will eventually disappear. Some liberal researchers have, however, shown that under the capitalist system, the size of the middle class has actually been steadily increasing, without any symptoms of its disappearance. Some thinkers have advanced alternative theories. For instance, James Burnham, in his The Managerial Revolution 1941, has attempted to demonstrate that power has, in fact, shifted from the hands of capitalists to a new managerial class, a phenomenon never envisaged by the class theory of the state. Capitalism with a human face. The supporters of capitalism have pointed out that 20th century capitalism was different from 19th century capitalism when Marxism emerged. These thinkers claim that capitalism had transformed itself by adopting the model of welfare state and had itself become an instrument of social justice. The extensive labor legislation, a progressive system of taxation, and elaborate provision of common social services, especially for the needy sections, are cited as the glowing examples of capitalism with a human face. It is claimed that with the mitigation of the rigors of capitalism, the class conflict and revolutionary spirit are becoming irrelevant and outdated. No signs of classless society in the socialist countries. It is alleged that in the former USSR and the People's Republic of China, where socialist revolutions along Marxist lines had taken place, there were no indications of the emergence of a classless and stateless society. On the contrary, the state apparatus in socialist countries proved to be much more repressive than that in liberal democracies, and their social setup was characterized by a pyramid of power, instead of moving towards classlessness. Pointed out that although Major Property 5, a Yugoslav thinker, in his The New Class 1957, pointed out that although major property holdings in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe had been abolished, those who held senior positions in state administration and in the Communist Party had emerged as a new privileged class, relegating the idea of a classless society to the background. Many thinkers even termed the class theory of the state as utopian, although this theory itself was advanced to repudiate utopian socialism of the 19th century by scientific socialism. As the later developments have shown, the popular protest against administrative excesses and corruption have led to the winding up of communism in the Soviet Union as well as Eastern Europe. 246. An introduction to political theory. In fact, class theory of the state is now being revised by its champions. It is now being increasingly realized that instead of looking for a rigid class division in the present-day society, it would be more fruitful to look for the different structures of domination and forms of domination, and launch a systematic attack on such structures and forms in order to restore freedom, equality, and justice in society. Recent developments. Marx and Engels regarded the mode of production as the base and the state as a part of the superstructure. Accordingly, the state was hardly worthy of independent analysis. Moreover, the capitalist state was rooted in the clash between the interests of the bourgeoisie, the owners of the means of production who constituted the dominant class, and the proletariat, the propertyless workers who formed the dependent class. The state could not represent the common interest, as no such interest could exist in the capitalist society. As stated in the Communist Manifesto 1848, the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. However, Marx and Engels threw little light on the mechanism by which the dominant class controls the state power. Max Weber, 1864-1920, a liberal thinker, rejected Marx's economic determinism and sought to demonstrate the autonomy of state power, the theory of economic and social organization, 1922. Weber argued that the state had powerful resources of its own. It enjoyed exclusive control over legitimate use of force in society, which was not accessible to private interests. It maintained a strong organization in the form of bureaucracy, which could formulate, implement, and monitor the policies of the state. The state power, therefore, could not be reduced to an instrument of class interests. Base and superstructure. A building-like metaphor used in Marx's theory to explain the relation between economic structure of society and other aspects of social life. According to this model of analysis, endota production, that is the economic structure of society, comprises base or foundation, also called substructure of society. It conditions forms of state and social consciousness, which belong to superstructure. Superstructure includes legal and political structure, religion, morals, social customs, and other expressions of culture. In the course of social development, changes in the mode of production give rise to corresponding changes in all parts of the superstructure. Classical Marxism treats superstructure as wholly dependent on the base. Neo-Marxists have sought to redefine this relationship in different ways. Some writers like Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, and Nikos Poulantzas, 1936 to 79, have conceded relative autonomy of the superstructure in the capitalist society, whereas others like Louis Althusser, 1918 to 90, have upheld interdependence of base and superstructure. Diverse perspectives on the state. 247. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, a neo-Marxist, was first to concede relative autonomy of the state in the tradition of Marxist thought. Gramsci made a clear distinction between two levels of superstructure: A, political society, which represented state power and relied on force for exercising its domination, and B, CFEI 7 society, which was closer to the base and relied on consent for exercising its domination. Gramsci pointed out that the structures of domination in the culture of the capitalist society comprised of two elements: A, the structures of coercion, which belong to the realm of political society, and B, the structures of legitimation, which belong to the realm of civil society. Gramsci paid special attention to the functioning of civil society, which was exemplified in the institutions of family, school, and church, etc. These institutions familiarized the individual with the rules of behavior and inculcated a natural deference to the authority of the ruling class. While political society, or the state, exercised direct domination or command through the institution of juridical government, Civil society exercised hegemony throughout society, which represented a web of beliefs and institutional as well as social relations. In effect, civil society legitimized the rule of the bourgeoisie, so that nobody would challenge its supremacy. Capitalist society largely depends on the efficiency of these institutions for its stability. It is only when civil society fails to prevent dissent that political society is required to resort to coercion. Ralph Miliband 1924-94 and Nikos Poulantzas 1936-79 are other neo-Marxist thinkers who have expressed conflicting views on the relative autonomy of the state. Miliband, The State in Capitalist Society, 1969, has accepted the unity of state power and class power. His view is described as instrumentalist theory of the state. He adheres to classical Marxist position that the state is invariably an instrument of class power. He has argued that the class character of the capitalist state is perpetuated by 1. The middle class or upper class background of the state officials, 2. The economic power of the capitalist class, and 3. The inherent desire of the politicians and bureaucrats to continue the existing economic system on which their own position depends. Poulantzas, on the other hand, has drawn a clear distinction between the position of the capitalist class and the state power, political power, and social classes. 1973. His view is described as structuralist theory of the state. He has conceded the relative autonomy of the state. He has argued that class domination is not automatically translated into state power, and the state cannot properly be regarded simply as the instrument of a class. The state enhances its legitimacy by invoking authority of the people. The capitalist class enhances its legitimacy by dissociating itself from state repression. Relative autonomy of the state helps in improving its economic performance on the one hand and promoting capitalist interests on the other. Rejecting Miliband's concept of the unity of class and state power, Poulantzas treats the state itself as an arena of class struggle. 248. An Introduction to Political Theory. It may be questioned whether overemphasis on the autonomy of state power, as distinguished from the power of the dominant class, does not amount to departure from the original tenets of Marxism. Communitarian perspective on the state indicates a recent mode of thought. It marks the departure from the philosophy of liberalism because it places the relation between individual and society in a new perspective. It is based on the philosophy of communitarianism, which repudiates the idea of the self as envisaged in the liberal theory. Liberal theory implied an unencumbered self detached from pre-existing social forms, as exemplified by the concept of possessive individualism. The term possessive individualism was coined by C.B. Macpherson in his notable work The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, Hobbes to Locke 1962, to describe the main assumption underlying modem liberal theory. According to this view, individual is the sole proprietor of his own person or capacities for which he owes nothing to society. Such a view denies his commitment to other individuals, traditions, practices, and conceptions of the good. It holds that self is prior to its ends. It is fully competent to choose its ends, as well as its roles and dispositions. In contrast to this atomistic view of individual, communitarianism advances the concept of situated self, as constituted by his social roles, practices, and situations. In other words, communitarianism holds that an agent's identity is constituted by specific commitments to his social situation. While liberalism insists on liberty of individual, his interests and rights, communitarianism focuses on his social identity and upholds acceptance of authority because it expresses our common will or reflects our common identity, our shared values and beliefs. It is significant to note that liberalism had won liberty of the individual, but atomistic view of society held by liberalism led to the erosion of the sense of responsibility and the moral standards attached thereto. Communitarianism seeks to restore that sense of responsibility and reconstruct moral standards on that basis. While liberalism chiefly draws on the ideas of Adam Smith, John Locke, and Jeremy Bentham, communitarianism is inspired by the ideas of Aristotle, J.J. Rousseau, G.W.F. Hegel, and T.H. Green. While contemporary exponents of liberalism or libertarianism include Isaiah Berlin, Fa Hayek, Milton Friedman, and Robert Nozick, contemporary sources of communitarianism may be found in the views of Michael Oakeshott, 1901-90, and Hannah Arendt, 1906-75. Its present-day exponents include Alasdair MacIntyre, After Virtue, 1981, Michael Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, Charles Taylor Hagel, 1975, Sources of the Self, 1989, and Michael Walzer, Spheres of Justice, 1983. MacIntyre constructs an idea of the narrative self, a notion of personal identity that comes from the web of social and communal bonds. He argues that diverse perspectives on the state 249. Individuality owes its origin to the framework of an established community. It cannot be the product of an individual's choice. Broadly speaking, communitarians have attacked the liberal mode of thought on the ground that it is too focused on the importance of individual liberty and insufficiently appreciative of the way in which human beings require a place in a well-functioning community in order to flourish. The term community stands for a form of society whose members are informed by the community spirit or a sense of community. It denotes a network of relationships which are characterized by intimacy and durability. It may be distinguished from association, which is based on impersonal and contractual relations. Liberal theory equates society with association, whereas communitarian theory equates society with community. To determine the nature and extent of social obligation, communitarians argue that an individual cannot ensure full development of his personality unless he is committed to the spirit of community toward his fellow beings. Liberals believe that each person should define and seek his own good within a political structure which defines and enforces what is right, on the other hand. Communitarians hold that a political structure has an important role to define what is right as well as good and to help the citizens to seek the good. Liberals define common good as a sum total of the good of all individuals, which is exemplified by the reconciliation of their conflicting interests. On the contrary, communitarians define the common good as a uniform entity where the good of all individuals would converge. They believe that government should strive to create a well-functioning society which would enable all citizens to achieve a good life by participating in its functioning. However, like liberals, communitarians also subscribe to democratic form of government. Communitarians insist that each of us, as an individual, develops an identity, talents, and pursuits in life only as a member of the community and by sharing in its corporate life. Political life should therefore focus on the rights of the community, not on those of individual. McIntyre, After Virtue, 1981, ridicules the liberals' concept of individual as an autonomous moral agent, disconnected from the social fabric. He argues that individuals flourish only within an atmosphere of socially established cooperative human activity. The state must promote and protect this activity and thereby encourage the development of human excellence. McIntyre and other communitarians believe that if the state treats individuals as disconnected beings and lets them loose to realize their rights, as liberals seem to wish, the result would be social disintegration and moral disaster. Such disaster has already become visible in modern liberal states as evident in the prevalence of crime and violence, the breakdown of the family, and the rampant drug abuse. Michael Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, attacked John Rawls's A Theory of Justice, 1971, for his conception of rational negotiators deliberating as the disconnected and disembodied individuals in the so-called original position who have come together to find out the principles of justice. It, 250, An Introduction to Political Theory, is a typical representation of the liberal attitude which tries to understand human beings independently of all activities, desires, ideas, roles, and pursuits that characterize human lives in actual society. Sandel observes that after subtracting all these characteristics, nothing is left of the person whom we want to understand. Sandel asserts that the person can only be understood in the context of his embeddedness in a particular time, place, and culture. Only with this understanding, a political theory can generate laws, institutions, and practices that would be genuinely good for us and conducive to a fully just society. This alone will create a deeper commonality, which will be informed by shared self-understanding as well as affection. Michael Walzer, Spheres of Justice, 1983, has sought to reconstruct the liberal approach to justice as the problem of determining suitable criteria of distribution by introducing a communitarian approach to this problem. Walzer has argued that criteria of distribution should correspond to the spheres in which distribution is being considered, so that, for instance, economic justice will be different from political justice. According to Walzer, each sphere of justice will have its own right reason or relevant reasons for distribution of the good that it distributes. Thus, the spheres of politics or health or education should be uncontaminated by the domination of money. For money properly rules in the sphere of commodities, the sphere of office should not beyond a certain limited point be contaminated by nepotism, which belongs to the sphere of kinship and love. The sphere of kinship should not be contaminated by male domination. The market properly conceived as the place for the distribution of various social goods on a reasonable basis should be free for all, as the dominance of money above all is incompatible with the integrity of politics, merit, kinship, etc. So the dominance of money in all these spheres must finally disappear. Walzer's vision of a new social order comprehends the appropriate arrangements of a decentralized democratic socialism, a strong welfare state run, IRI part at least, by local and amateur officials, a constrained market, an open and demystified civil service, independent public schools, the sharing of hard work and free time, the protection of religious and familial life, a system of public honoring and dishonoring free from all considerations of rank and class, workers' control of companies and factories, a politics of parties, movements, meetings, and public debate. Charles Taylor, Philosophical Papers, 1985, a brilliant spokesman of communitarianism, has echoed McIntyre's attack on the liberal conception of human beings as autonomous choosers. He rejects atomistic concept of individuals which focuses on their will and sets aside the complexities of the human personality. Taylor asserts that if human beings want their genuine development, they must acknowledge first that they are situated in a society. Some feminist writers and religious thinkers have also confirmed that real communities cannot be created out of an aggregate of freely choosing adults. Diverse Perspectives on the State, 251. The difficulty with communitarianism is that in spite of its strong ethical base, it has no mechanism to ensure that its principles will be adopted as the general rules of behavior. In a nutshell, communitarianism represents a strong moral philosophy, but it does not provide for an equally strong political philosophy. Post-colonial perspective on the state does not embody any new theory of the state. Nevertheless, it enables us to understand some new aspects of state system which are not covered by the conventional theories. In short, post-colonial perspective denotes an attempt to analyze the problems of the newly independent nations, particularly against a background of their relations with colonial and neo-colonial powers. Post-colonial perspective on the state must be based on the experience of post-colonial societies themselves. That is, the societies who gained their independence from colonial domination recently from the mid of the 20th century onwards, and who aspire to develop themselves into strong nations. Why they remained underdeveloped, why they were subjugated by Western nations, why they are still unable to develop themselves. How can they solve their problems? Colonial powers, those Western countries, e.g. Britain, France, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, etc., which became powerful by establishing their domination and administration in a large part of Africa, Asia and Latin America during the 18th, 19th, and early 20th centuries, and exploiting their natural as well as human resources. Neo-colonial powers. Those developed countries of the West who continue to exploit the newly independent countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America through international trade, conditional aid, investment in multinational corporations, MNCs, military intervention, cultural domination and transfer of pollution, etc. An analysis of the history of colonialism, the impact of colonial domination, the forces which promoted national movements, and the consequences of the process of decolonization would throw light on the general pattern of domination which is crucial to an understanding of state system. It shows, at the outset, that West European countries who had achieved national consolidation by the 17th century set out to achieve their modernization through industrialization and urbanization as they already had the benefit of scientific discoveries and inventions. They needed cheap raw materials, cheap labor, and vast areas of operation. They found countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America as their easy prey. These countries were rich in natural resources and labor force, but they, 252, An Introduction to Political Theory, had little advantage of modern education or national solidarity. Some of these countries had great civilizations in ancient times, which had been shattered during the medieval age. For instance, India and Egypt were known for their magnificent past, but they hardly had the potential of national consolidation or their modernization in the mid of the 18th century. Thus, a large part of Africa, Asia, and Latin America fell prey to colonial domination. This shows that enterprising people, after their national consolidation, seek to set up political domination over other countries whom they identify as their targets of exploitation. After establishing their political domination and administration in those countries, they project their own culture as superior to the native culture and try to win admiration, respect, and loyalty of the native people. They even claim to be performing the task of civilizing the so-called uncivilized people, whom they continue to exploit. They also try to create institutions and elites within the native people, which would help them in carrying on their administration. Thus, colonialists propagated the idea that Europe was the center of all progress and modernity. It was superior to other regions of the world in terms of history, language, literature, and technology. Its culture, art, political structures, and social conventions were claimed to be so superior that they would have a civilizing effect on the colonized people. Even racial superiority of Europeans over other people was asserted. Colonialists claimed that they were fulfilling the noble responsibility of extending the benefits of civilization to primitive people, as exemplified by the notion of white man's burden. They make these claims in such a forceful and convincing style that many of the colonized people hardly suspect their intentions. Colonial powers do promote education, industry, transport, communication, etc., and create administrative and political structures in the colonized territories, and thereby contribute to their progress. But all these measures are deliberately designed to facilitate and stabilize their rule. Macaulay's infamous 1835 Minute on Indian Education had proposed the deliberate creation in India of a class of brown white men, educated to value European culture above their own. Indian railways, posts and telegraphs, schools, colleges, universities, hospitals, etc. were created to strengthen the British administration. It is also true that the educational and administrative structures created by the colonial powers promote an awareness and consciousness among the colonized people. They remove their lethargy, dispel superstitions, and prompt them to think in a rational manner. They create an urge for social reform in their mind, which is sometimes reinforced by the revival of their past glory and a sense of protest against their exploitation by the colonial powers. All these factors often give rise to national movement, which may culminate in the struggle for independence. When colonial power is unable to contain this struggle, it may choose to hand over power to the local elite, with the hope to have their support after their departure. Moreover, when a colonial power has already taken full, diverse perspectives on the state 253, advantage of its long rule, its further maintenance may seem to be a costly affair. So it may grant independence to the colonized territory and switch over to new forms of exploitation by neo-colonial methods. It may further be conceded that political independence of the colonized people does not necessarily mean an end to their adherence to colonialist values. In many cases, these values may persist, along with political, economic, and cultural models of the colonial regime, even after independence. In the contemporary scenario, some of these values and models have become a part of global culture, which are being reinforced through the process of globalization. The new nations or the developing countries, which comprise the bulk of the Third World, are faced with the gigantic task of nation building and state building. Many of these countries have not naturally evolved as nations, but they represent the territorial and administrative divisions made by the colonial powers for their administrative convenience. With their large size, vast population, and cultural multiplicity, the tasks of nation building and state building in these countries are quite difficult. Nation building stands for the process by which people transfer their commitment and loyalty from smaller tribes, villages, or petty principalities to the larger central political system. It involves developing a sense of community among the people within the jurisdiction of a political system and provides for a sense of identification, a common object of their allegiance, an emotional bond, and social solidarity. It gives them a national identity cutting across their group loyalties based on religion, race, caste, language, region, culture, occupation, etc. State building, on the other hand, implies a process whereby a common center of power is evolved in order to establish law and order throughout the state and to extend the defensive and welfare services of the state to each and every part of its territory. Nation building and state building are complementary activities, when people of all categories are sure to benefit from the protective and welfare services provided by the state. They are likely to focus their allegiance to the state and give precedence to national interest over their sectarian interests. Conversely, if all people owe their allegiance to one central authority, the state will find it easier to extend its protective and welfare services to all parts of its territory. Task of nation building is often sought to be accomplished or facilitated by the adoption of national symbols, like national flag, national emblem, national anthem, national song, national calendar, national flower, national bird, national animal, national tree, national river, etc. This may be reinforced by popularization of national heroes, new and old. At times, glorification of some mythological characters may be added to this effort, but this may create some problems in multi-religious countries. Fortification of secular values is necessary in multi-communal countries like India. Problems of mass poverty, illiteracy, unemployment. 254. An introduction to political theory. Ill health, housing, etc. must also be tackled effectively, otherwise nothing would prove effective in creating a sense of community and fellow feeling. In fact, the process of nation building in these countries had been started by their distinguished leaders during the course of their national movement and struggle for independence. These men of high caliber and character were able to mobilize the masses and create social harmony within large sections of the population. They had created hopes of a new era in the minds of the people symbolized by the dawn of independence. It was expected that with the liquidation of foreign domination, post-colonial state would become an instrument of fulfilling needs and aspirations of the masses. However, actual happenings largely belied these hopes. Independence was followed by the multiplication of demands from a myriad of sections of people. Bureaucracy, particularly the police, inherited from the colonial regime, was used to oppression of the people. It proved extremely difficult to make it sympathetic toward people. Again, with the gradual disappearance of national stalwarts, new generations of political leadership hardly matched their caliber and character. Politics became a game of enlisting support of narrow interests and negotiating for a share of power in government. The result is overall deterioration of national life. However, new generations of non-political brilliant professional elites have contributed significantly to national prosperity and have created widespread awareness of democratic and human rights and the needs of social justice. Gandhian perspective on the state is based on the social thought of Mahatma Gandhi, M.K. Gandhi, 1869 to 1948. Gandhi was an Indian moral philosopher whose thought is scattered in a large number of notes and pamphlets, as well as his autobiography, My Experiments with Truth, 1929. He did not produce any treatise containing a systematic exposition of his thought. His perspective on the state will have to be gleaned from his relevant observations on this subject. Nature of the state. Gandhi was a champion of non-violence, or ahimsa, which deprecates all types of coercion. He believed that state was a manifestation of power and law which were based on coercion. State is inclined to impose its own will on individuals with the help of an elaborate machinery of police force, law courts, prisons, and military power. It suppresses an individual's individuality, as it tries to cast all individuals into a uniform mold. It destroys his sense of self-reliance and stunts his personality. It deprives him of his freedom and obstructs the progress of human society. Diverse perspectives on the state. 255. Gandhi observed that modern state was more powerful than ancient and medieval states, as it was more organized and more centralized. Power of the state was concentrated in the hands of the few who did not hesitate to misuse it. In Gandhi's view, individual is endowed with soul, but state is a soulless machine. State's acts are devoid of human sensitivity. State goes by rules and regulations. Those who enforce these rules do not feel any moral responsibility. Indeed, Gandhi condemned political power on moral ground, and not on historical or economic grounds. He was convinced that if nonviolence or ahimsa could be adopted as a universal principle of human behavior, political power as well as state would become redundant. The result would be an enlightened anarchy. So Gandhi wrote in Young India, too, political power is not an end, but one of the means of enabling people to better their condition in every department of life through national representatives. If national life becomes so perfect as to become self-regulated, no representation becomes necessary. There is then a state of enlightened anarchy. In such a state, everyone is his own ruler. He rules himself in such a manner that he is never a hindrance to his neighbor. In the ideal state, therefore, there is no political power because there is no state. But the ideal is never fully realized in life. Hence the classical statement of Thoreau that government is best which governs the least. In this respect, Gandhi was a follower of Count Leo Tolstoy, 1828 to 1910, who was a philosophical anarchist or Pacific anarchist. Tolstoy was inspired by his faith in Christianity. Gandhi found the basis of this philosophy through his faith in Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma, although he taught equal respect for all religions. Both Tolstoy and Gandhi accorded precedence to spiritual bliss over material satisfaction. Both attacked private property as it enabled the few to lead a luxurious life by exploiting the labor of large numbers. Gandhi did not agree with other anarchists like P.J. Proudhon, 1809 to 65, Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 76, and Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, who regarded religion as a hindrance to human development. Gandhi and Marx. Like Marx 1818 to 83, Gandhi also believed in classless and stateless society for the emancipation of mankind, but he interpreted it quite differently. For Marx, classes represented the division of society into haves and have-nots, that is, the owners and non-owners of private property. Marx anticipated the emergence of a classless society through a violent revolution in which capitalists would be overthrown and labor would become compulsory for every able-bodied person. For Gandhi, class distinction arose from a mental outlook, which regarded one type of work, for example physical labor, as inferior to another type, for example mental labor. Gandhi commended dignity of labor, particularly physical labor, as the key. 256. An Introduction to Political Theory. To a classless society. He prescribed bread labor for everybody, which implied the recognition of the necessity of some physical exertion, even for mental workers, so that they may be performing some productive function in a spirit of service to the community. Marx suggested social ownership of means of social production for the creation of a classless society. Gandhi enunciated the principle of trusteeship, which required the change of heart of capitalists to regard their business and industry as a trust of the people, and not as their private possession. Marx saw the state as an instrument of the dominant class, and hoped that in a classless society, state and political power would become redundant. Hence, a stateless society would come into existence. Marx wanted full development of technology and forces of production so that everybody's needs could be satisfied. On the contrary, Gandhi wanted replacement of huge machinery by human labor to provide for jobs to the teeming millions, limiting one's needs to the minimum and elevation of human character so that external force to regulate their behavior would become redundant. Hence, a stateless society would become a reality. Marx deprecated religion as opium of the people and wanted to eliminate its role in society. Gandhi saw religion as a moralizing force and wanted to give it its due place in society. Marx professed scientific socialism. Gandhi professed moral individualism. Moral individualism, a philosophical principle which regards individual as an end in itself, endowed with dignity. Accordingly, no human being can be treated as a means to serve an end which lies beyond his conscious existence. No worldly thing can be treated as more valuable than a human being, and no human being can accept an obligation except at his own free will. Concept of Swaraj. Gandhi's concept of Swaraj confirms his firm commitment to moral individualism. The term Swaraj literally means self-rule, self-government, self-determination, or independence. This term became popular during India's struggle for independence. Gandhi sought to expand its meaning and scope. Gandhi argued that Swaraj did not simply mean political independence from the foreign rule. It also implied the idea of cultural and moral independence. If a country is politically independent but culturally dependent on others for choosing its course of action, it would be devoid of Swaraj. Swaraj does not close the doors of learning from others, but it requires confidence in one's own potential and decisions. Gandhi thought of Swaraj as a system in which all people will have a natural affinity with their country, and they will readily collaborate in the task of nation building. Diverse perspectives on the state. 257. Swaraj, or self-government, rules out people's dependence on government. This applies even to their own government. Thus Gandhi wrote in Young India, self-government means continuous effort to be independent of government control, whether it is foreign government or whether it is national. Swaraj government will be a sorry affair if people look up to it for the regulation of every detail of life. Gandhi's concept of Swaraj also exemplifies his vision of a true democracy. Under this system, people will not merely have the right to elect their representatives, but they will become capable of checking any abuse of authority. As Gandhi wrote in Young India, real Swaraj will come not by the acquisition of authority by a few, but by the acquisition of the capacity by all to resist authority when it is abused. In other words, Swaraj is to be obtained by educating the masses to a sense of their capacity to regulate and control authority. For Gandhi, the idea of Swaraj was not confined to the political goal of securing independence from foreign yoke. It also implied moral regeneration of the individual himself, the process of self-control, self-discipline, and self-purification, which must continue even after the independence. As Gandhi himself observed, I am not interested in freeing India merely from the English yoke. I am bent upon freeing India from any yoke whatsoever. I have no desire to exchange King Log for King Stork. Hence for me the movement of Swaraj is a movement of self-purification. Selections from Gandhi by Nirmal Kumar Bose, 1948. Gandhi sought to demonstrate that individual self-government, that is self-control or self-mastery, was as important as political self-government itself. Thus he wrote in his autobiography, My Experiments with Truth, self-government depends entirely upon our own internal strength, upon our ability to fight against the heaviest odds. Indeed, self-government, which does not require that continuous striving to attain it and to sustain it, is not worth the name. I have therefore endeavored to show both in word and deed that political self-government, that is self-government for a large number of men and women, is no better than individual self-government, and therefore it is to be attained by precisely the same means that are required for individual self-government or self-rule. As a votary of purity of means as well as ends, Gandhi tried to assert that we must rely on non-violence or ahimsa for the attainment of political self-government, as well as individual self-government. 258. An Introduction to Political Theory. Feminist perspective is concerned with the two crucial aspects of the nature of the state. A state as an instrument of regulation of the public sphere, and B state as an instrument of power. As regards regulation of the public sphere, feminists argue that the dominance of man over woman is not confined to the public sphere. It extends to all aspects of her life, including the most intimate relations, like sexual relations. In order to secure justice to woman, the sphere of purely personal relations between man and woman will also have to be regulated. Hence, feminists insist on redefining the term political in this context. This idea is expressed in the slogan, "The personal is political." Kate Millett, 1934, noted American feminist in Sexual Politics, 1971, sought to redefine politics as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. Her study of some well-known romantic writers revealed that power, not eroticism or sexual passion, was their real subject, and the urge to dominate was at issue in their every written sexual encounter. Again, in the public sphere, state and politics are concerned with the conflict over the distribution of scarce resources, including contests for control of state apparatus and its policies. Here, too, women constitute a deprived section. For centuries, they have been deprived of the right to property and right to vote. State is identified as a key actor in meeting the demands of women, like protection from male violence, greater reproductive rights, that is the right to have children as per their choice, changes in family and employment law, provision of pension benefits and other welfare schemes. As regards the role of the state as instrument of power, feminists have tried to demonstrate how male power becomes embedded in different branches of the state apparatus and in the state policies. Zilla Eisenstein, in her noted work The Radical Future of Liberal Feminism 1981, has argued that the liberal state represents itself as fully autonomous so that all positions therein are equally open to all players, including women. Such a state is not bothered to ascertain the actual share of power enjoyed by women. Socialist feminists have attacked the liberal state on many grounds. Welfare policies of the Western capitalist state increases women's dependence on men. Within the capitalist mode of production, the state seeks to free women's labor for exploitation in the labor market, and it tends to serve men's interests by maintaining women's unpaid labor in the home. According to feminists, women constitute a deprived section in all parts of the world. In post-colonial states, that is the newly independent states of the Third World, women's lives are less often touched by state regulation because of the poor implementation of the state welfare provisions. Besides, women often become victims of state violence in this part of the world. Again, in the formerly socialist states of Eastern Europe, the state was associated with forced emancipation, which implied the employment of women in strenuous jobs, not suited to their capability and temperament. Diverse perspectives on the state. 259. The widespread exclusion of women from state power has still wider implications. It has caused environmental degradation, as women by nature are nature-friendly, vis-a-vis men. Moreover, men take pride in showing their valor in warfare, while women are peace-loving by nature. With the exclusion of women from power, the state tends to build its strength on military power. This results in mounting tension among nations and the lack of active cooperation among them for securing the interests of entire mankind. Pluralist perspective portrays the state as a mechanism designed to serve the interests of various groups simultaneously. It has descriptive as well as normative overtones. On the descriptive side, it deals with the working of a democratic state in the contemporary world. On the normative side, it prescribes that wherever the interests of some influential sections in society get undue prominence at the expense of other sections, the situation should be suitably rectified. A pluralist state repudiates a single center of power in society. In other words, it is characterized by multiple centers of power. Such a state does not hold supreme power. It must act as an impartial arbitrator between the claims of several social groups for the allocation of the scarce resources of the community. Further, it must justify its authority by proving to be the guardian of justice in society. Only a democratic state, which provides the right to freedom of association to its citizens, would be capable of evolving into a pluralist state. This right would enable the citizens to form independent associations for pursuing their specific interests as well as their common interest. In due course, these associations would become powerful enough to counterbalance the power of the state. The set of associations formed to pursue the larger interest of the community constitute civil society. In the contemporary world, civil society is regarded the bulwark of democratic order. An authoritarian state does not allow the formation of independent associations of citizens. If some strong associations of citizens happen to emerge in an authoritarian state, that state is likely to give way to a democratic system. For instance, the rise of Solidarity, an independent union of workers in Poland in 1980, and the emergence of environmental groups and such other associations in the Eastern Europe in 1980s culminated in the collapse of authoritarian regimes in that region. Movement toward pluralism began in early 20th century as a protest against the doctrine of state sovereignty. Léon Duguet, 1859 to 1928, a French legal theorist, contested the idea of sovereignty solely resting with the state. Harold J. Lasky, 1893 to 1950, an English political thinker, and Robert M. McIlver, 1882 to 1970, an American sociologist, made a fervent appeal for treating the various social groups as different centers of power in society. They argued that 260, an introduction to political theory, the state should compete with these groups for winning the loyalty of citizens by serving their interests more effectively. Contemporary concept of the pluralist state appeared in a different form. Robert Dahl and Charles Lindblom's Politics, Economics, and Welfare, 1953, and Robert Dahl's A Preface to Democratic Theory, 1956, and Who Governs, 1961, are regarded as landmarks in the evolution of the theory of pluralist state. They tried to demonstrate that a democratic society was marked by a widespread distribution of political resources, and that different interests prevailed in different political disputes and at different times. Dahl and Lindblom described their model of a working democracy as polyarchy. This implied a situation in which power is not centralized but dispersed among numerous interests and groups. The role of government in such a situation is little more than an honest broker in the middle. N. Polsby, in his essay Community, Power and Political Theory, 1963, went a step further and asserted that in such a situation at the bottom, nobody really dominates. The concept of pluralist state in this sense implies that all groups would bargain on equal footing, which is not the case in actual practice. Moreover, some groups may lack internal democracy, so much so that the dominant personalities in those groups may project their own will as the will of the whole group. As a result, the real interests of the members of those groups might be relegated to the background. These points were later conceded by the exponents of the pluralist theory. Thus, Charles Lindblom in Politics and Markets in 1977 admitted that business and property enjoyed a privileged position in the market-dominated polyarchies of the West, which enabled them to exercise undemocratic control of society. Then Robert Dahl in Dilemmas of Pluralist Democracy 1982 conceded that pluralism cannot be treated as an open competition between truly equal political forces. In order to reduce the inequalities of these forces, Dahl recommended those policies which would promote redistribution of power in society. Thus, the descriptive and normative sides of the pluralist perspective on the state come very close to each other. Grounds and limits of political obligation. The problem of political obligation is one of the most prominent issues of political philosophy. It is primarily concerned with the question, how far, when, and why an individual is obliged to obey the law and commands of political authority. This may be accompanied by such duties of the citizen as payment of taxes, political participation and voting, jury service and military duty, etc., which are necessary for the maintenance of political institutions. Broadly speaking, these duties are regarded as part of the individual's political obligation. Political philosophy inquires into the logical and moral grounds of political obligation so as to determine its proper scope and limits. This question is so complex that it is not possible to find its definite answer which would be universally acceptable. However, an inquiry into different viewpoints expressed in this behalf can enlighten us in finding an answer to this problem in a particular context. The doctrine of force majeure means superior strength, an irresistible compulsion or coercion. The doctrine of force majeure, therefore, regards the superior strength of the state as the source of political obligation. According to this view, the state is so powerful that the individual has no option but to obey its laws and commands, whether he likes them or not. In this sense, political obligation is based on the fear of punishment or other unpleasant consequences which would follow from disobedience of law. This view of political obligation identifies the state or government as the embodiment of political authority, its invincible power as the source of its authority. Since individual is too weak to challenge the authority of the state, his political obligation is unlimited. 262. An introduction to political theory. The difficulty with this theory is that it is not based on any moral ground. It simply invokes the dubious rule of might is right. It does not allow the individual to inquire whether a law is right or wrong. It does not care to secure his willing obedience. It does not permit the individual to resist any law or command which could be wrong in his judgment. It creates a ground of obedience which is akin to surrender under the threat of an armed robber rather than following the advice of a doctor in the interest of individual's own health. With these characteristics, it could hardly be treated as a proper theory of political obligation. Divine right theory. The theory of divine right of kings holds that the authority of the sovereign is derived from God. Hence, obedience to the state is as imperative as obedience to God. The early hints of this theory are found in the ancient Indian political thought. In Europe, this theory was developed during the ascendancy of monarchy. Its chief exponent was Robert Filmer, 1588 to 1653. In the recent times, this theory was upheld in pre-communist Tibet and some tribal kingdoms. It is seldom invoked in the modern state. Since God's will is binding on all mortals, this theory upholds an unlimited political obligation. It establishes political obligation on religious rather than moral ground. If a king turns out to be a tyrant, people have to obey him as a punishment for their sin. James I of England, 1566 to 1625, sought to justify his tyrannical rule precisely on this ground. Some writers equate the divine right theory with charismatic authority. This comparison is not well-founded. Charismatic authority is the characteristic of political leaders who command obedience of their followers because of their mystical, personal qualities, which may or may not be accompanied by invoking their divine origin. Moreover, charismatic authority is purely personal, which may vanish with the disappearance of the person holding such qualities. But divine right theory concedes inheritance of the same authority. It is therefore akin to traditional authority rather than charismatic authority. Since this theory denies any right of the individual to exercise his judgment about right and wrong and to resist any wrong law or command, this too can hardly be treated as a sound theory of political obligation. Conservative view. Conservative thinkers uphold obedience to the state or political authority for practical reasons. David Hume, 1711-76, argued that the advantages of obedience to any type of political authority outweigh the disadvantages of having no government at all. He therefore upheld unconditional political obligation in view of practical utility of a government. Edmund Burke, 1729-97, similarly argued that politics was a matter of prudence and practicability. Defending the case, Grounds and Limits of Political Obligation 263, for social continuity he contended that revolution is evil, not only because it involves violence and destruction, but also because it results in misuse of power by those who manage to capture it. Burke ruled out extreme versions of reform, because they destroy the social fabric without providing for the mechanism of its repair. In his view, society is far too complex a system to be tinkered with. A people's constitution is the result of many minds in many ages. It is no simple, no superficial thing, nor to be estimated by superficial understandings. A society is a delicate organism, developing and adapting itself to circumstances. To interfere with any major institution would start a chain of repercussions throughout the whole system, with results no man could foresee. Michael Oakeshott, 1901-90, a contemporary conservative, defined politics as the pursuit of intimations of the traditions of behavior. According to him, the aims of a political association lie within the community itself, which must be discovered, rather than imported from speculative philosophy. Political activity is neither a product of contract nor of any mutuality of purpose. It is akin to the model of informal conversation which develops by its internal logic rather than a discourse on a well-thought-out subject. Political obligation, then, is a diffuse obligation, like an obligation arising out of friendship which does not follow any fixed pattern nor emanates from any conditions of a contract. Thus, political obligation is incidental to the political activity which arises from the normal social life, rather than from the pursuit of any transcendental objectives. In a nutshell, the conservative view of political obligation is based on legitimacy rather than on consent or morality. Principle of consent. Some theories regard individuals' consent as the proper source of political obligation. According to this view, man is born free. He can be expected to obey a ruler only with his consent. In other words, a government can exercise its power only with an explicit or implicit consent of its citizens. Some thinkers argue that if an individual accepts the protection of the prevailing system through abiding by its rules, his tacit consent may be taken for granted. Others hold that mere acceptance of a legitimate authority is not sufficient to explain the source of political obligation. It must be proved that people themselves created that authority with their consent. The theory of the social contract represents the best formulation of this viewpoint. The chief exponents of the theory of the social contract are Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, John Locke, 1632 to 1704, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78. These thinkers have postulated a state of nature, that is a hypothetical stage before the creation of political authority. Social contract represents the method. 264. An introduction to political theory. Of arriving at agreement for setting up the state, it marks a transition from the state of nature to civil society. The terms of the contract define the ground and limits of political obligation. Hobbes equates men in the state of nature with wild animals. In his view, man's life in the state of nature was solitary, poor, brutish, in short. It was a state of war of each against all, and hence fraught with insecurity. Men entered into covenant to translate their urge for self-preservation into reality. Hence they surrendered all their natural rights to the newly created political authority, the sovereign. This surrender was final and irrevocable, because any departure from this position would result in the reversion to the state of nature. Although Hobbes postulates an unlimited political obligation, yet it is solely based on consent, not imposed from above. That is why Hobbes contends that a conqueror acquires dominion only if his vassals are understood to have tacitly promised obedience. Locke's picture of the state of nature is not so gloomy. He argues that man is by nature a rational creature who is generally inclined to follow the rules of morality. Hence the state of nature was a state of peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, and preservation. Civil society was established by mutual consent of the people, only to deal with the few lawbreakers who could not be allowed to be the judge in their own case. Under the social contract, man surrenders the right to be the judge in his own case to the state, which is entrusted with the task of protection of his natural right to life, liberty, and property. Government is, therefore, created as a trust which can be dissolved if it fails to perform this function. Accordingly, Locke upholds a limited political obligation and concedes individuals' right to resistance and revolution. Rousseau has painted a fascinating picture of the state of nature as a state of idyllic blissfulness when man was close to nature and enjoyed the beauty and bounty of nature without any restriction. But in due course, the increase of population and the consequent scarcity brought a sense of insecurity when natural liberty ceased to be a source of constant happiness. This led to a conflict between individuals' actual will, motivated by his immediate interest, and real will, motivated by his ultimate interest, which coincided with the interest of the community. In order to overcome this difficulty, men entered into the social contract by placing themselves under the direction and control of the general will, which represented the convergence of the real will of all members of the community. Thus, natural liberty was replaced by civil liberty, which provided for an effective security of their possessions. Rousseau, therefore, postulated absolute sovereignty and unlimited political obligation. However, this obligation is not owed to any external authority. It is addressed to the general will of the community of which the individual himself is a part. In other words, it embodies consent of the individual to subordinate his lower self to his higher self. This subordination is not inimical to his freedom, even if he feels the pinch of suppression of his lower self. That is why Rousseau postulated that man can be forced to be free. Grounds and limits of political obligation 265th. Among the exponents of the social contract, Locke alone postulates a conditional consent, hence he clearly creates a limited political obligation. Hobbes and Rousseau postulate unconditional consent and absolute sovereignty. They seem to create an unlimited political obligation, but since this obligation is based in their consent, and it is intended to serve their interest, it cannot be treated as unlimited in the real sense. Hobbes creates a powerful state structure, symbolized by Leviathan, a sea monster who dominates all others. He provides for no mechanism to curb the state if the actual sovereign turns out to be tyrannical. Rousseau, too, creates an equally powerful sovereign, but it does not stand above the community. Theoretically, this is all right. But in actual practice, sovereignty will be exercised by a government consisting of a group of persons who might project their selfish and foolish designs as the expression of the general will. Rousseau, of course, favored small communities governed by direct democracy where such a situation would not arise. But this is not practicable in modern times. So Rousseau's solution does not show us the way to prevent the abuse of force by government. In fact, the whole idea of consent given once for all is not a sound basis of political obligation. A government based on consent must be dependent on the continuous consent of a vigilant electorate, to be renewed and re-expressed at regular intervals. In this light, Locke's formulation of the social contract may be treated to be on sound footing. Idealist view. The idealist school of thought originally created an unconditional and unlimited obligation, but later it was modified to admit a note of caution. G.W.F. Hegel, 1770–1831, famous exponent of idealism, eulogized the state as the incarnation of divine reason and the march of God on earth. He argued that when individual obeys the state, he essentially follows divine reason and thereby exercises his freedom. Hegel therefore postulated an unlimited political obligation without drawing a clear distinction between the state, which was an abstract entity, and government, which consisted of a group of fallible persons exercising actual authority. It is unfortunate that fascist regimes invoked Hegel's argument to demand unconditional obedience from their citizens and led them to the path of untold disaster. It was Green, 1836–82, in the idealist tradition, who declared that government cannot claim an unconditional obedience of its citizens. Green argued that individual owes his allegiance to society, not to the state or government. Accordingly, the organized power of society should be recognized as political authority for the purpose of determining political obligation. Green's concept of political obligation is based on his concept of the common good. He pointed out that it is society, not the state, which is the pivot of the common good. 266. An introduction to political theory. Green's view of human nature is sharply opposed to the utilitarian view. Whereas utilitarians treat the human being as a pleasure-seeking animal, Green holds that human beings do not seek pleasure as such. The rational basis of human activity is will or reason, not desire or passion. As self-conscious beings, men and women wish to realize the good which they grasp along with other members of the community. According to Green, human beings do not identify their self-interest as distinctly as they identify the common good. Common good not only comprehends the good of all members of the community, but their conceptions of the common good are also identical. In his lectures on the principles of political obligation, 1882, Green argued that the state itself is obliged to promote the common good as conceived by its citizens, and that individual is obliged to obey only those laws which will promote the common good. If individuals think that they will serve the cause of the common good by defying any command of the state, their political obligation does not prevent them from such defiance. According to Green, it is the consciousness of the common good which prompts human beings to accept their duties. They tend to sacrifice their self-interest for the sake of the common good, for they realize that they can attain self-realization only as members of the community, not as separate individuals. The question of priority between the individual and the community is irrelevant, because individuals have no existence outside the community, and no community can exist without its constituent individuals. The true basis of the community lies in each individual treating every other individual as an end in itself, because each member of the community is recognized as capable of pursuing ideal objects. The true object of politics, as well as of morality, is to improve the moral character of individuals. This should be the criterion of evaluation of any institution or law. In other words, each institution or law should enable the citizens to exercise their goodwill and reason in the conduct of their affairs. It is the moral nature of human being which postulates his freedom. Freedom requires all members of the community to have equal opportunity of self-development. It is the duty of the state to create such conditions that are conducive to human freedom. Green points out that law can force the individual to perform certain acts, but these would be external acts only. No law can make them moral, because morality is dependent on something freely willed. In Green's words, will nor force is the basis of the state. Thus, Green's view of political obligation banks on the moral nature and capacity of human beings. It reduces the state to an instrument of securing the common good as conceived and defined by its citizens. By recognizing the organized power of the community, rather than the state as the object of political obligation, Green rules out the claim of any government to demand unconditional obedience from its citizens. Likewise, Harold J. Lasky, 1893–1950, ruled out unconditional obedience to any government by drawing a distinction between the state and grounds and limits of political obligation. 267. Government. He argued that if a government claims allegiance of human beings, it will have to compete with other human associations in securing their highest welfare. Marxist view. According to the Marxist view, the state is by no means the organized power of the community. It is indeed the organized power of the dominant class, particularly the class owning the major means of production. Its purpose is not general welfare, but helping the strong competitors to increase their wealth and power by exploiting the weak competitors as well as the dependent class. In a class-divided society, individual can have no political obligation toward the state. At best, an individual can have any obligation toward society, provided it is a classless and stateless society. Till such a society comes into existence, we can only think of workers' obligation toward the working class. Under the capitalist system, where enemies of the working class are in power, the worker has obligation against the state. It requires him to show solidarity with the working class in order to create a strong organization for revolution against the capitalist regime. Anarchist view. The anarchist view advocates the abolition of all organized authority, as well as the state mechanism, in order to build a society wherein all human beings shall freely and spontaneously adjust with each other without requiring an external force to regulate their relations. It therefore upholds negative political obligation. Anarchists like P.J. Proudhon, 1809–65, and Peter Kropotkin, 1842–1921, argued that all governmental authority is illegitimate because the state is indeed a coercive institution which is suited only to a corrupt and unjust society. The individual is only obliged to uphold justice, so he is obliged to resist the state and devote himself to building a new system where all members of society will spontaneously cooperate with each other. The Marxist and Gandhian views, as upholders of stateless society, come closer to the anarchist view of political obligation. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, India's father of the nation, recognized severe limits of political obligation, as his principle of civil disobedience indicates. Civil disobedience implies deliberately disobeying an unjust authority and breaking an unjust law. The duty of civil disobedience to an unjust law is the counterpart of 268, An Introduction to Political Theory. The duty of civil obedience to a just law. Civil disobedience may be resorted to as a protest against an unjust policy of government or in order to draw attention of the government to a demand for political reform. The term civil disobedience was originally coined by an American writer, Henry David Thoreau 1817-62, who published an essay in 1848 to explain why he had refused to pay taxes to the state for several years for which he had to undergo imprisonment. Thoreau argued that people must register their protest against any injustice perpetrated by their own government. Harold J. Lasky has cited the case of conscientious objectors to military service during the period of the First World War 1914-18, who had to undergo punishment for refusing to render military service as they believed in peaceful solution of all human disputes. Mahatma Gandhi sought to combine the principle of civil disobedience with his principle of non-violent struggle, and satyagraha, the principle of insistence on truth during India's struggle for independence. Gandhi set a practical example of civil disobedience when he led the march to the seashore in 1930 to defy the ban on making salt by the Indians. This ban was imposed by the British colonial rulers, which was thought to be unjust by Gandhi and his followers. Gandhi firmly believed that civil disobedience was based on a profound respect for law in general. Only unjust law should be broken. That too, when all methods of persuasion and petition for withdrawal of such law had been tried and had failed. The act of civil disobedience should be performed non-violently and in full public view, and penalties entailed by this act should be accepted willingly. It is again important that the true object of civil obedience is change of heart of the authorities concerned. This should be resorted to only against a tyrannical regime, foreign rule, or unjust government. If a government generally maintains the citizens' rights and can be influenced through democratic means, resort to civil disobedience will not be necessary. Finally, civil disobedience should not be resorted to for pressing the demands of any particular section against the general or public interest. Conclusion. Political obligation is a complex issue. Its grounds and limits have to be considered very carefully before conceding it. At the outset, it is necessary to realize that the individual owes political obligation to political authority. An idealistic view of political authority may involve a serious departure from a realistic position. Rousseau postulated political obligation to the general will. Hegel projected a divine image of the state as the object of political obligation. And Green suggested political obligation toward the organized power of society as distinguished from the state. But how do we encounter these abstract entities in real life? Philosophically, we may owe political obligation to any ideal object, but in actual life, such obligation is always demanded by a band of government officials which must be considered. Grounds and limits of political obligation 269, with utmost caution. As Lasky has succinctly pointed out, the state's claim to preeminence always means in fact the sovereignty of a government composed of fallible men whose intentions alone are not a sufficient justification for so vast a claim. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. It is important to remember that government is only an external agency. A good government is the product of human ingenuity. However, the power of reasoning is still retained by human beings themselves. It cannot be transferred to the instrument created by them. So the individual himself or herself remains the best judge as to whether a law is just or not. At the same time, no single individual can become wiser than all others. So when a law or government order is thought to be unjust, there should be full public debate and discussion of the issue. And the decision to oppose or resist it should be taken when public opinion on that issue has been largely crystallized and mobilized. Some sectional interests or opinions may still differ, and efforts should be made to understand and analyze all points of view for arriving at a consensus. It is also necessary to realize that the failure of government to fulfill all our aspirations should not be treated as a sufficient ground of resistance, because such failure could be the outcome of paucity of resources, enormity of the problem, or genuine priority of claims of others. For instance, a government should not be resisted because it failed to provide for full employment, universal education and medical care, etc., since no government on earth is expected to solve all our problems. Then, before resorting to extreme measures like dissect action, strike, picketing, hunger strike, or courting arrest in large numbers, all constitutional means and methods should be tried fairly. Finally, it is essential to see that the resistance should not be taken too far. As Burke had warned, resistance is the medicine of the Constitution, not its daily bread. Reform should be undertaken to achieve a definite objective, and the situation should be reviewed and a further program chalked out after fulfillment of that objective. If major issues are resolved, minor issues could be left to take care of themselves. Revolution is not ruled out, but it should be undertaken as a long-term program, not as a sudden overthrow of the system. A Apodori, The Substance of Politics, 1975, has rightly suggested, while the conscientious individual who leads the resistance may often be motivated by the highest moral purpose, he must remember that he may be followed by others less conscientious, who may take advantage of the opportunity to gain their selfish ends. If change is accompanied by chaos and confusion, the situation is most likely to be exploited by antisocial elements. If old order is destroyed indiscriminately without leaving the foundations for the construction of a new order, the result would be disastrous, because to destroy is easy, to reconstruct is difficult. 12. Concept of law. Law wants the characteristic of a situation where an object or individual behaves uniformly under specific conditions, indicating regularities of behavior. Law is responsible for all orderliness in the universe and society. To understand the nature of law, it is essential at the outset to distinguish between two types of law: A. Descriptive or scientific law, and B. Prescriptive or stipulative law. Descriptive or scientific law exists and operates in the universe, independently of our will. We can only discover it, but cannot alter it nor escape from it. No external agency is required to enforce it. Since it is beyond our control, its test is true or false. The terms right or wrong may be applied in its case only in the factual sense, as alternatives of true or false, and not to invoke any moral standards. In any case, we can apply our knowledge of scientific law to serve human purposes. The examples of descriptive or scientific law are law of gravitation in physics and law of diminishing returns in economics. These laws can be applied for making mechanical devices or improving industrial production. A scientific law can be challenged or redefined only by a new scientific discovery and a proof supported by experimentation. On the other hand, prescriptive law determines what an individual should or should not do under specified conditions. Each organization makes some rules for its members which are binding on them. These rules are enforced by sanctions, so that any deviation or departure from these rules makes one liable to punishment, denial of some benefit or privilege. The existence of an organization is dependent on observance of such rules. The set of such rules applicable to the larger society or community comes in the category of prescriptive law. Prescriptive law is, therefore, man-made law, adopted by human society for regulating its behavior, although it may be based on some forceful considerations, such as long-standing custom, human conscience, the prevailing level of consciousness, or dominant public opinion. However, this can be changed according to our needs and mode of thinking. For instance, a penal code which, concept of law, 271, prescribes punishment for various types of offenses is a prescriptive law. Since this type of law can be altered according to our sense of justice, its test is right or wrong in the moral sense. But when applied objectively, say, by lawyers and law courts, its test is valid or invalid, although some doctrines of fairness, reasonableness, due process, etc. may be invoked in its interpretation. In other words, the letter of law may be supplemented by the spirit of law during the course of its interpretation and enforcement. In political science and all other social sciences as well as jurisprudence, the term law is throughout applied to indicate prescriptive law, unless otherwise indicated by the context. The nature of law has been described differently by different schools of thought in view of different applications of this term. The principal schools of thought as prevalent in the Western tradition are A. Natural law school, B. Analytical jurisprudence, C. Historical jurisprudence, and D. Sociological jurisprudence. Natural law school. This school of thought sees law as representing binding obligations arising from the moral sphere. It holds that positive law or enactment draws its sanctity or authority from a higher law, the law of nature or natural law, which exists independently of our will, and which can be discovered by the human faculty of reasoning. It is, however, different from scientific law because its character is normative rather than positive. It postulates the existence of a universal system of justice or right, as distinct from human enactments and rules. Positive law. The law that expresses the will of the sovereign. Usually it is duly enacted by a legislature. It is binding on all those coming within its jurisdiction, and its violation is effectively met with punishment. This view of law has been prevalent in the West since ancient times, particularly since Stoic philosophers c. 300 BC. In Roman jurisprudence, it was recognized as a standard against which all civil law should be judged. In the medieval times, it was equated with divine law. In the 18th century, it was developed, particularly by Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, as an objective standard to which all rational nature should conform. In the contemporary world, it is particularly invoked in the arguments concerning universal human rights. 272, An Introduction to Political Theory. Analytical jurisprudence. Analytical jurisprudence, or legal positivism, owes its origin to the Anglo-American legal tradition which flourished in the 19th century. It sees all law as positive, as direct command of a competent authority, enforceable by effective sanctions. It focuses on the nature of law and technical sense of the term, as distinguished from its conception as a moral standard. It denies the status of law to such rules that are based on a body of conventions or expectations, without proper authority to enforce them effectively, such as international law. It rejects the natural law doctrine as unscientific, grounded on mythical entity, and rooted in confusion between law and morality. John Austin, 1790 to 1859, is regarded the chief exponent of this school of thought, who tried to discover the key doctrines and ideas underlying a formal legal system. Austin defined law as a command of the sovereign person or body, as promulgated in a particular political society. He argued that international law was not law in the real sense because it was neither promulgated by a sovereign nor enforced by a political superior. At best, international law could be described as positive morality, as distinguished from positive law. Subsequent thinkers in this tradition sought to modify Austin's formulations as regards the criteria of validity of positive law. Hans Kelsen, in his General Theory of Law in State 1961, argued that validity of law is derived from its proper promulgation, as well as from its conformity to a basic norm. Kelsen postulated a hierarchy of norms to which sanctions are attached. the lower-level norms derive their validity from higher-level norms so that there is a basic norm at the top of this hierarchy to which entire legal system must conform. In spite of his insistence on the normative character of law, Kelsen remains a positivist because he separates the questions of morality and moral obligation from those of legal validity and legal obligation. Hal Hart, another major thinker of this school, argued in his Concept of Law in 1961 that Austin's conception of law as based on coercive order was too narrow as it was largely derived from the model of criminal law. If viewed in proper perspective, the scope of law is not restricted to acts of command and punishment. While criminal laws embody a set of coercive orders, civil laws and procedure cannot be compared to it, as they also provide for certain private arrangements, such as contracts, marriages, and wills. Different types of law serve different purposes. Besides punishing offenders, laws may distribute benefits and regulate various organizations. Hart equates law with rules which determine duties, obligations, rights, and powers, and also provide for the procedure of lawmaking and its amendment. Hart also rejects Kelsen's conception of basic norm as based on misunderstanding. He argues that the standard of validity of a rule cannot exist in a vacuum. Its derivation is a matter of social fact rather than a hierarchy of norms standing within the legal system. For instance, an act may be lawful in terms of English law, but not so in terms of French law. Hence, norms of legal validity are indeed rooted in the social system, not in the legal system itself. Concept of Law 273. Ronald Dworkin rejected Hart's conception of law as a structure of rules and sought to reformulate the conception of law by introducing the role of principles in a legal system. In Taking Rights Seriously, 1977, Dworkin argued that Hart's model cannot be applied to analysis of all aspects of a legal system, particularly in the context of disputed cases where application of rules does not give a clear answer. In difficult cases, judges have to rely on certain principles for reaching a decision. These principles are by no means extra legal criteria, as they are used by judges as part of law. A famous example of a principle is that which holds that a man should not benefit from his own wrong. This principle has been invoked to prevent a murderer benefiting from his victim's will. Positivists, who conceive of a legal system exclusively in terms of rules, have no answer to deal with such a situation. Pointing to the distinction between rules and principles, Dworkin observed that rules are precise and their applications can be specified, whereas principles are not so precise and different principles may conflict with each other. Judges have the discretion to choose a befitting principle for reaching decision in a particular case. It is by no means an easy task. Moreover, principles can be invoked only to suggest reasons or justifications for the decision, but the decision itself cannot be derived from the application of a principle. Different principles are independent of each other. Unlike norms of rules, they cannot be arranged in a hierarchy so as to indicate primacy of one principle over another. Validity of a principle is to be sought from the realm of political theory rather than from the rationale of legal system itself. The constitutional standards and doctrines adopted by judges by invoking different principles are therefore subject to criticism like the problems of political theory. In a nutshell, critics of legal positivism have tried to highlight inadequacies of positive law by pointing to the cases which cannot be solved with the help of positive law alone. Kelsen refers to basic norm of the legal system. Hart points to the structure of rules, and Dworkin introduces reliance on principles as essential complements of positive law. All of them point to the complexity of the nature of law, which cannot be understood from its apparent form only. Historical jurisprudence. Historical jurisprudence, or legal evolutionism, believes in tracing the essence of legal ideas and institutions to their historical roots. According to this view, legal evolution is the outcome of play of social forces. Its chief exponents include F.C. Savigny, 1779 to 1861, and Henry Maine, 1822 to 88. Savigny identified law as the expression of the spirit of a particular people, their race as well as culture. He therefore recognized custom as the fundamental form of law because it originated in the life of the people. Legislation was merely a device of translating popular consciousness into enactments. 274. An Introduction to Political Theory. Henry Maine, in his Ancient Law, its connection with the early history of society and its relation to moral ideals 1861, rejected Savigny's approach to law as a heritage of a particular people. Instead, he sought to evolve a general framework in order to explain evolution of law and legal ideas in universal terms. From a comparative analysis of the evolution of legal institutions in different societies, Maine came to the conclusion that progressive societies are characterized by a movement from status to contract. In short, according to historical school, law has no fixed content. Change in social institutions and awareness bring about corresponding changes in the substance of law. Sociological jurisprudence. The exponents of this school include Ludwig Gumplowicz, 1838 to 1909, Leon Duguid, 1859 to 1928, Hugo Crabbey, 1857 to 1936, Roscoe Pound, 1870 to 1964, and Harold J. Lasky, 1893 to 1950. In sharp contrast to the analytical jurisprudence, sociological school holds that the state is not the source of law. It is only an agency to impute legal value to the rules which already exist in society to take care of social interests. Law is therefore not only prior to the state but also superior to the state. However, law has a unique importance in society as an instrument of solving social problems and achieving social progress. Thus, Roscoe Pound insists on assessment of law according to the defined social purpose. In order to achieve social progress, law should be open to interpretation and revision in the light of changing levels of social consciousness. Pound holds that the proper function of law is social engineering. In a nutshell, according to sociological school, substance of law is to be determined with reference to the social purpose which it is designed to serve. While the historical school tends to discover the essence of law from the social institutions of the past, the sociological school largely seeks its significance in our vision of the future. In technical sense, law is the command of the state, recognized by various organs of the state, and enforced by sanctions. In this sense, the state is apparently the source of all law. However, the state does not make law by itself, out of its own will. Pluralists like R.M. McIlver, 1882 to 1970, believe that law existed even before the emergence of the state. The state does not create law, but only declares it. In what forms does law exist before its formal recognition, enactment, and enforcement? An inquiry into these questions will lead us to the sources of law. Custom. Social usage or custom is the oldest and most important expression of law. Social life of human beings was regulated by custom long before the emergence, concept of Haw 275, of the state. Custom represents those modes of behavior which were found suitable after trial for a long time and which were stabilized and accepted as standard forms of behavior. Human beings came to treat them as binding rules. Those who violated these rules were ridiculed, deprived of certain privileges of social life including normal social intercourse, or punished so much so that they could be exterminated or executed. We have many customs which were neither created nor inspired by the state. For example, institutions of marriage and family based on custom are certainly prior to the state. State may make laws to regulate these institutions with the changing needs and levels of consciousness. Similarly, rules of economic transaction were derived from social usage, which eventually became the subject of elaborate legislation. Common law of England is based on custom, which is recognized by law courts as valid as law itself. Religion. In primitive communities, custom and religion were intertwined. Religion determined not only modes of worship but also a good deal of custom regulating social life. In traditional society, the close links between the priest and the king are an ample proof of close relations between religion and politics. Ancient Roman law is largely grounded in a set of religious rules. Ancient Indian codes of law cannot be distinguished from scriptures. Hindus and Muslims in India even today have their separate personal laws based on their religious beliefs and practices, particularly for regulating marriage and inheritance. Scientific commentaries. Several publicists and eminent jurists have written treatises giving interpretation of the substance of law prevailing in different countries. In these works, they have raised questions on which the law is either silent or vague or uncertain. They have advanced their well-built arguments and proofs to deal with such situations. They have expressed their opinions so effectively and convincingly that these are treated as authentic as law itself. It is true that very few of such treatises have won much recognition, yet they constitute an important source of law. In England, views of Edward Coke, 1552 to 1634, and William Blackstone, 1723 to 80, are treated as authoritative as law. In America, works of Joseph Story, 1779 to 1845, and James Kent, 1763, and 1847 enjoy similar stating. The opinions of these scholars are recognized even by law courts for arriving at their decisions. Many eminent jurists have written elaborate commentaries on Indian constitutional law. One or two of them might be recognized as authoritative in due course. Adjudication. In most countries, judicial decisions and verdicts are accompanied by explication of such principles or interpretations of law which serve as precedents for future. 276. An introduction to political theory. Decisions. The case law of England and Supreme Court decisions in America and India are the case in point. Where law is silent, vague, or uncertain, judges may express their opinions to deal with such situations, with well-built arguments and proofs. At times they tend to expand the scope of law by giving it new interpretations according to the changing needs of time, and thus make their own contribution to the existing body of law. Equity. Equity, like adjudication, is another form of judge-made law. Whereas adjudication involves interpretation and application of the existing law, equity breaks new ground. Where existing law is inadequate, judges may use their common sense or their own understanding of fairness to give relief to the party concerned. Equity is derived from the principles of natural justice rather than from the letter or the spirit of law. Equity was used in ancient Roman law. In the modern age, equity is often invoked in the cases involving law of contract, natural justice, a set of those principles of justice which belong to the unwritten part of law. These principles are invoked when the judges act according to their own sense of justice. A comprehensive list of these principles cannot be given, but those most widely recognized are as follows. No man shall be the judge in his own cause. Both sides shall be heard. The judge shall give full consideration to the case and exclude all irrelevant considerations from his mind while reaching a decision. Like cases shall be decided alike. Not only shall justice be done, but it shall be seen to be done. And finally, judgment shall include not only the bare decision, but the reasons which lead to it. Legislation. Finally, legislation may be included in this list, although it denotes the process of lawmaking rather than a source of law. With the rise of democracy, popularly elected assemblies enact a large number of measures which continuously supplement the existing body of law. Law and morality. Technically speaking, law is the product of a prescribed procedure. It is valid only if it is properly enacted and recognized. Morality, on the other hand, is based on the sense of tightness and justice. Ideally speaking, laws should be made in conformity with the principles of morality. However, in actual practice, law and concept of law. 277. Morality may take different courses. If law compels someone to act against one's conscience, a clash may arise between legal obligation and moral obligation. For example, if a worker is morally committed to a trade union which has given a call for strike, but the strike has been legally banned, one will have to face the consequences of acting against law if one chooses to honor one's moral commitment. Law is concerned with the external actions of man, and not with his inner motives. Morality springs from one's conscience, which may or may not be translated into overt acts. Thus, envy, ingratitude, and hypocrisy are morally wrong, but these will not be legally punished until they result in such actions that are legally wrong. Morality imposes certain duties on man toward other human beings and other elements of his environment which may not be legally enforceable. Law can prevent us from certain immoral acts, but it cannot make us moral. Morality can be inculcated only through proper education and a congenial cultural environment. Again, it is morality which makes U.S. law-abiding citizens. Sanction behind law is force. If law is not observed out of moral conviction, it may be observed out of fear of punishment. Departure from law will be met with punishment. Departure from morality will be followed by the prick of conscience, social disapproval, and loss of reputation. Law is relatively clear and consistent. Moral standards may at times be disputed or doubtful. These may change with time and place. Changes in law may be preceded or followed by the corresponding changes in moral consciousness. Some moral beliefs are based on superstition or outmoded thought, and law may take lead in social reform. For instance, the idea of abolition of child marriage, widow burning, untouchability, or bonded labor was first conceived by a few reformers, but it created larger moral awareness when it was translated into concrete law. Some laws are morally neutral in their apparent form, adopted as a matter of convenience for the maintenance of public order. For instance, traffic laws may direct us to keep to the left or to the right. They are morally neutral as long as they are equally applicable to all. However, observance of such laws is also inspired by our moral sense, that is, equal concern for the convenience and safety of all road users. Since our social life is practically regulated by law, it is imperative that laws should be adjusted with the changes in our moral consciousness. Otherwise, laws will prove to be tyrannical. Such laws will not only be frequently violated, but the whole system of law will be overthrown. Law and liberty. Liberty or freedom is formally defined as absence of restraint. Law, on the other hand, imposes restraints on certain activities of individuals. Does law, then? 278. An introduction to political theory. Curtail liberty, or can it be reconciled with liberty? It is a complex issue. It is possible that a tyrannical state may make tyrannical laws and destroy liberty of individuals. However, under democratic and welfare state, purpose of law is to protect and promote liberty. How does law perform this function? When liberty is accepted as a universal principle, it is imperative that liberty of one individual does not endanger the liberty of another individual. This necessitates restriction on liberty of individual so as to allow equal liberty to all. Law is precisely the means of imposing such restriction. D.D. Raphael, in his Problems of Political Philosophy 1976, has significantly observed, law restricts liberty in requiring us to do things that we might otherwise not want to do, and in requiring us to refrain from actions that we might otherwise want to do. The restrictions upon liberty imposed by the law may be intended to protect the liberty of others, or sometimes of oneself, which would be impeded by the behavior that the law restricts. Or, alternatively, the restrictions of law may be intended to promote other values than liberty. For either of these reasons, the restrictions of law may be desirable, indeed, essential. Raphael has identified 4 spheres in which restrictions imposed by law on individuals' liberty can be considered as rational: A. Crime, B. Civil disputes, C. Economic control, and D. Provision of social welfare. In the sphere of crime, such acts of individuals that are deemed to be a threat to the liberty and safety of other individuals or their own safety are declared offense under the law, for which punishment is prescribed. The law concerning such acts is called criminal law. For instance, violation of traffic rules is a crime because it jeopardizes safety of the road users. Theft, causing physical injury, rape, and murder are other examples of crime which are punishable under the law. Besides, the acts which might harm the individual himself and his family may also be declared cognizable offenses and punishable under the law. Examples of such acts include alcoholism, drug addiction, and attempt to suicide. In the sphere of civil disputes, the law relating to private rights of individuals and disputes between them is called civil law. The term individuals in the present context comprehends corporate bodies also. For instance, if an individual causes damage to another's property due to negligence, he is required to pay damages and not to undergo punishment. If somebody violates a contract or a husband harasses his wife, the aggrieved party can have recourse to civil law. Compensation for causing defamation can be claimed in a civil law court under the law of torts. In certain cases, a matter of civil law may become so grave that it becomes a subject of criminal law. Examples of such cases are fraud, misappropriation, and criminal breach of trust, for which a report can be lodged in a police station. Similarly, if rash driving results in killing somebody, it is to be dealt with under the criminal law. Concept of Law 279. In the sphere of economic control, modern state regulates a lot of economic activities, and this necessitates certain restrictions on individuals and groups. For instance, the state determines minimum wages of workers, regulates payment of dearness allowance, specifies conditions of work, and various types of compensations payable to the workers. Employers are bound by the labor laws governing such matters. Besides, law may declare some functions as essential services and ban strikes in the concerned sector. Laws governing quality control, weights and measures, prevention of adulteration, and other measures for protection of the interests of consumers may also be cited as examples of economic control. In the sphere of social welfare, the rise of welfare state has tremendously expanded the sphere of legal regulation. It provides for taxation of relatively rich sections for the provision of schools, hospitals, cheaper transport and housing, etc., for the relatively poor sections as well as for the common services. Similarly, entrepreneurs may be encouraged or even obliged to set up industries in backward areas to ensure development of those areas. Broadly speaking, the law in this sphere is used as an instrument of social justice. Conclusion: the conflicting claims of law and liberty as well as those of law and morality can be reconciled only when it can be proved that the restrictions imposed by law are based on logical or rational grounds, that is, they are intended to broaden the scope of liberty or to improve the moral standards of society on the whole. Rule of law denotes a principle of governance, which requires the following conditions to be fulfilled. A law of the land should be properly notified so that the citizens know as to how it will affect them. B. Laws should be general in form so that they are uniformly applicable to all the citizens. There should be no separate laws for any specific category of the people. C. No law should be applicable with retrospective effect. And finally, D. Power of governance should be exercised strictly in accordance with the procedures, principles, and restraints provided in the body of law, and not on any other basis. The main thrust of the rule of law is that government should not be arbitrary, but should be conducted through the procedures authorized by legislation and passed in proper form. Citizens should be punished for breaches of law and for nothing else, and official status should not protect a person from the operation of legal sanctions if he has broken the law. A.V. Dicey, 1835 to 1922, The Eminent. 280, An Introduction to Political Theory. British jurist in his Introduction to the Study of the Law of the Constitution 1885, termed the rule of law the governing principle of the British Constitution. According to him, it stands for equality before the law, which implied equal subjection of all classes, including the officials, to ordinary law of the land, administered by ordinary law courts. This was the distinct feature of the British legal system as distinguished from the French legal system. Under the French legal system, disputes between officials and subjects were dealt with by a special division of the judicial system, while in England they were dealt with by ordinary law courts concerned with disputes between subject and subject. Officials in England did not enjoy immunity from law as enjoyed by foreign diplomats. However, Dicey's reference to the French legal system should not be interpreted to mean that the French maintain an administrative law, which is not the part of their ordinary law. In fact, the French administrative law is very much the part of their legal system, which is the basis of its validity. It would be wrong to say that the French civil and criminal law is the part of their ordinary law, but their administrative law does not fall in this category. The only distinctive feature of the French is that in France, the disputes between officials and ordinary citizens are dealt with by a specialized branch of their judicial system, whereas such disputes in England are dealt with by ordinary law courts. The precise distinction between the two lies in their respective judicial organization, and not between the nature of their legal system. Systems. Rule of law in England also implies that since there is no provision of constitutional guarantee of the rights of the citizens because of its unwritten constitution, the remedies, benefits, and liberties provided in their ordinary law are the foundation of their constitutional system. Dicey's critics argue that the rule of law simply regulates the legal procedure. It is silent as regards the content of law. It has no mechanism to contain the unlimited sovereignty of the British Parliament. If the Parliament enacts an unjust or discriminatory law, it cannot be remedied by the rule of law. However, this criticism is based on a very narrow interpretation of Dicey's thought. Dicey himself pointed out that the true meaning of this principle can be understood by carefully examining the manner in which the law of England deals with the right to personal freedom, freedom of discussion, public meetings, martial law, collection, and expenditure of public revenue, and the responsibility of ministers. Thus, the essence of the rule of law lies in the provision of legal protection of individual rights. It is true that the unrestricted sovereignty of the British Parliament provides for no scope of constitutional guarantees. Yet this sovereignty is controlled by constitutional conventions which make the legal sovereign accountable to the political sovereign, that is, the electorate. Truly speaking, the term rule of law comprehends those devices of limited government which are adopted for the protection of rights of the citizens. In other democratic countries where written constitutions have been adopted, such as the United States and India, civil rights are protected by constitutional guarantees. Concept of law. 281. These rights represent a concrete expression of the tenets underlying the wider interpretation of the rule of law. In common parlance, rule of law requires that laws should be definite and unambiguous, clearly notified and made known to everybody, and equally applicable to all. But it does not imply identical rights and duties of all citizens. This may be illustrated by the case of traffic regulation. Every road user is governed by the same law, but it does not rule out streamlining of traffic according to the nature, size, and speed of each vehicle. Here, rule of law requires that every road user should be fully aware as to which side or lane he or she should take, how to give way to faster traffic, how to overtake slower traffic, where one is allowed to turn, slow down or stop, and so on. It may even give priority to police vehicles, ambulance, fire service vehicles, and other emergency services over the rest of the traffic, provided they display proper signs of warning, and make necessary announcements to this effect. Concept 13. Of power. Significance of power. Power may be regarded as one of the central concepts of political science. It is said that the concept of power holds the same status in the realm of political science as held by the concept of money in the realm of economics. The focus on power emancipates the study of politics from the status of an appendage to the study of philosophy or history or law. It also transcends the realm of formal institutions to focus on the real motives and objectives of human beings, which lie behind all political activity and institution building. During the early phase of development of modern political science, Frederick Watkins had observed, the proper scope of political science is not the study of the state or of any other specific institutional complex, but the investigation of all associations insofar as they can be shown to exemplify the problem of power, the state as a concept of political science, 1934. This view was confirmed by William A. Robson, who suggested, it is with power in society that political science is primarily concerned, its nature, basis, processes, scope, and results. The focus of interest of the political scientist is clear and unambiguous. It centers on the struggle to gain or retain power, to exercise power or influence over others, or to resist that exercise. The University Teaching of Social Sciences, Political Science, 1954. In fact, the significance of power in the political phenomenon was brought out by traditional thinkers like Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527, Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, and Nietzsche, 1844 to 1900s, as well as by modern writers like Max Weber, Catlin, Merriam, Laswell, Kaplan, Watkins, Treitschke, and Morgenthau. The exponents of the power view of politics focus on the study of the acquisition, maintenance, concept of power, 283, and loss of power. H. Laswell and A. Kaplan, Power and Society, 1950, have defined political science as the study of the shaping and sharing of power. Max Weber's definition of politics also implies a focus on power in the context of national, as well as international politics. Politics is the struggle for power, or the influencing of those in power, and embraces the struggle between states as well as between organized groups within the state. Cited in G.E.G. Catlin, Systematic Politics. Similarly, Michael Curtis, Comparative Government and Politics, 1978, has observed, politics is organized dispute about power and its use, involving choice among competing values, ideas, persons, interests, and demands. Elucidating the scope of the study of politics, Curtis continues, the study of politics is concerned with the description and analysis of the manner in which power is obtained, exercised, and controlled, the purposes for which it is used, the manner in which decisions are made, factors which influence the making of those decisions, and the context in which those decisions take place. If power is so important for the study of politics, what is meant by power? Meaning of power. Bertrand Russell, Power, A New Social Analysis, 1938, has defined power as the production of intended effects. In other words, power denotes the ability of a person to fulfill his desires or to achieve his objectives. In popular parlance, the term power may be used in multifarious contexts. For instance, we talk of the power of man over nature or material things, and the power of man over man. Most of the theorists of power, including Russell, prefer to restrict its use to power over human beings. Thus, Robert Dahl, Modern Political Analysis, 1991, defines power as a kind of influence. It is exercised when compliance is attained by creating the prospect of severe sanctions for non-compliance. H.V. Wiseman, Political Systems, Some Sociological Approaches, 1966, defines power as the ability to get one's wishes carried out despite opposition. Stephen L. Wasby, Political Science, The Discipline and Its Dimensions, 1972, has similarly observed, power is generally thought to involve bringing about of an action by someone against the will or desire of another. All these definitions give prominence to that aspect of power which is exercised by a man or a group over an unwilling lot. They are, therefore, one-sided. Power, to be effective and stable, often takes the character of authority, which also comprehends legitimacy. That is the capacity to secure willing obedience. Use of force or coercion or sanctions may be resorted to only when legitimacy fails to work. It is authority which ensures social acceptance and effective implementation of rules, policies, and decisions. It is therefore necessary to understand the precise relationship between power, authority, and legitimacy. 284. An Introduction to Political Theory. Authority equal to power plus legitimacy. Authority consists of two important components, power and legitimacy. Legitimacy of a rule or decision implies that the members of society treat that rule or decision as beneficial to society as well as to themselves, so they willingly tend to abide by it. Power alone involves capacity to get a decision obeyed by others against their will. Robert M. McCulver, The Web of Government, 1965, has aptly defined power as the capacity in any relationship to command the service or compliance of others. Power may involve use of force, but service or compliance of others will best be obtained when they regard the command as right, good, or beneficial. Power, to be effective and stable, must be accompanied by the capacity to secure willing obedience. Use of force or coercion or sanctions may be resorted to only when legitimacy fails to work. If we think of power as a naked sword, authority may be envisaged as a sword in its scabbard. If power is based on fear or force, legitimacy is based on respect and willing compliance. Authority is, therefore, the most effective instrument of exercising power in the sphere of politics. Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, identified three types of authority prevalent in the modern state. Firstly, traditional authority involves the right to rule as established by tradition, such as hereditary or dynastic rule. Secondly, charismatic authority results from exceptional personal characteristics of the political leader, or his magnetic personality, as exemplified by Hitler. Finally, legal rational authority emanates from the political office held by an individual, where he is appointed through the prescribed procedure, such as merit-based selection, promotion, election, rotation, or nomination, and not from the personal characteristics of the individual holding an office. In other words, legal rational authority is attached to an office which automatically extends to the individual holding that office. Weber recognized that none of these categories existed in pure form. In any case, legal rational authority, which is the chief characteristic of bureaucracy, is the outstanding attribute of the modern state. Weber's analysis of authority. I traditional, based on the long-established tradition, for example the hereditary rule. Authority, right to obtain. Compliance. I charismatic, based on extraordinary. Personality of the leader, for example the rule of a popular dictator. I legal rational, based on the office of the individual, obtained through the prescribed procedure, for example the rule of bureaucracy. 285. Concept of power. Social analysis of power cannot be confined to the realm of political power. Economic and ideological forms of power should also be taken into account as they play an important role as the support bases of political power. It is therefore necessary to distinguish between these three major forms of power. Political power. According to Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, the concept of political power is a key concept in the study of politics. For if politics is the resolution of conflict, the distribution of power within a political community determines how the conflict is to be resolved, and whether the resolution is to be effectively observed by all parties. In order to identify the nature of political power, it is essential, at the outset, to distinguish between the formal and informal organs of such power. Legislature, executive, and judiciary are the traditionally recognized organs of power in a state. They represent the formal organs. The obedience secured by these organs, backed by sanctions, is an important form of political power. Executive and legislature, taken together, make laws, policies, and decisions regulating the allocation of values in a society. They impose taxes and use a vast machinery for the collection of taxes. They issue licenses, permits, and regulate a large variety of citizens' actions, such as keeping vehicles and arms, running certain businesses, maintaining the quality of products, working conditions of the labor, building of houses, etc. There is police to catch hold of offenders, courts to try the offenders and settle disputes, and prisons to punish the convicts. Then military is meant to deal with foreign aggressors. In short, formal organs of political power play an effective role in a given territory. Informal organs of political power not only take the form of political parties in power and in opposition, but also a large number of pressure groups, public opinion, popular movements, etc. Thus, political power is not the sole prerogative of the formal organs of the state, but these organs themselves are responsive to the inputs received from the environment. This may be illustrated with reference to three cases. In independent states, public opinion, popular movement, and organized interests directly influence the decision-making. In democracies, the ruling party is bound to seek a fresh mandate from the people at regular intervals. 2. In the colonies, dependencies, and dictatorships, the struggle for independence and strong popular movements are sooner or later able to secure not only substantial concessions, but even to win their independence. And T. In the international sphere, organized groups of nations do exercise their influence on the authoritative allocation of values. The constant pressure exercised by the third world countries on the superpowers to change their economic and foreign policies is a case in point. 286. An introduction to political theory. Economic power. Economic power is the power emanating from the possession of material things, especially the major means of production and distribution. It is a potent factor behind politics. For instance, big landlords, industrial tycoons, and business magnates are able to influence public decisions regarding the fixation of priorities in economic development in a liberal democracy. In India itself, the organized economic interests have been able to secure priority of color TV for the urban rich over drinking water for the rural poor. The possessors of economic power in a liberal democracy exercise their influence on politics in several ways. Their pressure groups are stronger, more organized, and more vocal. For instance, in India, the chambers of commerce and industry are very strong, the workers' unions are not as strong, peasants' unions are less strong, and consumers' organizations are the weakest lot. The major newspapers are owned by a handful of big business houses who take full advantage of this medium to promote opinion which suits their interests. Besides, the big business houses extend a large amount of financial help to political parties, often clandestinely, and to the candidates seeking elections. The recipients of such help play a dual game. They pay lip service to the interests of the masses, but are secretly committed to safeguarding the interests of their financiers. Ideological power. Ideological power provides a more subtle base of political power. The ideas upheld and promoted by the ruling class in a given society regarding the best system of government constitute political ideology. Ideology may be defined as a systematic set of arguments and beliefs used to justify an existing or desired social order. Joseph Dunner, ed., Dictionary of Political Science, 1965. An outstanding feature of political ideology is that it provides legitimacy to the ruling classes and helps them maintain their stronghold on political power. When people are made to believe that a particular system of government is the best system, they will not be inclined to challenge the authority of the ruling classes. When people have learned to respect their laws, the need for coercion to secure their obedience would be eliminated or at any rate, minimized. Political ideology involves not only a set of beliefs, it is always action-oriented. It puts forward a cause for which people are prepared not only to fight, but to make a lot of sacrifices. As Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, has elaborated, individuals are prepared to fight for causes, often realistically hopeless causes, or to undergo ill treatment and torture in the belief that some political values are superior to others. Ideology is often devoid of reason. It picks up certain convenient formulae and elevates them to the level of absolute truth by exploiting people's sentiments. Thus, some ideas are held sacrosanct by a particular group, while others remain indifferent or even disdainful toward those very ideas. 287. Concept of power. Ideological power represents the manipulative power of the dominant class which holds sway on the thinking and emotions of the people. Ideology even creates an illusion of consent. Under an ideological spell, the people express their approval to the rule of particular persons and policies. They are led to believe that they are being governed with their consent, while they actually continue to be governed according to the designs of the dominant classes. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846, had noted that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. According to them, the class which owns the means of material production in any society also controls the means of mental production. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist, gave the concept of hegemony to explain the phenomenon of ideological domination, particularly of the capitalist class, in the contemporary society. Hegemony, in this sense, denotes a form of rule where power is apparently exercised with the consent of the ruled. According to Gramsci, the spiritual and cultural supremacy of the ruling class in the capitalist state was accomplished through the manipulation of civil society, particularly through the mechanism of socialization, such as the church, the school, and the peer groups. Gramsci's concept of hegemony also explains why the working class parties have only achieved a relatively moderate degree of success in the open competition for political power in the capitalist countries. Gramsci, therefore, insisted that revolution in the economic sphere was not enough to end the capitalist domination. It was necessary to reinforce revolution in the cultural sphere in order to achieve this end. A critical appraisal. The chief merit of the power approach lies in its ability to identify the motive force operating behind politics. Moreover, it can be applied to an analysis of domestic as well as international politics. However, this approach suffers from several drawbacks. In the first place, it lacks precision. As Vernon van Dijk has elucidated, power is said to derive from sources ranging from tacitly accepted rules of politeness to the possession of spaceships. And it is said to manifest itself in situations ranging from a request that the salt be passed at the dining table to a situation in which states are exchanging all-out thermonuclear blows. Political Science, A Philosophical Analysis, 1960. This sort of imprecision in the concept of power itself defies any classification or quantification of data for the purpose of political analysis. Secondly, this approach seeks to reduce all politics to a struggle for power and ignores other important purposes for which men have recourse to politics. As Dijk has further elaborated, political actors rarely, if ever, struggle for power alone. They pursue other purposes too. The theory that politics is a struggle for power does not say how much power is desired or what price political actors are. 288. An Introduction to Political Theory. Willing to pay for it in terms of other values. The thoughtless assumption that all political actors constantly seek a maximization of power at any price is obviously false. Finally, all struggle for power in different social situations cannot be treated as a subject matter of politics. For instance, competition among film actors to win popular applause or that between textile manufacturers to control consumer choices do involve struggle for power, but that is hardly a manifestation of politics. Politics is concerned only with a struggle for power to control public affairs, that is to have access to positions of taking decisions for the allocation of public goods, services, opportunities, and honors. Any deviation from this focus will make the power approach a futile exercise. All men would be tyrants if they could. Abigail Adams, J. 776. The student of politics is chiefly concerned with identifying the centers of power in a given society or in an international setting and relating them to the mode of authoritative allocation of values prevailing in that setting. This approach to the study of politics is a typically modern approach. It should not be confused with the traditional approach which recognized a threefold division of the powers of a government, legislative, executive, and judicial, and tried to describe them according to the formal constitution of a given country. The modern approach marks a departure from the traditional one as it implies a shift in focus from the formal organization to the informal one. In other words, we are no longer satisfied by learning as to who rules a country according to its constitution. We want to know and identify the groups and classes which actually wield power, although the Constitution guarantees equality of status and opportunity. Political power in a country is always rooted in its socio-economic and ideological structures. It is, therefore, essential to discover the real sources and centers of power in order to understand politics. Can we identify such groups in society out of which one group has constantly exercised power over another group? Different schools of thought have offered different answers to this question. Marx's school of thought views the situation in class perspective. Elitist school of thought holds that an elite group always dominates the masses. Then, feminist school of thought tends to analyze the situation in gender perspective. Finally, pluralist theory uphold group perspective on power to show that several groups in society have their own share in the exercise of power. Concept of power 289. Fifth, class perspective. Class is the source of power. Class perspective on power was developed by Marx 1818-83 and Engels 182,095 during the mid of the 19th century. According to this theory, political power is the product of economic power. In other words, the tree of political power grows on the roots of economic power. The edifice of political power is raised on the foundation of economic power. Economic power is vested in the ownership of means of social production. From the dawn of civilization, society was divided into two antagonistic classes, haves and have-nots, on the basis of ownership of the means of social production. In the ancient society, these classes were represented by masters and slaves, in the medieval society, by lords and serfs, and in the modern capitalist society, by capitalists and workers. Means of social production, means by which material production is carried out for the larger society. These include land, mines, forests, buildings, capital, machinery, organization, and labor. When society is divided into classes, all means except labor are owned by the dominant class. Labor alone is retained by the dependent class. This theory recognized class as the organizing category for exercising power in society. Those who managed to grab ownership of the means of social production organized themselves into the dominant class and forced the rest of society to do hard work on the terms dictated by the former. This part of society was reduced to dependent class. The dominant class resorted to intense exploitation of the dependent class in order to strengthen its power and position. The dependent class could also organize itself and launch a struggle against the dominant class in order to put an end to the regime of exploitation. This would lead to the emergence of class conflict or class struggle. Thus, the opening sentence of Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels, 1848 reads, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." In any case, the conditions prevailing in the past ages did not permit or enable the dependent class to organize itself fully so as to enter the phase of a decisive class struggle. It was only under capitalism that the working class found an opportunity to build its strong organization to fight against its oppressors. In the ancient slave-owning society, the slaves were scattered to distant households with little communication among themselves. In the medieval feudal society, the serfs were similarly scattered to distant agricultural estates. But in the modern capitalist society, the conditions of industrial production led to the concentration of workers in big cities with strong communication between themselves. They became not only conscious of their strength but also of their common. 290. An introduction to political theory. Enemy, the capitalist class which exploited them so intensely. Marx and Engels believed that the overthrow of capitalist class was not only imminent but also inevitable. Communist Manifesto gave a clarion call, "Workers of all countries unite." Its concluding part reads, "The communists openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win." This doctrine of class struggle was strongly endorsed by Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Mao Zedong, and other leading Marxists. However, Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist of early 20th century, introduced the concept of hegemony to explain the subtle sources of capitalist domination. It added a new dimension to the strategy to fight against capitalism in contemporary society. Capitalism, a system of production in which the means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery and capital, distribution and exchange are owned by private entrepreneurs. Bourgeoisie, the class comprising of the owners of means of social production, distribution and exchange under capitalism. The capitalist class. Proletariat, the class comprising of propertyless workers under capitalism, the working class. Socialism, a system of production in which the means of social production, distribution, and exchange are placed under social ownership and control. Exponents of Marxism believe that the class struggle led by the working class would culminate in a socialist revolution. This would mean overthrow of capitalism and setting up a new economic and political system in which all means of social production would be placed under social ownership and control. During the socialist phase, work would be made compulsory for every able-bodied person, and efforts will be made for fuller development of the forces of production. This would eventually result in the emergence of communist society, which would be a classless society. With the abolition of the division of society into dominant and dependent classes, the use of power will become redundant. Power and hegemony. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, admired the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 of Russia, as a victory of the willpower over economic conditions. But he also warned that, concept of power, 291. This strategy would not be suitable under the conditions prevailing in Western society where the working class had come to accept the existing arrangements. He set aside certain assumptions of classical Marxism and produced a new analysis of the bourgeois state. Gramsci noted that the real source of strength of the ruling classes in the West is manifested in their spiritual and cultural supremacy. These classes managed to inculcate their value system in the mind of their people through the institutions of the civil society. Gramsci particularly focused on the structures of domination in the culture of the capitalist society. The conventional Marxist theory had held that economic mode of production of any society constituted its base, while its legal and political structure and various expressions of its social consciousness, including religion, morals, social custom and practices, constituted its superstructure. It believed that the character of the superstructure was determined by the prevailing character of its base. During the course of social development, the changes in the base led to the corresponding changes in the superstructure, so it focused on changes in the base. The superstructure was not regarded to deserve an independent analysis. Gramsci did not accept this position. He suggested that the superstructure of the contemporary Western society had attained some degree of autonomy, hence its analysis was also necessary. Gramsci particularly focused on the structures of domination in the culture of the bourgeois society. He identified two levels of this superstructure. A political society or state which resorts to coercion to maintain its domination. The whole organization of government comes within its purview. The structures associated with this part of superstructure are called structures of coercion. B. Civil society which resorts to obtaining consent of the citizens to maintain its domination. This part of the superstructure is closer to the base, and it is relatively autonomous. The structures associated with this part are called structures of legitimation. Gramsci pays special importance to this part of the superstructure. According to Gramsci, the institutions of civil society, family, school, and church familiarize the citizens with the rules of behavior and teach them to show natural respect to the authority of the ruling classes. These structures lend legitimacy to the rule of the bourgeois class, so that even injustice involved in this rule would carry the impression of justice. That is why these are called structures of legitimation. They enable the bourgeois society to function in such a manner that the ruling classes seem to be ruling with the consent of the people. When the power is apparently exercised with the consent of its subject, it is called hegemony. 292. An Introduction to Political Theory. Gramsci's analysis of bourgeois society. Bourgeois society, I, base, I, capitalist mode of production, superstructure, I, legator and political structure, religion, morals, social practices, etc. Structures of domination, civil society, political society, family, school, church, etc. Governmental organization. I, structures of legitimation, structures of coercion. Gramsci points out that the structures of legitimation within the bourgeois society usually prevent any challenge to its authority. Bourgeois society largely depends on the efficiency of these structures for its stability. It is only when civil society fails to prevent dissent that political society is required to make use of its structures of coercion, including police, courts, and prisons. This analysis leads us to the conclusion that the strategy of communist movement should not be confined to the overthrow of the capitalist class, but it should make a dent in the value system that sustains the capitalist rule. This value system is likely to persist through the institutions of civil society, even under socialist mode of production. Fresh efforts will have to be made to transform the culture of that society by inculcating socialist values in the minds of the people. According to Gramsci, it would be futile to hope that true socialism would automatically emerge from the ashes of capitalism. Gramsci tried to convince the Marxists that they should emerge from the spell of economics and continue their ideological warfare in the field of culture, art and literature, and philosophical debates. The revolutionaries must infiltrate the autonomous institutions of civil society and create a new mass consciousness informed by the socialist value system. Gramsci was primarily a humanist. He was opposed to any type of tyranny. He did not want to use revolution in order to set up a coercive state, but wanted to democratize all institutions. In fact, he sought to replace the state by a regulated concept of power. 293, society where all decisions would be made through consensus and not by means of coercion. Elite theory of power was advanced in early 20th century by three famous sociologists, Pareto, Mosca, and Michels. The term elite, as a category of sociological analysis, was introduced by Pareto, while the idea associated with this theory was floated earlier by Mosca. Like class theory, elite theory accepts a broad division of society into dominant and dependent groups, but unlike class theory, elite theory treats this division as somewhat natural. It regards competence and aptitude, and not the emergence of private property, to be responsible for this division. Again, while class theory held that the division of society into dominant and dependent classes could be set aside through a socialist revolution, elite theory sees little prospects of a thoroughgoing change in this position. The term elite was derived from the French, where it meant to be something excellent. Vilfredo Pareto 1848 to 1923, an Italian sociologist, in his The Mind and Society, 1915-19, used the term elite to indicate a superior social group, that is a group of people who show highest ability in their field of activity, whatever its nature might be. It was a minority group which took all major decisions in society. The other part of society which fell short of this level of ability was termed as mass of the people, or masses. Masses are characterized by the lack of qualities of leadership and the fear from responsibility. They feel that it would be safe to follow the elite. Within the elite, Pareto distinguished between governing elite and non-governing elite. Governing elite is one that wields power for the time being, while non-governing elite constantly endeavors to replace it by showing greater ability and excellence. In short, behavior of elite is characterized by a constant competition between governing and non-governing elites. This results in what is called circulation of elites. In any case, masses have no chance of entering the ranks of elites. Apart from intelligence and talent, Pareto also recognizes courage and cunning as the qualities of elite. He observes that the lions who are distinguished by their courage are more suited to the maintenance of status quo under stable conditions, while the foxes who are distinguished by their cunning are adaptive and innovative and cope better during periods of change. Gaetano Mosca, 1858 to 1941, was also an Italian sociologist. In his noted work, The Ruling Class, 1896, he postulated that the people are necessarily divided into two groups, the rulers and the ruled. The ruling class controls most of the wealth, power, and prestige in society. The ruled are not competent to replace it. 294. An introduction to political theory. Whatever form of government might be adopted, it is always this minority which exercises all power in society. Mosca defined ruling class as a political class that represents the interests of the important and influential groups, especially in a parliamentary democracy. In any case, the ruling class tends to invoke moral and legal principles in order to win consent of the ruled. While Pareto regards intelligence and talent as the outstanding qualities of elite, Mosca's ruling class was distinguished by its capacity of organization. Of the two Italian elitists, Mosca is more democratic. He believed that leadership could emerge at all levels, including grassroots level. Each stratum of society has the potential of producing good organizers for itself. They need not look for outsiders for their guidance and control. Mosca argued that the dominance of the ruling class was essential to provide for proper organization of the unorganized majority. Members of the ruling minority always enjoy a high degree of esteem in the eyes of the people because of their outstanding qualities. Mosca also held that a constant competition between the upper and lower strata of society led to the circulation of elites. While class theory held that the division of society into classes was based on exploitation, elite theory believed that the division of society into elite and masses was functional. They compensate each other in sustaining the social organization. This division does not give rise to any injustice in society. Hence, the masses need not rise in revolt against the ruling class. Under this system, social change, if any, would be confined to the circulation of elites. In this process, an outmoded elite may be replaced by a more dynamic elite, but masses will have no opportunity to come to power. A significant contribution to elite theory was made by Robert Michels, a German sociologist. In his famous work Political Parties, a sociological study of the oligarchical tendencies of modern democracy 1911, Michel propounded his iron law of oligarchy. He proceeded to demonstrate that every organization, whatever its original aims, is eventually reduced to oligarchy, that is the rule of the chosen few. He held that majority of human beings are apathetic, indolent, and slavish. They are permanently incapable of self-government, so they have to bank upon their leaders for pursuing their social objectives. Trade unions, political parties, and other organizations are the vehicles of such leadership. Michels points out that any organization may be set up with democratic aims, but as the organization grows in size and complexity, its management is left to the professional experts. In due course, these experts or leaders become indispensable for the organization. They use their manipulative skills, including oratory, persuasion, and playing upon sentiments of the people in order to perpetuate themselves in power. They become so prominent by virtue of their expertise and experience that it becomes very difficult to replace them at periodical re-election. Concept of power. 295. In exercising their undisputed power, they set aside the original aims of the organization. This iron law of oligarchy rules out the possibility of circulation of elites, as envisaged by Pareto and Mosca. It belies all hopes of democracy in any society or organization. All forms of government are also destined to be reduced to oligarchy. However, critics of Michel's iron law of oligarchy point out that this law cannot be uniformly applied to all organizations. Members of some organizations could be more vigilant, vocal, and assertive than those of others. Again, some organizations by their nature could be more democratic than others. For example, political parties may offer more options to their members than trade unions. In any case, Michel's observations could serve as a warning to those who sincerely believe in democratization of institutions. Oligarchy, a form of organization in which a small group of the chosen few makes all decisions, largely in its own interest. This group is also called oligarchy. The elite theory, thus developed by its exponents, was applied by some subsequent writers to the practical situations. Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, a German sociologist inspired by this theory, came to reject the prevalent definition of democracy as government by the people. He sought to redefine democracy as a competition for political leadership. In his essay on Socialism 1918, Weber emphatically pointed to the relative independence of political power. He argued that if socialism is sought to be established through a socialist revolution, it was destined to become the dictatorship of officials rather than the dictatorship of proletariat, as envisaged by Marxist theory. Weber asserted that the inequality of political power is in no way diminished or eliminated by the abolition of classes. In other words, even in the so-called classless society, all power was bound to be concentrated in the hands of the few. A democratic form of government was preferable because it provided for an open competition for political leadership. This model of democracy was adopted and further developed by Joseph Schumpeter, 1883 to 1950, an American economist and social thinker. C. Wright Mills, 1916 to 62, an American sociologist, presented a new version of elite theory in his famous work, The Power Elite, 1956. He preferred the term power elite to ruling class. While Marxian concept of ruling class implied that an economic class would exercise all political power in society, Mill's concept of power elite implied a combination of several groups who exercised all power by virtue of their high status in all important spheres of social life. It signified an inner circle of power holders in modern American society. Mills observed that modern American society was ruled by a set of three loosely interlocking groups who had come to occupy the pivotal positions of 296th, an introduction to political theory. Power, the captains of industry, military leaders, and prominent politicians. These three groups, taken together, constituted the power elites. They not only share their cultural and psychological orientations, but also often share their social origins. In other words, the top groups in economic, military, and political organizations in the United States were linked by ties of family and friendship and shared common social backgrounds. According to Mills, the power elites do not owe their power to fulfilling social demands. They themselves are capable of creating such demands. They occupy the strategic command posts within the social structure. Power elites constitute a self-conscious class whose members help each other on the basis of mutual understanding, tolerance, and cooperation in order to strengthen each other's power and position. They project their image of high moral character only with a view to commanding respect in society, but they are scarcely sensitive to their moral or social responsibility. Gender perspective on power is represented by feminist theory. It recognizes the division of society into two broad groups on the basis of gender. Men and women, VO, act as dominant and dependent groups respectively. This division was created by nature for sustaining the human race and to enable the human beings to build up an excellent civilization and culture. But it is society which placed men and women in dominant and dependent positions respectively. Feminists demand a thoroughgoing change in this arrangement and wish to liberate women from the undue dominance of men. The age-old and universal dominance of man over woman is manifested in the concept of patriarchy. Friedrich Engels, in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884, observed that in the antiquity, when the institution of marriage was not invented, lineage of a person could be reckoned only through the female line. Consequently, women as mothers were treated with a high degree of consideration and respect. The transition to monogamy, in due course, where the woman belongs exclusively to one man, implied the erosion of that respect. In Engels' own words, the overthrow of mother right was the world historic defeat of the female sex. The man seized the reins in the house also, the woman was degraded, enthralled, the slave of the man's lust, a mere instrument for breeding children. The first effect of the sole rule of the men that was now established is shown in the patriarchal family. Literally, patriarchy means rule of the father. The term was originally used to describe the social organization based on the authority of male heads of households. In the contemporary usage, it has come to mean male domination in general. It is now used to describe a social system in which men dominate, oppress, and exploit women. It comprehends the various ways in which men. Concept of power, 297, exercise power over women. Broadly speaking, the social relations involving reproduction, violence, sexuality, including the use of pornography and work culture, are identified as the parts of patriarchal system. Modern theories of patriarchy postulate that there is a fundamental division of interests between most men and most women as a result of social structuring of gender relations. Some writers focus on biological differences between men and women as the basis of patriarchy. For instance, they point out that men show their greater physical strength in warfare, and women are constrained by nature to perform an elaborate role in the reproductive function. Others see sexuality as an instrument of control of women by men. Still others focus on male violence as the basis of this control. Again, some feminists have asserted that men benefit from women's labor, both as unpaid housework and as poorly paid work in the labor market. Feminist sociologists have broadly given three types of account of patriarchy. In the first place, those influenced by the work of the French psychoanalysts and structuralists have argued that a society's culture is dominated by the symbols of male origin. According to the second account, patriarchy is essentially based on the household in which men dominate women economically, sexually, and culturally. This view treats marriage contract as a labor contract through which women exchange unpaid domestic services for their upkeep. Finally, Marxist feminists argue that patriarchy and capitalism support each other. Within the household, men take the benefit of women's unpaid domestic labor, and thus relieve their employer, the capitalist, of the liability to pay for that labor. Outside the home, women are segregated to perform some specific jobs for which very low wages are paid. In fact, all these accounts focus on different aspects of women's exploitation in society, and they should be read together to draw a full picture of the situation. The extent of economic exploitation of women in contemporary society is amply reflected in a United Nations report 1980. It reads, women constitute half the world's population, perform nearly 2/3 of its work hours, receive 1/10 of the world's income, and own less than 1/100th of the world's property. In other spheres of life, for example cultural and social spheres, similar data to show the extent of exploitation of women by men might not be available. But a general awareness about this exploitation led to strong protests manifested in women liberation movement which emerged in the United States since the early 1970s. Soon this movement also spread to Europe and other parts of the world. This movement focused on equal rights and status for women in a male-dominated society. Some prominent organizations associated with this movement were National Organization for Women Now, Boston's Bread and Roses, Berkeley Women's Liberation Group, Women's Radical Action Project, Women's Equity Action League, WHEEL, National Women's Political Caucus, NWPC, etc. An introduction to political theory. Broadly speaking, women liberation movement demanded truly equal treatment of men and women. It required that many of society's myths, values, and beliefs concerning status and role of women in society should be fundamentally reassessed and changed. These changes must embrace the patterns of work and family life, social behavior, decision-making, politics, religion, and education. Even the more personal and private domain of sexuality needed to be redefined. These demands led to a widespread debate on diverse issues concerning women. These include daycare facilities for children, the development of a non-sexist vocabulary, for example, the term chairman should be replaced by chairperson, and the representation of women and their roles in the mass media, including advertising. These debates have not only led to enactment of new laws in some countries, but also to the worldwide acceptance of new norms protecting dignity of women. In India, some important legislation concerning the protection of women includes the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act, 1986, and the Commission of Sati Prevention Act, 1987. Group perspective on power corresponds to pluralist theory, whereas class perspective, elite perspective, and gender perspective on power maintain that the exercise of power divides the society into two broad categories, dominant and dependent groups. Pluralist theory of power does not subscribe to this view. According to this theory, power in society is not concentrated in a single group, but it is dispersed amongst a wide variety of social groups. These groups are largely autonomous and almost independent centers of decision. Organizations of workers, peasants, traders, industrialists, consumers, etc. could be cited as examples of such groups in the contemporary society. These groups cannot be classified into dominant and dependent groups. They have their share of power in their respective spheres of operation. Since these groups are more or less interdependent within the social organization, they tend to balance each other's power. Public decisions are largely the outcome of this equilibrium. This theory gives a description of actual distribution of power in society as well as its justification. Thus, pluralism upholds a political system which is suited to a pluralist society. Pluralist society is that society in which power and authority are not concentrated in a particular group, but they are spread to various centers of decision-making. The present form of pluralist society represents a modern arrangement, but early forms of this society can be traced to medieval Europe. In that age, monarchy and church regulated different spheres of human life, while craft corporations and feudal lords commanded obedience from their subjects in their respective spheres of authority. But this system cannot be likened to the modern version of concept of power 299. Pluralist society. In fact, medieval society was characterized by several competing centers of power and legitimacy, which simultaneously demanded loyalty from the same set of persons. Their social and political life was intertwined. However, modern pluralist society does not seek to mix up social life of citizens with their political life. It encourages them to form autonomous groups. These groups are not required to compete with the authority of the state. They are designed to serve as intermediate bodies between individuals and the state. They seek to convey the sentiments of their members to government and try to influence the process of policy formation and decision-making. In pluralist society, individuals may be divided into several competing groups according to their status and interests, but politically they continue to be the members of the same community. They owe allegiance to the same state. They are governed by the same law and public policy. They enjoy equal rights as citizens. Hence, pluralist society represents a social system which provides for the coexistence of a variety of social customs, cultural traits, and religious beliefs. They participate in the political process under uniform political institutions. French writer Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805-59, observed that the absence of intermediary groups in France was responsible for the French Revolution 1789, whereas the United States was able to maintain democracy due to the presence of such groups. Tocqueville suggested that in order to protect democracy, these intermediary groups should be kept free from state interference. However, modern pluralists insist that these groups should be allowed to exercise their influence on government in the process of policy formation, and government should also seek cooperation of these groups in the process of decision-making. Contemporary pluralist theory appeared in the 1950s, particularly with the publication of Robert Dahl and Charles Lindblom's Politics, Economics, and Welfare, 1953. Robert Dahl's A Preface to Democratic Theory, 1956, and Who Governs, 1961. It was based on the assumption that there was a widespread distribution of political resources, and that different interests prevailed in different political disputes and at different times. Dahl's model of democracy, described as polyarchy, postulated that society is controlled by a set of competing interest groups, with the government as little more than an honest broker in the middle. Then N. Polsby in his community, Power and Political Theory, pointed to an unspoken notion in pluralist research that at bottom nobody dominates. Critics point out that pluralism focuses only on the decision-making process. It overlooks those issues on which no decision could be taken, though some of those issues might be very important. Moreover, even if different groups bargain on equal footing, some groups may lack internal democracy. As a result, leaders or spokespersons of those groups may play a dominant role. Stephen Lukes in his Power, A Radical View, 1974, has pointed to a third dimension of power. It implies that powerholders can so manipulate the wants of others that their real interests are suppressed. 300. An Introduction to Political Theory. These points of criticism have led to some modification in the pluralist theory in its later phase of development. Thus, Charles Lindblom in his Politics and Markets, 1977, has conceded that there is a privileged position of business in the market-dominated polyarchies of the West, that they are controlled undemocratically by business and property. Robert Dahl in his Dilemmas of Pluralist Democracy, 1982, has conceded that pluralism cannot be treated as an open competition between truly equal political forces. In order to reduce the inequalities of these forces, Dahl has recommended those policies which would promote redistribution of power in society. In a nutshell, subtle forms of domination within various groups and during their interaction should not be ignored while using group perspective for the analysis of power in society. The issue, relevant theory, nature of division of society, basis of the division role of the powerholders, prospects of change, instruments of change. Comparative perspective on power, class, elite, gender perspective, Marxist theory, elite theory, feminist theory, haves and have-nots, elite and masses, men and women, ownership of private property, exploitation, Competence of the few, organization and leadership, no biological differences, exploitation. Yes, yes. Socialist revolution, not needed, women's lib, Eurasian movement. Group, perspective, pluralist theory. Several autonomous interest groups, diversity of interests, mutual bargaining, not needed. Not needed. The conventional view of power is largely concerned with the status of a dominant person or group, the agent of power, vis-a-vis its dependent person or group, the subject of power. In this situation, the agent treats himself as an end and his subject as a means to that end. Now, if we decide to equip the subject with some power, what would be the result? What type of power would be required for the subject? Does he only need the power of retaliation? Does he need the power to free himself from subjection? Or does he need the power to improve his condition and secure his independent development? This distinction between two types of power is often described as power over and power to. Thus, the conventional view of power was primarily concept of power 301, concerned with power of the agent over his subject. This view cannot be set aside in any meaningful analysis of power. However, the modern view insists on including in this analysis the concept of power of the subject to achieve a goal of his own choice. When we insist on empowerment of vulnerable sections, for example, empowerment of women or of the ordinary people, we in fact demand to equip them with power to resist their oppressors and gain an opportunity and ability to utilize their capacities for self-development. Some contemporary thinkers have paid due attention to the analysis of this type of power also. Of these, Hannah Arendt, C.B. Macpherson and Mahatma Gandhi are most important. Hannah Arendt, 1906-75, who was a German Jew philosopher, distinguished between violence and power to arrive at a constructive view of power. In her view, when rulers use force to fulfill their design against the wishes of the people, it may be called violence. On the other hand, power essentially belongs to the people. Analysis of power in society is not concerned with the question, who rules whom? It has nothing to do with command-obedience relationship. Hannah views political institutions as manifestations and materializations of power. In other words, when people act according to the principles of power, their achievements take the form of political institutions. In her notable work on violence 1969, Hannah Arendt gives some hints of her very complex concept of power. She suggests that power is not the property of an individual. It corresponds to the human ability not just to act, but to act in concert. She believes that power relations are essentially cooperative. Power in this sense belongs to a group and remains in existence only so long as the group holds together. Power is the quality of individuals acting and speaking together. While the outcome of their power may be retained in the shape of various political institutions, power itself cannot be stored or held in possession. These characteristics of power give us a clue to the further distinction between violence and power. Arendt holds that power keeps the public realm together. Violence threatens its existence. Here we must distinguish between the public realm from the state. When people voluntarily behave in such a way that they create congenial conditions for each other, they create the public realm. When they are forced to behave in a particular way by an external agency, they are under the state. According to Arendt, power is the quality of the people constituting the public realm. Violence is the property of the state which is used against the people. Violence relies on the instruments of its application, hence it can be held in possession. Arendt warns, where genuine power is absent, violence may emerge to fill the gap. In Arendt's terminology, authority and power also belong to different spheres of action. Authority is linked with command-obedience relationship. It gives rise to a hierarchical order. It is based on violence, hence it corresponds to the sphere of the state. On the other hand, power belongs to the people. It creates an egalitarian. 302, an introduction to political theory. Order. It is based on consensus and persuasion, hence it corresponds to the public realm. In Arendt's view, only power but never violence can create legitimate authority. Again, she warns, violence can destroy power. It is utterly incapable of creating it. The public character of power and its significance was brilliantly brought out by Hannah Arendt in her essay on public happiness, 1970. Illustrating her position from the American experiment in democracy, she observed that the fundamental assumption underlying popular political participation in that country was that no one could be called happy without his share in public happiness, that no one could be called free without his experience in public freedom, and that no one could be called either happy or free without participating and having a share in public power. The Frontiers of Political Theory, ed. by Henry Carriel, 1970. In a nutshell, Arendt's concept of power condemns the use of force or violence by the state and exhorts the people to cooperate in order to create and sustain a social order that would be conducive to their common happiness and freedom. Hannah Arendt's analysis of power, the people. Concerted action, power, political institutions, egalitarian order, public realm, human society. 1. Ruling class. Coercive action. I. Violence, authority, hierarchical order. Statey. C.B. Macpherson, 1911-87, a political philosopher from Canada, has given a fuller analysis of power in his Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval 1973. He makes a distinction between two components of power, extractive power and developmental power. Extractive power represents the familiar concept of power, viz., a person's ability to use others' capacities to serve his own purpose or power over others. It implies the ability to extract benefits from others. It is interesting to note that the Western tradition of political thought from Machiavelli, concept of power, 303, 1469-1527, to James Mill, 1773-1836, has broadly focused on this concept of power. This attitude was not a product of intellectual carelessness, but it was a factual description of power relations in a market society. Developmental power, on the other hand, denotes a person's ability to use his own capacities for the fulfillment of his self-appointed goals. The use of extractive power in the modern society is exemplified by the power of owners of land and capital. By virtue of this ownership, they can buy and use the manual and intellectual capacities of others for their own benefit. The workers and ordinary people who do not own land and capital or other means of production would be benefited only if they win developmental power for themselves. It is important to note that Macpherson not only introduced the concept of developmental power, he also paid special attention to elaborate it. Thus, developmental power of a person enables him to develop his truly human capacities. Some examples of such capacities are capacity for rational understanding, for moral judgment and action, for aesthetic or artistic activity, for love and friendship, and, of course, the capacity for materially productive labor. The concept of developmental power treats a person as doer and creator. It requires that he should not face any impediments or constraints while using his human capacities to achieve his objectives. Macpherson points to 3 impediments to the maximization of a person's developmental power: a lack of adequate means of life, B, lack of access to the means of labor, and C, lack of protection against invasion by others. The problems created by the scarcity of the means of life and the scarcity of the means of labor are technological and material, as well as cultural and ideological. Macpherson is quite convinced that these problems cannot be resolved within the framework of a market society based on capitalist social relations. He suggests that the solution to these problems can be found in a new system which would combine the protection of civil liberties with a socialist mode of production. Only then individual would be able to make full use of his developmental power and thereby achieve his creative freedom. Macpherson's analysis of power. The issue: utilitarian view, moralist view, concept of human nature, goal of human life, requisite type of power, consequence of the use of power, as a consumer maximization of utilities, extractive power, satisfaction of material wants, as a doer and creator, maximization of powers, developmental power, creative freedom. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, an Indian social philosopher, also reflected on the situation involving the use of power. Gandhi did not write a treatise containing his social thought, yet his scattered thoughts on various social issues are quite significant. 304. An introduction to political theory. In the present context, Gandhi's insistence on power to the people is very important. When Swaraj, independence plus self-government, was set to be the goal of independence movement of India, Gandhi wrote in Young India 1925, "Real Swaraj will come not by the acquisition of authority by a few, but by the acquisition of the capacity by all to resist authority when it is abused." In other words, Swaraj is to be obtained by educating the masses to a sense of their capacity to regulate and control authority. Here, Gandhi sought to define power from the point of view of the ruled. It implied that the ruler should never gain or exercise absolute power over the ruled. If the ruled felt that their rulers were becoming too powerful, they would use their moral power to challenge the authority of the rulers. They could stand up in protest, launch social movements, and exert moral pressure on the rulers to change their way of working. Thus, power of the ruled would be akin to performing the Socratic function of speaking truth to power. 14. Concept of citizenship. Nature of citizenship. What is citizenship? Citizenship denotes the status of an individual as a full and responsible member of a political community. Thus, citizen is a person who owes allegiance to the state, and in turn receives protection from the state. He must fulfill his duties and obligations toward the state, as the state grants him civil, political, and social rights. Hence, citizenship implies two-way relationship between individual and the state. Nature of citizenship. Two-way relationship between individual and the state. Duties and obligations, allegiance, protection, individual civil, political, and social rights. In order to understand the significance of citizenship, a distinction must be made between a subject and a citizen. A subject is usually subservient to the state, where the right to rule is reserved for a privileged class, but citizens themselves constitute the state. Citizenship is the product of a community where. 306. An introduction to political theory. The right to rule is decided by a prescribed procedure which expresses the will of the general body of its members. While ascertaining their will, nobody is discriminated on grounds of race, religion, gender, place of birth, etc. Marshall, in his Citizenship and Social Class 1950, observed that citizenship implies full membership of a community. Those who possess this status are equal with respect to the rights and duties associated with it. Marshall adds that different societies will attach different rights and duties to the status of citizen, for there is no universal principle which determines necessary rights and duties of citizenship in general. It is possible that some groups of the citizens of a state are not satisfied with their existing rights. These persons are regarded to be citizens of their state only in a formal sense of the term, but they do not enjoy substantive citizenship, as some of the rights of citizenship are denied to them in actual practice. These groups can resort to a social movement for the restoration of their rights. This movement may combine conventional forms of political participation, such as voting, pressure group tactics, and lobbying, with unconventional political activities, such as protests, sit-ins, demonstrations, and rallies. Examples of some of such citizens' movements are abolitionist movement and civil rights movements of America, working class movements of Europe, and Adivasi tribal and Dalit depressed classes movements of India. Indeed, the original concept of citizenship exclusively focused on the sense of duty, where the question of rights was relegated to the background. But in the contemporary society, citizenship is primarily concerned with certain rights. In this scheme, duties of the individual are accepted only as long as they are considered to be essential for the maintenance of those rights. Historical development. The idea of citizenship in its early form is found in ancient Greek and Roman state systems. It is worth noting that the form of ancient Greek community was entirely different from the present-day political community of democratic nation-states. In a modern democratic state, all members of a community are regarded as citizens, but in ancient Greek city-states, very few inhabitants, about 10%, enjoyed the status of freemen, who were treated as full citizens. These citizens were equal among themselves as regards their rights. There was no discrimination between the rich and the poor among freemen. The rest of the community comprised of slaves, women, and aliens who had no rights of citizenship. That is why Aristotle regarded citizenship as a privilege of the ruling class. In this sense, citizenship stood for effective participation in the exercise of power. In any case, in ancient Greek political tradition, this privilege of the ruling class was also regarded to be the part of their duty. All citizens were expected to perform this duty in order to secure a good life for themselves, as well as for the non-citizens. Concept of citizenship. 307. After the decline of Greek city-states, a new definition of citizenship was evolved in the Roman Empire. Initially there, too, citizenship was confined to power holders. Later, it was extended to the ordinary people and those vanquished in war. Thus, diverse types of people came within the ambit of citizenship. Only the people of lowest rank and women were excluded from the benefit of citizenship. However, different categories of citizens were entitled to different types of rights, a practice that does not fit into the modern concept of citizenship. Roman practice was different from the Greek, as citizen was no longer defined to be the protector of law, but as one who was under the protection of the laws. During the medieval Europe, political authority was eclipsed by ecclesiastical authority. Temporal citizenship was no longer considered to be important. In the 15th and 16th centuries, with the advent of modern thought, the idea of citizenship again occupied the center stage in Italian republics. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527, the famous Italian thinker, gave a new lease of life to this idea. In 17th century England, James Harrington, 1611 to 77, and John Milton, 1608 to 74, redefined the idea. Harrington drew a picture of an ideal system of the future, which would be an empire of the laws, not of men. The exponents of Glorious Revolution, 1688 of England, particularly popularized the idea of citizenship. In the 18th century, this idea became very popular during the days of American Revolution, 1776. The idea of citizenship reached its zenith with the French Revolution, 1789, and the consequent Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen. This declaration echoes the views of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78. Rousseau, in his Social Contract, 1762, wrote that citizen is a free and autonomous person. He is entitled to participate in all those decisions which are binding on all citizens. On seeing the rise of commercial society in Europe, Rousseau realized that the clash between the common good and the private interests was inevitable. This clash would undermine the social unity. Rousseau deliberately gave prominence to the common good over the private interests. In the 19th century, the ascendancy of liberalism gave rise to market relations, which promoted a new notion of citizenship. Now the idea of natural rights came to be regarded as the basis of citizenship. The idea of natural rights in this sense was advanced by John Locke, 1632 to 1704 in England. Locke had argued that the right to life, liberty, and property was the mainstay of natural rights. The citizens set up a state for the protection of these rights. If the state fails to protect these rights, the individual would be free to exercise his right to resistance against the state. Under the influence of these views, citizenship came to be regarded as indicative of rights against the state. In any case, this notion of negative rights made a significant contribution to the development of liberal democratic societies. Eventually, the notion of positive rights was evolved in these societies, which brought the idea of citizenship to its logical conclusion. In a nutshell, absence of restraint on certain activities of the individual within the 308. An introduction to political theory. State constitutes his negative rights. On the other hand, when the state extends its support to individual in his self-development, it constitutes his positive rights. Second components of citizenship: civil, political, and social rights. In the present-day society, substantive citizenship is defined in terms of three important components: civil, political, and social rights. T.H. Marshall, in his Citizenship and Social Class 1950, has given an analysis of the concept of citizenship in an evolutionary perspective. He has identified three stages of development of the rights associated with citizenship in England since the 18th century. At the first stage, civil rights constituting civil citizenship were evolved in the 18th century. These included equality before the law, liberty of the person, freedom of speech, thought and faith, the right to own property and conclude contracts. At the second stage, political rights constituting political citizenship were evolved in the 19th century. These included the right to take part in elections, the right to serve in bodies invested with political authority, whether legislatures or cabinets. Finally, at the third stage, social rights constituting social citizenship were developed in the 20th century. These included the right to a certain standard of economic and social welfare, the right to a full share in the social heritage. 4 sets of public institutions were equipped to take care of these 3 types of rights: the courts, representative political bodies, the social services, and schools. The courts protect the civil rights of the citizens. Representative political bodies protect their political rights. Social services and schools provide for their social rights. In short, the evolution of citizenship was completed with the development of welfare state. Welfare state. A state that provides for various types of social services for its citizens, for example, social security, financial assistance in the case of loss of job or any other source of income, death of the breadwinner, prolonged illness or physical disability or any other calamity, free education, public health, poor relief, supply of essential goods and services like food grains, milk, fuel, and transport to the needy at subsidized rates. It undertakes the protection of cultural heritage, including monuments, museums, libraries, art galleries, botanical gardens, and zoological parks, etc. It also promotes higher education and scientific research, etc., to step up intellectual and cultural development of society. These components of citizenship, viz., civil, political, and social rights, have to be developed in each state that claims to be humane and progressive. The scope of these rights can be elaborated further, keeping in view the logic behind them. An effective provision of civil rights requires that the benefit of these rights should be extended equally to minorities and majorities. In other words, while concept of citizenship 309, making provision of these rights, no discrimination should be made between different citizens on racial, religious, linguistic, gender, or any other similar ground. If any group, particularly a minority group, faces such discrimination, it can resort to a civil rights movement to secure restoration of these rights. For instance, the American Negroes, the black citizens, had to resort to such movement. They had to fight for the enforcement of those rights which existed in law but denied to them in actual practice. The American Supreme Court had allowed them unrestricted use of public property and unrestricted entry into public institutions way back in 1954. But they had to endure a prolonged struggle for the enforcement of these rights throughout the United States. As a result of their mass movement, Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964 forbidding racial discrimination in employment, education, or accommodation. Similarly, an effective provision of political rights requires that all citizens should be eligible to gain political office through a prescribed procedure. Ordinary people should be able to elect the rulers of their choice, to replace the unwanted rulers, to influence public decisions, to criticize public policies, decisions, and actions, and to offer alternative policies and programs. In communist countries like the People's Republic of China and the former USSR, political power remained the monopoly of one party, the Communist Party. They held regular elections, but the ruling party had the exclusive right to nominate candidates. Ordinary people in these countries indeed had no choice, nor the capacity to replace the power holders. So the citizens did not have political rights in the true sense of the term, although they dubbed their system a People's Republic. In 1989, when thousands of students demonstrated at Tiananmen Square in China's capital city, demanding their democratic rights, they were declared to be rebels, and many of them were shot dead. Finally, social rights of citizens are largely provided in a welfare state. In 19th century Europe, the functions of state were largely confined to the maintenance of law and order. It was dubbed a night watchman state. It was regarded to be an instrument of safeguarding property of its citizens. Its power of taxation was largely determined by the needs of performing this function. The idea of welfare state originated in Germany in the 19th century itself as a program of social insurance under Prince Bismarck, 1815-98. It was introduced in England in early 20th century under H. Asquith, 1852-1928. It reached its zenith with the publication of Beveridge Report, 1942. This report pronounced the objective of the state to tackle the 5 great evils: want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. Special attention was paid to the provision of financial assistance to the citizens in case of unemployment, sickness, and old age. Beveridge Report is regarded the foundation of the system of welfare state. The implementation of this report turned England into a model welfare state. It is important to note that in England, various components of citizenship developed in a logical order. Hence, the structure of citizenship in England can, 310, an introduction to political theory, serve as a model for other countries. Initially, the evolution of civil rights in England created an atmosphere which paved the way for the evolution of democracy. Democracy secured political rights of the citizens, which enabled them to participate in public life and to influence public decisions. This led to the evolution of welfare state, which secured their social rights. On the other hand, the concept of citizenship in the United States hardly developed beyond the provision of civil rights. Even their implementation was not extended to all citizens. Hence, the women as well as the black Americans had to resort to mass movements for the enforcement of their civil rights. It is again worth noting that after the Second World War 1939-45, the concept of citizenship developed in different directions in Eastern and Western parts of Europe. In Western Europe, initially civil and political rights were established under liberal democratic systems. Subsequently, social rights were introduced under welfare state system in order to curb the inegalitarian tendencies of the capitalist economy. But in Eastern Europe, initially elaborate provision of social and economic rights of citizens was made under communist dictatorships, and their civil and political rights were heavily curtailed. From the citizens of these countries, Hungary, Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Russia launched widespread anti-establishment movements in support of their demand for basic civil and political rights, which led to the collapse of communist systems by 1991. In the contemporary political discourse, several theories have been advanced regarding the logical basis and the proper scope of citizenship. Of these 5 theories are particularly important: A. Liberal theory, B. Libertarian theory, C. Communitarian theory, D. Marxist theory, and E. Pluralist theory. Liberal theory of citizenship. According to this theory, civil rights constitute the foundation of citizenship. These rights reach their logical conclusion through an evolutionary process in which political and social rights come into existence. Since this theory believes in the evolution of the rights associated with citizenship, it is also described as evolutionary theory of citizenship. Faith Marshall is regarded the chief exponent of this theory. In his Citizenship and Social Class 1950, Marshall has observed that citizenship prescribes equal rights and duties, liberties and constraints, powers and responsibilities for different individuals. Under citizenship, the individuals come together to decide the terms of their association. The idea of citizenship runs counter to the idea of class division of society. A social class promotes inequality between different individuals on the basis of ownership of property, level of concept of citizenship 311, education and the structure of economy, but citizenship tends to bestow equal status upon them. Citing the example of modern England, Marshall has shown that the idea of citizenship begins with the provision of civil rights and proceeds further by giving rise to political and social rights respectively. When it is fully developed, the individual no longer remains dependent on the market system. So citizenship in its fully developed form leads to redistribution of goods and services, benefits, and burdens. In this form, it embodies the idea of social justice. Thus, when some people fail to provide for healthcare, education, or housing for their family, then as citizens they are entitled to state assistance. Since citizenship assures a share to all individuals in the common heritage of the community, it creates in them a bond of allegiance to that community. This aspect of citizenship strengthens their sense of duty. Critics argue that this theory is too optimistic. Retribution of benefits and burdens for the provision of social rights involves taxation of some sections to benefit others. Nothing comes free. If someone gets something free, someone else must be paying for it. To maintain goodwill and solidarity in society, it is necessary that taxpayers are not subjected to undue burden and heartburn. It is a really difficult task. Libertarian theory of citizenship. This theory regards citizenship as the product of free choice and contract among individuals. It considers market society as a suitable model of civic life. Robert Nozick is the chief exponent of this theory. In his Anarchy, State and Utopia 1974, Nozick observed that individuals resort to private activity, market exchange, and voluntary association in order to realize their values, beliefs, and preferences. The need of citizenship arises because some of the necessary goods and services cannot be obtained in this manner. For this, public provision becomes necessary. In this sense, citizen means a rational consumer of public goods. Nozick likens the state to a large enterprise and citizens as its customers or clients. Men hire protective institutions for the protection of their right to property. State proves to be the most efficient among all protective institutions. It enjoys monopoly of use of force in a given territory. Critics point out that free market-based individualism does not provide for adequate foundation of social solidarity. This model of citizenship would lead to sharp disputes and intense clash of interests within society. For instance, if we adopt this concept of citizenship, such questions would arise. Why should those who do not avail themselves of the services of government hospitals or government schools be forced to pay for them? And why should those who do not own property be forced to pay for the maintenance of the huge police force largely meant to protect private property? Again, why should those who do not love their country be forced to pay for the maintenance of the huge military force? 312. An introduction to political theory. This argument may be extended to hold that the people should avail themselves of the services of private insurance companies, not of state, for necessary assistance in old age, theft, accident, and other unforeseen calamities. In this way, by and by, government would become redundant, and the idea of citizenship would become irrelevant. Communitarian theory of citizenship. As against the libertarian theory, the communitarian or republican theory of citizenship insists on a strong bond of affinity between individual and the state. This conception of citizenship conceives the citizen as someone who plays an active role in shaping the future direction of his or her society through political debate and decision-making. In other words, the distinctive feature of citizenship is citizen participation. The exponents of this theory include Hannah Arendt, The Human Condition, 1958, Michael Walzer, Spheres of Justice, 1983, and Benjamin Barber, Strong Democracy, 1984. The main tenet of this theory is that a citizen should identify himself with the community of which he is a member and take active part in its political life. Then only he can contribute substantially to the realization of the common interest. In other words, an individual can become a citizen of a community in the true sense of the term by assimilating himself with the culture, traditions, beliefs, and sentiments of that community. Critics argue that this model of citizenship would only be suitable to a small, homogeneous society with common traditions as existed in the 4th century BC at Athens and 15th century Florence. Jean-Jacques Rousseau had evolved his concept of the general will in his famous work Social Contract 1762, keeping in view the image of such society. General will represented a point where real will of all the members of a community was supposed to converge. This is not feasible in the very complex society of today. In contemporary society, broad issues of consensus may be discovered through a widespread debate, but it would not be possible to point to a general will which would be acceptable to the consciousness of the entire community. Marxist theory of citizenship. This theory treats the rights associated with citizenship as the product of class conflict. In other words, citizenship is founded on those rights which a class happens to win for itself after suppressing the rights of its antagonistic class. Anthony Giddens is the chief exponent of this theory. In his two important works, A Contemporary Critique of Historical Materialism 1981 and Profiles and Critiques of Social Theory 1982, Giddens has contradicted Marshall's view in order to bring forth his own viewpoint. He has particularly raised three issues. Concept of citizenship, 313. 1. Marshall treats the development of citizenship as if it were something that unfolded in phases according to some inner logic within the modern world. Giddens finds this account an oversimplification of the role of politics and the state. as if the whole process was supported and buttressed by the beneficent hand of the state. Giddens argues that the underprivileged have achieved their citizenship in substantial degree only through struggle. They succeeded to tilt the balance of power in their favor only during the times of war, particularly during the period of World War II. According to Marshall, development of citizenship has taken place in a unilinear manner. Giddens disagrees with him on this point. He argues that it was the product of various social movements. The varying strength of these movements led to variations in the benefits conceded to the underprivileged. Erosion of welfare rights of the poor during 1970s and 1980s, particularly under Margaret Thatcher in England and Ronald Reagan in the United States, are the cases in point. And 3. Marshall identified 3 types of rights associated with citizenship: civil, political, and social rights. He held that these rights belong to a single category. On the contrary, Giddens identifies 2 types of citizenship rights which belong to different categories. A. Individual freedom and equality before the law signify those civil rights, which were largely won by the emergent bourgeoisie through their struggle against the feudal privileges. These rights help to consolidate industrial capitalism and modern representative state. And B. Economic civil rights signify those rights for which working class and trade union activists fought against bourgeois system of power. These include workers' right to form their union, expand its activities, right to bargaining, and right to strike. These rights sought to challenge the dominance of capitalist system. According to Giddens, development of citizenship and modern democracy began in late 16th century with the expansion of state sovereignty and administrative build-up. This paved the way for the extension of the state's capacity for surveillance, which implied the collection and storing of information about members of society. This type of supervision increased the state's dependence on cooperative forms of social relations. It was no longer possible for the modern state to manage its affairs by force alone. More opportunities were generated for subordinate groups to influence their rulers. Giddens has termed this phenomenon as two-way expansion of power. In his recent work, The Nation-State and Violence, 1985, Giddens has conceded that contemporary capitalism is different from 19th century capitalism. Labor movements have played a prominent role in its transformation. In most of the capitalist countries of today, welfare capitalism has come into existence. 314 An Introduction to Political Theory, which safeguards the civil rights of the working class. These civil rights have helped to consolidate industrial capitalist system. Thus, Giddens has departed from the original tenets of Marxism and has come round the view that citizenship rights can be maintained within the structure of liberal democracy. Pluralist theory of citizenship. Pluralist theory of citizenship treats the development of citizenship as a complex and multidimensional process. Accordingly, it cannot be attributed to a single cause. In order to understand it, we must pay attention to the role of diverse factors that are responsible for its development. David Held, in his Political Theory and the Modern State, 1989, observed that from the ancient world to the present day, citizenship meant a reciprocal relationship between individual and community. In other words, individual is entitled to certain rights against the community. He also owes certain duties to the community. Thus, rights and duties are interdependent. They are two sides of the same coin. An individual's rights imply duties of others. His duties imply rights of others. Essence of citizenship lies in participation in the life of the community. Take away natural rights and duties become null. Mary Wollstonecraft, 1792. It would be misleading to regard citizenship only as an outcome of evolution or a product of class struggle. As Held has elucidated, citizenship is about involvement of people in the community in which they live, and people have been barred from citizenship on grounds of gender, race, and age, among many other factors. To analyze citizenship as if it were a matter of the inclusion or exclusion of social classes is to eclipse from the view a variety of dimensions of social life which have been central to the struggle over citizenship. Political Theory and the Modern State, 1989. Pluralist theory insists on inquiring into all types of discrimination against people, whether on grounds of gender, race, religion, property, education, occupation, or age. In the contemporary world, so many social movements have been launched against different types of social discrimination. These include feminist movement, black movement, religious reform movements, workers' movement, children rights movements, Dalit movement, Adivasi movement, and ecological movement, among others. Pluralist theory recommends that the problem of citizenship should be analyzed in the context of all these movements. Since these movements are steadily spreading to new directions, analysis of citizenship becomes a subject of continuous research. Pluralist theory does not provide for any fixed framework for the analysis of the problem of citizenship. It largely deals with the ever-expanding scope of this concept of citizenship. 315. Problem in the contemporary scenario. The theory itself is in the process of formation. The direction for its advancement was indicated by B.S. Turner. Citizenship and Capitalism, The Debate Over Reformism, 1986. Comparative Perspective on Citizenship. The issue, perspective, nature of citizens. Model of their organization, goal of citizenship, method of goal attainment. Exponents, liberal perspective, individuals negotiating the terms of their association. Welfare state, citizens' welfare. Rational allocation of benefits and burdens. T.H. Marshall. Libertarian perspective, rational consumers of public goods. Competitive market society, provision of necessary public goods, paying the state for its services. Robert Nozick. Communitarian perspective, active participants in pursuit of the common good. Close-knit community, the common good. Citizens' participation. Hannah Arendt, Michael Walzer, Benjamin Barber. Marxist perspective, members of a class fighting for their rights against the dominant class, workers, state, workers' rights, class struggle. Anthony Giddens, pluralist, diverse, groups fighting against discrimination on various grounds, pluralist. Society, Coexistence, Without Discrimination, Social, Movements, B.S. Turner. In the contemporary world, it is being widely argued that the prevalent concept of citizenship does not provide for adequate rights for all parts of society. In this context, two types of critiques are particularly important: A, the feminist critique, and B, the subaltern critique. The feminist critique. Feminist critics of citizenship argue that even after getting full citizenship in law, women continue to suffer from subjection in their social life. From 1960s and 1970s, the status of women in society and politics has become a center of attention. Earlier, it was usually thought that after establishing legal equality of men and women, women were not left with any issue of complaint. After extension of the 316, an introduction to political theory, right to vote to women, some studies of voting behavior were produced. It was found that women's participation in voting was lower in comparison to men. To explain this situation, it was argued that women were largely interested in private and domestic affairs. They were less interested in politics and public affairs, and probably they had no time to attend to these matters. However, when size of family began to shrink and more women took up jobs, the above explanation regarding women's sphere of interest was no longer held to be valid. Again, it was noticed that more and more women were taking part in voting, but their share at various levels of political authority had remained insignificant. While the electorates of various countries of the world had nearly 50% women, their share at the level of political representation was far below that of men. Membership of women in the legislatures of Western Europe was less than 10%. Women's share in British House of Commons was less than 5%. The situation in the United States House of Representatives was not very different, but the situation in the Scandinavian countries was not that bad. In Sweden and Denmark, women's membership of legislatures amounted to 26%. In Norway, it was 34%. In the sphere of international politics, the representation of women is still meager. In November 1990, 34 heads of government of European countries gathered to sign the historic Charter of Paris for the new Europe. The gathering marked the end of the Cold War. In newspaper headlines, it was described as the end of an era. But feminists ask, which era had come to an end? In any case, it was not an end of patriarchal era. In the group photo of these 34 heads of government, only 2 women could be spotted after a thorough search. These were Gro Brundtland, Prime Minister of Norway, and Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister of Britain. 2 days after this conference, Mrs. Thatcher also resigned, and a man replaced her as Prime Minister. In this situation, what is the consequence of granting full citizenship to women if their representation in public life remains so negligible? In the countries outside Europe and America, women's representation is very insignificant at the level of political authority, although some women have been successful in attaining top positions. Sri Lanka, Israel, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have the record of having women prime ministers. Put on the whole, the number of women holding high offices is very small. Some women have excellent record of performance in various important positions like those in legislatures, cabinets, bureaucracy, diplomacy, journalism, legal profession, fine arts, academics and scientific research, etc. This record is an ample proof of the potential of woman power, but it is no proof of opportunities open to women, as their share in these positions continues to be very meager. It has now been proved beyond doubt that biological differences between man and woman do not account for their inferior status. The present status of women is chiefly the product of social arrangements. Women often spend most of their concept of citizenship 317 time in domestic work and in rearing the children. Most women do not get an opportunity to develop their own personality. They are made to believe that the proper sphere of their activity is within home and that they need not take interest in public life. From the beginning, girls are taught to pay more attention to personal relations, not to personal success. Boys are taught to be firm, assertive, and aggressive. Girls are taught to be obedient, shy, and submissive. Boys are encouraged to become doctors, engineers, and lawyers. Girls are encouraged to become school teachers, nurses, or secretaries. In short, the experience gained by women in their own professional life does not help them to take up a political career. Feminists, therefore, assert that until the condition of equal participation of women in public life is fulfilled, the concept of citizenship cannot be brought to its logical conclusion. In India, beginning in this direction has been made by making reservation of 1/3 of the seats in panchayats for women. This will encourage women to join politics at grassroots level. By and by, their representation at this level can be increased to 1/2, and provision can also be made for their adequate representation in legislative assemblies and parliament. The opening up of vast opportunities of higher education would also prove to be instrumental to their larger representation in administration and high-profile professions. In this way, the idea of citizenship can be realized fully from the feminist point of view. The subaltern critique. The term subaltern literally means someone of inferior rank. In social life, superior and inferior ranks are quite common. Their identification would be a simple matter. However, problem would arise when people are supposed to be equal as citizens in the legal formal sense, but they are treated as superior and inferior in actual practice. Subaltern critique of citizenship deals with such situations. The concept of subaltern was introduced in social theory by Antonio Gramsci 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist, in his analysis of capitalist system. It was applied to those groups in society who were subject to the hegemony of the ruling classes. Hegemony implied the power of the ruling class to convince other classes that their interests were the interests of all. In other words, it signified the ability of the ruling class to convince the subject classes that their rule represented the common interest. The subject classes were made to believe that they were being ruled with their consent. Under capitalist system, apparently equal rights were granted to all citizens, but in actual practice, capitalists performed the function of ruling class. peasants, workers, and other subordinate groups who were denied access to hegemonic power, were described by Gramsci as subaltern classes. Similarly, earlier historical stages had their own ruling classes and subaltern classes. Both types of classes played their role in building up human civilization, but history as a discipline focused on the role of the ruling classes and ignored the role of the subaltern. 318. An Introduction to Political Theory. Classes. Gramsci observed that this history was one-sided and incomplete. He insisted on an inquiry into the role of the subaltern classes to have an unbiased view of history. In other words, study of history should include the support extended by the subaltern classes to the ruling classes, the contribution made by the subaltern classes independently, and the organizations and movements started by the subaltern classes to oppose the ruling classes. In contemporary social analysis, the scope of subaltern theory has been considerably expanded. It is now conceded that all the groups who suffer from discrimination on any irrelevant grounds, that is, the grounds which disregard their human status, can be treated as subaltern groups. In a way, the treatment meted out to subaltern groups is closely linked with the question of human rights. Thus, any social group that is treated inferior to others on grounds of gender, age, vocation, class, caste, race, region, religion, language, culture, etc., comes within the purview of subaltern groups. The members of these groups may be regarded as full-fledged citizens in the formal sense, but they may be looked down upon by the dominant groups because of some deep-rooted hatred, prejudices, or even superstitions. The real causes of their inferior status lie elsewhere. They may have been deprived of opportunities to have education and other sources of enlightenment, to enter into modern professions, to participate in the common cultural heritage, or they may lack the means of their legal protection, of building up their organizations and raising their voice against the prevailing injustice, and so on. Enlightened sections of society must come to their rescue if the idea of citizenship has to be realized in the true sense of the term. Concept of human rights. Human rights are those rights to which an individual is entitled by virtue of his status as a human being. While civil, political, and social economic rights are dependent on an individual's status as a citizen of a particular state, his human rights are not determined by this condition. Thus, the scope of human rights is very wide. They set the standards for the provision and expansion of civil, political, and social economic rights. Again, where an individual's civil, political, and social economic rights are exhausted, he can still hope to get some relief under the umbrella of human rights. For instance, a foreigner, a refugee, a prisoner of war, or a proclaimed offender may have been left without ordinary rights, yet the beneficent hand of human rights will not be withdrawn from over his head. Human rights constitute the very source of all rights of human beings. They embody the scheme of ideal rights. They provide for moral foundation of any system of rights. In a way, they are akin to the concept of justice. As the idea of justice determines the principles on which law should be based, so the idea of human rights sets the standards on which all other rights should be based. Moreover, when ordinary rights are reinterpreted in the light of human rights, they enter the ever-expanding domain of human welfare. For instance, the right to life in this context may be interpreted to include the right to live on uncontaminated land, to breathe in clean air and to consume clean water, and government may be held responsible to satisfy these conditions. Nevertheless, human rights can only be realized as rights. In other words, human rights, like any other rights, have to be enforced by a state or an international tribunal which should be capable of enforcing them. Anybody who claims any human rights must prove himself to be law-abiding and must submit himself to law for appropriate justice. In order to understand the true character of human rights, it would be worthwhile to describe the nature of rights as such. 320. An Introduction to Political Theory. Meaning of rights. The idea of rights provides for an essential tool of analysis of the relations between individual and the state. The state claims authority over individual, but when the state is viewed as an instrument of society, it is essential that authority of the state is made to depend on the function it performs. In other words, when the state is regarded as a means and the individual as the end, the state cannot be armed with absolute authority over individual. If the state claims authority, individual must claim rights. Individual owes allegiance to the state and obeys its commands because the state serves his interests. What does individual claim from the state? An answer to this question will elucidate the concept of rights. Rights essentially belong to the sphere of conflicting claims between individual and the state. Any political theory which holds that an individual cannot have rights against the state is no theory of rights. It is important to note that the benefits which flow automatically from the existence of the state do not constitute rights. Rights come into the picture only when authority of the state is sought to be limited, or when individuals and their groups demand a positive role of the state. Thus Thomas Hobbes 1588 to 1679, J.J. Rousseau 1712 to 78, and G.W.F. Hegel 17,701,831 may have paid rich tributes to the state, in their own ways, for creating congenial conditions for the happiness of men. But they have failed to evolve any concept of rights. Absence of rights makes the happiness of individuals depend on the chance benevolence of the powers that be. If there are no rights to curb the authority of the government and to prescribe functions of the government, the state assumes unbridled power. It may soon degenerate into absolutism, authoritarianism, despotism, and tyranny. Glorification of the state, without an inbuilt mechanism to curb authority of the state, means complete subordination of individual to the ruler or the ruling groups, thereby opening the floodgates of corruption, oppression, exploitation, and injustice. The concept of rights or human rights, therefore, originates from the voice of protest against oppression perpetrated by the dominant groups in society. Rights are meant to safeguard the individual from the irresponsible and arbitrary use of power by the ruling class. As R.M. McCulver, in his preface to Great Expressions of Human Rights, has significantly observed, Over most parts of the earth, and throughout the major range of recorded history, the masses of men have lived in a condition of misery and oppression. Nearly everywhere, small dominating groups acquired the techniques of power and used them to keep in subjection their fellow men. In every age, the voice of protest has been heard. In every age, the vision of human liberation has been glimpsed. Concept of human rights, 321. In modern times, this vision of human liberation has been developed into the concept of human rights. These rights are no longer expressed merely as certain demands. On the other hand, they are sought to be enshrined in the structure of the government so as to prevent it from using its power in an arbitrary and irresponsible manner. As McCulver has further noted, the cry for human rights now becomes more than exhortation or protest. It becomes the precise demand for the legal and constitutional embodiment of specific claims to liberties and then to opportunities. In a nutshell, rights consist in claims of individuals which seek to restrict arbitrary power of the state and which are required to be secured through legal and constitutional mechanisms. In addition, these may include some benefits which the state may extend to its citizens to improve the quality of their life, negative and positive rights. The concept of rights is a dynamic concept. With the development of social consciousness, rights are subjected to continual review and redefinition. It is interesting to note that rights are always demanded and even granted as the rights of man. But their beneficiaries are usually those classes which articulate this demand, because they formulate the demands of rights in a manner best suited and calculated to serve their own interests. However, with the spread of modern consciousness, the concept of rights has been modified in two important directions. It is now admitted that the advantages of rights should not be confined to a tiny class which is placed in a privileged position by virtue of its money and manipulative power, and that rights should not be confined to delimiting the sphere of state activity and authority, but should also prescribe the functions and responsibility of the state so as to make them beneficial to the bulk of society. This trend indicates a shift of focus from negative to positive rights. Negative rights suggest the sphere where the state is not permitted to enter. They suggest the sphere of freedom of individual which shall not be encroached by the state. Positive rights, on the other hand, prescribe the responsibility of the state in securing rights of individuals. They require the state to take positive measures for the protection of rights of the weaker and vulnerable sections or those placed in a vulnerable position. In fact, the negative and positive rights should be treated as parts of a continuum, not as distinct entities. Broadly speaking, negative rights indicate as to which acts of the individual shall not be restricted by the state. Thus, freedom of thought and expression implies that the state shall not impose any restriction on individuals' thought and expression. So, it comes in the category of negative rights. But if we say that the state shall provide for universal education to promote its citizens' faculty of thought and expression, it will be described as their positive right. In short, positive rights indicate the responsibility of the state to improve the life of its, an introduction to political theory, citizens, and to help them in their self-development. For example, right to medical care, right to work, right to legal aid, etc. also qualify as positive rights. A capitalist state gives precedence to negative rights, while a socialist state gives precedence to positive rights. A welfare state aims at combining negative rights with positive rights as far as feasible. Conventional theories of rights seek to identify the basis on which the familiar rights of human beings are founded. Of these, the following are particularly important: A. Theory of natural rights, B. Theory of legal rights, C. Historical theory of rights, and D. Social welfare theory of rights. Theory of natural rights. The theory of natural rights was very popular in 17th and 18th century political thought. It treats the rights of man as a self-evident truth. In other words, these rights are not granted by the state, but they come from the very nature of man, his own intrinsic being. This theory was broadly developed on two important bases: the contractual basis and the teleological basis. Contractual basis. In the first place, the theory of natural rights is based on liberal theory of the origin of the state from the social contract. According to this theory, certain rights were enjoyed by man in the state of nature, that is, before the formation of civil society itself. These comprise the natural rights of man, which must be respected and protected by the state. Among the exponents of the social contract theory, John Locke is the most ardent champion of natural rights. Locke gave a new turn to the social contract theory, which was introduced by Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679. Hobbes draws a gloomy picture of the state of nature and deprecates natural rights as the freedom of the stronger to oppress the weaker. He therefore postulates an unconditional surrender of natural rights when civil society is formed. J.J. Rousseau, 1712 to 78, another exponent of the social contract theory, depicted natural rights in a different light. Rousseau draws a fascinating picture of the state of nature and glorifies natural rights. Nevertheless, he postulates that these rights become irrelevant in civil society. They are therefore surrendered as the price of civil rights. In effect, both Hobbes and Rousseau do not think that natural rights would be maintained by the state. Locke, however, postulates that man surrendered only some of his natural rights, particularly the right to be the judge of his own acts, on the condition that his fundamental natural rights, viz. the rights to life, liberty, and property, shall be protected by the state. If the state failed to maintain these rights, man had the concept of human rights. 323. Right to overthrow government and to set up a new government in its place. Thus it was Locke who tried to demonstrate how natural rights, that is the rights derived from the state of nature, could form the basis of the principles of governance. Ideological basis. Teleology means the doctrine of final causes. It signifies the view that any developments are due to the purpose or design that is served by them. The teleological view of rights, therefore, seeks to relate the rights of man with the purpose of human life. These rights do not depend on any institutional arrangements, but ensue from the very nature of man and serve the purpose of his life. These are, therefore, natural rights. Tom Paine, 1737 to 1809, in his Rights of Man 1791, enunciated the theory of natural rights on teleological basis. Paine rejected the doctrine of the social contract as it was eternally binding and hence a clog on the wheel of progress. He insisted that every generation should be free to think and act for itself, but rights to liberty, property, security, and resistance of oppression, which are the proud possessions of man in civil society, derive their sanction from the natural rights pre-existing in the individual. Green, 1836 to 82, also sought to build his theory of moral rights on the teleological basis. Green argues that the rights of man do not emanate from a transcendental law as Locke had maintained, but they come from the moral character of man himself. Each individual, impelled by his moral consciousness, tends to seek ideal objects. Since all individuals share the same moral consciousness, their ideal objects are common objects. Thus, when they form the state, all individuals agree to recognize each other's claim to pursue their ideal objects. Green undoubtedly holds that rights depend on recognition, but their recognition is granted by the moral consciousness of the community, which is shared by all individuals, not by the state. In fact, Green is concerned with ideal rights, not with legal rights. Ideal rights derive their sanction from the inherent moral propensity of man, not from the force of the state. Evaluation. The theory of natural rights played an important role in modern history. It served as a source of inspiration for the American and French revolutions. The American Declaration of Independence 1776 expressed this idea as follows: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of 324, an introduction to political theory, government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness." Similarly, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen 1789 expressed the idea as under: "Men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Social distinctions can be based only upon public utility. The aim of every political association is the preservation of natural and imprescriptible rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression." However, in spite of the historical significance of natural rights theory, it remains an ambiguous theory. The doctrine of natural rights was put forward at a historical juncture with a view to securing favorable conditions for a free market society. Hence, natural rights were interpreted in such a manner that they could be instrumental to its establishment. It follows that natural rights can be interpreted in order to uphold the values of the particular class which invokes these rights. Natural rights are claimed to be eternal and immutable, but in actual practice, they are capable of immense variations. Aristotle saw slavery as natural, as he said, "From their hour of birth, some men are marked out for subjection and others for rule." This view is no longer upheld. Some people treat man as naturally superior to woman, others treat them equal by nature. The right to property was for long treated as a natural right, but this view was radically modified under the influence of socialist thought. In short, the concept of natural rights is a subjective concept. Their character depends on the views and values of the class which grasps, interprets, and articulates them. In any case, natural rights constitute an essential element of logic. Any class which rises against some prevailing injustice may invoke natural rights to prove as to what stands to reason. Natural rights comprise a dynamic concept. There can be no fixed natural rights. Their interpretation depends on the nature and degree of the prevailing social consciousness. It is because of these limitations that natural rights are now rarely invoked for building up a rational system of rights in contemporary society. Modem states as well as international organizations and movements widely invoke human rights instead of natural rights to determine their policy objectives or goals. Human rights are based on recognition of human dignity, which cannot be exchanged for any type of substantive benefit. A broad consensus is found in society about the contents of human rights. A series of international declarations and conventions concerning human rights have substantially contributed to the formation of this consensus. Concept of human rights 325. Theory of legal rights. The theory of legal rights holds that all rights of man depend on the state for their existence. There can be no right in the proper sense of the term unless it is so recognized by the state. According to this theory, no rights are absolute, nor are any rights inherent in the nature of man as such. Rights are relative to the law of the land, hence they vary with time and space. Rights have no substance until they are guaranteed by the state. This implies, A, in the first place, that there are no rights prior to the state, because they come into existence with the state itself. B, secondly, it is the state which declares the law and thereby guarantees and enforces rights. No rights can exist beyond the legal framework provided by the state. And C, finally, as the law may change from time to time, the substance of rights also changes therewith. There can be no fixed rights in any society, not to speak of eternal or universal rights. Hobbes argued that the only fundamental right of the individual, viz., the right of self-preservation, is better maintained by the state than by the individual himself. Hence, man must depend on the state for the maintenance of his rights. He is free to do anything which is not restrained by the state. In other words, man can have no rights against the state. Jeremy Bentham is the greatest champion of the theory of legal rights. He rejects the doctrine of natural rights as unreal and ill-founded. In his Principles of Legislation 1789, Bentham observed, Rights, properly so called, are the creatures of law properly so called. Real laws give birth to real rights. Natural rights are the creatures of natural law. They are a metaphor which derives its origin from another metaphor. What there is natural in man is means, faculties. But to call these means, these faculties, natural rights is again to put language in opposition to itself. For rights are established to ensure the exercise of means and faculties. The right is the guarantee, the faculty is the thing guaranteed. How can we understand each other with a language which confounds under the same term things so different? Bentham condemns natural rights as an invention of fanatics, which are dogmatic and unintelligible, devoid of reasoning. About their upholders, Bentham remarks, instead of examining laws by their effects, instead of judging them as good or as bad, they consider them in relation to these pretended natural rights. That is to say, they substitute for reasoning of experience the chimeras of their own imaginations. It is thus evident that the theory of legal rights was advanced with a focus on political reality, and to repudiate the imaginative character of natural rights theory. An Introduction to Political Theory. Evaluation. Harold J. Lasky, in his A Grammar of Politics, 1938, criticized the theory of legal rights as follows. So purely legalistic a view has nothing to contribute to an adequate political philosophy. A legal theory of rights will tell us what in fact the character of a state is. It will not tell us, save by the judgment we express upon some particular state, whether the rights there recognized are the rights which need recognition. In other words, the theory of legal rights takes account of the factual position only. It takes note of what rights are legally recognized and guaranteed in a particular state. Political philosophy would like to inquire as to what rights must be recognized by the state according to the community's conception of justice. Political theory is interested in ascertaining what rights of men are essential for the fulfillment of the social purpose or human personality. How can we judge the character of a state unless we are able to evolve a conception of ideal rights, which should be maintained by every state worth the name? Ernest Barker, in his Principles of Social and Political Theory 1951, has beautifully described this dilemma about the nature of rights. He observes, ideally, a right will always be derived simultaneously from two sources and will possess double quality. One, the source of individual personality, and the quality of being a condition of its development. Two, the source of the state and its law, and the quality of being secured and guaranteed by TEACXEXKMM. OATVAT. In actual practice, we may find a sort of right which is derived only from one of these sources and therefore possesses only one quality. Such a right does not qualify for being regarded as a full right. Barker prefers to call it a quasi-right. Thus he illustrates, we may have a quasi-right, which has only the source of individual personality and the quality of being a condition of its development, such as the right of a slave to personal liberty in a slave-owning state, and equally and conversely. We may have a quasi-right which has only the source of the state and its law and the quality of being secured and guaranteed by the action of that law, such as the right of a slave owner in a slave-owning state to the enjoyment of property in persons. Such a situation demonstrates the difference between the ideal and the actual position. The gulf between legal and ideal rights can be bridged by fixing responsibility of the state in this behalf. Once ideal rights are conceived by the community through its moral consciousness, steps must be taken to secure legal sanction for those rights. Otherwise, such rights are bound to remain but an empty form. Concept of Human Rights 327. Historical Theory of Rights. Historical theory of rights holds that rights are the product of a long historical process. They differ from state to state and from time to time because of the different levels of historical development of society. Rights grow out of custom, which stabilize through usage in several generations. This theory originated in 18th century conservative political thought. Its upholders defended evolutionary change and deprecated revolution. At best, they supported a revolution inspired by the established order of society. Edmund Burke, 1729-97, the greatest champion of historical theory of rights, criticized the French Revolution 1789, for it was provoked by a conception of abstract rights of man, liberty, equality, fraternity. On the contrary, he glorified the English Revolution 1688, which sought to reassert the customary rights that Englishmen had enjoyed from very early days, and which had found expression in such documents as the Magna Carta, 1215, the Petition of Right, 1628, etc. The advocates of historical theory of rights eulogize the constitutional history of England as the story of the evolution of rights through a long historical process. Evaluation. Historical theory of rights is important because it suggests that the state cannot create rights at its own will, nor is it required to follow abstract and subjective conceptions of natural rights. The state has only to recognize those rights of men which have already come into vogue through long-standing usage and custom. But the difficulty with this theory is that it does not provide for any criterion to ensure that rights are based on a sense of justice. Many customs, evolved through a long historical process, involve injustice and the oppression of some vulnerable sections of society. If custom is to serve as the guiding star for the recognition of rights, the state and its law can hardly be made to serve as an instrument of social change. Slavery, infanticide, and polygamy are established in many societies by custom. The customs of sati, devadasi, and untouchability are the familiar examples from recent and current Indian history which show how injustice could be perpetuated through the oppressive custom in which certain sections have vested interests. The state must ban such customs in order to ensure that rights become vehicles of justice, not of tyranny. Custom of sati, an outdated custom of Orthodox Hindu society under which a widow was required to be burnt alive on the pyre of her dead husband as a proof of her lifelong chastity. Custom of devadasi, an outdated custom of some sections of Orthodox Hindu society under which a young maiden was dedicated to a deity and she was not allowed to marry throughout her life. In practice, she was forced to live by prostitution after gaining maturity. 328. An Introduction to Political Theory. Untouchability, a widespread practice of Orthodox Hindu society under which certain outcast Hindus were treated as untouchable by the caste Hindus. Their touch was believed to pollute the caste Hindus. They were refused entry into temples and were not allowed to use common wells, ponds, inns, and other common services. Social welfare theory of rights. Social welfare theory of rights postulates that rights are, in essence, conditions of social welfare. The state should set aside all other considerations and recognize only such rights as are designed to promote social welfare. The utilitarian school of the 19th century, led by Bentham, postulated the greatest happiness of the greatest number as the sole criterion of legislation and recognition of rights. Among the contemporary advocates of social welfare theory, Roscoe Pound 1870 to 1964 and Zechariah Chafee 1885 to 1957 are the most outstanding. Chafee holds that law, custom, natural rights, etc. should all yield to what is socially useful or socially expedient. Rights should be determined by the balance of interests under the prevailing social conditions. Social welfare theory seems to be quite reasonable because no theory of rights can be held valid until it serves the cause of social justice. This theory eliminates the subjective, ambiguous, dogmatic, and static criteria. But, again, this theory presents practical difficulties. The question is, who will define social welfare or social expediency? Usually it is an elite, a group of the chosen few, who assume the power to interpret the requirements of social welfare. It will be recalled that Bentham's formula of the greatest happiness of the greatest number was in effect invoked to create rights suited to a free market society, which resulted in the oppression of the working class. The liberal theory of securing the balance of interests is also invoked to uphold the capitalist system in spite of its oppressive mechanism. At best, social welfare theory of rights is a relative theory, and its merit is dependent on the condition that the oppressed sections have a due share in power and get the opportunity to define social welfare for determining the scheme of rights in a given society. Social welfare theory of rights found a reasoned and elaborate expression in social democratic perspective on rights. Social democratic perspective on rights seeks to achieve the objectives of individual liberty and social justice together. It is best represented by Lasky's theory of rights. Harold J. Lasky made an important observation on the significance of rights. Every state is known by the rights that it maintains. Our concept of human rights, 329, method of judging its character lies, above all, in the contribution that it makes to the substance of man's happiness. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. This has been his favorable subject on which he reflected in a number of his works. Taking a creative view of politics, Lasky has thoroughly investigated the moral foundations of rights, which postulate a synthesis of liberal and socialist values within a democratic structure. In the event, he has evolved a theory of the service state and produced a rather elaborate blueprint of a just society. Lasky has reverted to the problem of rights in a number of his works, such as Liberty in the Modern State, The Dilemma of Our Time, Reflections on the Revolution of Our Time, Democracy in Crisis, The State in Theory and Practice, etc. Yet a comprehensive and systematic formulation of his theory of rights is found in his leading work, A Grammar of Politics, 519, Synthesis of Liberal and Socialist Values. As a liberal thinker, Lasky is a great champion of liberty. In fact, it is his love of liberty that led him to the justification of social and economic equality, and he turns out to be a great champion of social justice. In this process, he attacks the foundations of the capitalist system, but rejects the Soviet-type socialist system for its suppression of liberty. He is convinced that the democratic structure can be effectively used to secure a synthesis of liberal and socialist values. In his The Dilemma of Our Times 1952, Lasky has strongly argued that liberty, which is the essence of rights, is neither perfectly secure in a capitalist democracy like America, nor in a socialist dictatorship like Russia. It is the rigidness of the two systems which is responsible for crushing one or the other vital aspect of individual liberty. In his Liberty in the Modern State 1931,948, Lasky points out that the enthusiasts of Moscow and of Washington differ only in the object of their worship. In Russia, the suppression of liberty takes the form of resistance to the admission of incorrect bourgeois notions. In America, liberty is suppressed in the name of inhibition of license. The threat to liberty always comes from those privileged sections who are opposed to the claims of equalization of privileges. As Lasky noted, a scrutiny of history makes it plain that the right to liberty will always be challenged, where its consequence is the equalization of some privilege, which is not generally shared by men. Liberty in the Modern State, 1948. In his Reflections on the Revolution of Our Time, 1943, Lasky demonstrated that the liberal state, which was brought about in the name of liberty, has in effect proved to be inadequate because of its denial of social equality. Thus he observed, the liberal state, though it represented a definite gain in social freedom upon any previous social order, was in fact no more than the exchange of one privileged class for another, and its refusal to link political liberty with social equality had grave consequences. It brought into the control of 330, an introduction to political theory, authority, a race of men who equated effective economic demand with right. They argued that for the weaker to go to the wall was a law of nature to which we were disobedient at our peril. In his Grammar of Politics 1938, Lasky strongly attacked the inequalities prevailing in the modern state. As he remarked, the state does not distribute equally the means, especially knowledge and economic power, to influence the policy that is adopted. The wealth of the community increases, but it does not in a critical way relieve their wants. Our knowledge increases by leaps and bounds, but those who have genuine access to the intellectual heritage of the race are still but a fragment of the people. The rule of the rich, whether of landed men or of those who owned industrial capital, has been devoted firstly to the accumulation of wealth, and secondly to preventing its diffusion. In a subsequent paragraph, he declares this degree of social inequality to be intolerable. The contrast in the modern world between men and women who have never known a decent house, a decent meal, and clothing that barely protects them against the elements, and those who have never known what it is to have unsatiated a want that the possession of property can supply, is an intolerable one. Lasky therefore pleads for establishing a service state, where industrial production is undertaken in order to meet the social needs, not for private profit. He is inclined to suggest a socialist solution. Either the state must control industrial power in the interests of its citizens, or industrial power will control the state in the interests of its possessors. The first need of the masses is to realize the right to adequate payment for their effort. The first principle, therefore, of industrial organization is a system of institutions directed to that end. Moral foundations of rights. Lasky, like Dick Green, 1836-82, erects his theory of rights on moral foundations. However, he is seriously concerned with the satisfaction of material needs of the masses. Lasky is much ahead of Green in dealing with the maladies of the capitalist system. Thus, Lasky holds that rights are not concessions granted by the state. On the contrary, they are superior to the state, because they provide for a standard to judge the state itself. He therefore asserts, rights, in fact, are those conditions of social life without which no man can seek, in general, to be himself at his best. For since the state exists to, concept of human rights 331, make possible that achievement, it is only by maintaining rights that its end may be secured. Rights, therefore, are prior to the state, in the sense that, recognized or not, they are that from which its validity derives. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. His view marks a departure from some prevalent notions of rights. Rights are not historical in the sense that they have at some time won their recognition, but they are historical in the sense that they are demanded by a society at a certain level of its development. Rights are not natural in the sense that they can be compiled into a permanent and unchanging catalog, but they are natural in the sense that they must demand their recognition according to the level of development of society. The contents of rights change with time and place. The moral basis of rights postulates equal treatment of all citizens in the matter of securing their rights. As Lasky suggests, in any state the demands of each citizen for the fulfillment of his best self must be taken as of equal worth, and the utility of a right is therefore its value to all the members of the state. Ibid. Lasky's insistence on equality is evident throughout his works. In his State in Theory and Practice 1935, Lasky argues, the state must postulate the equal claim of its citizens to the benefits which accrue from its exercise of power. No small part of the history of political philosophy is occupied by elaborate attempts to prove that particular groups of men are unfit for the privileges of citizenship. Aristotle's defense of slavery, Locke's defense of the exclusion of Roman Catholics, Hitler's defense of the exclusion of the Jews from citizenship, are all attempts to erect private possessions into universal principles of reason. None of them stands examination by a thinker who does not accept the particular emotional prejudice upon which they are based. In his defense of equality, Lasky tends to accommodate his liberal individualist position with the requirements of public welfare. In his Grammar of Politics 1938, Lasky admits the differentiation of rights according to functions, provided that the elementary needs of each individual have been satisfied. As he observes, we build rights upon individual personality because ultimately the welfare of the community is built upon the happiness of the individual. I cannot have rights against the public welfare, for that ultimately is to give me rights against a welfare which is intimately and inseparably associated with my own. Here Lasky, like T.H. Green and R.M. McKelver, draws a distinction between the state and the community. One may have rights against the state, but not against the community which embodies the common good. The moral authority of the state as its claim to allegiance is based on its devotion to the common good and its recognition of the claims of personality. In Lasky's own words, 332, An Introduction to Political Theory, any social order which fails consistently to recognize the claims of personality is built upon a foundation of sand. Sooner or later it will provoke the dissent of those whose nature is frustrated by its policy. Its disasters will become their opportunity. For to deny the claims of right is to sacrifice the claim to allegiance. The state can exercise moral authority upon no other basis. Ibid. Accordingly, rights in Lasky's view are not the creature of law but the ideal objects of law itself. Thus he maintains, a state exists, it exerts authority, it claims allegiance, in order that those citizens may realize in their lives the best of which they are capable. To that end they have rights. Obviously, therefore, rights are not the creatures of law, but its condition precedent. They are that which law is seeking to realize. Institutions are, then, bad or good in proportion as they fail or succeed in the promotion of the purpose of rights. Ibid. Rights and duties. When rights are erected on moral foundations, they are essentially accompanied by duties. Lasky carefully points to their correlation. As he himself records, the possession of rights does not mean the possession of claims that are empty of all duties. Our rights are not independent of society but inherent in it. To provide for me the conditions which enable me to be my best self is to oblige me at the same time to seek to be my best self. To protect me against attack from others is to imply that I myself will desist from attacking others. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. Rights are therefore correlative with duties or functions. Man is entitled to rights to enable him to make his contribution to the social good. Function is implicit in right. The concept of rights postulates that the state as well as the individual shall pursue the ideal objects of society. Accordingly, the duty of the individual is coextensive with the duty of the state. If the state fails in its duty, it is the duty of the individual to resist the state. as Lasky elucidates. My duty to the state is, above all, my duty to the ideal the actual state must seek to serve. There are then circumstances in which resistance to the state becomes an obligation if claims to right are to be given validity. Ibid. Moreover, as the rights of man are subservient to the common good, it is his duty to contribute to the common good in exercise of his rights. Lasky therefore urges, men must learn to subordinate their self-interest to the common welfare. The privileges of some must give way before the rights of all. Provision of Concept of Human Rights 333. Rights and duties in this sense is not compatible with the division of society into privileged and underprivileged sections. Social and economic rights. As a liberal thinker with strong socialist leanings, Lasky is not satisfied with the provision of political liberty alone. In fact, Lasky has produced an elaborate blueprint of a just society with a scheme of social, economic, as well as political rights. He insists on the citizen's right to work as an essential means to earn his livelihood. As he points out, the citizen has a right to work. To leave him without access to the means of existence is to deprive him of that which makes possible the realization of personality. Ibid. On the same principle, Lasky demands provision of insurance against unemployment, although he is against parasitism. Lasky also pleads for humane conditions of work and fair wages under the present industrial system of production. Besides, the workers should have a share and voice in industrial management in order to save them from the tyranny of capitalism. As Lasky points out, any theory of rights in the modern state must realize that the institution of private property leaves the control of the industrial machine to the owners of capital, and that individual freedom, as when the single handicraftsman worked for the master, is no longer possible. Obviously, in such a background, we must prevent that ownership of capital from degenerating into dictatorship. Ibid. Then Lasky advocates the citizen's right to such education as will fit him for the tasks of citizenship. Coming to political rights, he insists on the citizen's right to political power, with three derivative rights: right to franchise, right to be chosen as governor, and right to be chosen for political office. Lasky, as a great liberal, is an ardent champion of freedom of speech and expression, which should be extended to all the citizens. This implies the freedom of criticism of the government, which is the cornerstone of democracy. As Lasky argues, a government can always learn more from the criticism of its opponents than from the eulogy of its supporters. To stifle that criticism is at least ultimately to prepare its own destruction. Ibid. As a positive liberal, and being extremely conscious of the tyranny of the capitalist system, Lasky has radical views on the right to property. Like all rights, it must be related to the function performed. As Lasky suggests, if property must be possessed in order that a man may be his best self, the existence of such a right is clear. But it is also obvious that such a right is immediately susceptible to stringent limitations. Rights are the correlative of functions. I have the right to property if what I own is, broadly speaking, important for the service I perform. Ibid. 334. An Introduction to Political Theory. Right to property must be subordinated to the maintenance of common welfare. This right loses its moral justification the moment it becomes an instrument of power over others. I can never justly own if the result of my ownership is a power over the life of others. For if the personality of other men is directly subject to changes of my will, if their rights as citizens, in other words, become the creatures of this single right of mine, obviously they will soon cease to have any personality at all. No man in such a background has the right to own property beyond that extent which enables the decent satisfaction of impulse. Ibid. In short, Lasky's theory of rights seeks to evolve a synthesis of individual rights with common welfare. Conclusion. Lasky's theory of rights takes three essential aspects into consideration: interests of the individual, interests of the various groups through which his personality finds channels of expression, and interest of the community, which is the total result of the combined pressure of social forces. The individuals, or for that matter social groups, cannot be left to define their own rights in a conflicting manner. It is the instrumentality of the state which resolves their conflict and regulates the behavior of individuals and groups by common rules. So Lasky concludes, we must live by common rules. We must build an organ which enforces and interprets those common rules. We must so build it that both group and individual are safeguarded in their freedom and their equality so far as institutions can provide a safeguard. There will always be either powerful individuals or powerful groups who make their way against other less apt to assertiveness. Our effort must be a search for the compromise which allows to the largest possible number a life that is worthy of our resources. Ibid. Thus Lasky attempts the fusion of the liberal individualist, liberal pluralist, and liberal socialist theories. He tries to fit liberty and equality in a common scheme. His scheme is most fascinating. In any case, he comes to believe that the present liberal capitalist system can somehow be remodeled so as to secure the ends of social justice. He presents elaborate plans for the decentralization and democratization of power, economic as well as political power. But the question is, who will tame the manipulators of power? Will they just be prepared to relinquish their privileged position on the fascinating prescriptions of an expert political scientist? How can a substantive social change be effected without strong pressure from the oppressed classes themselves? Lasky's scheme needs to pass the test of political reality. Concept of Human Rights 335. In any case, Lasky has given valuable hints for the reorganization of society according to the principles of justice. His ideas constitute important tenets of modem consciousness. His views are thought-provoking and a source of inspiration for intellectuals. They can take up the cause of the oppressed and vulnerable sections with a view to working for the establishment of a just society. Fifth, Marxist perspective. Strictly speaking, there is no Marxist theory of rights. The exponents of Marxism have analyzed the principles of freedom, equality, and justice as the basis of social organization, not with reference to their implications as the rights of man. In practice, however, socialist states have evolved elaborate schemes of rights, which can be discussed in the context of the Marxist theory of rights. Concept of rights. It will be recalled that the cause of the rights of man was initially taken up by the exponents of the liberal individualist theory in 17th and 18th century Europe. Marxist theory arose in the mid-19th century when liberal individualist rights had largely been established, but mainly served as the foundation of the capitalist system. Marx 1818-83 and Engels 1820-95 realized that the so-called rights of man had nothing to offer to man as such. These rights were designed to serve the interests of a particular class, the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, the owners of the means of social production. These rights were secured by law, but law was nothing but a superstructure raised on the foundation of the material conditions of life, the mode of production, determined by the prevalent property relations in society. The state and its law could not escape the thrust of its class character. In other words, howsoever rich tributes may be paid to the dignity or rights of man under the liberal capitalist system, the rights secured by it are bound to support a system of exploitation of the common man, the worker, by the captains of business and industry. The liberal individualist rights, ranging from the freedom of trade, freedom of contract, freedom of thought and expression to the right to vote, had, therefore, no substantive advantage for the common man so long as society was divided into antagonistic classes, dominant and dependent, oppressor and oppressed, exploiter and exploited classes. Marxist theory even repudiates the liberal individualist concept of man, an atomized and alienated individual, motivated by enlightened self-interest, a possessive individual, seeking to attain a special status and privileged position in society. This image of man perfectly fitted into the scheme of a free market society, which sought to glorify the exploits of man, which sought to identify social interest with the sum total of the interests of different individuals, and, in 336, An Introduction to Political Theory, the event established the hegemony of a handful of enterprising individuals, rich in money and manipulative power. The liberal individualist theory reduced the rational man into an expert in the art of exploitation. On the other hand, Marxist theory sought to secure the freedom of man from these conditions of injustice and exploitation. It insisted on the sociable nature of man. In other words, man by nature tends to seek his fulfillment through a rational social organization. A normal man does not aspire to distinguish himself from society, to attain a superior position, but to contribute to the good of society in a free and cooperative effort. This view of man is not conducive to any theory of rights of man apart from the rights of society itself. Rights under the capitalist system. Rights under the capitalist system are the product of the demand of equality raised by the new middle class, the bourgeoisie, the merchant industrialist class, in the 17th century. This class invoked the principle of equality against the feudal system, which blocked the development of productive forces of the emerging capitalist system. The exponents of the liberal theory saw the justification of the struggle for human rights in the social equality of all men. The demand for liberty, equality, and fraternity became the watchword of the French Revolution 1789 in late 18th century. But when this new middle class, the bourgeoisie, came to power, it refused to extend the principle of equality in substantive terms to the working class, the proletariat. As Engels in his Anti-Düring 1878 observed, this equality reduced itself to bourgeois equality before the law. One bourgeois property was proclaimed as one of the essential rights of man, and the government of reason came into being as a democratic bourgeois republic. The great thinkers of the 18th century could no more than their predecessors go beyond the limits imposed upon them by their epoch. In other words, the bourgeoisie sought to dilute the revolutionary content of the demand for social equality by preserving private property in the means of production, and thereby legalizing an exploitative system of social relationships. Marx and Engels, however, appreciated the advantage of civil liberties and representative institutions evolved by bourgeois democracy, which enabled the working class to organize itself, to propagate its ideas, and to learn the art of government. They, however, insisted on bringing the principles of freedom and equality to their logical conclusion, in replacing the capitalist system by the socialist system and ultimately bringing about a classless society. Concept of human rights 337. Rights under the socialist system. According to Marxist theory, the socialist system, which is established by the proletariat after overthrowing the capitalists in a violent revolution and socialization of the major means of productions, is much more conducive to establishing equality as a principle of social organization. But the socialist system itself is a transitional stage. Perfect equality and justice are possible only under communist society, which is characterized by the abolition of classes and the withering away of the state. The governing principle of communist society will be, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. But this is not practicable under the socialist system, which is still stamped with birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it comes. Its governing principle, therefore, is not perfect equality, but a workable form of equality, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Now this principle is akin to that prevailing in the capitalist system, but different in some important respects. V.L. Lenin, 1870-1924, in his State and Revolution 1917, admits that this principle embodies a bourgeois right which implies inequality, yet it marks an advance over the capitalist system. The first phase of communism cannot yet provide justice and equality. Differences, and unjust differences, in wealth will still persist. But the exploitation of man by man will have become impossible because it will be impossible to seize the means of production, the factories, machines, land, etc., and make them private property. Marx shows the course of development of communist society, which is compelled to abolish at first only the injustice of the means of production seized by individuals, and which is unable at once to eliminate the other injustice, which consists in the distribution of consumer goods according to the amount of labor performed, and not according to needs. Lenin, on the authority of Marx, calls it a defect of the socialist system, but treats it as inevitable because rights can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. And so, in the first phase of communist society, usually called socialism, bourgeois right is not abolished in its entirety, but only in part, only in proportion to the economic revolution so far attained, that is, only in respect of the means of production. Bourgeois right recognizes them as the private property of individuals. Socialism converts them into common property. To that extent, and to that extent alone, bourgeois right disappears. It is significant that the socialist system established in the USSR since 1917 under the stewardship of Lenin himself had taken care to secure the social and economic rights of the citizens substantively, not in the formal sense. There are 338. An Introduction to Political Theory. Constitution of 1977 had substantially enlarged these rights. The citizens of the erstwhile USSR were guaranteed not only equality before the law, but also equal rights in all spheres of economic, political, social, and cultural life. Above all, they were entitled to the right to work, that is, guaranteed employment and pay in accordance with the quantity and quality of their work, not below the state-established minimum, including the right to choose their trade or profession. They also had the right to rest and leisure, the right to health protection, and social security, including the right to maintenance in old age, in sickness, and in the event of complete or partial disability or loss of the breadwinner. Then they had the right to housing, right to education, right to enjoy cultural freedoms, freedom of scientific, technical, and artistic work, in accordance with the aims of building communism. Theoretically, they were also entitled to freedom of speech, of the press, and of assembly, meetings, street processions, and demonstrations. In accordance with the interests of the people, and in order to strengthen and develop the socialist system, they had the right to associate in public organizations that would promote their political activity and initiative, etc. In accordance with the aims of building communism. They also had the right to profess or not to profess any religion, and to conduct religious worship, etc. In actual practice, however, no liberal democratic rights were allowed to be exercised during the ascendancy of socialism. The Soviet system was severely criticized for its suppression of freedom of opinion and protest. Western countries branded it a country behind the Iron Curtain. The new rights granted to the citizens, especially the freedom of speech, assembly, association, and demonstration, etc., were apparently conditional, as governed by the aim of building up communism. The prerogative to judge whether a particular activity conformed to this aim or not rested with the state, especially the authorities of the Communist Party. It is only after the collapse of communism in the former Soviet Union 1991 that the liberal democratic rights of citizens have been restored. Unfortunately, however, these changes were also accompanied by a sharp decline of social and economic rights. The combination of liberal and socialist rights is a difficult task. Lasky has tried to evolve a theoretical framework for such a combination. We in India have been trying to secure such a combination in practice. Many modern thinkers, Barker, McIlver, and McPherson, have been working on its theory. The elimination of injustice and exploitation in economic life without suppressing the liberal freedoms of people is a great challenge of the present-day world, for the political scientist as well as for the statesman. 6. Genesis of human rights. The idea of human rights comprehends the whole range of rights of human beings. What is the source of this idea? Historical accounts or legal documents or concept of human rights? Anthropological data could be consulted to find out as to how different types of rights of human beings have been evolved over time. But these would hardly enlighten us about the real basis of human rights as such. In fact, this idea emanates from the human faculty of reason. Among the conventional theories of rights, the idea of human rights comes close to the theory of natural rights because this theory is based on a similar logic. In any case, the conventional theory of natural rights could only be treated as a beginning. It will have to be brought to its logical conclusion in order to understand the precise basis of human rights. The problem of human rights emerged as a matter of serious concern for the whole world after the Second World War 1939 to the power of 45. During Nuremberg trials 1946, some German Nazis were tried for crimes against humanity apart from war crimes. The most barbarous and inhuman atrocities committed by the accused on the Jews of their country were termed crimes against humanity. This action was based on the assumption that human rights are valid by themselves. These are above the law of any nation. Violation of these rights would be treated as crime against humanity. In 1948, the United Nations issued an elaborate list of human rights, known as Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It advised its member nations to give a wide publicity to these rights in their respective countries, particularly in schools and other educational institutions. This declaration is best suited to building up a free, democratic welfare state. It embodies the best scheme of human rights. This declaration contains 30 articles, apart from its preamble. Its preamble states that the recognition of the inherent dignity and equality of all human beings and their inalienable rights is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind. The advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and want is the highest aspiration of the common people. If man is not to be compelled to have recourse, as a last resort, to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, it is essential that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. In order to promote the development of friendly relations between nations, the United Nations Charter had reaffirmed the faith of its members in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of men and women. It was determined to promote social progress and universal respect for observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The present declaration gives prominence to civil and political rights of human beings and legal protection thereof. Then it pays due importance to their social economic rights. In order to strengthen the foundation of these rights, it also highlights individuals' duties toward the community. 340th, An Introduction to Political Theory. Articles 1 and 2 focus on rational nature of all human beings and reaffirm faith in their dignity, freedom, equality, and fraternity. They rule out any discrimination between them on grounds of race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other type of status. Articles 3 and 4 provide for everyone's right to life, liberty, and security of person, prohibition of slavery, slave trade, and servitude. Article 5 rules out torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment to any person. Articles 6 to 11 provide for equality before the law, equal protection against any discrimination, legal remedy, freedom from arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile, and adherence to fair legal procedure in case a person is accused. Article 12 rules out arbitrary interference with any individual's privacy, family, home, or correspondence, and attacks upon his honor and reputation. Articles 13 and 14 provide for the right to freedom of movement and residence, and the right to seek asylum from persecution in other countries. Article 15 provides for the right to a nationality. Article 16 for the right to marry and found a family with the free and full consent of the intending spouses. And Article 17 for the right to own property. Articles 18, 19, and 20 provide for the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, the right to freedom of opinion and expression, and the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. Article 21 provides for the right to take part in the government of one's country through one's chosen representatives and the right of equal access to public service. It also recommends that the will of the people, expressed in periodic and genuine elections, by universal and equal suffrage, by secret voting, shall be the basis of authority of government. In this way, this article regards democratic form of government as an essential feature of human rights. It is worth noting that Articles 1 to 21 of the present declaration embody an elaborate scheme to provide for civil, political, and legal rights of all human beings world over. On the other hand, articles to provide for social and economic rights of the individual. These include the right to social security, right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work, equal pay for equal work, just and favorable remuneration, right to form trade unions, right to rest and leisure, adequate standard of living, special care and assistance during motherhood and childhood, and right to education. Article 27 provides for cultural rights, including the right to participate freely in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits, and author's right to the protection of the moral and material interests resulting from his scientific, literary, or artistic production. Concept of Human Rights 341. Article 28 focuses on everyone's entitlement to a social and international order in which all these rights and freedoms can be fully realized. This article is concerned with the sphere of application of the rights in question. Finally, Articles 29 and 30 focus on everyone's duties to the community to ensure full development of his personality. Any individual would be entitled to the aforesaid rights and freedoms on the condition of recognizing similar rights and freedoms of others and of meeting the just requirements of morality, public order, and the general welfare in a democratic society. No state, group, or person would have any right to engage in any activity involving the destruction of any of these rights and freedoms. It is important to note that India, as an active member of the United Nations and as an ardent champion of human rights, has given due recognition to the contents of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is manifested in various parts of the Indian Constitution 1950, including its preamble, fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, and fundamental duties. The Supreme Court of India has cited the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in some of its judgments from time to time in order to promote democratic spirit and social justice. Government of India has set up a National Human Rights Commission since 1993 in order to promote awareness about these rights and to ensure their protection. Apart from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, leading nations of the world have expressed their resolve to respect human rights through several international compacts. Of these, European Convention on Human Rights 1950, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights 1966, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights 1966, American Convention on Human Rights 1969, Helsinki Accords 1975, and African Charter on Peoples and Human Rights 1981 are particularly important. Besides, citizens of many countries have formed non-governmental organizations, NGOs, for the protection of ordinary people's human rights. For example, in India, we have People's Union for Civil Liberties and People's Union for Democratic Rights, who have done commendable work in this sphere. The most prominent non-political humanitarian organization, Amnesty International, with headquarters in London, inquires into the cases of injustice due to political, religious, and racial persecution world over and submits its reports to the United Nations and the Council of Europe at regular intervals. The concept of human rights is subject to continuous evolution, so it is not possible to indicate the full range of human rights. If we try to identify some broad categories of human rights, some of them would be overlapping each other. For the sake of convenience, we may discuss them under 4 headings. 342. An Introduction to Political Theory. A. Right to life. B. Right to property. C. Civil liberties and democratic rights. And D. Social, economic, and cultural rights. Substance of these rights must be interpreted with due regard to the need to maintain humane conditions of living and to protect human dignity. Right to life. It implies that an innocent person shall not be caught, detained, subjected to physical torture or death. Up to this point, it is a negative right. With the growing consciousness of human rights, positive aspects of right to life are being increasingly highlighted. Accordingly, the state shall not only protect human life from the onslaught of various offenders and natural calamities within the country, as well as foreign aggressors, but also provide for a clean and pollution-free atmosphere and take care of public health. Right to property. It implies the right to own material things acquired by an individual through legal means. The state must protect this right of the individual. This right is the foundation of security of one's fruit of labor, day-to-day comforts of life, and one's means of a decent livelihood. However, modem consciousness nowhere regards the right to property an absolute right. The property that enables a person to establish control over lives of others will always be subject to compulsory acquisition by the state for public purpose. Compensation for this acquisition would be determined by public authority in view of the needs of social justice. Social justice. The principle that while framing social policy and dealing with conflicting claims of various parties, special relief and protection should be accorded to the weaker sections who have suffered due to the prevailing social arrangements. Civil liberties and democratic rights. The terms civil liberties and democratic rights are sometimes used interchangeably. It is believed that civil liberties can be effectively provided only under a democratic system which is characterized by democratic rights. Again, at times the term democratic rights is applied synonymously with human rights. Although these three terms are closely interrelated, it would not be proper to use them loosely. At the outset, it may be realized that the term human rights denotes a wide range of rights. It comprehends civil liberties, democratic rights, and a lot of other measures intended to maintain human dignity. Democratic rights broadly suggest a set of those rights which enable the individual, as a full concept of human rights 343, citizen of his community, country, or nation, to take part in public life, to elect government of his choice, to influence government decisions, and to acquire political office through the prescribed procedure. This is primarily the arena of political rights. Civil liberties, on the other hand, belong to the arena of legal rights. It is true that civil liberties can be maintained most effectively under a democratic system, but the existence of democratic system itself is not enough to ensure the maintenance of civil liberties. After all, a government, even a democratic government, involves the use of power which can be used to suppress the freedom of citizens. Only a democratic government enables the citizens to protect their own freedom by electing new officials if the government infringes on their civil liberties. Then what is meant by civil liberties? Broadly speaking, civil liberties include freedom of thought and expression, freedom of religion, freedom of movement, freedom of association, the right to fair trial, and freedom of the person. Freedom of the person includes freedom from arbitrary search, arrest, or detention. Similarly, freedom of thought and expression includes freedom of the press and freedom to criticize the government. These rights and liberties are essential to protect the individual from arbitrary acts of government and to enable him to enjoy his freedom in various spheres of life. In any case, these liberties must be exercised with a sense of responsibility and with due regard to the needs of maintaining similar liberties of others. Relation between democratic rights, civil liberties, and human rights, V.W. Human rights. Democratic rights. Each larger circle includes the smaller circle. It is important to note that the notion of freedom of the person or personal freedom and the right to a fair trial emanates from the concept of rule of law, a principle of English constitutional practice, and the right to fair trial is also part of due process of law, a principle of American constitutional practice. An introduction to political theory. The concept of due process of law holds that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property, except in accordance with the explicit provisions of law and with due regard to his rights. Then, rule of law requires that the law of the land should be properly notified so that the citizens know as to how it will affect them. Any action against an individual should be taken only under that law and not on any other basis. Hence, no one should be arbitrarily arrested nor punished without a fair trial. The principle of human rights further requires that no arbitrary law should be enacted, and no one should be subjected to inhuman treatment under false pretense of legal action. Cases of undertrials languishing in jails for over a decade, even without charges being framed against them, involve a gross violation of human rights. No one should be subjected to extreme insult or torture for confession of a crime or disclosure of a secret. Even when someone's offense is proved, he should not be subjected to extremely cruel and disgraceful punishment. For instance, if a woman has committed a heinous crime, she should not be forced to a naked parade or outrage of her modesty as a measure of punishment. Such inhuman punishment would be degrading not only to that particular individual but to womanhood as such and to society at large. Similarly, when a criminal is awarded a death sentence, he should be subjected to a peaceful death, not to an extremely painful death like being burnt alive or being thrown into boiling oil. Such inhuman acts cannot be permitted in a legal system of a civilized society. On the same logic, the use of atomic, biological, and chemical weapons in war is banned under international law, as it brings untold suffering upon the population and thereby violates human rights. Punishment to any person must be pronounced by a judicial authority after a fair trial of the case. Death of an accused in police custody, rape of a woman in police custody, or death of a suspect in fake police encounter are the most serious violations of human rights. In 1980, some 30 accused in Bhagalpur jail in Bihar were mercilessly blinded by the police. In 1994, Punjab police caused tattooing pickpockets on the foreheads of some tribal women. Such incidents were widely deprecated as violations of human rights, Protection of human dignity constitutes the core of human rights. It implies that a human person, howsoever vulnerable, cannot be subjected to inhuman treatment for the gratification of any other person at whatever price. So any type of trade in human beings is ruled out. Some years ago, some rich traders of Gulf countries entertained themselves by camel race. They tied human children with the necks of the camels so that the crying children served as a spur to the fast-running camels. The spectators enjoyed this scene at the cost of innocent poor children. This was a heart-rending case of violation of human rights. Similarly, child labor involving children of tender age working in strenuous and hazardous occupations also amounts to violation of human rights. Concept of human rights. 345. National Human Rights Commission of India has focused on some other aspects of the problem concerning the protection of human dignity. Apart from the need to reform police system, it has emphasized the need to reform administration of prisons and correctional institutions, the need to prevent the curse of prostitution, the curse of manual scavenging, starvation deaths, and the need to improve the health of expectant mothers to save future generations from physical and mental retardation. It is now widely accepted that cold wave deaths as well as malnutrition deaths and diseases, particularly in India, involve the violation of human rights, social, economic, and cultural rights. These largely include the right to education, right to work, congenial conditions of work, rests, and a reasonable level of living and health, social security, and opportunity to participate in the cultural heritage of the community. These rights are the product of social consciousness of the present age. Provision of these rights is linked with the problem of social justice. It is a matter of debate whether such provision should be treated as a part of the scheme of human rights. It is argued that in a large number of third world countries, these rights cannot be protected for want of adequate resources. How can we treat them as rights if they cannot be secured in a sizable part of the world? But it should not be forgotten that the concept of human rights is based on the idea of ideal rights, which express the goals of social life. If it is not feasible to provide for these rights in some parts of the world today, their significance as human rights will not diminish on this ground. They can certainly serve as guiding principles of public policy. If a state cannot provide for them for want of resources for the time being, these rights will show the way to its long-term goals. Conclusion. In the contemporary world, the scope of human rights needs to be expanded further. The problems of protecting life and health in the present-day society have become more complex. The spread of terrorism, drug trafficking, and environmental pollution are now threatening the life of people. It is the duty of the state to save people from that threat. This duty of the state must be included in the list of human rights, whereas the efforts of nation-states might have been sufficient to protect the traditional human rights. The new human rights can be maintained only through the global effort. The increasing awareness of human rights in the contemporary world may be treated as a great achievement of our civilization. However, at times some wrong tendencies are encouraged in the name of human rights. For instance, sometimes human rights are invoked to shield hardened criminals and terrorists, and human rights of their victims are sought to be overlooked who have to suffer untold miseries due to their inhuman acts. 346. An introduction to political theory. Again, many developed countries tend to impose restrictions on the import of goods from the developing countries under the pretense that human rights were violated in the process of manufacture of those goods, such as it involved child labor or prisoners' labor. Such grounds are advanced without ascertaining the truth. When any type of injustice is sought to be promoted by invoking human rights, the real situation must be analyzed with utmost caution and care. If human rights are taken in a wider sense, that is as a means of protecting individual from onslaughts or atrocities of arbitrary power, there is hardly any dispute about their status. But if they are viewed as a tool in the hands of individual to safeguard his self-interest against the claims of the state and society, they are likely to receive different treatment from different schools of thought. These divergent views regarding the nature and status of rights or human rights may be called theories of human rights. Of these, liberal, libertarian, Marxist, communitarian, and feminist theories are most important. Liberal theory of rights, as expounded by John Locke, 1632 to 1704, focuses on rights of individual against the state. Although Locke makes a distinction between society and state and sees no serious conflict between individual and society, his theory of rights deals with a possible conflict between individual and the state. He postulates that individuals form the state as a trust for the protection of their natural right to life, liberty, and property. If the state fails in this duty, individuals can resist it. If it still fails, they can dissolve it. In fact, Locke does not make a distinction between state and government. That is why society will not disintegrate with the dissolution of state or government. In short, liberal theory of rights treats individual as the end and state as the means. Libertarian theory of rights, as expounded by Robert Nozick 1938 to 2002, gives more prominence to the individual. It maintains its faith in the natural rights of the individual and treats the state as a private firm. Individuals hire the state, chiefly for the protection of their property holdings. The state has no authority to engage in redistributive transfers among citizens who were originally its clients. Marxist theory of rights, as expounded by Karl Marx 1818 to 83 and V. Lenin 1870 to 1924, holds that the rights maintained by any society are the rights of its ruling class or dominant class at the expense of the dependent class. So the capitalist society protects the rights and interests of capitalists at the expense of the working class. Workers will have to overthrow capitalists and socialize the major means of production in order to create a new order that would protect the rights and interests of the working class. Communitarian theory of rights, as advanced by Alasdair MacIntyre, 1929, focuses on individuals' commitment to the community, which represents the concept of human rights. 347. Common interest. This theory refuses to recognize independent interest or rights of the individual. Finally, feminist theory, as represented by Shulamith Firestone, 1945, and Sheila Robotham, 1943, among others, insists on restoring the rights of women in a male-dominated society. It seeks to transform the prevalent system of rights, which has been responsible for the subordination of women to men in all societies in all ages. Comparative perspective on human rights. The issue, status of, individual nature of the community, status of authority, object of commitment, status of rights. Exponents, liberal theory, holder of rights, aggregate of individuals, subservient to individual, self-interest most prominent. John Locke, libertarian theory, holder of rights, aggregate of individuals, like a private service agency. Self-interest most prominent. Robert Nozick, Marxist theory, member of integral part of varies with the class, the community, gender divided into source of all sphere of male dominance and social life domination dependent classes. Instrument of exploitation, common good class, the common interest. Good instrument merged in of class, the common interest. Karl Marx, Alexander VI, Lenin McIntyre. Instrument of male domination, women's rights and interests. Instrument of resisting male domination, S. Firestone, S. Robotham. Communitarian theory, feminist theory. Concept of liberty. The concept of liberty or freedom denotes a very important principle of political philosophy. Liberty is sometimes regarded as the distinctive principle of liberalism, but freedom is acclaimed as a universal principle. Freedom is eulogized by liberal, idealist, as well as Marxist theory. Nobody quarrels with freedom as an end, but different schools of thought differ on the means and mode of realizing freedom. Even the champions of absolutism, authoritarianism, and slavery pay lip service to freedom, claiming that for ordinary men, submission to authority, regarded as the symbol of some sort of excellence, is the best way to realize freedom. The champions of liberty have, however, always challenged the claims of the privileged classes to such excellence. The ideal of liberty has inspired many revolutionary struggles against despotism and foreign regimes. It is significant that the struggle for liberty is always informed by a philosophy of equality. That is, when some oppressed sections rise against their oppressors, as in peasant revolts or national struggles of independence, they challenge the alleged superiority of their oppressors, demanding equality and justice on the universal principle of human equality. Nature of liberty. Liberty is the quality of man. It is man, as distinguished from other living beings, who demands freedom and evolves institutions to secure it. Animals, birds, and insects are governed by the rule of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest. The fittest is the one physically strongest and cleverest. They have no aim of life beyond mere existence. Man, as Homo sapiens, has distinguished himself from other living beings as he claims to have an aim in his life. He has created the whole complex of institutions, civilization, and culture in pursuance of this aim. Animals are mere slaves of nature. Man has largely learned to tame. 349. Concept of liberty. Control and harness nature to serve his purpose of life. Freedom is the distinctive quality of man. However, despite the long history of man's civilization, he has not yet risen fully above the rule of the animal kingdom. So long as the elders, the more experienced, more learned, more competent, more prudent, and more energetic men in society manage common affairs in the common interest, men do not lose their freedom in obeying their commands. But in actual practice, it is mostly the selfish, strong, and clever men who have managed to assume dominant positions and acquire special privileges in society. As a result, society was divided into privileged and underprivileged sections, the oppressor and oppressed, the exploiter and exploited, the dominant and dependent groups, because one set of men assumed power over the lives of others. The privileged classes have developed a vested interest in the existing order. They have sought to justify that order by stressing its virtues in order to establish the legitimacy of their dominant position. A typical example of this tendency may be found in Aristotle's defense of slavery. Aristotle argued that men differ from one another in their moral excellence, that the slaves were not full human beings, capable of virtue, they were merely living tools. He suggested that slaves received the benefit of virtue solely by serving their masters. He also argued that the system of slavery provided leisure for the freemen, which was essential for the exercise of virtue. Thus, the privileged classes have always stood in defense of the status quo, no change in the previous position. It is only when the subject classes rise in revolt against injustice and oppression that they challenge the special privileges of the dominant classes and raise the slogan of liberty to press their claim of equality. Liberty is, therefore, a force behind social change. It is the voice of the oppressed. It is the voice against injustice. It is the voice to re-establish human values as against the rules of the animal kingdom. Second scope of liberty. The problem of liberty involves the adjustment of claims between individual and society, or community. The state comes into the picture because it is the instrument or agency for regulating their relations. If the claim of the individual is stretched to an extreme in utter disregard of the interest of society, liberty would be reduced to license. On the other hand, if liberty of the individual is increasingly restricted in the supposed interest of society, the result would be an unconditional submission to authority, hence the loss of liberty. It is therefore essential to draw a distinction between liberty and license on the one hand, and to fix the proper frontier between liberty and authority on the other. A. An introduction to political theory. Interface between authority, liberty, and license. Liberty demands due restraint on authority. Undue expansion of liberty turns it into license. Liberty and license. When liberty is interpreted as the absence or removal of all restraints on the actions of individual in utter disregard of the interest of other individuals, liberty degenerates into license. Such a condition is not compatible with the maintenance of social order, nor with the maintenance of liberty itself. In that case, one man's liberty would become another's constraint or oppression. Liberty of the strong would amount to the suppression of the weaker. The large fish will be free to swallow the smaller one, and there would be a still larger fish to swallow the former. A thief's liberty to take away anybody's property would become a threat to everybody's security. A driver's freedom to drive at any speed in any direction at his own whim would endanger the life and liberty of all users of the road. Such a situation is obviously self-contradictory. It cannot be permitted in a civil society, otherwise it would defeat the very purpose of social organization. If freedom is not to become a prerogative of a single individual, or for that matter of a group of individuals, it must be regulated in such a way that none shall use his freedom so as to destroy the freedom of others. As L.T. Hobhouse, in his Elements of Social Justice 1922, has pointed out, the unchartered freedom of one would be the conditional servitude of all but one. And conversely, a freedom to be enjoyed by all must impose some restraint upon all. Ernest Barker, in his Principles of Social and Political Theory 1951, has sought to apply this principle in the wider socio-economic context. The need of liberty for each is necessarily qualified and conditioned by the need of liberty for all. The liberty of the owner of capital to determine the conditions of work in the factory which he owns is a relative liberty, which must be adjusted to the liberty of the worker to do his work under such conditions as leave him still a free agent and give him also a share in the determination of the conditions of work. Because the liberty of each is, thus, relative to that of others and has to be adjusted to that of others, it must always be regulated. And indeed, it would not exist unless it were regulated. Concept of liberty, 351. Liberty and authority. It is now evident that liberty of the individuals has to be restricted by a measure of equal liberty to be enjoyed by others. In other words, one man's liberty should not become an obstruction in the enjoyment of liberty by others. As liberty is demanded for man as a rational being, it follows that liberty is meant to enable men to pursue rational objects or ideal objects. If they do so, each individual shall pursue his happiness in consonance with the happiness of society. An individual's good will become an integral part of the social good. In such a perfect state, no regulations would be necessary. But since, in the real world, individuals are not perfect, they are only capable of perfection. The regulation of liberty becomes necessary to safeguard liberty itself. As Barker has further observed, liberty within the state is thus a relative and regulated liberty. It is the greatest common measure of liberty, which is possible for all, as determined and defined, 1, by the need of each to enjoy similar and equal liberty with others, and 2, by the need of all to enjoy the specific liberty of realizing specific capacities. This view of relative and regulated liberty does not diminish or dilute liberty. On the contrary, it provides for a more substantive foundation thereof. As Barker has elucidated, a relative and regulated liberty, actually operative and enjoyed, is liberty greater in amount than absolute liberty could ever be, if indeed such liberty could ever exist, or ever amount to anything more than nothing at all. Regulation of liberty implies the recognition of authority of the state over the individual. If liberty of the individual cannot be permitted to be absolute, can we allow the authority of the state to become absolute? Thus, the conflict between liberty and authority is no less grave than the conflict between liberty and license. In other words, if we deny absolute liberty to the individual because no individual is perfect, we cannot accord absolute authority to the state because no state on earth is perfect. The conflict between liberty and authority has remained a thorny issue in political theory. As D.D. Raphael, in his Problems of Political Philosophy 1976, has illustrated, most political theorists recognize that individual liberty and state authority conflict with each other, and that a balance has to be struck between them and the values they represent. Some, like Hobbes, are prepared to say that liberty must be severely limited to make way for the benefits of state authority. Others, like Locke and J.S. Mill, think that state authority should be markedly limited so as to leave as much room as possible for liberty. 352. An Introduction to Political Theory. In any case, limitations on the authority of the state have to be laid down to make authority more meaningful with reference to its social purpose. A state may possess unlimited legal powers. For instance, the British Parliament is regarded as legally omnipotent. But in the real world, no state can afford to exercise unlimited powers. As Raphael has elucidated, no state has unlimited practical power to make any law that it pleases, even though it may possess unlimited legal power. A legislature that has any sense and that wants to remain in office will pay more regard to political than to legal possibilities, to what it can effectively do than to what it may legally do. A state makes law. It has the power to enforce that law by coercion. In other words, the law is backed by sanctions. The state is free to use the methods of compulsion. However, compulsion comprises a physical weapon, not a moral weapon, which would be not only more effective, but more conducive to the social purpose of state authority. Thus, state authority would be much more justified if it is backed by moral support and legitimacy instead of mere force. Legitimacy denotes the support extended by the people to the state and its law out of their moral beliefs and values. Legitimacy, the quality of an act or arrangement which is regarded as lawful by those affected by it. In other words, they regard it reasonable and beneficial for themselves as well as for the larger society. Legitimacy comes from the people. A state is legitimate if people believe that it is necessary for them and that its actions are lawful and valuable to society. As long as its legitimacy is unquestioned, the state will rarely need to use force. But if its legitimacy is widely questioned, the state is in a dangerous situation. A regime is in serious trouble if the people believe that its military is illegitimate, its police brutal, and its courts unfair. It may have power, the ability to get its orders obeyed despite widespread opposition, but it does not have authority based in legitimacy. The authority of state or law would prove most effective only when most people accepted it on moral grounds. When most people recognize the moral obligation to obey the law, they would be acting from a moral motive and not under compulsion. Liberty may formally be described as absence of restraint. This means that in order to maintain liberty of the individual, the state should not impose any restraints on his activities in various spheres of life. What type of activities of the individual? Concept of liberty 353 should remain unrestrained. Unrestrained does not mean unregulated. It simply implies that the activities in question should not be subjected to unreasonable restraints. In order to identify the proper sphere of such activities, we may distinguish between civil, political, and economic liberty of the individual. Civil liberty. Civil liberty, according to Barker Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951, is the liberty of man in the capacity of an individual person, his personal liberty. This consists in three somewhat differently expressed articles: A. Physical freedom from injury or threat to the life, health, and movement of the body; B. Intellectual freedom for the expression of thought and belief; C. And practical freedom of the play of will and the exercise of choice in the general field of contractual action and relations with other persons. Of these, the first article is almost non-controversial. Freedom of movement, etc. should not be restricted except in the interest of public safety, law, and order, which are themselves essential conditions of freedom. Physical injury, etc. should not be inflicted on anybody except as a punishment for a crime duly proved, and in accordance with the prescribed law and by the prescribed authority in this behalf. As for the second article concerning the freedom of thought and belief, various reasons may be advanced in its defense. J.S. Mill, 1806-73, the most ardent champion of liberty, has brilliantly demonstrated the importance of this freedom from the point of view of the individual as well as for the society. In his famous work on Liberty, 1859, the permanent interests of man as a progressive being, according to Mill, depend upon, or at least can be furthered by the advancement of knowledge, which flourishes best in an atmosphere of free discussion. In order to direct social policy wisely, it is necessary that there should be freedom to criticize the existing institutions and to put forward unpopular opinions, no matter how offensive they may be to the prevailing attitudes. The peculiar evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is robbing the human race, posterity as well as the existing generation, those who dissent from the opinion, still more than those who hold it. If the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity of exchanging error for truth. If wrong, they lose what is almost as great a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth, produced by the collision with error. The third article of civil liberty mentioned by Barker, viz. The freedom of contract, however, needs closer examination. It is generally conceded that people enjoy the freedom to enter into contracts for their mutual advantage, provided that no damage is inflicted on a third party. But the difficulty arises when this freedom is exploited by a stronger party in a bargain to impose very disadvantageous. 354. An Introduction to Political Theory. Terms on the weaker party. L.T. Hobhouse in his Elements of Social Justice 1922, therefore, insists on the equality of contracting parties in this matter. Freedom of contract is insufficiently defined when it is regarded as consisting solely in the absence of control. Freedom of contract implies such a substantial equality between the parties as on the whole leaves to each a real choice between concluding and rejecting the bargain. Where no such equality exists, one party acts under a degree of compulsion. Absolute freedom of contract, in an extreme case, may be used to allow a man, or even force him, to sell himself to slavery and thereby deprive him of his freedom in perpetuity. Modern judicial thinking, therefore, always views the freedom of contract as a right which should operate under reasonable limitations. Political liberty. Whereas a man enjoys civil liberty in the capacity of an individual person, he enjoys political liberty in the capacity of a citizen. To William Blackstone, 1723-80, political liberty meant the power of curbing government, from which it follows that he conceived of government as something external. But in modern democracy, where government is constituted by the people themselves, political liberty is liberty, not of curbing government, but of constituting and constituting it by a general act of choice or election, in which we all freely share on the basis of universal suffrage, controlling it by a general and continuous process of discussion, in which we all freely share according to our capacities. Ernest Barker, Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951. This view of political liberty postulates the positive right of the people to be represented in decision-making bodies, and to influence their decisions by freely articulating their views and opinions on issues of public policy. In effect, it is intended to ensure that the state shall be sensitive and responsible to the prevailing social consciousness. In any case, mere provision of political liberty in this sense cannot be treated as adequate. Where elections are fought and won with the help of money and manipulative power, and where the media of mass communication are held in ownership or under strong influence of a privileged class, particularly by big business magnates, mere political liberty can hardly secure real or substantive freedom for the people. Economic liberty. Economic liberty, broadly speaking, belongs to man in his capacity as a worker, whether with hand or brain, engaged in some gainful occupation or service. In this sense, Barker suggests that economic liberty is implied in the articles of civil liberty already enumerated. In fact, however, economic liberty is a ticklish issue. Concept of liberty. 355. It is capable of conflicting interpretations by conflicting parties, employer and worker, trader and consumer, landlord and tenant, etc. One party would interpret it as the freedom to secure maximum profit, the other would insist on reasonable terms, reasonable price and quality, reasonable rent, etc. Under such circumstances, if the stronger party is not curbed to safeguard the interests of the weaker party, the principle of liberty will be reduced to mockery. This is the sphere where the adjustment between the claims of liberty and equality becomes most essential, as R. H. Tawney, in his Equality 1938, has significantly observed. When liberty is construed, realistically, as implying not merely a minimum of civil and political rights, but the securities that the economically weak will not be at the mercy of the economically strong, and that the control of those aspects of economic life by which all are affected will be amenable, in the last resort, to the will of all, a large measure of equality, so far from being inimical to liberty, is essential to it. In short, it is in the economic sphere that the claims of negative liberty and positive liberty come into direct conflict and confrontation. Unless social policy is geared to safeguard the interests of the vulnerable sections in this sphere, the application of the principle of liberty or freedom would be devoid of any content or substance. Negative and positive liberty. The early debate liberal writers use the terms liberty and freedom synonymously. For them, liberty or freedom is the supreme value which must be the guiding principle of all public policy. It is generally the liberty of individual which they wish to protect, and it is defined as the absence of restraint or the absence of constraint or coercion. What types of constraints beset the man which are sought to be removed in pursuance of the principle of liberty or freedom? To illustrate this point, we may refer to the Atlantic Charter, 1941, a declaration of 4 freedoms, which was drawn up during the Second World War by President Roosevelt of the United States and Prime Minister Churchill of the United Kingdom to indicate their war aims. The 4 freedoms were freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from fear, freedom from want. Can we classify these 4 freedoms on the basis of some common features? D.D. Raphael, in his Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, has identified 2 pairs comprising these 4 freedoms. The first pair of freedoms specify 2 kinds of action which should be free or unrestrained. They answer the question, freedom to do what? 356. An Introduction to Political Theory. Freedom of speech is freedom to say what one likes. Freedom of worship is freedom to practice whatever religion one chooses. The second pair of freedoms in the Atlantic Charter specify 2 kinds of restraint which should be removed or prevented. They answer the question, freedom from what? Freedom from fear claims that men should not be prevented by fear from doing whatever they choose to do. Fear of a government with secret police such as the Nazis used, or fear of war and insecurity. Freedom from want claims that men should not be prevented by want from doing what they would choose to do, want or poverty due to unemployment, the lack of living wage, or the inability to work because of sickness or old age. It is significant that the 2 types of freedoms, included in the said Charter of 4 freedoms, have a much wider application than a statement of aims of the Second World War. They could be used to highlight the aims of public policy in a modern state, particularly a welfare state. The first type of freedoms, such as freedom of speech and freedom of worship, symbolize the negative aspect of liberty. They imply a negative role of the state, that is not to restrict the individual in pursuing his self-appointed goals. The second type of freedoms, such as freedom from fear and freedom from want, symbolize the positive aspect of liberty. They call for a positive role of the state, that is to remove certain impediments in the way of the individual in exercising his freedom. Once this basic distinction between negative and positive aspects of liberty is recognized, the actual lists of freedoms falling under each category can be suitably enlarged. It is also essential to remember that these 2 types of freedom, namely negative liberty and positive liberty, are not opposed to each other. In fact, they are complementary. They are 2 sides of the same coin. They are incomplete without each other, although some thinkers accord primacy to one over the other. It is also important to note that the struggle for liberty started in 17th century Europe in the wake of Industrial Revolution, with an emphasis on negative liberty, particularly in the economic sphere. It was intended to pave the way for the establishment of capitalism against the prevailing forces of feudalism. As Norman P. Barry, in his An Introduction to Modern Political Theory 1989, has elucidated, the negative conception of liberty flourished at a time when individuals were struggling to be free from the unnecessary restraints of arbitrary government, and when individual choice determined the allocation of resources. The main political axiom of the negative liberty doctrine was that everyone knows his own interests best, and that the state should not decide his ends and purposes. The champions of negative liberty not only believed in individual choice of resources and techniques, but also the choice of parties to deal with in their transactions. Thus, freedom of contract was recognized as an essential requirement of liberty. Henry Sidgwick, 1838 to 1900s, asserted that a person who freely negotiated a contract expressed his individual choice even if the terms were particularly onerous. Concept of liberty, 357. To him, the early liberals who stood for liberty in all spheres insisted that law must enforce all contracts with some exceptions, such as in the case of contracts of slavery, since each individual was the best judge of his own interest, and he used his judgment before entering into any contract. The state was not allowed to impose its own conception of good on the individuals in their mutual dealings. This idea of negative liberty led to the doctrine of laissez-faire, that is freedom from government interference in economic affairs. Hence, most of the advocates of negative liberty, such as Adam Smith, 1723-90, Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832, James Mill, 1773-1836, Henry Sidgwick, 1838 to 1900, and Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, favored the minimal state. This liberal individualist view of liberty was originally put forward by the spokesman of the new middle class, the merchant industrialist class, which sought to establish a free market society against the mercantile policies of the state. It was argued that, in an atmosphere of non-intervention, the interaction between self-interest of each individual would result in the promotion of social interest as a whole. The exponents of laissez-faire individualism saw society as an aggregate of atomized, alienated individuals, joined together by a bond of mechanical unity. Liberty was seen as the freedom of trade, freedom of enterprise, freedom of contract, a free competition of the market forces of supply and demand. The state was viewed as a negative state, a necessary evil, which was required not to interfere with the natural liberty of men, but only to maintain their liberty by protecting their person and property from the onslaught of other individuals. The concept of negative liberty played an important historical role. It proved instrumental in the establishment of capitalist system in Europe. It released the forces of production which were blocked by the feudal system inherited from the Middle Ages. But by the middle of the 19th century, it became evident that the capitalist system supported by negative liberty had brought about miserable conditions for workers and consumers. The appalling disparities of wealth and power, mounting oppression, exploitation, and injustice in society amply demonstrated contradictions in this concept of liberty. Humanist writers, socialists, Marxists, and positive liberals came forward to demand a new definition of liberty. They argued that the non-interventionist policy of the state, particularly in the economic sphere, was not compatible with liberty as a universal principle. The employer's freedom to hire and fire workers at his will in the face of a rapidly rising labor force in industrial cities had made a mockery of the freedom of contract. The workers were forced to live under constant insecurity and threat of unemployment, to work under uncongenial conditions, and to live a life of abject poverty at a subhuman level. The benefit of liberty was now sought to be extended to the working class, largely because of the mounting pressure from the working class itself. It was John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, who introduced the conception of positive liberty and consequent transition from negative liberalism to positive liberalism. 358. An introduction to political theory. Mill started with a defense of laissez-faire individualism, but realizing its weaknesses in the light of the new socio-economic realities, he proceeded to modify it. Mill was the first prominent liberal thinker who realized that the working classes were being deprived of their due share in a capitalist economy based on laissez-faire individualism. He therefore sought to discover an area where state intervention could be justified. At the outset, he drew a distinction between two types of actions of men: self-regarding actions whose effect was confined to the individual himself, and other-regarding actions which affected others. Mill advocated complete freedom of conduct for the individual in the sphere of self-regarding actions, unless he was proceeding on a self-destructive path due to ignorance. However, in the sphere of other-regarding actions, Mill conceded the right of the community to coerce the individual if his conduct was prejudicial to its welfare. Whether it is possible to draw a clear line of demarcation between self-regarding actions and other-regarding actions of the individual is beside the point. The real significance of making such a distinction lay in Mill's effort to define a sphere where an individual's behavior could be regulated in the interests of the community. Thus, he was contemplating a positive role for the state in securing social welfare, even if it implied curbing liberty of the individual to some extent. It was Mill who gave a sound theory of taxation, pleaded for the limitation of the right of inheritance, and insisted on state provision of education. After J.S. Mill, G. Green 1836-82, L.T. Hobhouse 1864-1929, and H.J. Lasky 1893-1950, further developed the positive concept of liberty. Green postulated a theory of rights and insisted on the positive role of the state in creating conditions under which men could effectively exercise their moral freedom. Hobhouse and Lasky postulated that private property was no absolute right and that the state must secure the welfare of the people, no matter if it is constrained to curtail economic liberty of the privileged few. The contemporary debate. It is significant that political thought of the early exponents of positive liberty is associated with the theory of welfare state, which first appeared in England and then spread to other parts of the world. Positive liberty is now regarded as an essential complement of negative liberty in all modern states. However, some contemporary liberal thinkers, known as libertarians, have sought to lay renewed emphasis on negative liberty. Of these, Isaiah Berlin, 1909-97, Hayek 1899-1992, Milton Friedman 1912-2006, and Robert Nozick 1938-2002 are the most prominent. Views of Berlin. Isaiah Berlin, in his Two Concepts of Liberty, 1958, sought to give a new turn to the distinction between negative liberty and positive liberty. According to Berlin, negative liberty of individual consists in not being prevented from attaining his concept of liberty 359, goal by other human beings. On the other hand, positive liberty treats individual as his own master. In both cases, liberty implies an absence of restraint. Political liberty belongs only to the sphere of negative liberty. In other words, the state can only secure negative liberty to the individual by ensuring that he is not prevented from choosing his course of action. On the other hand, Positive liberty belongs to individuals' own will and capacity, which is beyond the scope of the state. If one cannot fly like an eagle or swim like a whale, one is by no means deprived of political liberty on this count. Similarly, if a man is too poor to afford something on which there is no legal ban, a loaf of bread, a journey round the world, recourse to law courts, he cannot complain that he has been deprived of political liberty. The capacity or incapacity to fulfill one's desires belongs to man himself. The state is not concerned with this sphere. Berlin has thus taken the position that the availability or non-availability of means is entirely an individual's own concern and that the state has no responsibility of making the required means available to him. Accordingly, the existing social inequalities cannot be questioned from the point of view of liberty. Berlin's position on this point is itself questionable. On deeper analysis, it becomes clear that Berlin has confused the two spheres of positive liberty, namely the moral sphere and the material sphere. In the moral sphere, Berlin's conception of positive liberty is very illuminating. Norman P. Barry, in his An Introduction to Modern Political Theory 1989, has elaborated Berlin's view as follows. Positive liberty does not interpret freedom as simply being left alone but as self-mastery. The theory is a special theory of the self. The personality is divided into a higher and lower self, and a person is free to the extent that his higher self, the source of his genuinely rational and long-term ends, is in command of his lower self, wherein lie his ephemeral and irrational desires. Thus, a person might be free in the sense of not being restrained by external forces, but remain a slave to irrational appetites. As a drug addict, an alcoholic, or a compulsive gambler might be said to be unfree. It is obvious that in the moral sphere, a man may be deprived of his freedom due to lack of self-control, not due to coercion by other men. The state can do little to restore freedom to the individual in this sphere. However, when we turn to the material sphere, enjoyment of positive freedom is hampered by different reasons. Here again, Berlin has confused the two types of disabilities. Just recall his illustrations. If one cannot fly like an eagle or swim like a whale, this disability is fundamentally different from the second one, that is, if a man is too poor to afford a loaf of bread and recourse to law courts. In the first case, Berlin is pointing to natural limitations, something that is unalterable. Hence, any complaint in this behalf would be untenable. In actual life, such disabilities are never sought to be overcome by political action. But in the second case, Berlin is referring to such disabilities as are the product of social arrangement that is alterable by political action. An urge for removal of such disabilities has led to several social and political movements, even revolutions, the 360, an introduction to political theory. World over, lots of people are poor, backward, and ignorant not because of their own failure, inability, or negligence, but because of social injustice. The source of their plight may be traced to what may aptly be termed coercion by other individuals, where state intervention would be justified by Berlin's own standards. As B.C. Parekh in his Contemporary Political Thinkers 1982 has significantly observed, it is not clear what Berlin would say if an individual thought that his lack of means was the result of social arrangements, and, therefore, amounted to an interference by other men. C.B. Macpherson has criticized Berlin in his Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval 1973, on similar lines. The division Berlin makes between negative and positive liberty will not bear the weight he puts on it. Ultimately, because each of the two concepts is defined in a way which neglects or understates the role of those impediments, namely, lack of access to the means of life and the means of labor. His negative liberty is, for that reason, too narrowly conceived. And it is at bottom a mechanical, inertial concept of freedom, which is fully appropriate only to a complete market society. In asserting positive liberty as the desire of the individual to be his own master, to be self-directed, to be moved by his own conscious purpose, Berlin saves the individual from the authoritarian claims of the idealist theory, and thus makes further contribution to the liberal individualist theory. In any case, Berlin's concept of positive liberty does not correspond to positive liberalism's concept of positive liberty. Idealist theory of freedom. The theory of freedom chiefly advanced by G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, which eulogizes the state as embodiment of reason, and holds that individuals' freedom lies in accepting the dictates of the ideal state. This theory proves disastrous when an existing government is allowed to exercise the authority of the ideal state. The more logical distinction between negative liberty and positive liberty is one that focuses on the role of the state under different situations. According to this view, negative liberty consists in the absence of restraint, that is, non-interference by the state in certain activities of the individual, to enable him to pursue his own happiness so long as he does not obstruct others in their similar freedom to pursue their happiness. Positive liberty, on the other hand, consists in extending the opportunity to the individual to pursue his happiness where he is obstructed in doing so for want of the means or capacity due to the prevailing socio-economic conditions. S.I. Ben and R.S. Peters, in their Social Principles and the Democratic State 1975, have illustrated, if education is expensive and the parents are poor, it makes a mockery of freedom to say that one is free to educate one's children merely because there is no law or custom against it. Choice may be formally unlimited, concept of liberty. 361. There can be no freedom unless it is also effectively unlimited. To remove any hindrance to people doing what they want to do, thus counts as an extension of freedom. Any state regulation which seeks to reconcile the claims of liberty with opportunity, in fact, signifies the transition from negative liberty to positive liberty. To provide a cripple with an artificial leg, an ignorant man with education, an unemployed man with a job, all count as positive extensions of freedom. Legal compulsions are then a small price to pay for positive freedoms of this sort, for we yield a little only to receive back more. And the absolute goodness of freedom remains intact. Ibid. It is significant that positive freedom in the present sense deals with the social dimension of freedom. In other words, negative liberty denotes an absence of restraint so that the state shall abstain from imposing unreasonable restraints on the individual. Positive liberty signifies removal of constraints which are the product of the social setup and which are capable of being removed by making necessary changes in the social setup. If a man is faced with a lack of capacity in the fulfillment of his desire, he will not make it a political issue until he is convinced that his incapacity emanates from the socio-economic conditions, and that it can be removed by making necessary changes in those conditions. If one cannot fly like an eagle or swim like a whale, one does not make it a political issue because one's incapacity in this matter is not a product of socio-economic conditions, nor can it be removed by altering the socio-economic conditions. But if one does not get a job, or adequate wages, or quality goods at a reasonable price, or essential supplies and services, or the opportunity for education, etc., one is convinced that these conditions are alterable by changes in social policy, and therefore proceeds to demand a political solution of these problems. To take another instance, some men are born white, some are born black. This is the outcome of some sort of natural order, not of socio-economic conditions. Men do not complain of it at the political level, nor do they demand that the black races should be converted into white, because they know that this condition is not alterable. But when society discriminates between white and black races and denies the black certain privileges extended to the white men, the resentment by the black races is justified because this is seen as social injustice, which can be set right by making necessary changes in social policy. In short, positive liberty implies the removal of only such constraints and provision of only such opportunities which can be accomplished through alteration of socio-economic conditions. As D. Raphael, in his Problems of Political Philosophy 1976, has elucidated, a man who is locked up in prison is not at liberty because he is restrained by the action of other persons, and we may speak of freedom from want. 362. An Introduction to Political Theory, or of freeing mankind from the scourge of cancer, when we mean that the impediments to which we refer, although not imposed by human action, are capable, we hope, of being removed by human action, but we should not say that a man is unfree because he is restrained by a natural impediment which cannot be removed by human action. Views of Hayek. F.A. Hayek, in his Constitution of Liberty 1960, used the terms liberty and freedom interchangeably. He argued that a man possesses liberty or freedom when he is not subject to coercion by the arbitrary will of another. This is the essence of individual freedom, which should not be confused with any other meaning of freedom. Hayek particularly sought to contrast individual freedom with three other meanings of freedom, which represent political freedom, inner freedom, and freedom as power, respectively. Political freedom denotes participation of men in the choice of their government, in the process of legislation, and in the control of administration. This does not necessarily coincide with individual freedom. Thus, Hayek argues that a non-democratic order may be permissive and a democratic order may be restrictive. Hence, political freedom is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition of freedom. Then, inner freedom denotes the extent to which a person is guided in his actions by his own considered will rather than by momentary impulse or circumstance. It stands opposed not to coercion by others, but to moral weakness or the influence of passing emotions. Hence, it is different from individual freedom. Finally, freedom as power signifies the power to satisfy our wishes, or the extent of the choice of alternatives open to us. There is a vital difference between non-interference with another's act and a person's effective power to act. A person may be able to do what he may not lawfully do, or unable to do what nobody is trying to prevent him from doing. Hence, freedom as power should not be confused with individual freedom. Hayek insists on preserving the original meaning of the word freedom, enhancing its value by closely restricting its application. He argues that the cardinal value of liberty should not be exploited by collectivists to justify large amounts of state intervention. If liberty is viewed as power, there is no end to the number of legislative measures which can be justified as extending the range of choice of persons, or their effective power to do whatever they may wish. The result could be the destruction of individual liberty in the name of a spurious notion of liberty. Hayek is not denying that the limited provision by government of skills and opportunities is desirable. He is only saying that such enabling activities should not be represented as promoting freedom. In short, Hayek identifies freedom as freedom from constraints of the state, in the tradition of James Madison 1751 to 1836, Alexis de Tocqueville 1805 to 59, and Lord Acton 1834 to 1902. Hayek defines and defends liberalism as a doctrine, concept of liberty 363, which emphasizes the minimization of the coercive powers of government. He argues that the state should positively promote competition and should undertake non-coercive service functions, as the market mechanism does not provide for all needs. The state should ensure minimum income to each individual or family, but should not make market itself an instrument of distributive justice. Dwelling on the antithesis between liberty and equality, Hayek argues that individuals differ greatly in their skills and abilities, and this natural tendency towards inequality can be countered only by the authoritarian suppression of individual talents and aspirations. Thus he observes, from the fact that people are very different, it follows that, if we treat them equally, the result must be inequality in their actual position, and that the only way to place them in an equal position would be to treat them differently. The equality before the law which freedom requires leads to material inequality. The desire of making people more alike in their condition cannot be accepted in a free society as a justification for further and discriminatory coercion. The Constitution of Liberty, 1960. In a nutshell, Hayek's argument against equality is based on two premises. In the first place, he assumes that liberty consists in absence of coercion in the sphere of individual activity by other individuals or the state. Secondly, he observes that individuals differ in their talents and skills, and their equality before the law, in consonance with the principle of liberty, is bound to create inequality in their actual position in terms of their material status. Hence, any attempt to create material equality among different individuals is bound to involve coercion, which would deprive them of their freedom. Hayek's concern for freedom is so profound that he even tends to ignore the claim of equal freedom for all individuals. He recognizes the value of individual freedom not so much from the standpoint of the individual as from that of society. For Hayek, acquisition and use of new knowledge is the key to social progress. An individual makes his contribution to progress through the cumulative growth of knowledge. If there were omniscient men, there would be little case for liberty. Liberty is essential in order to leave room for the unforeseeable and unpredictable. Ibid. The larger the sum total of human knowledge, the smaller the share each individual can absorb. Nobody is competent enough to pronounce a final word about human affairs. Submission to another's will is therefore disastrous. The value of any particular freedom is not to be judged by counting heads. The importance of freedom to do a particular thing has nothing to do with the number of people who want to do it. It is quite possible that the freedoms vital to social progress may not be widely sought. Hayek therefore asserts that it is better that some should be free than none, and better that many should have full freedom than that all should have a limited freedom. Thus, according to Hayek, the cake of freedom is not to be divided on the basis of equal shares for, verse 364, an introduction to political theory, all but on the basis of each individual's contribution to progress. Since each individual has unknown potential of making contribution to progress, it is difficult to ascertain each individual's entitlement to different amounts of freedom. Hayek's conclusions are not consistent with his own assumptions. He begins with taking individual as an end and ends up by reducing him to a means. Views of Friedman. Milton Friedman, in his Capitalism and Freedom 1962, sought to identify capitalism or a competitive market society as a necessary condition of freedom, which implies repudiation of equality for the sake of maintaining freedom. He defines freedom as the absence of coercion of a man by his fellow men, and argues that freedom of the individual, or perhaps of the family, is the liberal's ultimate goal in judging social arrangements. He suggests that a free private enterprise exchange economy, or competitive capitalism, is both a direct component of freedom and a necessary though not a sufficient condition of political freedom. Friedman's contempt for equality is inherent in his very concept of freedom. He argues that in order to maximize this freedom, governments should be allowed to handle only those matters which cannot be handled through the market at all, or can be handled only at so great a cost that the use of political channels may be preferable. Accordingly, government is required only to sustain and supplement the market society and nothing beyond that. As McPherson has elucidated, this would mean government moving out of almost all its welfare and regulatory functions. Controls on, or support of, any prices, wages, interest rates, rents, exports, imports, and amounts produced would all have to go. So would present social security programs, housing subsidy programs, and the like. Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval, 1973. McPherson has rightly pointed out that Friedman's view of the capitalist market economy, that it can coordinate economic activities without coercion, rests on an elementary conceptual error. Friedman fails to distinguish between simple exchange economy and capitalist economy, the latter being characterized by the separation of labor and capital. In a capitalist economy, labor force exists without its own sufficient capital, hence it has no choice in the market. Man needs creative freedom to put his labor into creative channels. He cannot remain idle like an animal or a machine. Capitalism obstructs his attempt to employ his labor creatively with a free choice, as he is coerced by the market forces beyond his control. The only possibility of mitigation of this coercion lies in a regulatory welfare state, which is opposed by Friedman. Hence, Friedman's concept of freedom is ill-conceived and partial. Views of Nozick. Robert Nozick is another prominent liberal who seeks to oppose the principle of equality in strong terms. In his Anarchy, State and Utopia 1974, Nozick tries to determine functions of the state on the basis of his theory of origin of the state. Concept of Liberty 365. Following Locke's method, Nozick asserts that individuals have certain rights in the state of nature. They would hire protective associations for their property holdings. The dominant protective association would become the state. Nozick maintains that the acquisition or transfer of property without force or fraud is just, but not otherwise. Rights are the product of voluntary exchanges. The state comes into existence for the performance of limited functions, particularly for the maintenance of property rights of the individuals. This leads to legitimacy of a minimal state, which does not engage in redistributive transfers among citizens who were originally its clients. Inequalities at the level of production should not be sought to be rectified at the level of distribution. However, if there is only one source of water in a desert, nobody should be allowed to monopolize it. But this restriction should not apply to the products of human effort and talents. Thus, he who discovers a remedy of fatal disease is entitled to demand any price for it. In this way, Nozick assumes that all inequalities of wealth and power are the product of individual differences in talents and efforts, and that it would not be just to remove or reduce these inequalities by redistributive transfers. This is the familiar argument of those liberal individualists who tend to ignore the role of differences in social status in the differential outputs of different individuals. This view does not correspond to the realities of the capitalist system and is, therefore, ill-founded. Fifth, Marxist concept of freedom. Marx and Engels on freedom. Marx's concept of freedom is different from its liberal individualist concept. It analyses freedom against the background of socio-economic conditions. According to the Marxist view, freedom is not something that an individual enjoys in isolation or by being left alone. Marxism does not accept the theory of an atomized, alienated, and possessive individual being capable of enjoying freedom. Marx 1818-83 and Engels 1820-95, in their joint work Holy Family 1844, thus observed. The members of civil society are not atoms. The specific property of the atom is that it has no properties, and is therefore not connected with beings outside it by any relations determined by its own natural necessity. The atom has no needs. It is self-sufficient. The world outside it is absolute vacuum. That is, it is contentless, senseless, meaningless, just because the atom has all its fullness in itself. The egoistic individual in civil society may in his non-sensuous imagination and lifeless abstraction inflate himself to the size of an atom, that is, to an unrelated, self-sufficient, wantless, absolutely full, blessed being. 366. An introduction to political theory. Rejecting the atomistic view of the individual, Marx and Engels argue that the natural needs of man, the very conditions of his existence, bring him into a natural relation with other individuals, and civil society comes into existence, which holds the individuals together. Marxism does not accept the utilitarian view that common interest can be derived from a mechanical aggregation of the self-interests of different individuals. On the contrary, Marxism holds that the common interest can be served only by creating socio-economic conditions conducive to the enjoyment of freedom within society. These conditions involve access to the material means of satisfaction of wants and the opportunity for self-development. The key to freedom lies in a rational system of production, which can provide the means for such satisfaction and development. As John Lewis in his Marxism and the Open Mind 1976 has elucidated, for Marx freedom means the ability to achieve the totality of human goods, satisfaction of aspirations, material and spiritual, fundamental to which is the mastery and rational control of the process of production of the material conditions of human life. Leap from necessity to freedom. According to the Marxist view, capitalist system of production is not at all conducive to conditions of human freedom. It is characterized by constraint or necessity. Necessity denotes the condition under which the life of man is governed by laws of nature, such as the law of gravitational force, which exists independently of man's will. Man can acquire scientific knowledge of these laws for his own benefit, but cannot change them at his will, as Engels in Bis Anti-Dyer in 1878 has elucidated. Necessity is blind only insofar as it is not understood. Freedom does not consist in any dream of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This applies both to the laws of external nature and to laws of our own nature, as Engels has further observed. Freedom, therefore, consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity. It is, therefore, necessarily a product of historical development. The first men who separated themselves from the animal kingdom were in all essentials as unfree as the animals themselves, but each step forward in the field of culture was a step towards freedom. The capitalist system has been facing continual crises because concept of liberty. 367. Society is suffocated beneath the weight of its own productive forces and products, which it cannot use, and stands helpless, face to face with the absurd contradiction that the producers have nothing to consume, because consumers are wanting. The expansive force of the means of production bursts the bonds that the capitalist mode of production had imposed upon them. Their deliverance from these bonds is the one precondition for an unbroken, constantly accelerated development of the productive forces, and therewith for a practically unlimited increase of production itself. A scientific analysis of the forces of production reveals that only socialization of the means of production can help society to tide over this crisis, which would usher in a new era of freedom. As Engels has elaborated, man's own social organization, hitherto confronting him as a necessity imposed by nature and history, now becomes the result of his own free action. The extraneous objective forces that have hitherto governed history pass under the control of man himself. Only from that time will man himself, with full consciousness, make his own history. Only from that time will the social causes set in movement by him have, in the main, and in a constantly growing measure, the results intended by him. It is humanity's leap from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. A similar focus on freedom is to be found in the picture of the future communist society, as depicted by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, 1848. When, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. Humanist basis of freedom. Marx, in his Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts 1844, which were discovered and published as late as 1932, laid down the ethical basis of socialism and humanist foundations of freedom. He severely criticized the capitalist system for its dehumanizing effect. Marx demonstrated that the capitalist system deformed the productive activity of man and caused his alienation in several ways. Accordingly, the alienation of man in contemporary society was an outcome of the system of commodity production, division of labor, private ownership, market economy, monetization of exchange, and similar features of the capitalist system. Marx identified 4 levels of alienation. A. In the first place, man is alienated from his own product and from his work process, because the worker plays no part in deciding what to produce and how to produce. B. Secondly, man is 368. An Introduction to Political Theory. Alienated from nature, his work does not give him a sense of satisfaction as a creative worker. Under mechanization, the work tends to become increasingly routinized and monotonous. C. In the third place, man is alienated from other men through the competitive character of the economic system, which forces everyone to live at someone else's expense and divides society into irreconcilable class interests. And D. Finally, man is alienated from himself because the realm of necessity dominates his life and reduces him to the level of animal existence, leaving no room for the taste of literature, art, and cultural heritage. Thus, capitalism subordinates all human faculties and qualities to the conditions created by the private ownership of capital and property. The capitalist himself, no less than the worker, becomes a slave to the tyrannical rule of money. Deliverance from this bondage is only to be found in the realization that society is a creation by which man attains a fuller measure of freedom, which is obstructed by the peculiar conditions created by the private property. And these conditions exist in their worst form under the capitalist system. Its remedy may be found in a socialist revolution, which will enable society to restore human values and inaugurate a new era of freedom. As Engels in his Anti-Düring 1878 has elucidated, by this act the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have thus far borne, and gives their socialized character complete freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible. The development of production makes the existence of different classes of society thenceforth an anachronism. In proportion as anarchy in social production vanishes, the political authority of the state dies out. Man, at last the master of his own form of social organization, becomes at the same time the lord over nature, his own master free. In short, while the liberal individualist theory of freedom concedes that freedom of man can be secured with minor adjustments within the capitalist system, Marxist theory postulates the transformation of the capitalist system itself to secure the conditions of freedom. Marcuse's concept of one-dimensional man. Herbert Marcuse, 1898 to 1979, who claimed to be a Marxist, gave a brilliant analysis of the problem of freedom in contemporary Western society. Orthodox Marxists, as well as anti-Marxists, have been insisting on a scientific and economic interpretation of Marxism. In contrast, Marcuse, like many other neo-Marxists, underlined the subjective, critical, and humanist dimension of Marxism. He rejected Soviet Marxism as a distorted version of Marxism and sought to revive the original humanist interpretation of Marxism as a tool of analysis as well as an instrument of social change. Concept of liberty. In his One-Dimensional Man, Studies in the Ideology of Advanced Industrial Society, Marcuse dwelled on the theme of alienation in contemporary Western society. He gave a penetrating critique of capitalism as regards its impact on human freedom. According to him, capitalism exercises monopolistic control not only on production and distribution, it also creates the desire and demand for commodities through a clever manipulation of the mass media. The result is a widespread craze for consumer goods which develops into a distorted second nature of man. Consumer capitalism renders the oppressed sections insensitive to their original discontent by stimulating their trivial material desires which can be easily satisfied. Under the spell of gratification of these trivial desires, the genuine urge for freedom disappears. Against this background, the alienated human beings become unaware of their alienation. Under the circumstances, they should first be awakened to realize their condition of alienation in order to arouse their urge for freedom. In Eros and Civilization 1966, Marcuse has given a blueprint of society where alienation will be removed and freedom will be restored. It will be a democratic community where work will become play, and necessary labor will be organized in harmony with liberated and authentic individual needs. Discontinuance of repressive performance will eliminate surplus repression, thus freeing the person from alienated labor. Marcuse concludes with an optimistic note that the Western society has already evolved a technology which is geared to meet most of the human needs. It is sufficient to enable men to live in freedom and dignity. Once they understand the necessary conditions of freedom, they can transcend the era of violence and anarchy and build a new society where freedom will reign supreme. Marcuse's view concerning the possibility of happiness has been criticized on many grounds. Some critics believe that human needs are endless. Gap between aspiration and achievement will never allow human beings to attain happiness. Then who would bring about revolution? Marcuse has no faith in the revolutionary potential of the proletariat. He pins his hopes on the marginal elite of unbrainwashed students and radically dispossessed members of the poorest classes. Some critics argue that after denying the revolutionary potential of the proletariat, Marcuse loses his claim to be called a Marxist. McPherson's concept of creative freedom. C.B. McPherson, 1911-87, does not claim to be a Marxist, yet he is one of the acute critics of capitalism. Norman Barry. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1989, calls him a neo-Marxist. In his celebrated work Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval 1973, McPherson argued that Western democratic theory is characterized by two basic principles, A. Maximization of utilities, and B. Maximization of powers. Under the first principle, man is recognized as a consumer. 370, An Introduction to Political Theory, of utilities, that is essentially as a bundle of appetites demanding satisfaction from society. The second principle is derived from J.S. Mill's revision of orthodox utilitarianism. It is an ethical principle which treats man as a doer or creator, demanding development and application of his uniquely human capacities. Essence of freedom lies in fully realizing his creative faculties. Real freedom can be exercised through developmental power as distinguished from extractive power. Developmental power requires proper development of one's human potentialities and their application to one's self-appointed goals. while extractive power involves making use of others' potentialities for serving one's own ends. In modern political theory, power was always defined so as to convey the idea of extractive power because it gave a factual description of the power relations of the capitalist market society. McPherson argued that in capitalist market society, developmental power of the poor sections is negligible. Their extractive power is nil. On the contrary, the owners of land and capital wield immense power to exploit the manual and intellectual power of the non-owners. In other words, the poor who are constrained to sell their capabilities according to needs of the market have little opportunity for maximization of their developmental power. Their developmental power, which is the key to one's creative freedom, is continuously eroded in such a society. McPherson concludes, it is only in the welfare state variety of capitalism that there is a certain amount of checking of economic power by the political power. Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval, 1973. Conclusion. As we proceed to analyze the problem of liberty or freedom in various contexts, its complexity is gradually revealed to us. At the outset, when liberty is defined as absence of restraint, it seems to be a simple matter. This was the earliest definition put forward by the classical liberalism. According to this view, the state may impose certain restraints on the individual only in order to maintain public order and security and to ensure enforcement of contracts. Liberty is seen as an area where the state has no interference. It is argued that in order to allow maximum liberty to the individual, the state should restrict itself to minimum functions which are most essential. Market forces like invisible hand of the market, Adam Smith's phrase, are seen as the natural regulatory mechanism for the mutual adjustment of civilized individuals who generally know and abide by the rules of the game. This was precisely the view upheld by laissez-faire philosophy. But subsequently, it was realized that market is not a smooth and humane agency for the adjustment of human relations, that the individual is not deprived of his freedom only because of the restraints imposed by the state, but he suffers from a large number of constraints, including those emanating from the vagaries of blind market forces. A welfare state with a vast network of regulations was therefore seen as a necessary instrument of freedom. Concept of liberty. In due course, more and more direct or indirect, apparent or subtle sources of constraint, coercion and domination were detected by different thinkers and schools of thought, which curtailed freedom of the individual at different levels. It was realized that in many cases the state could practically do nothing in tackling these sources of constraint. Marxists saw the state itself as an instrument of the dominant class and envisaged withering away of the state as the way to human freedom and emancipation. Libertarians like Berlin contended that the state could guarantee negative liberty alone, that the individual himself was responsible for winning or losing positive freedom. On the other hand, neo-Marxist thinkers like Marcuse held that necessary means of freedom were already available in contemporary Western society, that the individual was deprived of his freedom as he became a slave to technology and consumer capitalism, that a genuine urge for emancipation will go a long way in establishing a new social order where freedom will reign supreme. In a nutshell, the quest for freedom is a continuous process. Although freedom is sought for the individual, yet it cannot be enjoyed by the individual in isolation. Genuine freedom, or maximum possible freedom, can be attained only in a congenial social order where, on the lines of Marx's phraseology, free development of each will be the necessary condition for free development of all. 17. Concept of equality. Equality, like liberty, is a prominent political ideal of the present-day world. The French Revolution 1789 was fought for liberty, equality, fraternity. Liberty and equality, taken together, describe the conditions of human emancipation. They constitute the voice of the oppressed, the voice against injustice, and the voice for changing unfair social conditions. Liberty and equality, in this sense, may be interpreted as complementary principles. In some other contexts, they may appear to be mutually contradictory. It is therefore essential to understand the nature and essence of equality in order to determine its proper relationship with the principle of liberty and justice. The problem of equality and inequality has figured in political thought since earliest times. Aristotle, for instance, discovered that inequality was a cause of rebellion in many a state. He defined justice as treating equals equally and unequals unequally. This was a typical statement in that it insisted on recognition and maintenance of existing inequalities in society, between master and slave, between rich and poor, between morally superior and morally inferior, and so on. The modern idea of equality, on the contrary, seeks the reduction in inequalities insofar as they can be proved to be unjust according to the prevailing social consciousness. Equality as a statement of right, not of fact. At the outset, it is essential to note that the modern idea of equality is derived from the theory of rights. Equality is a prescriptive term, not a descriptive one. We argue that men must be treated as equal, not that they are in fact equal. We, of course, advance some logic in support of our claim to human equality. For instance, we postulate that man as such is a rational being. He is endowed with the faculty. Concept of equality 373. Of reason, all men are created equal by God. Or we argue that the physical, emotional, and intellectual needs of all men are similar, hence all are entitled to equal rights. We do not say that all men are equal in their physical or mental capacities, beauty and talents, etc. Sometimes we dwell on physical attributes to press our claim, such as when we argue that men may differ in the color of their skin, but they are all similar in the color of their blood, hence they should be treated equally. Nature has not made different persons with different elements. A drug does not discriminate between the Jew and the Gentile while showing its effect. Blood group of the black may match with that of the white, whereas it may not match in the case of two whites or blacks. The black may donate his eye or kidney to the white to restore his lost vision or to give him a new lease of life. In short, the distinction between different races is not ordained by nature, Thus, we tend to establish some fundamental equality among men, equality as a fact, to press their claim of equality as a right. Sometimes it is argued that the idea of equality does not derive its support from nature, as the idea of liberty does. Hence, it is not based on reason. For instance, it is stated that nature has created all things unequal, right from the sun and moon, sky and earth, mountains and oceans, plants and trees, birds and animals to men and women, older and younger, stronger and weaker, wiser and stupid, and so on. Hence, the principle of equality nowhere holds good. Why should it be imposed against the scheme of the nature itself? Such arguments come in very handy to those who wish to preserve their privileged position. They are quite apprehensive of the idea of equality because they believe that liberty enables men to acquire unlimited wealth, power, and prestige, while equality seeks to diminish their achievements. They even try to demonstrate that any measure to limit their liberty, in the interest of equality, will rob society of its valuable assets, and that the idea of equality should be thoroughly abandoned in the interest of society. This line of argument is, however, based on a distorted concept of liberty. Freedom in society can serve as a valid rule only when it is interpreted as equal freedom of all, not otherwise. Absolute liberty will only result in the liberty of the strong and the clever to oppress the weak and the simple. If liberty is not to degenerate into license, it must be qualified by equality. In other words, I can enjoy my freedom only to the extent that it does not infringe on the similar and equal freedom of others. Now, this principle cannot be restricted to the legal sphere. It must be extended to the political, social, and economic spheres also. As R.H. Tawney, in his classic work Equality 1938, has observed, if liberty means that every individual shall be free, according to his opportunities, to indulge without limit his appetite, it is clearly incompatible, not only with economic and social, but with civil and political equality, which also prevent the strong exploiting to the full the advantages. 374. An introduction to political theory, of their strength. But freedom for the pike is death for the minnows. It is possible that equality is contrasted, not with liberty, but only with a particular interpretation of it. Accordingly, the introduction of equality is not intended to dilute the content of liberty, but to make it more relevant and substantive. If the principle of equality is invoked to prevent some section of society from acquiring unlimited money, power, or prestige, it is only intended to restrict the element of exploitation, so that other sections of society are not deprived of their due share in these advantages. Equality aims at widening the base of social benefits, lest these benefits are cornered by a small and vocal minority impoverishing the rest of the community. It is therefore evident that liberty and equality as human rights do not emanate from very different sources. On the contrary, they are based on the same logic, and they are intended to serve the same social purpose. Equality as a modern idea. Equality in the present sense, that is, as a principle of correcting the unjust inequalities in society, is a typically modern idea. There is no doubt that large inequalities of wealth, prestige, and power have always remained a prominent and almost universal feature of social structure throughout human history. But as Tom Bottomore, in his Classes in Modern Society, 1965, has demonstrated, during the greater part of human history, this inequality among men has been generally accepted as an unalterable fact. Ancient and medieval writers, when they touch upon the subject of the social hierarchy, always tended to provide a rationalization and justification of the established order, very often in terms of a religious doctrine concerning the origin of social ranks. Only in modern times, and particularly since the American and French revolutions, has social class, as a stark embodiment of the principle of inequality, become an object of scientific study, and at the same time of widespread condemnation in terms of new social doctrines. In other words, traditional thinkers took the phenomenon of social inequality as something divinely ordained. They sought to demonstrate that man could lead an ideal life according to his predetermined status. This mode of thought was quite natural to slave-owning society, feudal society, and caste-based society, which were not used to scientific reasoning. They took social order, like natural order, as something not capable of change by human design or effort. However, with the dawn of the scientific age, when men learned to control natural phenomena by rational and empirical knowledge of nature, they also tended to evolve a rational knowledge of social structures. Many a thinker sought to discover the real foundations of social inequalities and subjected them to a rational concept of equality. 375. Analysis. In other words, social thinkers of the modern age were led to inquire how far the existing inequalities in society were the product of the social arrangement and could therefore be altered by making corresponding changes in the social structure, and b. how far those social inequalities, which were thus alterable, could be upheld by reason. The main thrust of this line of thinking was to pave the way for removing such social inequalities as were not reasonable, and which were also removable by human effort. Equality as an idea of social change. Scientific thinking about the social structure led to the demand for social change. J.J. Rousseau, in his discourse on the origin of inequality, drew an important distinction between the two types of inequalities found in social life, natural inequality and conventional inequality. Natural or physical inequality, as a statement of fact, consists in the differences of age, health, bodily strength, and qualities of mind and soul. Conventional inequality, on the other hand, consists in the different privileges that some men enjoy to the exclusion of others, such as inequalities of wealth, prestige, and power. It follows that one form of inequality is not dependent upon human choice, being more or less ordained by nature. The other form of inequality is largely man-made. It emanates from the social order more or less deliberately designed by men themselves. Recognition of conventional inequality provides for ample scope to review the basis of social distinctions and to restructure social relations according to new concepts of social justice. Thus, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen 1789, which was inspired by Rousseau's revolutionary ideas, recorded, "Men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Social distinctions can be based only upon public utility." It is significant that with the advance of scientific knowledge and technology, more and more areas of natural inequality are coming within the alterable sphere. We know that health and bodily strength can be considerably improved by proper nutrition, and mental makeup can be considerably developed by proper education and training. Even physical deformities and mental handicaps can be prevented by timely care, protection, and treatment. So much so that an individual's appearance is amenable to plastic surgery and the skill of the beautician. The availability of these benefits to any individual is again dependent on his socioeconomic status and the technological development of the society in which he lives. It is becoming increasingly clear that a large part of humanity is being deprived of the benefits of modern civilization, largely because of the prevailing social distinctions and inequalities, not because of some divinely ordained system. Thus, the demand for equality is always raised as a demand for social change, that is, changes in that part of the social structure, which is found to be alterable as well as unjust. As John Rees in his Equality 1971 has elucidated, it is when men or some of them see certain inequalities as unjust and alterable that equality as an ideal becomes a potent force in political life. 376. An Introduction to Political Theory. Before an inequality can become the object of criticism and regarded as unjust, it would seem to be a necessary condition that it should be alterable. But by no means all alterable inequalities are thought to be unjust for, making due allowance for the variety of standpoints as to what constitutes injustice. There are some inequalities which are accepted as socially useful, not to say beneficial. If nature has imposed a burden of childbearing on women, some may consider it unjust, but nobody would make it a political issue, because this aspect of natural inequality between the sexes is unalterable. If some are more beautiful, talented, or energetic than others, and thus enjoy more importance, this would not be resented in society, unless the more gifted persons employ their natural qualities to exploit others. So long as authority and division of labor are based on rational grounds, inequality of status and position does not become objectionable. The relation between teacher and student, doctor and patient, traffic controller and road user, etc., may involve some sort of dominance and subordination, but so long as authority is exercised in the general interest, inequality is not at issue. Equality does not imply literal equality. Inequality becomes a ground of complaint and resentment only when it is thought to be unjust. To be sure, equality demands a progressive reduction of inequalities where they are thought to be unreasonable. It does not imply literal equalization. In other words, inequality in society may be thought to be reasonable or unreasonable, according to the prevalent idea of social justice. According to the prevalent view of ancient slave-owning society, medieval feudal society, and early capitalist society, inequality between master and slave, lord and serf, capitalist and worker was regarded reasonable. But with the development of the socialist view of justice, especially the Marxian view, this inequality was regarded unjust and unreasonable, and hence challenged. Marx 1818-83 and Engels 1820-95 have amply demonstrated that the division of society into classes, capitalists and workers, bourgeoisie and proletariat, haves and have-nots, involves exploitation, and that this is prejudicial to the development of conditions of human happiness. The ideal of equality does not contemplate that all material goods, entire national income, or all educational opportunities available in society should be equally distributed among all members of society. It rather means that men, who are different in their physical and mental capacities, aptitudes and skills, talents and energies, should be given equal opportunities for the development of their personal qualities and capacities, in the shape of material goods, comforts, education, training, etc. As R.H. Tawney, in his Equality, elucidated, different kinds of energy need different conditions to evoke them. And the sentiment of justice is satisfied, not by offering to every man identical concept of equality. 377. Treatment, but by treating different individuals in the same way insofar as, being human, they have requirements which are the same, and in different ways insofar as, being concerned with different services, they have requirements which differ. Second, rational grounds of discrimination. If equality does not imply literal equality in distribution of rights and advantages, it is bound to accept discrimination.